At 18, Cen Wan's smile radiated with brilliance and exuberance, ensnaring Lu Beixun with just a single glance. After their marriage, Cen Wan concealed her feelings for Lu Beixun deep within her heart, never revealing them. A year later, when Lu Beixun met his untimely demise, Cen Wan was engulfed in anguish, only to uncover the entire truth, leading to profound regret and a mutual destruction with her nemesis. Just as Cen Wan realized she had been reborn, Lu Beixun presented her with a divorce agreement. Intent on parting ways, she initiated a relentless pursuit of her husband, determined to become an unshakable presence in his life this time around. Eventually, Lu Beixun pinned her against the wall with an overwhelming possessiveness, asking, "I offer you one final chance to choose. Do you wish to leave?" Cen Wan replied playfully, "I wish to love you." "Are you certain?" "Once you decide, should you wish to depart, I will employ extraordinary measures to ensure your compliance." Cen Wan blinked innocently. "Am I not compliant now?" From that moment onward, she became Lu Beixun's personal possession. One night, he whispered in her ear, his voice low and magnetic, "Thinking of escaping? It's too late." In the previous life, he was a loser in love, utterly defeated. In this life, as he retraced his steps, he was assured his girl would not allow him to lose. Lu Beixun. Chapter 1. Mutual Destruction. From beginning to end, my heart has only ever belonged to him. 2 lifetimes of profound affection. He wagered everything. How could I bear to let him lose? Cen Wan. In the depths of the night in Kyoto, rain fell in a gentle drizzle, and the villa on the hillside lay in ruins, unrecognizable from its former glory. Cen Wan cradled Lu Beixun, sobbing softly, her palms soaked with his warm crimson blood, her heart wrenched as if torn apart by 1,000 demons. Why cry so fiercely? Lu Beixun's eyes were clear, though his face held no trace of color, his breath faint. "Do not weep. In our next life, I shall not bind you to my side. To set you free." With great effort, Lu Beixun lifted his hand, his last tender gesture to wipe away the tears from Cen Wan's cheek. Finally, he gazed deeply into her eyes, and the hand that had dried her tears fell limply. Lu Beixun was dead, slain by her own hand. Cen Wan's expression turned blank as she transitioned from soft sobs to a heartbreaking wail, pressing her forehead against his cold skin, lost in a daze, whispering, "Lu Beixun." Behind Cen Wan stood a figure whose eyes flickered with triumph, lips curling into a slight smirk, with red-rimmed eyes. Cen Wan gasped for air, her pain overwhelming, pleading with the man behind her, "Brother, I will not seek revenge anymore. Please, take him to the hospital. I beg you, I love him." Tears streamed down her trembling shoulders, her delicate face marred by distress. A month prior, a devastating fire had consumed the Cen family villa, claiming 3 of her loved ones, her parents and sister, perishing in the inferno, with all evidence pointing to Lu Beixun. Cen Xiu stepped forward, his gaze somber as he paused briefly to comfort her with a light pat on the shoulder. "It is too late." He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with disappointment. "Wan, do not forget, he is the enemy who caused your parents' and sister's demise." Cen Wan's tears flowed incessantly. Cen Xiu was the adopted son of the Cen family and the sole survivor of that tragic fire. It was he who had informed her, after being rescued, that Lu Beixun was the perpetrator. She had reviewed the surveillance footage at the Cen family gate. Lu Beixun had departed from the residence merely 10 minutes before the fire ignited. Her gaze flitted over Cen Xiu's disappointed expression, landing on Lu Beixun's pale visage, her fingertips tracing his outline. His features were sharply defined and cool, his skin porcelain-like, with a high nose and long, thick eyelashes, as Cen Wan's tears fell upon his cheeks, blossoming into glistening droplets. The sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed, drowning out the cries within the villa. Cen Wan cried until she fainted, only to be carried away from the villa by Cen Xiu. When she awoke, it was 3 days later. She emerged from her dreams, her eyes vacant, like a soulless entity, no longer a vibrant being. She could not accept the reality of Lu Beixun's death. Avenging her parents should have brought her happiness. After washing up, she descended the stairs to find breakfast prepared by Cen Xiu in the living room. She cast a fleeting glance before departing, intending to turn herself in. As she stepped outside, he awaited her at the door. He was Lu Beixun's aide, the one he entrusted the most during his lifetime. Cen Wan paused, acutely aware of the disdain in He's eyes. After a long moment, neither spoke. Taking a couple of steps forward, Cen Wan slowly inquired, "Is there something you need?" He handed her several documents, maintaining a steady gaze that revealed unabashed contempt. "If you plan to confess, then do not bother." "What?" He retrieved his phone, opening Weibo and presenting it to her. "To protect you, President Lu confessed and took his own life. This Weibo post was scheduled for release at 2 in the morning." "What?" She did not look at the phone. She was unaware. He, usually composed, now looked at her with frustration mingled with disappointment. "If you had waited just a few more days, he would not have died. He thought of you at every turn, yet you wished to see him perish. Do you have no heart? He loved you so deeply. How could he ever harm your parents? Just because you saw him leave the Cen residence moments before the fire and heard Cen Shio's vague words, you condemned him to death? He Yi's indignation echoed. Did you truly believe your schemes with Cen Shio could lead to his demise? Do you not find that laughable? You merely relied on his love for you. Every word from He Yi pierced her heart like a thorn. He Yi continued. Within the documents, I provided Liza USB drive. This contains the real evidence. You may choose not to believe it. After her parents' tragedy, Lu Beixun had instructed He Yi to investigate. The arsonist had been meticulous, leaving no trace, making the investigation challenging. It was only the night before that all evidence had been collected. He paused, then resumed. Perhaps it matters not to you who truly harmed your parents. Your sole aim is to divorce President Lu and be with your adoptive brother. Returning to her room, He Yi's words echoed in her ears. She opened the documents to find the divorce agreement and asset distribution, all properties under Lu Beixuan's name designated for her. Tears fell upon the divorce agreement as she recalled He Yi's mention of a USB drive. She inserted the USB into her computer. What she found on the USB was akin to a thunderclap, her mind buzzing, disbelief etched across her face. How could this be? Lu Beixun was not the murderer. It was Cen Shio who had set the fire. The evidence within the USB far outweighed the initial accusations against Lu Beixun. Aside from the surveillance footage and Cen Shio's words, no other proof could be found. After reviewing all the contents on the USB, Cen Wan burned the divorce agreement to ashes, leaving the villa to head for the Cen Corporation, aka the company. Cen Shio was unaware of He Yi's visit. Prior to He Yi's arrival, he had cleared away those lurking around the villa to avoid trouble for Cen Wan. Now, the Cen Corporation was entirely under Cen Shio's management. During the past month, Cen Wan had frequented the company, well known by the front desk staff, who never stopped her, allowing her to proceed directly to the office. Upon reaching the office door, she halted, holding her breath as she overheard the conversation within. Congratulations, Cen Zong. With just a slight maneuver, you have acquired everything from the Cen family and eliminated Lu Beixun. From now on, the capital will be at your command. How delightful. Cen Shio's smile did not reach his eyes. What you perceive as a mere slight maneuver has been meticulously planned over the years. I was simply awaiting the opportune moment. As for Lu Beixun, Cen Shio's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He was indeed formidable, yet he possesses a vulnerability. What do you intend to do about the Cen family's illegitimate daughter? What can be done? Cen Shio replied nonchalantly, exuding the demeanor of a victor. If she behaves, she can remain for amusement. If she disobeys, she shall join her parents. The words reached Cen Wan's ears, rendering her breathless, as remorse coursed through every nerve of her being. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure and departed from the Cen Corporation with heavy steps. Upon her return at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she had sought out He Yi and redrafted the asset distribution contract, transferring the inheritance left to her by Lu Beixun to his parents. Feigning nonchalance, she knocked on the office door. Enter. Cen Wan stepped inside, her gaze landing on the figure behind the desk. A fleeting glimmer of hatred flashed in her cold eyes. When Cen Shio looked up, she forced a smile. Brother, are you busy? Not at all, Cen Shio replied. Are you feeling better? Cen Wan nodded slightly. How could she feel better when her enemies still lived? Shall we go to the rooftop for some fresh air? Cen Shio hesitated for a moment. All right, on the rooftop. The Cen building towered 36 stories high, with a concrete railing barely reaching above Cen Wan's knees. She stood at the edge, peering down below. This area was surrounded by office buildings, devoid of pedestrians during working hours. Recalling the kindness Cen Shio had shown her over the past 2 decades, Cen Wan let out a self-deprecating laugh. Cen Shio, that fire was set by you, wasn't it? The drug that incapacitated my parents and sister was also your doing. You led me to believe Lu Beixun was the murderer and orchestrated my desire to kill him. All part of your grand design, was it not? Cen Shio paused momentarily, then suddenly laughed. Not denying her accusation, he believed that Cen Wan posed no threat to him. Not too foolish, but I fear it's too late for your realization. Those who loved you are all dead, and one was slain by your own hands. Cen Wan made no rebuttal, her smile tinged with despair. She had been so naive, ensnared by the betrayal of the one she trusted most. She was unworthy of Lu Beixun's love. For the past 20 years, our sibling bond has been a facade, has it not? Not entirely a facade, he replied. When he had first arrived at the Cen family at the tender age of 6, his affection for her had been genuine. Cen Wan inquired, when did it change? After we came of age, Cen Wan smiled faintly and stepped closer, standing opposite him. After a few seconds, she wrapped her arms around his waist. Brother, this is the last time I shall call you that. Cen Shio was momentarily taken aback, remaining still as she embraced him. Just for a few seconds, Cen Wan raised her lips into a grim smile, summoning an unexpected strength to push Cen Shio over the railing. His eyes widened in shock. At that moment, it was too late for words. He had never considered that Cen Wan could pose a threat. He had always viewed her as merely a woman, someone who could not possibly disrupt his plans. Their bodies plummeted rapidly. Cen Wan gazed at the azure sky, Lu Beixuan's visage materializing in her mind. She smiled faintly, a smile tinged with sorrow. Lu Beixun, I have come to atone for my sins. Cen Wan was engulfed in darkness. 2 bodies were removed from the front of the Cen building by the police. Chapter 2. The Divorce Agreement. Cen Wan curled up in the Stygian darkness, her soul seemingly torn asunder by malevolent spirits. Her brow furrowed, her countenance ashen, and her expression one of profound anguish. She murmured, Lu Beixun, it hurts so much. Where are you? Madam, please wake up. Madam. When she remained unresponsive, the voice grew louder. Madam, you are having a nightmare. Awaken. Aunt Yang called to her, observing the pale figure huddled on the bed, tears wetting the strands of hair by her temples. Deep within the abyss, Cen Wan recognized the familiar voice as a lifeline, prompting her to abruptly open her eyes and sit up, her demeanor dazed. With a vacant stare, she gazed at Aunt Yang, murmuring, Aunt Yang, is it true you have passed away too? Aunt Yang cast her a bewildered glance, gently patting her trembling shoulder. What nonsensical talk is this, madam? Look around you. Aunt Yang, not thinking much of it, presumed that her mistress had merely awakened from a nightmare, still disoriented. Cen Wan surveyed her surroundings, disbelief written across her face. This was the Lu residence. Her bedroom. Could it be that even the underworld harbored a Lu residence? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Dismissing it, she concluded that she must still be dreaming. She pinched her thigh with force, gasping at the sharp pain. This was no dream. A sudden thought struck her. She flung off the covers and seized her phone from the bedside table. Glancing at the date, it was early September, a month after her marriage to Lu Beixun. In a state of panic, Cen Wan grasped Aunt Yang's arm. Aunt Yang, how long have I been married to Lu Beixun? Aunt Yang, momentarily perplexed, answered truthfully, a month. Cen Wan released Aunt Yang and stepped back, memories flooding her mind. Yes, she had married Lu Beixun in August of her 22nd year. Had she been reborn? She had indulged in countless novels and dramas of the genre, but never imagined it would manifest in her own life. It was utterly unfathomable, seeing her incredulity. Aunt Yang mused if she had been dazed from sleep. After a moment, she recalled the urgency of the matter. Madam, the sir is waiting for you downstairs. The sir? Lu Beixun? In the blink of an eye, she found herself alone in the bedroom. In a rush, fearing that even a second's delay would mean missing him, she forgot to put on her slippers. Clad in a misty blue silk nightgown, her long hair cascaded down her back, slightly disheveled. Her delicate features were pale and smooth, with tear streaks still visible on her cheeks. Upon descending the stairs, she beheld the man seated on the sofa. He lounged with his long legs casually crossed, clad in a black suit that exuded an air of austere elegance. Lu Beixun's features were chiseled, his brow commanding, his narrow, dark eyes exuding a noble and detached demeanor. As if sensing her intense gaze, he slightly turned his head toward her. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Cen Wan's expression froze. His gaze was cold and distant, devoid of any emotion, as if he were regarding a stranger. Her heart quivered involuntarily, yet she could think of nothing beyond his mere existence. Lu Beixun's gaze flickered to her feet for but a moment before he averted his eyes without a word. As she approached, he rose from the sofa, his tall figure towering over her, who barely reached his shoulder. Cen Wan's eyes fixated on the left side of his chest, where she had once plunged a knife, an act meant to take his life. Regret flooded her gaze. Lu Beixun's lips thinned, as if to speak, but her actions interrupted him. She reached to unbutton his shirt, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Before she could even undo a single button, he grasped her wrist, stepping back to create distance between them. Releasing her, meeting his gaze, Cen Wan felt her eyes welling with tears, while Lu Beixun's expression remained impassive, like a tranquil well. Her eyelashes quivered as she realized that the Lu Beixun of the past would never have regarded her with such detachment, nor would he ever treated when she sought to draw near. Lu Beixun. She stepped forward, encircling his slender waist, clinging to him as if he were a long-lost treasure, terrified that this might all be a dream from which she would awaken to find him gone. She pressed her cheek against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart, which lent her a semblance of reality. He stiffened momentarily, acutely aware of the trembling form in his embrace. His hand moved slightly, hovering in the air for a few seconds before falling back to his side, his expression inscrutable. No one could fathom his thoughts at that moment. After several seconds, Lu Beixun cruelly pried her hands from his waist, distancing himself further as if she were a contagion. Cen Wan's heart ached, yet she brushed aside the pain. What did it matter? Even if he demanded her life now, she would unhesitatingly comply. Lu Beixun picked up the folder from the coffee table, his expression cold as he presented it to her. Sign this. What? Cen Wan's gaze remained glued to him, fearful of his disappearance, of being abandoned once more. She took the folder, opened it, and was taken aback to find the words divorce agreement inscribed within. She froze, holding her breath, utterly unprepared for this revelation. As she stared at the divorce agreement in her hands, memories flooded back. Her marriage to Lu Beixun was a business arrangement. Rather than a union of love, it was a scheme to bind her to him, triggered by turmoil within the Cen family, misappropriated funds, and leaked company secrets. The Lu family possessed a project that could save the Cen family from ruin, and he proposed a marriage between their families. Her parents cherished her deeply, assuring her that if she was unwilling, they could simply relocate to another city for a normal life. Yet she could not bear to witness her father's hard-earned enterprise collapse, so she agreed, marrying the 26-year-old Lu Beixun at the age of 22. It was not difficult to fall in love with someone as distinguished and exceptional as Lu Beixun. Even without mutual affection, they could coexist with respect. After the wedding, they did not consummate their marriage. Lu Beixun respected her boundaries, and they occupied separate rooms beneath the same roof. A week post-nuptials, Cen divulged to her that the financial misappropriation and leaks within the Cen family were orchestrated by Lu Beixun's associates, their intent merely to keep her tethered to him. Initially skeptical, she found herself leaning towards her brother, who had been a constant in her life for 20 years, rather than the enigmatic Lu Beixun. In search of evidence, she ventured into Lu Beixun's study during his absence, discovering a leather-bound business notebook hidden away in the most concealed drawer of his desk. Upon opening it, a photograph slipped to the floor. It was from her 18th birthday, and in it, she wore a radiant smile. The page that had fallen bore a striking inscription, written in a clear and forceful hand. 18-year-old Cen Wan, her smile bright and unrestrained. Stunned, she flipped through the pages, finding another entry adorned with a photograph from her 20th birthday. In that image, she was smiling brightly while with another man alongside the line. At that moment, I would stop at nothing to keep her by my side. Further along, she reached the page marking her 22nd birthday, the year she wed Lu Beixun. The accompanying photograph depicted her grasping his wrist, her smile now tinged with a touch of maturity. The inscription read, "In my 22nd year, I used unscrupulous means to keep her close." The notebook contained only these 3 pages of writing, and with those words, her conviction regarding Cen claims solidified. From that moment on, her relationship with Lu Beixun deteriorated irrevocably. As long as they remained married, Lu Beixun acquiesced to her every whim. She moved out of the Lu residence, only crossing paths with him when compelled to placate their respective parents. Lu Beixun's parents resided abroad, rarely making an appearance, while her own were unaware of his deeds and held him in high regard. To alleviate her parents' concerns, she maintained the pretense of a harmonious marriage, and he was more than willing to play along. Only at this moment did she bestow a semblance of kindness upon Lu Beixun. While Lu Beixun seamlessly played along with her charade before their parents, she found the act repugnant and hypocritical. In retrospect, the embezzlement of funds and the breach of corporate confidentiality could undoubtedly be attributed to Cen, one of the few individuals privy to such sensitive information. Previously, she had been oblivious, considering Lu Beixun's family to be immensely powerful, ruling over the capital with an iron fist, and dismissing the notion that he would resort to such despicable tactics. The contents of his notebook must have conveyed a different meaning. Chapter 3. Lure him back. I will not divorce. Cen Wan's hand trembled slightly as she clutched the divorce agreement. I would rather die than part ways. She refused to divorce. The heavens had granted her a rare opportunity to love him wholeheartedly, and she was resolute in her decision. Lu Beixun regarded her, his gaze clouded with inscrutable emotions. After a few seconds, he turned away to gaze out the floor-to-ceiling window, no longer looking at her, and spoke in a measured tone. After the divorce, the project with the Cen family will continue. You will receive 60% of our joint assets. Should any troubles befall the Cen family thereafter, this sum will be sufficient to see them through. Though he spoke of 60% of their joint property, it was, in reality, all Lu Beixun's. Even so, he was adamant about the divorce. Cen Wan's fingertips twitched slightly as she fixed her gaze upon his tall silhouette. Barefoot, the chill of the tiled floor seeped into her soles. In the past, even during their quarrels, he would have carried her to fetch her shoes. Now, standing barefoot before him for an extended period, she was met with his indifference. It seemed as though Lu Beixun had resolved to cast her aside in this lifetime. Taking a deep breath, she pondered the significance of this. However, what did it matter? She would love him in return. In her previous life, her feelings for him had been suppressed deep within her heart. In this lifetime, there would be no need for restraint. She would love him openly. Approaching Lu Beixun's side, she stood shoulder to shoulder with him, gazing out the window, then slightly turned her head to him. Lu Beixun, I do not wish to divorce. As for the assets, I do not desire any of it. I only want you. A fleeting look of astonishment flickered across Lu Beixun's dark eyes, vanishing in an instant. And Cen Wan did not notice. Sign it. Stunned for a moment, she had a sudden inspiration, clutching her stomach with both hands, her small face contorted in pain. Oh, my stomach hurts. I must have eaten something bad. It was prudent to slip away. The unexpected divorce proposal had caught her off guard, and she needed time to devise a counter-strategy. I'll return to my room to lie down. Let us discuss the divorce another day. The pain is unbearable. With that, Cen Wan dashed upstairs, closing the door behind her, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. In this lifetime, Lu Beixun was utterly determined to divorce her. After a prolonged silence, believing Lu Beixun had departed, she opened the door and stealthily crept out of her room. A glance downstairs revealed Lu Beixun still present, with Aunt Yang standing before him. Their conversation shrouded in mystery. Hiding in a part of the upper floor where the two were unaware of her presence, she strained to eavesdrop. Madam dislikes going barefoot. Please remind her to wear shoes, Lu Beixun instructed. Yes, Aunt Yang replied. She enjoys sleeping in, so be sure to wake her for breakfast, Lu Beixun continued. Aunt Yang nodded, her expression tinged with concern. Sir, I just heard Madam complain of a stomach ache. Should we call the family doctor? A hint of amusement danced in Lu Beixun's eyes. No need. She is merely pretending. Aunt Yang, caught off guard, did not comprehend. As Lu Beixun departed with the divorce agreement in hand, Cen Wan, concealed upstairs, stifled a laugh. It seemed Lu Beixun still cared for her. If he truly harbored no affection, he would not have shared so much with Aunt Yang, nor would he have been willing to allocate such a significant portion of his wealth to her. Recognizing her ruse, yet choosing not to expose it, spoke volumes. Aunt Yang ascended with a cup of warm water, startled to see her huddled in the corner. Madam, what are you doing? Cen Wan stood. It's nothing. Your stomach? Aunt Yang was concerned and had come to check on her. I was pretending, Cen Wan replied. Aunt Yang was baffled. What are the two of you up to? Cen Wan accepted the cup of warm water from Aunt Yang and retreated to her room. After changing her clothes, she returned to the Cen family home. Upon entering, she was enveloped in her parents' arms, weeping uncontrollably. Initially, her parents were taken aback, but once they grasped the situation, they assumed she had been wronged. Feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion, they comforted her as though she were a fragile princess, cradled in their hands, fearful of letting her fall. Cen Wan sniffled, attempting to assuage her parents' worries. I'm fine. It's just that I haven't seen you in so long, and I missed you. Didn't we just see each other 3 days ago? Cen Wan rubbed her tears against her mother's garment. 3 days? It feels more like 3 years. Each day drags on like an eternity. Her mother playfully flicked her nose. You little rascal. Cen Wan lifted her gaze. Where's my sister? Her mother sighed. How naive you are. At this hour, your sister is certainly at school. Cen Luo was her younger sister, a year her junior. Their parents often remarked on the stark contrast between the two. Cen Luo was sensible and easy to manage, while Cen Wan exhibited a rebellious streak and occasionally found herself in trouble. My brain must not be functioning well, Cen Wan lamented. Snuggling against her mother, I crave your cooking. Her mother stood. I knew it. You little glutton. I'll prepare something for you right away. Thank you, Mom. As her mother headed to the kitchen, Cen Wan's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she turned to her father. Dad, the company's funds have been embezzled, and confidential information has been compromised. Do you have any suspects? Her father regarded her. Why do you ask? Cen Wan replied bluntly. It's Cen Xiu. He has never regarded us as family. The gentle demeanor he displays in our presence is merely a fade. Father, you must remain vigilant against him. Her father paused for a few seconds before nodding. I understand. He had harbored suspicions about Cen Xiu, but had lacked evidence. That individual was exceedingly cunning, and there was no way to trace anything back to him. Moreover, Cen Xiu was someone he had raised, and he trusted his character. Without concrete proof, Cen Xiu would forever remain his son. Cen Wan offered a few more reminders. Her father listened intently. Given the close bond she shared with Cen Xiu, one that inspired her unconditional trust in him, his sudden change in demeanor must have been prompted by something significant. Cen Wan clung to her father's arm, resting her head on his shoulder, determined to thwart the impending fire disaster at the Cen family estate a year from now. Cen Xiu's grand scheme would surely leave traces. She was resolute in uncovering the evidence that would lead to his downfall. She vowed to repay Lu Beixun's life, while ensuring that Cen Xiu would pay for her parents' and sisters' lives. Hatred flickered in her dark eyes. Her father inquired, You cried so much. Did Lu Beixun bully you? Cen Wan suppressed her fury, smiled, and shook her head. No. I told you, I just missed you and Mom. Why wouldn't you believe me? Lu Beixun didn't bully me. Cen Wan lowered her gaze. It was I who caused him pain. Lu Beixun would never mistreat her. It was she who had allowed herself to be deceived and had hurt his heart. Her father patted her shoulder. Lu Beixun is a good man. You must cherish him. Though he had employed some underhanded tactics, his love for her was genuine. I will, she vowed, willing to do anything to treat him well. I won't let him be sad again because I love him too. After enjoying lunch with the Cen family, she returned home by 3 in the afternoon. At 7 that evening, after bathing, Cen Wan lay in bed, reflecting on her previous life where she had been married to Lu Beixun for a year without ever sharing a bed. What profound regret that was. She glanced at the empty space beside her and sighed, yearning to sleep alongside Lu Beixun. Yet, he was intent on divorcing her. What was she to do? In her previous life, she had not felt the solitude of guarding this villa, but now it felt hollow and slightly frightening. Rising, she changed her clothes and grabbed her bag before leaving the bedroom, only to encounter Aunt Yang, who inquired about her destination and offered to send the driver. She declined. Taking a few steps back, she stood before Aunt Yang and asked, Aunt Yang, do you think Lu Beixun still loves me? Aunt Yang sighed. Does the lady still need to question her husband's affections? Cen Wan understood the implication of love. She smiled at Aunt Yang and declared, I will coax Lu Beixun back. Without waiting for Aunt Yang's response, she headed straight to the parking lot and drove away from the Lu residence. After leaving the Lu residence, Lu Beixun took up residence in a villa area close to his company. Although the villas in this central district could not compare to the grandeur of the Lu residence, they were still inhabited by the affluent. Half of the villas in the area were unoccupied. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa area, she was stopped by the security guard. Fortunately, her father had purchased a villa here when she was 20, a property she had seen but never occupied. She provided her name, and after the guard verified her ownership, he promptly allowed her entry. When they were newly married, Lu Beixun had brought her here once, and she remembered the location of the villa well. As she approached the villa, the black wrought iron gate stood ajar. She entered and, upon reaching the living room, found no sign of Lu Beixun. Uncle Zhang, who had been with the Lu family, approached her upon hearing her arrival. Madam, what brings you here? Uncle Zhang had left the Lu residence alongside Lu Beixun. I am looking for Lu Beixun, she replied. He hasn't returned yet. Uncle Zhang's expression brightened. The sir will surely be delighted to know you are here. Cen Wan assured Uncle Zhang that he need not worry about her and settled onto the sofa to wait for Lu Beixun's return. Chapter 4. A year, as promised, Cen Wan felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing that Lu Beixun might once again broach the subject of divorce. Yet she could not continue to evade the matter. As the clock struck 10, Weary from waiting, she felt sleepiness wash over her. Uncle Zhang entered and urged her to rest, but she insisted on waiting. Out of respect for her wishes, Uncle Zhang reluctantly departed. By 11 o'clock, fatigue overtook her, and she dozed off on the sofa as rain began to fall outside. Cen Wan slept lightly, awakening at the sound of familiar footsteps, though she kept her eyes closed. In a haze, she sensed his approach. Moments later, a hand slipped under her knees, and she found herself being lifted. Lu Beixun carried her toward the guest bedroom, and she peeked at him through half-closed eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck. Deep down, she felt that he still cared for her, even if she could not fathom why he wished to divorce her, or perhaps he truly no longer loved her and acted out of sense of marital obligation. As she opened her eyes, Lu Beixun noticed her gaze, but did not acknowledge it, keeping his focus straight ahead. He gently placed her on the guest room bed and stood to leave. Cen Wan clung tightly to his neck, unwilling to let go, and upon meeting his inscrutable dark eyes, she smiled playfully. Lu Beixun, you still care about me, don't you? Lu Beixun paused, his brow furrowed with cold indifference, his voice devoid of emotion as he replied, No. Cen Wan searched his expression for any sign of warmth, but found only aloofness. Why do you want a divorce? She asked, her brow knitting in concern. He pulled her hands away from his neck and replied coolly, It would be better for both of us. Not at all, Cen Wan retorted, sitting up to meet his gaze earnestly. I acknowledge my faults and my mischief. You need not forgive me, but I implore you, do not divorce me. If you are angry with me, punish me, hit me, scold me, or even stab me if it comes to that. I simply do not wish for us to part. As she mentioned the stabbing, Lu Beixun's brow twitched ever so slightly, recalling the misdeeds she had committed in her previous life against Lu Beixun. She felt a surge of regret and slapped herself hard across the face. A warmth enveloped her wrist as Lu Beixun grasped it firmly. Looking up, she saw him staring down at her, his jaw clenched, his voice cold and authoritative. What are you doing? Though her slap had left a mark on her cheek, the pain was inconsequential as she gazed at Lu Beixun, pleading, Divorce is acceptable. Just grant me a year for observation. If, after that year, you still wish to divorce, I will comply and relinquish any claim to our assets. Please, just this once, grant me this request. If, after a year, he still insisted on divorce, she would accept it. Regardless of the outcome, she vowed to devote herself to him. Once she was certain she would no longer harm herself, Lu Beixun released her wrist and exited the guest room. Cen Wan assumed this meant he was denying her request, sighing as she laid back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He truly had changed. In this lifetime, everyone remained the same as in the last, except for him. After nearly a minute, she heard movement and turned her gaze to the door. Lu Beixun stood there, holding an ice pack and a towel, extending them to her with his customary cold demeanor. Take care of it yourself. Cen Wan stared at him in disbelief. In her previous life, he had always taken care of her injuries personally, his attitude unwavering, leaving her no room for refusal. Now, simply providing her with an ice pack brought her immense joy. One must learn to appreciate the little things. Thank you. As for the observation period, that is acceptable. With that, Lu Beixun departed, closing the door behind him. Cen Wan, filled with excitement, tossed and turned in bed, eventually falling asleep in the early hours, her mind racing with thoughts of how to treat him better. Awakening early the next morning, she washed up and made her way to the kitchen. With a mother who cooked like a five-star chef, she felt compelled to prepare breakfast, not wanting to tarnish her mother's reputation. Shortly after entering the kitchen, she encountered Uncle Zhang, who was there to cook. Cen Wan smiled politely. Uncle Zhang, I can manage. You should rest a bit longer. Are you sure, madam? Uncle Zhang asked, concerned for her safety. Absolutely, she assured him. In her previous life, Cen Wan had always treated the servants of the Lu household with kindness, and they, in turn, respected her. Uncle Zhang, observing her willingness to seek out Lu Beixun and the absence of any quarrel between them, noted that their relationship was warming. A pampered young lady preparing breakfast could only mean she was doing it for her husband, so he chose not to interfere. Uncertain of Lu Beixun's tastes, she prepared both Chinese and Western dishes, dedicating 2 hours to her culinary efforts. As she admired the breakfast spread on the table, She felt gratitude for the culinary skills inherited from her mother. Being able to prepare breakfast filled her with pride, while others harbored grand ambitions from a young age. She had merely wished to spend freely and be carefree, often sleeping through 6 of her 8 classes in elementary school, simply waiting for dismissal. Thus, mastering the art of breakfast making was a small yet significant source of pride for her. Lu Beixun descended the stairs, clad in a tailored black suit that exuded an air of sophistication. Uncle Zhang entered just as Lu Beixun cast a glance his way. Uncle Zhang called a madam for breakfast. Just as Uncle Zhang opened his mouth to speak, Cen Wan poked her head out from the kitchen, spatula in hand, and blinked at Lu Beixun. "I'm here." Lu Beixun paused, and Uncle Zhang explained the breakfast was prepared by the madam. "Understood," Lu Beixun replied as he entered the dining room. Upon seeing the breakfast spread, he hesitated momentarily. Cen Wan called out, "Please eat first. I'm just finishing up the eggs." Soon, she emerged with a plate of fried eggs, placing it on the table. "I made a variety. Take your pick. Don't come into the kitchen again," Lu Beixun remarked. But Cen Wan chose to ignore him. "Please do taste it." Throughout breakfast, Lu Beixun remained silent, not commenting on whether the food was good or bad, leaving her uncertain if it suited his palate. As for her own experience, it was passable, nothing extraordinary. They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and she realized she needed to go beyond breakfast, refining her culinary skills further. Soup, stir-fry, both Chinese and Western cuisines. She would learn them all. She resolved that while Lu Beixun was at work, she would return home to learn cooking from her mother. The pampered young lady was finally ready to stand on her own. Lu Beixun's indifference towards her caused her discomfort. Yet, upon recalling the moment in her previous life when she plunged a dagger approximately 20 centimeters long into his chest, she could not help but contemplate the profound anguish reflected in his lifeless gaze. In this lifetime, regardless of whether Lu Beixun treated her kindly or harshly, she resolved to reciprocate with unwavering sincerity. After breakfast, she instructed the driver to take him home. Having finished his meal, Lu Beixun wiped his hands with a towel. Cen Wan paused momentarily, recalling their prior agreement to refrain from divorce for the time being. Why then was he sending her back? "I am currently in a period of observation. Cohabitation allows for better scrutiny. Otherwise, how could you discern my true nature or any changes? Thus, I cannot return." Suddenly, an idea struck Cen Wan, and she raised an eyebrow at him. "Unless you accompany me back to the Lu residence." Lu Beixun fell silent. She continued, "You must choose. Either I stay here with you, or you come with me to the Lu residence. Regardless of the excuses you concoct in your mind, I shall not heed them. Where you are, I shall be." She intended to become an inseparable presence, akin to an adhesive plaster. After a prolonged silence, Lu Beixun finally spoke to the Lu residence. "Very well," Cen Wan beamed. "Do you need to pack anything? I can assist you." "No need," he replied, preparing to leave for work. Just as he stepped into the living room, Cen Wan called out to him, causing him a halt. She jogged to stand before him, grasping the fabric at his waist, and on tiptoe, she placed a gentle peck on his thin lips, parting as swiftly as she had approached. "The Lu residence awaits your return. Drive safely and take care." The warmth of her lips lingered on his, rendering Lu Beixun momentarily stunned as he gazed at her. Cen Wan smiled and turned to ascend the stairs. He watched her retreating figure until it vanished around the corner before withdrawing his gaze and leaving the living room. Having tasted a hint of sweetness, Cen Wan felt elated. Shortly after Lu Beixun departed, she returned to the Cen household, only to encounter the person she loathed deeply. Her eyes bore into Cen Xiu, seated on the sofa, hatred surging within her. He was the architect of the inferno that claimed her parents and sister, and it was he who had orchestrated her to kill the man she loved with her own hands. Observing him share laughter with her father and amuse her mother, a flicker of derision crossed her mind. His fade was so convincing that, were it not for her second chance at life, she would never have believed that this seemingly gentle man was, in truth, a villain. Cen Xiu turned his gaze towards her, his smile gentle. "Why has Wan returned today?" "This is my home. I return as I please," Cen Wan replied, lacking the desire to mask her disdain. "Do I need to announce my return?" Confronted with Cen Wan's hostility, Cen Xiao appeared momentarily taken aback, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Cen Mu hastily intervened, reprimanding Cen Wan. "It's fine, Mom. Wan might just be in a bad mood today," he assured. Of course, she was in a foul mood. Cen Mu found it peculiar, but refrained from probing further. Typically, Cen Wan would never speak harshly to Cen Xiao, regardless of her mood. Luo is back. "She's upstairs," Cen Fu announced. Cen Wan spared Cen Xiao another glance, offered a brief greeting, and ascended the stairs, knocking on Cen Luo's door. "Come." Upon entering, Cen Wan found Cen Luo packing her belongings. Cen Luo glanced up briefly before returning to her task. A pang of sorrow welled up in Cen Wan's chest. "Miss Cen, in an hour. This academic prodigy will be returning to school. Please cherish the time spent with me," Cen Luo quipped. Cen Wan chuckled, her sadness vanishing in an instant. "Are you unwell?" Cen Luo contemplated something, tossed her clothes onto the bed, and approached Cen Wan, taking her wrist playfully. "Sister." The utterance of the word sent shivers down Cen Wan's spine. She knew Cen Luo had something mischievous in mind. Cen Luo shook her arm. "My pocket money is gone. Wouldn't you kindly sponsor me a little?" "I have none." Cen Luo pouted in mock indignation. "Oh, dear sister, can you bear to see your beloved sister starve and subsist on instant noodles?" All right. Cen Wan relented, unable to resist her sister's antics. "I'll transfer you some money. What on earth have you been doing at school?" "Spending more than I ever did." Upon receiving the funds, Cen Luo showered Cen Wan with praise before finally addressing her question. "I bought a limited edition figurine." Cen Wan shot her a weary glance. "I knew it." Chapter 5. Legal Spouses. Cen Wan understood her sister well. Aside from her passion for collecting limited edition figurines, she harbored no other interests. Cen Luo eyed the money Cen Wan had transferred, tossing her phone onto the bed. "The sun must be rising from the west." "What?" Cen Wan responded. "Why such a sudden influx of cash? Half would have sufficed. Isn't having more money a good thing?" Cen Wan retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. "Do not return it." All right. Cen Luo, fearing Cen Wan might change her mind, quickly assured her. Money that has been transferred cannot be reclaimed. Having finished packing, it was time for Cen Luo to head to school. Cen Wan regarded her seriously. "In the future, if you encounter any issues, come directly to me for money. Do not approach Cen Xiao, and especially do not go out with him alone. Do you understand?" Cen Luo, perplexed, asked why. Previously, Cen Wan had always advised her to listen to Cen Xiao. Now, however, Cen Luo sensed a deep-seated animosity towards him. "He is no longer the Cen Xiao of the past," Cen Wan asserted. "I am your sister. I would never harm you. Remember my words." Cen Wan knew that mentioning the company's crisis would be met with disbelief from Cen Luo. "I will explain the reasons, just not now." Having grown up under the protective wings of their parents, they were naive to the treachery of the world. Compared to her, Cen Luo was even more innocent, treating everyone with kindness. Cen Luo nodded, affirming her love for her sister above all else. "I understand, but if Cen Xiao seeks me out, what should I do?" "Simply ignore him, or find a reason to refuse," Cen Wan instructed. "I understand." She needed to find evidence to ensure Cen Xiao would no longer remain in the Cen household. As they descended the stairs, they discovered that Cen Xiao had already left, leaving only their parents behind. The driver took Cen Luo to school, while Cen Wan insisted her mother teach her to cook. Cen Mu teased. "The pampered young lady has developed a sense of empathy. What can I do?" Cen Wan laughed, unabashedly admitting, "It is because I love him." Cen Mu clicked her tongue. "How sentimental. Lu Beixun is indeed worthy." "It shows," Cen Wan quipped. "You and Dad seem to favor your son-in-law more than your own daughter." "Still being cheeky." Cen Mu chided lightly, tapping her forehead. "What happened today? Why were you speaking to your brother like that?" "Just a bad mood," Cen Wan replied curtly. Cen Mu, though skeptical, did not pry further, instead admonishing her to refrain from projecting her negative emotions onto others. Cen Wan listened, occasionally responding with a perfunctory remark. Today, as Lu Beixun returned to the Lu residence, Cen Wan learned to prepare 2 dishes and return home early. Coincidentally, tomorrow was Sunday. Before leaving, Cen Fu asked Cen Wan to bring Lu Beixun home for dinner the next day. Cen Wan did not agree immediately. Uncertain if Lu Beixun would still be willing to play along with her charade, she could only say that he might not have the time. Upon arriving home, Lu Beixun had not yet returned. Cen Wan entered the kitchen and prepared the 2 dishes she had learned from her mother. Aunt Yang's gaze lingered on the plates for a few seconds. They looked appealing, though she was unsure of their taste. She could not fathom why Cen Wan had suddenly taken to cooking. It was beyond her control. Initially thinking the pampered young lady would wreak havoc in the kitchen, the reality proved otherwise. Though her knife skills were somewhat rusty, the cooking proceeded smoothly, and the anticipated kitchen disaster did not materialize. After completing the dishes, she left the remaining tasks to Aunt Yang, instructing her not to mention to Lu Beixun that she was the one who had cooked. It seemed that Lu Beixun was not particularly approving of her kitchen endeavors. As long as he enjoyed the food, the identity of the cook was of little consequence. As the clock struck 6, Lu Beixun had yet to return. Cen Wan stood at the door, glancing outside several times, her heart fluttering like a stone waiting for its beloved. As dusk descended, she checked her phone. It was already 7. Why was he still absent? Had he forgotten their arrangement, or had he simply dismissed it altogether, offering her perfunctory promises in the morning? Shaking off the thought, she reassured herself that perhaps he was occupied with evening engagements or working late at the office. Just as she was about to retreat indoors, the sound of an engine purred behind her. With a surge of joy, she turned to see a Qian halting before her, and Lu Beixun emerged from the vehicle. Meeting her eager gaze, he inexplicably offered an explanation. I returned to the villa to retrieve something. Accompanying him was Uncle Zhang. Cen Wan cared little for anything else. The mere fact that Lu Beixun was home filled her with delight. I thought you wouldn't come back, she admitted, her tone unknowingly tinged with grievance. Lu Beixun remained silent. During dinner, Cen Wan noticed Lu Beixun frequently serving himself the 2 dishes she had prepared, a subtle smile curving her lips. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Beixun recognized those dishes as hers the moment he tasted them. He chose to remain silent, observing her quiet delight. She seemed different from before. After the meal, Lu Beixun appeared disinclined to engage in conversation, turning to ascend the stairs. Cen Wan followed his footsteps. Do you have time tomorrow? Dad wants me to invite you home for dinner. Suddenly halting, Lu Beixun caught her off guard, causing her to bump into him. She clasped her nose, tears springing forth from the pain. How could his back be so unyielding? Surprised by her collision, Lu Beixun turned to her. Cen Wan, with tear-brimmed eyes, resembled a forsaken kitten pleading to be kept. His heart softened. He grasped her wrist, gently lowering her hand from her nose, which had turned a rosy hue. Seeing his concern alleviated much of her pain. It's not that bad, she reassured him. Releasing her wrist, his expression remained cool. Pay attention when you walk. Yes, sir. Cen Wan stood at attention, her hands by her sides. What time tomorrow? He inquired. Cen Wan blinked in surprise, momentarily forgetting her purpose. We leave at 3 in the afternoon. Is that all right? Lu Beixun nodded, his demeanor calm. Tentatively, she asked, will you be home all day? Uncertain, he replied. Meeting her gaze, get some rest. Cen Wan's lips curled into a smile, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. I will. Lu Beixun paused, sensing an inkling of her ulterior motives, though he dismissed it as mere overthinking, turning to retreat to his bedroom. Observing his departure, Cen Wan followed his tall silhouette, slipping beneath his arm just as he closed the door, gently shutting it behind her. Leaning against the door, she met his confused stare, a playful smile gracing her lips, dimpled cheeks accentuating her charm. What are you looking at? I'm going to bed. It became evident that her earlier misgivings were not mere figments of his imagination. Lu Beixun's expression turned frosty, his voice chillingly firm. Leave. I won't. Cen Wan wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing herself against him, their breaths mingling in the close proximity, momentarily unsettling him. We are legally married. Of course, we should share a bed. She winked at him. Don't worry. I won't do anything to force you, although the thought has crossed my mind. But I respect you. Lu Beixun closed his eyes, seemingly battling inner turmoil, before pulling Cen Wan, still leaning against the door, and opening it, intending to cast her out. Anticipating his move, Cen Wan sat on the floor, grasping his long legs, her gaze imploring, brother, please don't kick me out. Her voice was soft and coaxing, laced with a hint of mischief. Lu Beixun's brow furrowed slightly. his deep-set eyes revealing a mix of exasperation and reluctance. "Get up." "I won't," she insisted, feigning modesty as a tactic to keep her husband from escaping. "Let's sleep together." "Cen Wan." Lu Beixun regarded her from above, suppressing his irritation, his voice laden with authority. Cen Wan clung to his legs, unwavering, meeting his gaze. "Call me Wan Wan." "Used to call me that." Cen Wan was a master of cheekiness, her boldness surprising even herself, awakened to this newfound potential since her rebirth. Lu Beixun, worn down by her persistence, found himself caught in a dilemma. He had never been this patient with anyone else. "What exactly do you want?" Cen Wan blinked innocently. "Haven't I made myself clear? I want to sleep together." "Let go." "If I let go, will we really sleep together?" She was no naive child, unwilling to fall for such a trick. What if he took the opportunity to flee? Lu Beixun's jaw tightened, and, after a long pause, he uttered a single word. "Yes." "You're a liar. If I let go, you'll run." She released her hold, grasping his shirt to steady herself as she rose, flashing him an awkward smile before shutting and locking the bedroom door behind her. Time for bed. As she prepared to shower, she realized Lu Beixun's room lacked any of her sleepwear. If she returned to fetch it, he might lock her out before she even stepped out. It was easier to leave than to return. She rummaged through his wardrobe, retrieving one of his shirts, which fit him perfectly but hung loosely on her petite frame. After her shower, she emerged, drying her still damp hair with a towel, her slender legs and delicate skin exposed, the oversized shirt lending her an air of innocence and allure. Lu Beixun, seated at the edge of the bed perusing a magazine, stole a few glances at her before discreetly redirecting his attention back to the pages. Cen Wan stood before the full-length mirror, toweling off her hair. This shirt is a bit big. It concealed her figure, which she believed was quite appealing. Yet he had barely acknowledged her since she stepped out. Feeling slighted, she tossed the towel aside and sat on the bed. At last, Lu Beixun cast a glance her way, his displeasure evident. "Dry your hair before getting into bed. You're the boss. Your word is law." Just as she approached the bed, she dashed back into the bathroom. By the time she returned, her hair dry, she found an extra blanket laid atop the bed. Cen Wan picked it up. "Is this for me?" Lu Beixun responded with a nonchalant Cen Wan nearly sputtered in frustration. Did he truly think she was a predator? "Do you believe I would do anything to you?" "Uncertain," he uttered before retreating to the bathroom with his clothes. Cen Wan, fuming, neatly folded the blanket he had added and placed it in the wardrobe before settling on the right side of the bed, tucking herself in. Sleeping in his room enveloped her in a cocoon of safety, allowing her to relax. By the time Lu Beixun emerged from the bathroom, she had drifted into a peaceful slumber, her breathing soft. Lu Beixun stood at the bedside, his gaze softened as he observed the girl lost in dreams. A stark contrast to the cold detachment he had displayed during the day. What has suddenly changed? The question seemed to linger in the air, directed at the sleeping figure and himself alike. He dimmed the room lights, leaving only a warm floor lamp aglow, sitting quietly beside her, lost in thought. Eventually, he rose, extinguishing the lamp before leaving the bedroom for his study. With Lu Beixun's departure, Cen Wan began to stir in her sleep, caught in a nightmare, her subconscious aware that the source of her security had vanished. At 2 a.m, she woke with a start, shaken from her troubled dreams. She switched on the floor lamp, and under the warm glow, the fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Glancing to the left side of the bed, she found it empty. A curse escaped her lips. "You deceitful scoundrel," Lu Beixun, uncertain whether he had departed from the room or the Lu residence entirely. A wave of emptiness washed over her. A sudden pang of regret struck her. Had she clung to Lu Beixun for the night, perhaps he would have stayed. Throwing off the covers, she descended from the bed and left the bedroom, making her way downstairs. The living room was devoid of anyone. He must have already left. The late hour enveloped her in silence, and with no remnants of sleepiness, she ventured into the garden behind the villa. There, tranquility reigned, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. She settled into the pavilion, feeling the cool night breeze. Early September nights often carried a chill that she relished. Such an ambience helped to soothe her restless heart. What should she do about Lu Beixun? It seemed he did not relish her company. After sitting for a spell, she tilted her head to gaze at the night sky. only to find the study light glowing on the second floor. Lu Beixun. Rising, she sprinted upstairs, losing one of her slippers in her haste. Without a backward glance, she rushed barefoot to the study door, holding her breath as she twisted the knob. Hearing the commotion, the figure behind the desk turned toward her, his expression inscrutable. Lu Beixuan's gaze fell upon her bare foot, and his brow furrowed ever so slightly. In that instant, Cen Wan smiled, the disappointment in her heart dissipating. "I thought you had left." She shot him a playful glare. "Lu Beixun, you are a consummate liar." "Handling some work," he replied in a nonchalant tone. "Where are your shoes?" Cen Wan glanced down, a sheepish smile breaking across her face. They ran away. "Where?" "On the stairs." Lu Beixun rose, left the study, and returned with a slipper in hand, placing it at her feet before gently grasping her ankle to help her into it. Cen Wan watched him, her heart swelling with sweetness. Lu Beixun straightened up and regarded her. "Not going to sleep?" "Had a nightmare," Cen Wan queried. "Do you still need to work?" "There are a few things left to handle." Cen Wan pointed to the sofa in the study. "May I sit here with you?" "I promise not to disturb you." The coolness of the garden lingered in her mind, and her thin attire failed to protect her from the chill, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Lu Beixun pondered for a moment. "Go back to sleep." "All right." Cen Wan felt a sense of rejection wash over her, saying little as she turned to leave. Lu Beixun closed the study door, following closely behind her. Hearing his footsteps, Cen Wan paused and looked back. "Aren't you working anymore?" "MHM." Cen Wan's eyes brightened. "Are you going to stay with me?" Lu Beixun neither confirmed nor denied, returning to the bedroom behind her and shutting the door. "Sleep now." Cen Wan felt warmth bloom within her. She climbed back into bed and patted the space beside her. "You should sleep too." "I'm not tired." "Neither am I." Cen Wan feared he might leave again. "I want to go," Lu Beixun stated, sitting at the edge of the bed, watching her sleep. Cen Wan merely wished for his company, momentarily forgetting that he had been working all night and surely felt fatigue. She had caused him disruption. Rising, she tossed off the covers and declared, "You should sleep. I'll return to my room." She smiled at him before turning away, but Lu Beixun grasped her wrist. "Sleep." Cen Wan froze momentarily as Lu Beixun turned off the light, climbed into bed, and occupied the left side. It took her a while to process the situation, and when she finally did, a smile crept onto her lips as she lay beside him, her heart brimming with joy. Chapter 7. The Matters Between Couples. Cen Wan did not expect Lu Beixun to treat her as he once did. She would be content as long as he did not push her away. Hearts do not grow cold in a day, nor can they be warmed in an instant. Lu Beixun lay with his back to her, and Cen Wan, ever so subtly, inched closer without actually touching him, leaving a slight distance between them. Lying on the same bed, doing nothing at all, brought her immense joy. Their relationship seemed to have drawn a bit closer. His presence beside her instilled a profound sense of security, and before long, weariness overcame her. Cen Wan slipped into a deep slumber, her steady breathing prompting Lu Beixun to turn and face her. The following morning, when Cen Wan awoke, the space beside her was already cold. After washing up, Aunt Yang came to summon her for breakfast. She opened the bedroom door and greeted Aunt Yang, who inquired, "Where is Lu Beixun?" "P.S. in the living room." Aunt Yang's gaze lingered on her, filled with meaning, dropping to her neck, where she found no marks of intimacy, leaving her somewhat disappointed. However, the fact that they had shared a room without quarrels last night was already a significant improvement. Progress in matters of the heart takes time. Sensing Aunt Yang's scrutiny, Cen Wan gently patted her shoulder. "Let us wait a bit longer. We mustn't rush things." Caught off guard by Cen Wan's insight, Aunt Yang offered an awkward smile. Descending the stairs, Cen Wan found Lu Beixun leaning on the sofa, a tablet in hand. A quick glance revealed he was engrossed in political news. As she approached, Lu Beixun switched off the screen and set the tablet on the coffee table. His voice was cool and detached. "Go eat breakfast." Following him to the dining room, Cen Wan noticed that, despite finishing breakfast, Lu Beixun did not leave. He remained home, but spoke to her only when necessary, maintaining silence otherwise. She sat on the sofa beside him, watching television while he fixated on his phone. Cen Wan's attention was far from the screen, stealing glances at him intermittently. Suddenly, Lu Beixun's phone rang, capturing Cen Wan's interest. She tilted her head slightly to observe the screen, recognizing the number. The owner of the number was someone who had gained access to Lu Beixuan's phone number thanks to her. Her brows furrowed as she recalled the name. Cen Wan, Lu Beixuan's childhood neighbor, who had moved abroad with her family. Her return to the country, this time, was not innocent. In a past life, she had stumbled upon this woman fawning over Lu Beixuan in the office and, in a moment of spite, had generously shared Lu Beixuan's phone number with her. At that time, Lu Beixuan's expression had darkened considerably. Their marriage was common knowledge within their circle, and Cen Wan was certainly aware of it, considering her keen interest in Lu Beixuan's affairs. Despite knowing Lu Beixuan was married, she continued to pursue him, even in Cen Wan's presence. Although Cen Wan felt a pang of jealousy, she had maintained an indifferent facade. In hindsight, she loathed her past self, recognizing the folly of her actions. Akin to a mind plagued by madness, irreparably broken. Yet, Lu Beixuan had offered her no opportunity for delusion. He displayed cold indifference toward Cen Wan, who remained unfazed. Lu Beixuan hung up without hesitation, and Cen Wan felt a surge of secret delight. Before she could bask in her happiness, Cen Wan called again, and Lu Beixuan exhibited a hint of irritation. "I have an idea," Cen Wan ventured, testing the waters. "Shall I answer it?" After a moment's hesitation, Lu Beixuan handed her the phone. As she took it, a smile of triumph graced Cen Wan's lips. Adjusting her demeanor, she answered the call, feigning weariness. "Who is this?" Her voice dripped with fatigue and annoyance, as if she had been roused from a deep slumber. On the other end, there was a moment of silence before Cen Wan replied. "I'm looking for Beixuan Ge." "Ah, it's you, Wan," she said, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Beixuan beside her. "Your Beixuan Ge is still asleep." Cen Wan yawned theatrically. "You know how it is between couples. Last night your Beixuan Ge was quite diligent, so he is probably exhausted. I'll have him call you when he wakes." Lu Beixuan's expression was one of disbelief. Cen Wan spoke these words with a remarkable composure, her heart steady as she spun her tale, unflinchingly weaving her web of deception. Lu Beixuan's lips curled into an elusive smile, but within mere seconds, it faded away. Without waiting for a response from the other end of the line, Cen Wan abruptly ended the call. She handed her phone to Lu Beixuan, her expression radiating a sense of triumph. "I won't trouble you anymore for a while." She tilted her chin slightly, as if silently urging him to praise her. Lu Beixuan merely replied with a nonchalant Some individuals have already forgotten who invited this trouble. Initially, Cen Wan had hoped for Lu Beixuan to block Cen Wan directly. Yet with one number blocked, there were always others. After pondering for a moment, she suggested, "How about switching to a different number?" Lu Beixuan contemplated briefly before agreeing. "That works." At just past 1 o'clock, she and Lu Beixuan set out for the service center, where Cen Wan selected a pair of couple numbers, one for Lu Beixuan and the other for herself. The staff at the service center warmly congratulated them. "You two are truly affectionate. May your love last forever." Cen Wan glanced at Lu Beixuan beside her, then turned to the staff with a polite smile. "Thank you." Upon exiting the service center, it was already past 2. They drove directly to the Cen residence. While waiting at a traffic light, Cen Wan turned her head. "Could you not be so aloof when we get home?" Lu Beixuan continued to gaze ahead, responding with a soft arriving at the Cen household. Lu Beixuan carried a gift box in hand as Cen Wan linked her arm with his and entered the living room. Oddly enough, the very people she wished to avoid seemed to appear more frequently. Her gaze swept past Cen Wan and landed on her parents. "Mom, Dad." Cen's mother rose and approached them, clearly pleased with Lu Beixuan as her son-in-law, her mouth unable to contain a smile. "Beixuan, you're here. Please take a seat." Lu Beixuan responded courteously, "Mom and Dad." Cen's father urged, "Come, sit down." Cen's mother took the gift box from Lu Beixuan. "We're all family here. Next time, you mustn't bring anything." "Understood," Lu Beixuan replied. Cen Wan took Lu Beixuan's hand and settled on the sofa, while Lu Beixuan's gaze briefly flickered towards Cen Wan. His expression sharp in that fleeting moment. Her parents were increasingly satisfied with their son-in-law. Cen Wan inquired, "It's Saturday. Isn't Luo coming back?" Cen's mother replied, "No, she has exams coming up. You two chat. I'll go prepare dinner." With that, she turned and headed to the kitchen. How has your work been lately? Is everything going smoothly? Cen Xiuxian's eyes were as clear as water, his lips slightly upturned, exuding an air of refined elegance, yet his words carried an underlying meaning. Cen Wan's eyes flashed with coldness before she smiled and leaned on Lu Beixuan's arm. I'm not sure about work. But as for life, she cast a bashful glance at her father. If all goes well, Dad, you're not far from holding your grandchild. Lu Beixuan pressed his lips together, remaining silent, believing Cen Wan was merely placating her parents. Chapter 8. Love Struck. Cen Xiuxian's smile faltered for a few seconds before he composed himself. Cen's father beamed at the prospect of a grandchild. Good. You young ones, put in some effort so your mother and I can hold our grandchild sooner. We will, Cen Wan replied, looking at Lu Beixuan with a smile. You chat with Dad. I'll help Mom with dinner. Lu Beixuan reminded. Be careful with the knife. Don't hurt yourself. Cen Wan nodded obediently, aware that Lu Beixuan was merely cooperating for her parents, yet her heart swelled with happiness. Both believed the other was merely playing a role, unaware that every word exchanged was sincere. Cen Wan longed to have children with Lu Beixuan, just as he hoped she would take care of herself and avoid harm. Yet, some sentiments could only be expressed in the guise of pretense. Cen's father jested, you two, being married, are even more affectionate than young lovers. Cen Wan stood, tilting her chin slightly. We'll be affectionate until we grow old. All right, as long as you young ones are happy. As Cen Wan walked past Cen Xiuxian, he opened his mouth to say something, but she ignored him and headed to the kitchen. She could only manage a couple of dishes, so she refrained from showcasing her skills while her culinary genius of a mother took charge. While washing vegetables, Cen's mother asked, what is going on between you and your brother? You were once inseparable. Why the sudden coldness? Pausing her washing for a moment, Cen Wan nonchalantly replied, I'm love-struck. I can't see anyone else when Lu Beixuan is around. Cen's mother sighed. Cen Xiuxian is your brother. Cen Wan muttered, he is not blood-related. Cen's mother, exasperated, poked Cen Wan's forehead. You ungrateful child. How can you say that? Have you forgotten how good Cen Xiuxian has been to you? No blood brother would do that. A trace of derision flickered in Cen Wan's eyes. Indeed, it was precisely because Cen Xiuxian treated her well that she had trusted him unconditionally, only to be deceived so grievously, leading to the death of her most beloved. With less than a year remaining, she vowed to ensure Cen Xiuxian faced ruin. We've grown up. I've started my own family. It's time to maintain some distance. Some things, even if she voiced them, her mother wouldn't believe. After all, in this lifetime, the upheaval within the Cen family had yet to unfold, and speaking of it now would likely lead her to be deemed insane. Cen's mother did not oppose her sentiments. Maintaining distance doesn't have to mean being this cold, does it? If it weren't for the Cen family's financial crisis and the emergence of Lu Beixuan, she would have hoped her precious daughter would be with Cen Xiuxian, childhood friends with a deep bond. Cen Xiuxian had come to the Cen family at the tender age of 6, growing up under her watchful eye, excelling in every aspect, with character beyond reproach. Being together would strengthen familial ties without the complexities of in-law relationships, sparing her daughter from any grievances. However, after multiple hints to Cen's father, he would always change the subject, seemingly disapproving. Subsequently, Cen Wan married Lu Beixuan, and the Cen family's financial troubles were resolved. When Cen Wan proactively proposed marriage to Lu Beixuan, she understood that her feelings for Cen Xiuxian were purely fraternal. Wan, I need to discuss something with you. Before Cen Wan could respond to her mother's question, a voice interrupted her, causing her brow to furrow slightly before relaxing. Cen's mother took the vegetable from her hands and pushed her towards the kitchen exit. Go on, your brother is looking for you. Cen Wan reluctantly glanced at Cen Xiuxian, untied her apron, and followed him outside. Cen Xiuxian led her to the study on the second floor. As he stepped into the room, he reached for the door to close it, but Cen Wan stopped him. Leave the door open. It's inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone in a room, and I wouldn't want Lu Beixuan to have trouble finding me. His hand hesitated before retracting, maintaining his gentle demeanor. Wan, has something happened to you recently? No, Cen Wan replied coldly. Are you in love with Lu Beixuan? Yes. I love him. Very much, Cen Wan asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing her declaration, Cen Xiaoshan's gaze was filled with disappointment. Cen Wan, have you forgotten what he did to the Cen family? From the moment he noticed the way Cen Wan looked at Lu Beixun in the living room, he realized she wasn't merely acting. Her heart was genuinely engaged. Cen Wan smirked slightly. The Cen family's financial crisis, there's no evidence pointing to Lu Beixun. To leave no trace, there's no one in all of Kyoto but him with such capability. You should understand that. Cen Xiaoshan retorted passionately. You can't let your feelings for him blind you to the fact that the Cen family was on the brink of bankruptcy just a month ago. Seeing Cen Xiaoshan's righteous indignation, one might assume that Lu Beixun had committed unspeakable atrocities. In her previous life, she had fallen victim to such manipulation. Setting aside the lack of evidence, Cen Wan replied, even if it were true that Lu Beixun was behind it, he merely wanted to keep me by his side. He filled the economic gaps in the Cen family and even helped us prosper more than before. My parents like him a lot. I don't see that as a problem. Cen Xiaoshan, feeling frustrated, pinched the bridge of his nose and suddenly grasped her shoulders with disappointment evident in his eyes. Cen Wan, can you not be so love-struck? I am profoundly disappointed in you. The term love-struck? It sounds rather amusing when it escapes his lips. Cen Wan retreated a step, evading his hand. Aside from Lu Beixun's rejection of me, nothing could sever our bond. Even if he were to commit the most unforgivable act of domestic violence. To the point of killing me, I would accept it. Simply based on Lu Beixun's inherent demeanor, he would never resort to such violence. If by some tragic fate he were to take my life, it would merely be a repayment of the debt I owe him. But what about infidelity? The gentle, jade-like visage of Cen Xiao vanished. Will you not leave him? He will not. Cen Wan's tone was resolute as she uttered this declaration, turning to depart, only to find Lu Beixun standing at the entrance. When did he arrive? Cen Wan concealed the disdain and mockery in her eyes, offering him a sweet smile as she approached, linking her arm with his. When did you arrive? Just now. Lu Beixun's gaze was complex as he glanced at her, then shifted to Cen Xiao. Cen Wan assumed Lu Beixun was feeling jealous in a past life. He had silently endured quite a bit of jealousy regarding Cen Xiao. Shall we take a stroll in the backyard? All right. Unbeknownst to her, he had overheard every word of her conversation with Cen Xiao. This time, during their private moment, was the only instance he did not feel jealous. The two descended the stairs hand in hand, her hand enveloped in his palm. Cen father shook his head disapprovingly. It was excessively sweet, unable to endure even a few minutes apart. As soon as Cen Wan ascended the stairs, Lu Beixun followed suit. He had never been so affectionate in his youth. Once in the backyard, Cen Wan tilted her head to gaze at him, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. Your palm is quite warm. It would be wonderful if you could hold my hand like this at the Lu residence. Here, however, it felt like mere pretense. She sighed, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her eyes, which Lu Beixun perceptively noticed. Really? Her eyes brightened at his words. In that moment, it felt as though she were dreaming. Cen Wan reached out, playfully pinching his cheek. Does it hurt? Lu Beixun replied, not at all. Cen Wan withdrew her hand. Pinching her own cheek with a bit of force, it stung slightly. She frowned momentarily, then suddenly laughed. It does hurt. This is not a dream. Promise me you won't go back on your word. To renege is to be like a little puppy, and I suspect you wouldn't want to be Lu's little puppy. Would you? She beamed brightly, momentarily casting aside any hatred, her heart and gaze filled solely with him. Chapter 9. Sleep with you. Lu Beixun regarded her, the setting sun casting a gentle glow upon the girl before him, enveloping her in a soft filter. After a while, he lifted his gaze towards the study on the second floor, his expression inscrutable. Noticing his focus, Cen Wan followed his gaze but detected nothing amiss. Is something wrong? She inquired. Nothing. As dinner approached, the two returned from outside, and Cen father gave them a cursory glance before shaking his head. Cen mother had prepared the meal and called them to join. At the dining table, Cen Wan first served her parents, prompting a teasing remark from her mother. Cen Wan merely smiled, then served Lu Beixun from the platter before him. Dad is quite fortunate to have married a culinary goddess. This statement was directed at Lu Beixun. He responded with a gentle demeanor. Indeed, Dad is fortunate. Cen mother felt a bit bashful from the praise, while Cen father grew displeased. That little cotton-padded jacket is letting in the chill. You and Dad share the same luck. I was able to marry your mother. And with you in Luo, you two have settled down, marrying Beixun. Cen Xiao, who had not been mentioned, momentarily exhibited a grim expression, unnoticed by anyone. Aside from the unwelcome presence at the table, the meal was quite pleasant, with Lu Beixun serving her multiple times. As the meal concluded, Cen Wan leaned closer to Lu Beixun, whispering in his ear, "Thank you for marrying me." Lu Beixun paused, glancing at her, his lips pressed together in silence. Cen Wan, unfazed, smiled at him. Having lived for 22 years, whether in the innocence of youth or during her university days, romance and marriage had never been part of her plans. She believed such considerations should arise only after the age of 30, never anticipating that she would marry at 22, let alone develop feelings for someone. With Lu Beixun present, Cen Xiao held little significance. He excused himself after dinner under the pretense of having matters to attend to. Cen Wan and Lu Beixun lingered until 8 before returning to the Lu residence. Upon unbuckling her seatbelt and exiting the car, Cen Wan reached out her hand to Lu Beixun. Seeing her outstretched hand, Lu Beixun hesitated for a couple of seconds before taking her hand as they walked into the living room. Cen Wan bit her lip, a smile spreading across her face, her heart feeling sweetened. Upon entering the living room, Aunt Yang noticed their interlocked hands and, after a brief moment of astonishment, discreetly left, recognizing her presence was unnecessary. Ascending the stairs, Cen Wan's room was in the opposite direction from Lu Beixun's, creating a momentarily awkward atmosphere. She self-consciously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Well, I'll head to my room now." Immediately regretting her words, she pondered what she was being coy about. After all, could modesty fill her stomach or keep Lu Beixun by her side? Lu Beixun remained unfazed. In that moment, Cen Wan wished to slap herself. Lu Beixun stood still, seemingly waiting for her to make the first move. I'll just be a little shy," she mustered the courage to say, lightly tugging at the corner of his suit jacket. "I want to sleep in your room with you." Was it truly so difficult to articulate? Had she expressed this intention earlier, it would have been far simpler. This was her innermost desire. Without taking the initiative, there would be no story, nor any incident. Seeing Lu Beixun remain silent, she cautiously probed, her voice a delicate whisper. "Is that all right, brother?" The moment she uttered brother, a shiver ran down her spine. Yet she persevered, recalling that men often succumbed to the sweetness of such endearments. Cen Wan's voice was naturally soft, and now, with a gentle, syrupy tone, it sent a tremor through Lu Beixun's heart. Captivated by her hopeful gaze, he inexplicably acquiesced. At that moment, gazing at the tender young woman before him, he momentarily forgot their impending divorce a year hence. He had been striving to restrain himself from drawing closer, to give her space and freedom. Yet, once she pouted and gazed at him with those pitiful eyes, he found himself surrendering effortlessly. He could never bring himself to be harsh with her, whether in the past or future. Having braced himself for Lu Beixun's rejection, he was taken aback by the potency of her calling him brother. Overcome with excitement, she leaped lightly, wrapping her slender legs around his waist. "Brother, you are so wonderful." This time, she spoke without the lilt in her voice. Unbeknownst to her, this unadorned declaration had a far greater impact on Lu Beixun than her previous attempts. It felt like a soft feather brushing against his heart. And fearing she might falter and fall, he instinctively reached to support her leg. However, before his touch could connect, she had already leapt down from him, a flicker of disappointment crossing his dark eyes. "Don't lock the door," Cen Wan laughed brightly. "I'm just going to my room to fetch a set of pajamas." In truth, this time she harbored no concern that he would lock the door. Feeling jubilant, she bounced back to her room, akin to a schoolgirl returning home, humming a tune she could not quite place. Witnessing her cheerful retreat, Lu Beixun's lips curled into a slight smile. She truly seemed to have changed so much. Once she entered her room, he turned to return to his own. Cen Wan spent over 10 minutes in her room, far exceeding the mere retrieval of pajamas. She gathered several outfits, including casual wear, and transported them to his room. When she arrived at his room, he was in the bathroom, allowing her the opportunity to return and organize her toiletries and skincare products, particularly her perfume, which was essential. During Lu Beixun's time in the bathroom, Cen Wan transformed his room as if she were relocating her entire household, save for the furniture. However, his bedroom is quite spacious, allowing for all the furniture to be comfortably accommodated without appearing cluttered. After making numerous trips back and forth, she found herself utterly exhausted, seated at the edge of the bed, panting for breath. She typically engaged in no physical activity, relying on a chauffeur whenever she ventured out, and her petite frame lacked any form of exercise. Had it not been for this move, she would never have realized how frail she truly was. At this moment, she resolved to rise at 6 o'clock each morning and run for 40 minutes on the treadmill. Otherwise, with her feeble constitution, she would be unable to keep pace with Lu Beixun on any day he decided to run. Lying on the bed, she sighed silently, as if merely exercising would somehow enable her to catch up. At best, she would only be able to struggle a little. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she bolted upright in bed. If her memory served her correctly, Lu Beixun would head to the gym after waking up. Wasn't this an opportunity that she must seize? When Lu Beixun emerged from the bathroom, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of her clothes strewn haphazardly across the bed. Cen Wan followed his gaze and knew that Lu Beixun not only had a penchant for cleanliness, but also exhibited obsessive-compulsive tendencies. His room had to be meticulously organized, with nothing on the bed except for the pillows and blankets. Fearing his disapproval, she hastily exclaimed, "I'll tidy up right away." Lu Beixun approached and naturally began drying his hair with a towel. Water droplets still lingered on his neck, and as he spoke, his Adam's apple moved enticingly, exuding an undeniable allure. Cen Wan found herself transfixed. It was as if he was tempting her to stray into forbidden territory. Vividly inappropriate scenes flashed through her mind. Shaking her head, she realized she urgently needed a pack of stain remover, her speech becoming stammered as she said, "I'll take a shower first. I'll clean up afterward." Afterward, Cen Wan casually grabbed a set of pajamas and fled into the bathroom, shutting the door behind her. When Cen Wan finally emerged, she found her disheveled bedroom restored to its previous orderliness. Blinking in surprise, she muttered, "My clothes." An unsettling thought crossed her mind. Had they been discarded? Not only did she think this, but she also opened the bedroom door to check outside, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Upon closing the door, she turned to face Lu Beixun's puzzled gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as she contemplated how to phrase her thoughts, Lu Beixun spoke first. "The pajamas are in the wardrobe. The rest are in the cloakroom." Cen Wan froze in place. He was implicitly allowing her to stay in his room indefinitely. "Thank you," she replied, feeling quite content. Sharing a bed would facilitate their endeavors. No, sharing a bed would nurture their bond. She approached and sat at the edge of the bed, asking, "You're not going to work again, are you?" She dreaded that Lu Beixun might retreat to his study to work until dawn, as he had done the previous night. "No," he replied lazily, leaning against the headboard, a hint of fatigue evident in his eyes from a restless night. This time, Lu Beixun did not turn his back on her as he had the night before. They lay side by side, a single person's distance between them. The floor lamp illuminated Cen Wan's side, and she softly spoke, "I'll turn off the light now." She glanced at Lu Beixun. The warm glow cast over his chiseled profile softened his features, rendering him more gentle. Lu Beixun responded with a faint Cen Wan reached out to switch off the floor lamp, plunging the room into dimness, where only the contours of his profile were faintly visible. Remembering the matter at hand, she turned to face Lu Beixun, asking, "Are you going to sleep? Is there something on your mind?" His tone was calm, his voice deep amidst the shadows. "If you're working out tomorrow morning, may I join you?" She awaited his response in silence. She had never cultivated the habit of rising at 6 in the morning. Even on sleepless nights, she would remain ensconced in her blankets, scrolling through her phone until breakfast time. For someone prone to laziness, rising early required an immense amount of willpower, yet thankfully, the gym was just on the 3rd floor, alleviating the need to venture outdoors. "If you can get up, then yes," Lu Beixun replied. "I can do it," Cen Wan asserted. "Just remember to call me." Lu Beixun replied, "Sleep now." Cen Wan obediently murmured an mm. Though she felt no fatigue, her eyes wide open as she gazed at the faint outline of him, listening to the rhythm of his steady breathing. She mused that he must have drifted off by now. Gently shifting closer to him, she inhaled the fresh scent of his body wash, her heart racing with an urge to embrace him. What should she do? Tentatively, she reached her hand toward his waist but hesitated to proceed. After several attempts, she ultimately withdrew, fearing she might disturb his slumber, especially since he had hardly rested the night before. Just as she retracted her hand, her wrist was suddenly grasped. Startling her, the grip tightened slightly, pulling her into Lu Beixuan's embrace, an arm slipping beneath her neck. The hand that had held her wrist released, now wrapping around her slender waist, and Lu Beixuan, who had been lying flat, now faced her directly, resting her head on his arm. The distance between them narrowed to the point where she could hear the steady beat of his heart. Lu Beixuan's voice, low and melodic, commanded softly, "Be good, sleep." In the darkness, Cen Wan blinked, finally realizing he was awake. Calling his name, "Lu Beixuan," she said. Good night. A smile crept across Cen Wan's face as she wrapped her arms around his waist. This was undoubtedly the most reassuring and comforting position. So secure was she that it wasn't long before she succumbed to a deep slumber in Lu Beixuan's embrace. However, it wasn't long before nightmares plagued her. Sweat beads formed on her forehead, and the hair at her temples became damp, her small face contorting in distress, pale as a ghost. In her dream, Lu Beixuan was not dead. He coldly interrogated her, asking why she did not trust him and why she wished him dead. His dark eyes brimmed with disgust and deep-seated hatred as he declared that if there were a next life, he would never wish to encounter her again. Upon finishing his words, he did not spare her another glance, but turned away with resolute finality. She longed to call out his name, to chase after him, but she could not produce a sound. Her feet felt heavy, immobilized, leaving her helplessly watching him depart. Once Lu Beixuan had vanished, she found herself trapped in an abyss of darkness, unable to see her own hand in front of her, devoid of direction or light. With no one able to enter and no way for her to escape, fear coursed through her veins, and she crouched down, wrapping her arms around herself as tremors racked her body. "Cen Wan, wake up." Lu Beixuan sensed her distress, his brow furrowing as he gently called out, "Wake up." Cen Wan's brow knitted tightly. She clutched the blanket, unable to hear anything, ensnared in anguish, murmuring incessantly, "Don't go. I'm afraid. It's so dark here, Lu Beixuan. Don't leave me." Her voice trembled as she implored, "Lu Beixuan, I know it wasn't you who caused my parents' and sisters' deaths. I truly understand my mistakes." Hearing this, Lu Beixuan's expression shifted, emotions swirling in his eyes. Cen Wan transitioned from stuttering sobs to outright weeping, her lips continuously uttering apologies. Lu Beixuan snapped back to reality, grasping her shoulders and gently shaking her. Wan, wake up. You're having a nightmare. I haven't left. I'm right here." Cen Wan seemed to hear Lu Beixuan calling her. Hadn't he already departed? He had gone. He no longer wanted her. He reached out, tenderly brushing away the tears from her eyes. Wan, open your eyes and see. I'm here." It was indeed Lu Beixuan's voice. She had not misheard. Through her tears, she asked, "If I open my eyes, will you promise not to leave? Please don't abandon me." Cen Wan's words came out in fragmented gasps, her tears flowing unceasingly, dampening the hair at her temples and soaking the pillow beneath her. After a moment of silence, Lu Beixuan enveloped her in his arms. "In this state, how could I ever bear to let you go?" He sighed softly. "Stop crying. Open your eyes and look at me, all right?" As the darkness in her dream dissipated, she stood up and gazed at Lu Beixuan, who reached out toward her. She smiled brightly. Cen Wan gradually opened her eyes, meeting the concerned and tender gaze of Lu Beixuan. For a moment, she was taken aback before she suddenly embraced him tightly. Lu Beixuan." Lu Beixuan gently patted her back, responding, "Yes, I'm here." Moments later, her tears soaked the fabric of his shirt. "I realize my mistakes, truly." Lu Beixuan acknowledged her with a calm tone. Although Cen Wan had awakened from her slumber, her consciousness remained hazy, blurring the line between reality and another dream. "I was wrong," She kept apologizing to Lu Beixun, who comforted her tenderly. Exhausted from crying, she eventually fell asleep, this time without dreams, resting peacefully. Lu Beixun carefully positioned her, tucking her in before smoothing the furrowed lines on her brow with his fingertips. His gaze soft as he watched her for a while. He leaned over to turn off the floor lamp and lay down beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. In her dreams, Cen Wan nestled closer against his chest. Chapter 11. A Stolen Kiss. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Lu Beixun observed the slumbering figure in bed. "Cen Wan, it's time to rise," he urged gently. Yet, the person beneath the covers remained utterly still, devoid of any response. Had she not insisted last night that he should call her repeatedly until she awoke, he would have left by now. She was quite aware of her propensity for lingering in bed. "Get up." Lu Beixun raised his voice slightly. The figure stirred, turning away to continue sleeping, mumbling, "Don't make noise, let me sleep a bit longer." Lu Beixun was perplexed. At 6:20, his patience wore thin. He threw back the covers and lifted the person from the bed, as if she were a small chick. "Cen Wan, if you don't get up now, I will leave." "Where are you going?" Cen Wan mumbled, still dazed. "To work," Lu Beixun replied tersely. "Oh, then you go ahead." With that, Cen Wan's eyes shot wide open. Instantly alert. This was an opportunity she nearly missed. "Wait for me 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, dressed in sleek black athletic wear and with her hair pulled back into a tidy ponytail, she stood before Lu Beixun, smiling. "I'm ready." In the gym on the 3rd floor, Cen Wan soon found herself gasping for breath as she stepped off the treadmill. "I can't go on, I might pass out." Lu Beixun regarded her with an expression akin to that of someone observing a frail creature. Feeling belittled, Cen Wan pouted, "Don't look at me like that." Lu Beixun turned his gaze away, and after a brief respite, Cen Wan rose once more, unwilling to be looked down upon. She stepped back onto the treadmill, gradually increasing her speed. Determined not to let Lu Beixun think poorly of her, she pushed herself, only to find herself feeling worse half an hour later. Dizziness, darkness before her eyes, nausea, and the urge to vomit overtook her. She was ultimately carried downstairs by Lu Beixun, where the family doctor soon appeared. After examining her, the doctor shook his head in dismay, leading onlookers to believe she was gravely ill. "Mr. Lu, your wife is fine. She simply lacks exercise and is too weak. Experiencing such symptoms after overexertion is normal. For her health, she should engage in more physical activity to strengthen her constitution and resist illness." Thank you," someone managed to say. The doctor continued, "Dizziness will typically improve within 2 hours, or take up to a day. I beg you, please leave quickly." "This is too embarrassing," she pleaded, realizing that sometimes one cannot rush to prove oneself. Once the doctor departed, Lu Beixun settled into a single chair beside the bed, observing her with a meaningful gaze. "What?" Cen Wan asked. "Is there something on my face?" "No," he replied, rising to retrieve clothing from the wardrobe before heading into the bathroom. "Lu Beixun, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" she called after him. But the only response was the sound of the shower. A quarter of an hour later, he emerged from the bathroom clad in a black, minimalist short-sleeve shirt and casual black pants, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Cen Wan found herself mesmerized. He resembled a walking clothes hanger. Compared to his usual suits, she preferred this casual attire, which made him appear more approachable. After a moment, she realized the significance of his outfit. His decision not to wear a suit indicated he intended to stay home with her today. Feeling sticky from perspiration, she could no longer tolerate it, and, despite her dizziness, made her way to the bathroom for a quick rinse. Throughout this, Lu Beixun remained attentive to the sounds emanating from within. Once she finished, she returned to bed. Breakfast was brought to her by Lu Beixun, but her throbbing head allowed her to consume only a couple of spoonfuls of porridge. He lifted a spoonful of porridge to her lips, urging, "Eat a bit more." Suppressing the urge to scream internally, she took the porridge from his hand. This was the first time he had fed her since her rebirth. He still cared for her. Didn't he? Did he? If only Lu Beixun possessed the ability to read minds, he would undoubtedly hear the echoes of her laughter. With no appetite, she managed to finish the porridge under his attentive care. After clearing away the bowl, Lu Beixun left the bedroom, leaving her alone. Cen Wan recalled the dream from the previous night, vaguely remembering Lu Beixuan's gentle words of comfort. Soon after, he returned with a cup of warm water, placing it in her hands. "Drink some water," he instructed. Taking the cup, she hesitated before asking, "Last night, did you?" Knowing what she intended to ask, he responded, "You had a nightmare." So, last night, Lu Beixuan had reassured her that what she experienced was real and not merely a dream. Cen Wan felt a thrill of joy, unaware that she had spoken much more in her sleep. Feeling elated, she sighed quietly. This morning, was I particularly embarrassing? Initially, she thought that, given her state, Lu Beixuan would offer her some consolation, but to her surprise, he delivered a heavy blow without the slightest hesitation. "Yes, embarrassing," he replied in a flat tone, delivering what felt like a fatal strike. Someone nearly fainted at that moment, envisioning herself being rushed to the emergency room for 3 days and nights. "You needn't call for me tomorrow," she said, her expression one of defeat. "My constitution isn't suited for exercise. I'm only fit for lounging around." Lu Beixuan remained silent, a hint of amusement lurking in his dark eyes. Nevertheless, while she lacked athletic prowess, she was fortunate that her sedentary lifestyle did not lead to weight gain. She bore no excess flesh, which was perhaps her only consolation. After finishing lunch, her head cleared, and her vision no longer blurred. Fearing that Lu Beixuan would leave her side upon discovering her recovery, she chose to continue feigning her condition. She regarded Lu Beixuan as a fool, unaware that she was the true fool. Acknowledging her pretense, Lu Beixuan refrained from exposing her ruse, opting instead to stay home with her in the afternoon, watching television. Nestled on the sofa with a cushion in her arms, Cen Wan found herself engrossed in a romantic idol drama, reaching a climactic moment where the lead couple shared a kiss. Glancing at the seemingly dozing Lu Beixuan, her gaze lingered on his delicate lips, stirring a desire within her. Cen Wan turned on her side, eyes closed, inching closer to his lips just a centimeter away when the phone on the coffee table rang, shattering the moment. Cursing silently, she opened her eyes only to be met by Lu Beixuan's deep, cool gaze, and the air thickened with embarrassment. "What are you doing?" he asked. She stammered, forcing herself to remain composed as she inspected his eyelashes, casually remarking, "Your eyelashes are quite long." Immediately after speaking, Cen Wan sat upright, avoiding his gaze to prevent revealing her true intentions. She picked up the phone from the coffee table, disregarding the caller's identity, and hung up without a second thought. Who knows about the scene where the male and female leads passionately kiss from outside the door into the house, leaving Cen Wan feeling so awkward she could almost feel her toes curling, just as their lips part and she breathes a sigh of relief. They embrace once more and tumble onto the bed. Had she known, she would have refrained from her impulsive decision to hang up the phone, perhaps avoiding this predicament altogether. Stealing a glance at Lu Beixuan, she noticed he was also watching the screen. It was as if the person on the other end of the line sensed her unspoken thoughts, for the phone rang again. Cen Wan silently expressed her gratitude. Chapter 12. Are we not embracing tonight? Cen Wan answered the call. It was her close friend Su Zhitong. As soon as the call connected, Su Zhitong's voice came through, questioning her. "Why did you hang up on me just now? You better provide a reasonable explanation." Cen Wan replied, "Su Zhitong, are you feeling audacious? How dare you speak to your elder brother like that?" The reason she addressed her by name was that upon answering, she had caught a glimpse of a subtle change in Lu Beixuan's expression. He was acquainted with Su Zhitong, and when she uttered the latter's name, his demeanor seemed to brighten slightly. Su Zhitong retorted, "Cut the nonsense. We're going to Beixun Bar. Are you in or out?" "I'm not going." Cen Wan slightly turned her head to glance at Lu Beixuan beside her. "I'm staying home with my husband on Sunday. We can discuss it tomorrow." Lu Beixuan's fingers twitched as he turned to her, his gaze intense. Upon hearing her refer to him as husband, there was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Su Zhitong's voice tinged with a faint electric current. "The husband you speak of cannot possibly be Lu Beixuan, right?" Cen Wan was not surprised by Su Zhitong's inquiry. She was well aware that Su Zhitong knew of the discord between her and Lu Beixuan and believed that the internal issues within the Cen family stemmed from Lu Beixuan's actions. Noticing her silence, Su Zhitong gasped, "Are you cheating?" As the steamy scene on the television concluded, Cen Wan tossed aside the pillow she had been clutching. "Cheat? You must be joking. She poured herself a glass of water and took a delicate sip. I'm at home with Lu Beixun, Miss Sue. Any questions you have? I shall address them in person tomorrow. With that, she hung up the phone, leaving the person on the other end in a state of bewilderment. Feeling a piercing gaze upon her, she turned to find Lu Beixuan's eyes locked onto hers, his stare almost burning. Unable to maintain the eye contact for too long, Cen Wan averted her gaze, clearing her throat awkwardly. She felt compelled to say something and bluntly confessed, "Indeed, I was hoping to steal a kiss from you." Before Lu Beixun could respond, her attention returned to the television as she resumed watching the drama. To her surprise, a few seconds later, Lu Beixun coolly remarked, "I know." Cen Wan was taken aback and feigned indifference as she turned to look at him, nodding slightly, "As long as you know." Only she understood the tumultuous rhythm of her heart at that moment. Her gaze returned to the screen, a smile creeping upon her lips. This man, with the most ordinary of phrases, had stirred her heart in an inexplicable manner. In her previous life, Cen Wan had prided herself on her self-control after coming of age. No one had penetrated her heart. Yet now, after marrying him, her heart had been gradually overtaken by this man, without her even realizing it. By the time she recognized her feelings, she was already deeply entwined in this relationship. Initially, she had aimed to confess her sins in prison, believing herself to be guilty, only to discover that the true perpetrator was someone else entirely. When she learned that Cen Xiu was the real culprit, she harbored no desire to survive alone. Vengeance was a necessity. At that moment, she was consumed by two thoughts. First, to kill Cen Xiu and avenge her deceased parents and sister. Second, to seek forgiveness from Lu Beixun. In her past life, she had placed immense trust in Cen Xiu. Just as in this life, she harbored equal disdain for him. She blamed herself for being too naive, failing to discern whether those around her were allies or foes. Reflecting on those matters, her gaze fell upon Lu Beixun, whose profile was perfectly sculpted. She mused that if he were to learn of her past actions, he would undoubtedly harbor a profound hatred for her. With Lu Beixun at home, she refrained from entering the kitchen. After dinner, he retreated to the study, while she lingered in the living room for a while before heading to his bedroom. Lu Beixun's actions tacitly allowed her to sleep in his room. Otherwise, how would her nightwear have ended up in his wardrobe and closet? After bathing, she lay in bed, continuing to watch the idle romance drama she had been enjoying earlier. However, fatigue soon overwhelmed her, and as Lu Beixun had not yet returned, she turned off her tablet and placed it on the bedside table to charge. Throwing back the covers, she slipped on her shoes and descended the stairs to the study. As she reached for the door to knock, she heard him speaking inside. Likely on a call or a video conference, for even during his downtime, he occasionally received important calls. Cen Wan hesitated, realizing that knocking now would disrupt him. Just as she turned to leave, Lu Beixun's cold voice pierced through. "Keep an eye on Cen Xiu. Report any movements immediately." Unaware of what was being said on the other end, Lu Beixun fell silent for a long while after making his statement. Cen Wan furrowed her brow, wondering why Lu Beixun felt the need to watch Cen Xiu. Did he know something she did not? When silence settled back into the study, she gently tapped on the door. A few moments later, it swung open, revealing Lu Beixun standing before her. Cen Wan smiled brightly. "Are you done? Are you tired?" Her presence was enough for Lu Beixun to recognize her fatigue. "Time for bed," he instructed. Content, Cen Wan took his hand and led him back to the bedroom. Once the lights were turned off, she initially remained obediently in her position, but before long, she began inching closer to Lu Beixun. The man beside her was well aware of her subtle movements. In the dim light, Lu Beixun's voice was cool and carried an unspoken pressure. "Just sleep." Cen Wan feigned innocence. "You held me while I slept last night. Are you not going to do so tonight? I want to be embraced." Although the lights were out, enveloping the room in darkness, her tone conveyed her sense of grievance. Lu Beixun sighed. "Come here." Startled for a moment, Cen Wan quickly shed her discontent. In the dimness, her smile stretched wide as she leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head on his arm. Previously, she believed that her sense of security came from having family around, a charged phone, money in the bank, and the warmth of a cozy bed in winter. Yet, she discovered that another's embrace could provide profound comfort as well. Cen Wan was the type to take advantage of any sweetness she tasted. "Brother, I don't want Aunt Yang calling me for breakfast. I want you to call me instead. Is that all right?" "Sure," Lu Beixun replied with unexpected alacrity. Catching Cen Wan off guard, she had expected him to hesitate for at least a couple of seconds before responding. "Just remember," she said, "you don't need to wake me at 6 tomorrow. I don't want to lose my way again." Lu Beixun remained silent, and Cen Wan took his quietness as agreement, assuming he wouldn't want to see a weakling by his side while exercising. After bidding Lu Beixun good night, she drifted into a deep slumber. The next day at 6 o'clock, in the midst of her dreams, Cen Wan felt a chill envelop her, causing her to frown. She reached out, searching for her blanket, but her hands could not find it. Resigned, she rolled on her side and curled up, continuing to sleep without opening her eyes. "Cen Wan, time to rise." Cen Wan grunted in response, lying flat. "What is for breakfast?" "I want a hot dog." Lu Beixuan's brow furrowed slightly as he looked down at her. "If you don't get up, there will be no breakfast." "Lu Beixun, you're so fierce." Cen Wan finally opened her eyes, her expression still dazed. "What time is it?" 6:10. "What?" Cen Wan felt like crying. I say I wasn't going to exercise anymore? You don't need to wake me." Seeing her dawdle, Lu Beixun lost patience, abruptly lifting her from the bed and speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. "You have no say in this." Chapter 13. Let me thank you. Cen Wan awoke with a severe case of morning grumpiness. Had it been anyone else standing before her, she would have exploded, unleashing a torrent of curses and perhaps even a swift kick to send them packing. She wore an expression of utter desolation, being lifted by Lu Beixun as if she were a mere chick. "Lu Beixun, what are you doing?" Cen Wan's tone held neither impatience nor anger. Her voice was soft and sweet, almost like a playful pout. If one listened closely, a hint of affection could be discerned, a tenderness directed towards Lu Beixun. "To exercise," he replied. If she did not work out that feeble little frame of hers, it would truly be wasted. Now was the time to act before it was too late. Before Cen Wan could finish her sentence, a frosty glare from Lu Beixun silenced her instantly. "From now on, your 3 meals will consist solely of vegetables." Cen Wan thought to herself, "He's resolutely determined to make me exercise." As Lu Beixun prepared to leave, Cen Wan shut her eyes and steeled her heart. Fine. Looking at it from another perspective, Lu Beixun was indeed concerned for her well-being. This thought made it somewhat easier to accept, even bringing a touch of joy. Lu Beixun adjusted the treadmill speed, instructing Cen Wan to walk slowly for 5 minutes, followed by a brisk walk for 10. She breathed lightly, not overly fatigued. It was manageable. Wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel, she said, "I want to rest for a moment." "Just 10 more minutes," he urged, increasing the treadmill's speed from a walk to a light jog. Cen Wan felt like crying. Her plight was truly miserable. At 22, having graduated from university, she was still being forced to run for exercise, and the man before her was someone she could never bear to scold or strike, not even utter a harsh word. What could she do but run while shedding silent tears? "While running?" she asked. "Why aren't you running?" "To supervise you," he replied. Cen Wan regarded Lu Beixun and was reminded of her physical education teacher from university, though he was far more handsome. She mused that if Lu Beixun had been her PE teacher, standing at the finish line, she surely would not have taken over 8 minutes to complete an 800-meter run. In the final few meters, she had crawled across the finish line. In that moment, she had disregarded her usual image consciousness. After collapsing at the finish line, she had to be taken to the infirmary. Little did she know that Lu Beixun had witnessed the entire scene and was the one who had taken her there. Lu Beixun had always understood that girls raised in affluence tended to be delicate, yet he had never expected Cen Wan to be so fragile. After jogging for 10 minutes, Cen Wan attempted to stop the treadmill, only to be halted by Lu Beixun, who slowed it down. "Walk for 1 more minute." With a deep sigh, she thought, "I've already run for 10 minutes. What's 1 more minute?" After finishing, she collapsed into a starfish position on the yoga mat, feeling only fatigue, unlike the discomfort of the previous day. "Mr. Lu, surely I won't have to do this tomorrow?" "Maintain this exercise routine for a week," he replied, observing her despondent demeanor with an almost imperceptible smile. Cen Wan, feeling a spark of mischief, said, Mr. Lu, I'd like to sing a song for you. Rising, she began to sing while bowing. Listen to me say thank you, for you have warmed all the seasons. Her high ponytail swayed back and forth with her movements. Once the song concluded, Cen Wan formed a heart shape above her head, her smile more sorrowful than joyful. Lu Beixun simply stated, "No need to be polite." Cen Wan nearly fainted on the spot. "Classmate Wan Wan, keep up the good work tomorrow." With that, he turned and departed. Classmate Wan Wan? Did she hear him correctly? A smile spread across Cen Wan's face. She did not wish to run, but he had called her Wan Wan. She called out to his retreating figure, "Mr. Lu, I will do my best." At breakfast, Cen Wan indulged in a hot dog as she had wished. After Lu Beixun left for work, she met up with Su Jitong, who had arranged for a driver to take her to their meeting at a CAF. Upon arriving, she spotted her plastic sister, Su Jitong, by the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Jitong's name was quite cute, but her appearance was strikingly glamorous, easily unforgettable. Cen Wan entered and sat across from her, grinning, "Hey beauty, let us add each other on WeChat." Su Jitong tossed her hair, propped her chin on her hand, and smiled alluringly, of course. "I have a particular interest in beautiful people, regardless of gender." Su Jitong, the youngest daughter of the Su family from Kyoto, had 3 older brothers and was the family's darling, spoiled, willful, and utterly unreasonable, looking down on everyone. At 24, she was 2 years older than Cen Wan, who would call her sister when in need. Moreover, she had dated numerous men. Her romantic escapades would stretch for miles. The number of partners she had in a month surpassed that of an average person over several years. She played without ever getting emotionally invested. Yet, no one would have expected that the woman who treated men as mere toys would find herself ensnared by a man just 6 months later. Someone Cen Wan knew, albeit not well. "Why do you have time today?" Cen Wan inquired. "I just broke up with someone." Su Jitong chuckled, "But honestly, none of those men can compare to you." Cen Wan warned, "Su Jitong, I advise you to rein it in a bit." Cen Wan smiled. What goes around comes around. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, and Cen Wan no longer felt anxious. "This lady does not believe in such nonsense," Su Jitong remarked, eyeing her. "Cen Wan, don't tell me you're not feeling guilty. You've certainly caused some trouble for your man." Cen Wan lowered her gaze to the coffee on the table. Her retribution had already arrived. "Indeed, I have troubled him. I regret it now. All I want is to love him well." "What, sister? What had gone awry in your thinking?" Su Jitong stirred her coffee. "Didn't you say those incidents were caused by Lu Beixun? You're not holding that against him now?" She couldn't comprehend. If it were her, she wouldn't tolerate it. In matters of love, mutual consent was key. She couldn't abide by underhanded tactics. It wasn't him, Cen Wan clarified. The matters concerning the Cen family were not Lu Beixuan's doing. I misunderstood him. Though Su Jitong was unaware of the specifics, as an observer, she refrained from probing further. Then Lu Beixun is somewhat wronged. Since it was a misunderstanding, you ought to treat him better moving forward. "I will," Cen Wan assured. Su Jitong inquired, "If it wasn't Lu Beixun, then who was responsible for the Cen family's issues?" "I know who it is." Cen Wan's eyes flashed with malice, "but I currently lack proof." "Do you need help?" "No need. I can handle it," Cen Wan replied. Taking a sip of her coffee, she grimaced, "This is too bitter." Su Jitong added 2 sugar cubes to her drink. "Here. Only you understand me, sugar." Su Jitong wrinkled her nose in distaste. "Don't call me sugar. It's nauseating." "All right, Miss Su." After chatting for a while longer, Su Jitong received a call and prepared to leave. "I have something to attend to. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal." Cen Wan knew well what she was off to do, cautioning, "Don't blame me for not warning you. Tone it down." Su Jitong tilted her chin and raised an eyebrow. "The word restrain doesn't exist in my dictionary." Cen Wan shook her head, fearing a quick slap in the face. Once Su Jitong departed, Cen Wan left the CAF, looking up at the sky where the sun shone brightly. After getting into the car, she made a call, speaking to her contact. "Go investigate." The call ended within a minute. Cen Wan glanced at the driver to the Guan Mall. Guan Mall, located in the city center, was referred to as the mall for the affluent. After 2 hours of shopping, she emerged with an array of brown paper bags from various brands, which the driver took from her. Next, to Kyoto University. While shopping at the mall, she stumbled upon the limited edition figurine that Cen Wan had longed for. and impulsively purchased it, initially intending to gift it to her during their next meeting. She realized that Cen Wan had been exceedingly busy and would likely not return home for nearly a month. Thus, she decided to deliver warmth directly to the school. Cen Wan, upon seeing her, would surely be overwhelmed with gratitude. Cen Wan smirked slightly. Upon encountering Cen Wan, her expectations were indeed met. Cen Wan wore a look of disdain as Cen Wan took her out for lunch nearby the school, and before leaving, she transferred some pocket money to Cen Wan. As she departed, Cen Wan shouted from behind, "Cen Wan, you are the best sister in the world. I love you." This exclamation caught the attention of many university students. Yet Cen Wan remained unfazed, while Cen Wan, her hands covering her face, hurried into the car, urging the driver to depart swiftly. How embarrassing! Despite only being a year apart, Cen Wan's childish demeanor made Cen Wan feel as though there was at least a decade between them. A true goofball. Cen Wan was undeniably a comedian. Aside from the figurine for Cen Wan had purchased a selection of items for Lu Beixun: ties, tie clips, and suits, as well as 2 casual home outfits. At dinner, upon seeing 2 familiar dishes on the table, Lu Beixun's lips curved into a subtle smile, his expression softening. He primarily indulged in those 2 dishes. Cen Wan maintained a composed exterior, yet internally she reveled in delight, realizing that she indeed possessed a talent for cooking. She had never envisioned that one day she would willingly cook for a man. After dinner, while digesting her meal, she entered the bathroom and gazed into the mirror, feeling a tinge of frustration. Recently, Lu Beixun had been less cold towards her, but their relationship seemed to have stalled at that point. Besides the occasional embrace during sleep and their routine hand-holding, nothing more seemed to transpire. If one were to claim they were a legally married couple, few would believe it. Should she resort to a more forceful approach? Lu Beixun, effortlessly lifting her as if she were a mere chick, would likely find success unattainable and might even be labeled a rogue. While other couples enjoyed sweet lives together, she was still on the path of pursuing her husband. It seemed a cruel fate, yet entirely self-inflicted, an inevitable consequence. Unable to take a direct approach, she resolved to employ some subtlety in her attire, leaving the rest to Lu Beixun's self-control. Despite her usual aversion to nightgowns, she specially selected a slightly provocative black silk camisole nightgown for the evening, spritzing on some perfume. The nightgown accentuated her alluring figure, her long legs bare and her skin of flawless porcelain, complemented by delicate collarbones. With her hair cascading over her shoulders, someone scrutinized herself in the mirror. Lu Beixun lounged lazily against the headboard, and when he noticed Cen Wan emerging, his gaze lingered on her for a few seconds, devoid of any emotion, before he nonchalantly shifted his gaze away. Cen Wan felt a flicker of disappointment, but had she looked closely, she would have detected a fleeting moment of astonishment reflected in his dark eyes. As she settled beside him, leaning in closer, her soft hair brushed against his arm. Cen Wan smiled sweetly. "Do you like my new limited edition perfume?" Her innocent question seemed genuinely benign, yet the underlying implication was anything but innocent. The low-cut nightgown revealed her curves, and Lu Beixun swallowed hard, distancing himself from her. "It smells nice," he replied, averting his gaze, his expression one of restraint as he stood up, declaring, "I'm going to take a shower." With that, he strode straight into the bathroom, leaving Cen Wan bewildered as the door shut behind him. Hadn't he just showered? Tonight, it was Lu Beixun who had bathed first, followed by her. She tiptoed to the bathroom door, pressing her ear against it to listen to the sounds within, only to hear the steady flow of water. What was with this routine of showering twice in a single hour? Feeling a surge of frustration, she returned to the bed. Could it be that he found her unappealing? That seemed unlikely. If he truly disliked her, wouldn't share a bed with her, nor would he hold her as they slept. Perhaps, just perhaps, he was struggling with his self-control and resorted to taking a cold shower. Cen Wan felt as if she had uncovered a new truth. To confirm her suspicion, when Lu Beixun emerged from the bathroom, she cast a meaningful glance his way before entering, turning on the shower and testing the water temperature. As she had anticipated, it was cold. There was no lingering warmth from a recent shower. Climbing into bed, she gazed at Lu Beixun beside her, swinging her legs over him and wrapping her arms around his neck, a smile dancing on her lips. Lu Beixun frowned at her. His dark eyes clouded with restraint as he grasped her wrist, attempting to dislodge her from his body. Cen Wan clung tightly, refusing to let go. Lu Beixun, feeling helpless, tried to pull her away without causing her harm, ultimately conceding to her grip. "Get off," he commanded coldly. "I want tea." "Why did you take a cold shower?" Cen Wan challenged. "It's hot," Lu Beixun replied tersely. Cen Wan was unconvinced. The room maintained a constant temperature, and it was unlikely he felt warm, especially after just bathing. "Lu Beixun, we are legally married. There is no need for you to endure anything. I can help you." Her seemingly innocent demeanor belied the underlying gravity of her words. "I know it's not good for your health to endure cold showers." Lu Beixun remained silent. Cen Wan blinked innocently. "So, please, stop taking cold showers." "Do you understand what I mean?" Having been so direct, it would be unreasonable for him to misunderstand. He was silent. Cen Wan waited for a considerable time, but he remained unresponsive. Had he comprehended her message or not? She had articulated it plainly enough. Surely, his comprehension skills weren't that lacking. "It couldn't be. Did you understand?" she inquired. With their proximity, Lu Beixun could sense her fragrance, and Cen Wan remained blissfully unaware of the effect she had on him. His brow furrowed slightly, and within his dark gaze lay a barely perceptible struggle for restraint. "Behave and go to sleep," Lu Beixun instructed. In an instant, Cen Wan's spirits plummeted. He clearly understood her intentions, yet chose to feign ignorance. He simply did not want her. Sliding off Lu Beixun, she could not help but murmur in a melancholic tone, "I am your legally recognized wife, not someone else." Lu Beixun was acutely aware that if circumstances had been different, he would have unhesitatingly taken her beneath him, but he could not bring himself to do so now. He was uncertain whether she would change her mind again. Initially, he had intended to let her go. Chapter 15. I have forgiven you. Cen Wan merely expressed her discontent and refrained from further addressing the matter, unwilling to harbor resentment towards him. She had intended to take things slowly. As long as she could remain by his side, she sought nothing more. Yet, humans are inherently greedy, especially when it comes to those they cherish. Once they taste a hint of sweetness, they yearn for more. Nestled in Lu Beixun's embrace, she murmured, "Lu Beixun, you may not believe me, but I want to tell you that from beginning to end, I have loved only you. I will treat you well from now on, and won't tea cause you trouble anymore." She paused before adding, "You must have felt very hurt and angry back then. And I'm sorry for that. It was my fault." Lu Beixun enveloped her hand in his palm. "Why the sudden confession?" "Because feelings of fondness and love must be voiced," Cen Wan replied. "And also, I owe you an apology. I should have apologized sooner." She met his gaze. "I understand that not all apologies elicit the response of it's okay. You needn't feel pressured. I am merely doing what I ought to do." Lu Beixun gently stroked her hair as he leaned closer, placing a soft kiss on the corner of her lips before pulling away. Regardless of what had transpired between them, or how Cen Wan had treated him before, his anger was genuine, yet he couldn't remain upset with her, especially when she continually extended her goodwill. Cen Wan stared at him in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words as she brushed her fingertips over the spot where his lips had just touched, still warm from his kiss. Let us sleep," he suggested. "All right." Cen Wan obediently nestled into his embrace, her heart brimming with sweetness. She knew Lu Beixun had kissed her, yet she remained unaware of the deeper significance behind that kiss. "It is I who have forgiven you." For several consecutive days, Cen Wan has not experienced any nightmares. Perhaps she is gradually acclimating to her reborn life, or perhaps it is because he is by her side, making her fears less daunting. All her trepidation stems from the fear of losing him once again. Having endured such pain before, she understands the agony of loss all too well, and thus, no matter what, she cannot afford to lose him again. At 6:10, Lu Beixun called out several times, but the figure in bed remained oblivious, merely turning over to continue sleeping. Lu Beixun, gazing down at her from above for a few seconds, abruptly threw back the covers, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight that greeted him, prompting him to cover her once more. Cen Wan's nightgown had shifted up to her abdomen. Lu Beixun's jaw tightened. Cen Wan, Rise and shine. Wrapping her in the blanket, he compelled her to sit up. Still in a daze, Cen Wan, even when upright, refused to open her eyes and pleaded, "Teacher Lu, please spare the child, will you? The child truly lacks athletic prowess." Lu Beixun responded, "Do you wish to consume vegetables 3 times a day?" "I do not," she replied. "You have 5 minutes. If you do not wish to, then get up." The next day, after being forcibly exercised, the child longed to return home to her mother. Running had become less arduous, and the fatigue had diminished. She no longer gasped for breath as before. After having breakfast, Lu Beixun left for work, while Cen Wan returned home to learn cooking from her mother, focusing on preparing Western-style pan-seared steak. Eager to showcase her newfound skills, Cen Wan hurried to the kitchen upon returning to the Lu residence. Though somewhat clumsy without her mother-esque guidance, her presentation was commendable. Cen Wan possessed an innate talent for cooking. Within a few days, she had mastered her mother-esque culinary techniques. Lu Beixun could discern the dishes she prepared, yet he refrained from exposing her, merely instructing Aunt Yang to ensure someone was present whenever she cooked. Seeing Lu Beixun relish her dishes filled Cen Wan with a sense of fulfillment. For several mornings, she found herself roused from slumber by Lu Beixun's insistence. But she gradually grew accustomed to it, waking up at the designated time. After days of exercise, she noticeably felt her physical condition improve, with her mood and sleep quality enhancing significantly. When Lu Beixun went to the office, she received a phone call from someone who had gathered information. Cen Wan instructed the caller to arrange a meeting. In the afternoon, she ventured out alone, opting not to take the driver, and headed to a CF. Upon entering, she spotted a familiar man in the corner, the very man she had conversed with in the office with Cen Xiu prior to her rebirth. Their paths had crossed again when she visited the office a second time and coincidentally encountered him exiting. A smirk crossed Cen Wan's lips as a glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. The upheaval in the Cen family had, to some extent, been orchestrated by him. She approached and seated herself across from the man. He raised his gaze to meet hers as she got straight to the point. Li Chunyang, 30 years old, son-in-law of the Zhou family in Kyoto. All financial resources stem from the Zhou family. 2 years ago, you had an affair and have a 1-year-old son living in Jiangxing. Li Chaoyang stared at her in disbelief, his eyes wide. "How do you?" The affair was a closely guarded secret, meticulously concealed. If exposed, he would lose everything, leaving the Zhou family with nothing. Cen Wan smiled slyly. "I know far more than you can imagine." Over the past 2 years, Li Chaoyang had strayed not just once. And while his wife, Zhou Yang, was no saint either, indulging in her own escapades, the Zhou family provided him with a sense of security. Li Chaoyang, lacking in abilities, remained tethered to Zhou Yang solely due to his striking resemblance to her deceased boyfriend. Nervously clutching the hem of his clothing, Li Chaoyang recalled Zhou Yang's warnings. Everything he had was granted by the Zhou family, and if he dared betray her, he would face dire consequences. "Miss Cen, what exactly do you intend to convey?" Having dealt with Cen Xiu, Li Chaoyang recognized her, having seen her a few times. Cen Wan's cold gaze pinned him. "Mr. Li, are you aware that funds from the Cen family have been embezzled and company secrets leaked?" Sweat beaded on his forehead as he nervously wiped it away, his hands trembling. I do not know." Cen Wan's smile widened. "Since you are unaware, I believe it is imperative for me to bring your 1-year-old son back from Jiangxing to recognize his ancestry. After all, he is your flesh and blood, and it is untenable for him to remain without a stable home. Wouldn't you agree?" Li Chaoyang was profoundly anxious, his compulsive fidgeting betraying his inner turmoil. If she and her son returned, he would lose everything the Zhou family had provided, and if the elder Zhou discovered his infidelities, he would meet a grim fate. His complexion turned pale as he realized he must swiftly relocate them to another city where they would not be found. Cen Wan, fully aware of his thoughts, reassured him, "Rest assured, mother and son are currently in a very secure location, well cared for." "Miss Cen, what do you truly desire?" Li Chaoyang could no longer maintain his composure. He held no affection for any of the women he had cheated with, including the one who bore him a child. But he deeply cared for his son. As the Cen family teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, had Cen Xiu orchestrated this? Cen Wan cut to the chase. not mincing her words. Seeing Li Chaoyang fall silent, Cen Wan lost her patience. Mr. Li, you are free to remain silent. But I cannot guarantee I won't take action against a small child. Chapter 16. Granting a day off to Wan's classmates. Li Chaoyang was bewildered. Cen Xiu had tried every possible means to find his weakness, yet she had effortlessly seized upon it to threaten him. Cen Xiu required his assistance, had extended an olive branch, promising that upon his ascent to the position of president of the Cen Corporation, he would aid in toppling the elder Zhou, liberating him from the Zhou family's oppressive influence. He believed her, not because he trusted Cen Xiu, but because he recognized the Cen family's considerable influence in Kyoto. Had he not been betrayed by someone he trusted most, the Cen family would never have faced such turmoil. Ultimately, Li Chaoyang surrendered. It was Cen Xiu. Cen Xiu owned a company overseas, and the embezzled funds were siphoned through his business. Li Chaoyang continued. The company's secrets were provided to me during our project discussions, with the intention that I would leak them. Cen Wan inquired, why didn't he handle it himself? Because if things went awry, it would raise suspicions. By delivering the secrets under the guise of project negotiations, even if an investigation were to ensue, no one would suspect him, he explained. What a clever stratagem. How had she never realized her brother possessed such depth? Cen Wan pressed. Were his plans moving forward? Li Chaoyang replied, all I know is that he has a grand plan, but beyond that, I truly do not know. Cen Xiu does not trust me that much. I require evidence, Cen Wan stated firmly. I will give you a week, she continued. You understand better than anyone. Cen Xiu has schemed against even those who have supported him for 20 years. You are merely a pawn in his game. Your fate may prove even grimmer. Pausing, she added, for the next week, I will ensure your son is well cared for. If, after 1 week, I have not procured the evidence I seek, I shall return with your son to restore his rightful lineage. With that, she departed, confident she would obtain the evidence within the week. If she succeeded in exposing Cen Xiu's machinations, revealing the nearly 100 billion embezzled from the company, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment, and she could alter the course of the Cen family's impending disaster 1 year hence. Imprisonment alone would be a mere slap on the wrist. He might emerge one day, which would be too lenient to fate. For now, it was the only path available. She could not jeopardize her family. The sooner Cen Xiu was incarcerated, the sooner she could find peace of mind. With Li Chaoyang as her bargaining chip, she believed it would not be long before she could orchestrate Cen Xiu's downfall. In the Lu Corporation's office, he reported, President Lu, the lady has contacted Li Chaoyang. Lu Beixun, pen poised mid-signature, paused. Understood, dispatch personnel to ensure her safety. Yes, sir. After he departed, a weariness surfaced in Lu Beixun's eyes. He leaned back against the chair, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose. After a while, he rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, standing there for a considerable time, his expression shrouded in darkness, lost in thought. As Cen Wan returned home, her mother-in-law called her via video chat. She paused, feeling as though an entire century had passed since their last conversation. After tidying her hair, she settled onto the sofa and answered the call. The woman on the screen appeared exquisitely made up, looking as if she were in her early 30s, completely oblivious to the fact that she was nearing 50. Cen Wan smiled sweetly and greeted her mom. Lu's mother responded warmly, increasingly fond of her daughter-in-law, who was not only sweet-tongued but also quite whimsical. My precious daughter, how have you been? Beixun hasn't been too hard on you, has he? Cen Wan shook her head with a smile. No, you wouldn't dare bully me. In truth, she was the one who had been mischievous, always teasing him. Don't worry, Mom. Suddenly, she inquired, how have you and Dad been lately? Your father and I are doing well, came the reply. They exchanged pleasantries about family matters, and when Cen Wan learned that Lu's mother planned to return to the country, her spirits soared. She eagerly anticipated her mother-in-law's arrival, seeing it as an opportunity to draw closer to Lu Beixun. Please let me know in advance when you're coming back. I'll pick you up from the airport. All right. Lu's mother then inquired about her and Lu Beixun's recent situation and whether they had any plans for children. But Cen Wan skillfully sidestepped the topic. Lu's mother assumed her daughter-in-law was merely shy, given that they had only been married for a little over a month. And after a few more casual remarks, she ended the call. With a long sigh after the call ended, Cen Wan realized that without a shared life with her husband, the prospect of children seemed distant. Even if she desired them, Lu Beixun was not inclined to oblige. However, with her kind mother-in-law returning, perhaps things would change. This mother was far more reliable in such matters than her own, who constantly praised Beixun without a care for her daughter's marital happiness. Mainly, Lu Beixun possessed the ability to conceal matters, and regardless of her protests, no one dared to speak out. With such a man by her side, what more could she wish for? Yet, she had been naive enough to trust those with ulterior motives. She thought that if she were given another chance at life, she would still choose to believe in Cen Xiu, for before she truly saw him, he had been a gentle light in her world, humble and courteous. Although not her biological brother, he treated her with unreserved kindness. From a young age, Cen Xiu had protected her, and her spoiled temperament was a result of his indulgence. Whenever she found herself in trouble, his presence often spared her from parental reprimands. Had he not harbored those dark schemes, he would have been the best brother in the world, and their family would have remained perpetually happy. The following morning, Lu Beixun was set to leave for a business trip to Haicheng, not returning until the following morning at the earliest. Cen Wan's mood was low all morning, barely touching her breakfast. The thought of returning to the vast villa alone that evening sent a chill through her. She dreaded the days without Lu Beixun, the emptiness of the nights devoid of him. He awaited her at the villa's entrance, and Cen Wan clung to the hem of Lu Beixun's shirt, reluctant to let go. Lu Beixun, with a hint of helplessness, grasped her hand and gently caressed her knuckles, as if to reassure her, "I'll be back tomorrow." Cen Wan nodded, her gaze downcast, responding with a soft, reluctant, "Be safe, and remember to let me know you're all right when you reach Haicheng." Lu Beixun enveloped her in a tender embrace. "While I'm away tomorrow, let our little one take a day off and sleep in." But she did not want a day off. Cen Wan lifted her gaze and pressed a light kiss to the corner of his lips. "It's time to go." "Off you go." After exchanging a lingering look filled with reluctance, she turned and entered the living room, fearful that if she lingered any longer, she might plead with him not to go, to abandon his work for her sake. Such behavior would not endear her to him, nor would she appreciate it. On the second-floor balcony, she watched the car drive away, gradually fading from view until it disappeared completely. She lingered on the balcony for a while before retreating to her room, curling up in bed to binge-watch a series. At noon, as she was having lunch, her phone rang. The unique ringtone instantly brightened her eyes. Having just landed in Haicheng, Lu Beixun called her to report his safe arrival. Knowing he was on solid ground, and it was already midday, Cen Wan urged him to have lunch quickly. To avoid delaying him, she bid him farewell and hung up. Chapter 17. Haunted by Nightmares. Lu Beixun skipped lunch, heading directly to the hotel, where he rested for half an hour before moving his 2 p.m. meeting to an hour earlier. The meeting, originally scheduled for 3 hours, was cut short to just 1.5. Without taking a break afterward, he dove straight into other matters. Cen Wan, unwilling to remain alone at home, asked Su Tang to take her out. Su Tang brought her to a bar, and Cen Wan quickly realized that her only entertainment options seemed to be bars. That was fine. A bit of drinking would allow her to numb the loneliness, and perhaps she would awaken to find Lu Beixun beside her. The bar pulsed with deafening music, vibrant lights swirling around as groups of men and women mingled. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol, punctuated by the occasional crude joke, creating an atmosphere both decadent and disheartened. Su Tang led her to a quieter corner of the bar, where the music softened, becoming less irritating. Su Tang ordered cocktails and remarked, shaking her head, "Cen Wan, Lu Beixun is merely on a business trip. He'll be back tomorrow. Must you be so glum about it?" "You wouldn't understand," Cen Wan replied, taking a sip of her drink. "Just because you don't get it now doesn't mean you won't in the future." With a knowing look, Su Tang added, "I genuinely wish to see what it looks like when our Miss Su is moved." Su Tang scoffed, "You'll be disappointed. The person who could move me hasn't been born yet." Her privileged background had made her the apple of everyone's eye, shielded from any hardship. From birth, she had stood at the pinnacle, encountering all types of men, yet none had managed to penetrate her heart. She was aware that many sought her out for her family's power and status, and she was not fooled. The only person who might captivate her would need to treat her with the same indulgence as her brothers, spoiling her without restraint. Before long, several men approached, attempting to strike up conversations. Cen Wan glanced at one man who raised his glass toward her, a smirk on her lips as she replied, "I'm married." She raised her hand to display the diamond ring on her ring finger. The man's expression shifted to one of regret upon realizing she was married. He refrained from pursuing her further and wandered off in search of another target. Simultaneously, Su Jitang also turned down several suitors. "Cen Miss?" A familiar voice reached her ears, and Cen Wan turned to see Shun Jianyu smiling at her, drink in hand. Shun Jianyu embodied the archetype of a woman who could be both innocent and alluring. At first glance, she appeared delicate, as if a gentle breeze could topple her. Now, however, with heavy makeup and clad in a wine-red slip dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure, she radiated a sultry appeal. Even a straight woman like Cen Wan could not help but stare, momentarily forgetting that this woman was her rival. Su Jitang nudged her, pulling her back to reality. "Shun Miss, what brings you here?" With a sly smile, Shun Jinyu responded, "Oh, no particular reason. I just wondered if Cen Miss was at the bar because Beixun brother is away on business." Cen Wan detected the underlying message in Shun Jinyu's words, a clear indication that she was aware of Lu Beixun's absence. Cen Wan suppressed her ire, stifling the impulse to tear the green tea girl apart. As she pondered how to regain the upper hand, she swirled the wine in her glass and suddenly turned to her, a smile gracing her lips. "Lu Beixun remarked that you are quite unattractive. I believe his eyesight may be questionable, for you are undeniably beautiful. Though I must concede, you are somewhat inferior to me." Yet his comment was rather excessive. Anticipating a reaction akin to the green tea girls portrayed on television, perhaps a scowl or an aggressive confrontation, she was taken aback when Shun Jianyue remained smiling, neither angry nor upset. Shun Jianyue replied, "In comparison to Miss Cen, I admit I fall a bit short, yet being by Brother Beixuan's side is more than sufficient." With that, she bid farewell and departed, leaving Cen Wan astounded by the unexpected sophistication of this green tea rival. "This is infuriating," she muttered, downing another glass of wine. Su Jitang inquired, "Is she your rival?" Cen Wan nodded. "You may find this hard to believe, but I dug this pit for myself. I must have had a moment of insanity to engage in such an absurd endeavor." Su Jitang appeared skeptical, pressing further, "Are you certain she is your rival?" "I am absolutely certain," Cen Wan insisted. "Did you not hear her incessantly refer to him as Brother Beixuan? Who is she trying to disgust?" Cen Wan, already in a foul mood after her encounter with Shun Jianyue, found solace only in the wine, which momentarily quelled her simmering anger. "I sense otherwise." Su Jitang expressed her thoughts candidly. When she mentioned Lu Beixuan, there was no hint of possessiveness in her gaze, nor any malice directed toward you. Typically, rivals display palpable tension, yet she seems merely intent on irking you. Cen Wan felt confused by Su Jitang's words. "She is unwell. She came to annoy me. Yet you also sought to annoy her. It seems even," Su Jitang replied. "Come now, do not be vexed." Cen Wan let out a resentful hum, casting a discontented glance at her friend. "Su Jitang, whose side are you on? Why do you speak for her?" Su Jitang patted Cen Wan's shoulder. "She is your rival, and I shall go confront that green tea girl right now." Just then, Cen Wan called her back. "Enough with the pretense, you plastic sister." As long as Shun Jianyue did not attempt to vie for Lu Beixuan's affections, she held no particular disdain for her. Upon departing the bar, Cen Wan, slightly inebriated, let Su Jitang escort her to the car, where the driver then took her home, arriving at the Lu residence by 7 in the evening. She had yet to eat dinner. She retreated to her room, donned her night clothes, and entered the bathroom for a hot shower, which alleviated some of her intoxication, leaving her feeling considerably more at ease. Emerging from the bathroom, she lay upon her bed and reached for her phone to call Lu Beixuan, uncertain if he was busy or whether he had dined already. Pressing the call button, she was met with the disheartening news that his phone was off, likely due to his hectic schedule. A wave of emptiness washed over her. How she longed for him. Half an hour later, feeling drowsy, she redialed his number, but remained switched off. Disheartened, she turned the ringer to maximum volume before finally drifting off to sleep. fearing she might miss his return call if she fell too deeply into slumber. At first, her sleep was restless, and soon she was beset by nightmares. In her dreams, Cen Wan found herself ensnared in an endless void, a voice incessantly repeating, "Lu Beixun has left. He no longer wants you." The phrase echoed relentlessly. She crouched, cradling her head in her hands, murmuring, "He did not abandon me. He would never forsake me. You are lying. You are a liar." The last declaration she screamed out. The ominous voice fell silent, and as she stepped out of the darkness, the scene shifted to the Lu residence, where a funeral was underway. Chapter 18. She provoked me. How could this be? Had something tragic occurred? Her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms as she ventured inside, only to confront the harrowing sight of Lu Beixuan's funeral, the very thing she feared most. Cen Wan collapsed onto the ground, disbelief etched across her features. Hadn't she been reborn? Hadn't Lu Beixun always been by her side? How could this be? The voice reemerged, declaring that she had not been reborn, that she had personally caused Lu Beixuan's demise, and that he was no more. The tender moments they had shared were but a fleeting dream, all falsehoods. Reality now bore its true visage. The line between truth and fiction blurred for Cen Wan, tears clouding her vision, rendering her unable to find her way home. She had forgotten that she was now without a home, bereft of both her own and the one Lu Beixun had provided for her. Tears and sweat soaked her pillow as she remained trapped within the dream, unable to awaken. In the haze of her slumber, she caught a whiff of a familiar woody fragrance, and gentle kisses graced her lips, soothing and comforting her. In her stupor, a tender voice whispered, "Why are you crying so? It's all just a dream. It's not real. I am here." In her dream state, Cen Wan repeatedly called out Lu Beixuan's name, as if by doing so, she could ensure that he would never leave her side. Upon hearing that familiar voice, her heart found solace, and she opened her eyes to see Lu Beixuan's face looming above her, brows furrowed in concern. His lips still bore the warmth of their previous kiss, and Cen Wan blinked in confusion. "Lu Beixun, I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow." She was uncertain whether she was still dreaming, for the man before her felt remarkably real, yet she was terrified that he might vanish the very next moment. Subtly pinching her thigh, she winced at the pain, affirming Lu Beixuan's tangible presence. A wave of grievance washed over her, his beautiful brows knitted together, tears glistening in her eyes as her lips quivered, a picture of vulnerability. Lu Beixun, uneasy about her well-being, had flown back after his meeting, unable to shake the memory of her distressing nightmare from that night when she had sobbed his name. Upon landing, he saw her missed call and hesitated to return it, fearing he might disturb her slumber. Gently wiping the tears from her eyes, his voice was low and laced with fatigue. "There's a troublesome one at home. I will return as soon as I've wrapped things up." He had just arrived, his clothes unaltered, when Cen Wan threw herself into his embrace, tightly encircling his waist. "I had a nightmare. Hold me, please, hold me tighter. I'm scared." Having just cried, her voice was thick with emotion. Lu Beixun lowered his gaze and tightened his embrace, soothingly patting her back. As her heart gradually calmed, Cen Wan lingered in his warm embrace, feeling sentimental in the late hours of the night. "Lu Beixun, do you still love me?" In her daily fade of indifference, she had concealed her deep concern. But she cared immensely. The day Lu Beixun had handed her the divorce papers, her heart had plunged into uncertainty. She feared that his concern was merely a duty of a husband, and she dreaded the thought of Lu Beixun insisting on divorce after a year, believing that he had only honored their union out of obligation. She lived in fear, every day haunted by the worry of losing him, especially in quiet moments alone. Lu Beixuan's thin lips pressed together in silence. Without a response from him, she ceased to inquire further, withdrawing from his embrace to meet his weary gaze. "You must be exhausted after a long day." Cen Wan slipped out of bed, donning her slippers. "You should rest." Entering the bathroom, she adjusted the water temperature and filled the bathtub, retrieving a set of pajamas from the wardrobe to place beside the tub, lighting some aromatherapy candles. Once everything was ready, she approached Lu Beixun, untying his tie and assisting him in removing his suit jacket. In that moment, she shed her usual haughty demeanor, embodying the gentle, caring wife who cherished her husband. Lu Beixuan's gaze was gentle, and a certain place in his heart was stirred. Cen Wan smiled at him. "Go ahead." Lu Beixuan acknowledged with a soft sound and entered the bathroom, while Cen Wan hung his suit on a hanger, not receiving the answer she yearned for. A sense of disappointment washed over her. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that there was still ample time within the year-long agreement. An hour later, as Cen Wan nestled in his embrace, she hesitated, longing to inquire whether his hurried return from Haicheng was out of concern for her or for some other reason. She parted her lips, wavering for a moment, only to ultimately swallow her words back down. "Have you been drinking?" Lu Beixuan, who had been silently holding her, suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Cen Wan did not deny it. Yes, just a little, not much. In her previous life, Lu Beixuan never interfered with her drinking. As long as she didn't get utterly drunk and harmed her health, he would not say much. Beside Lu Beixuan, she had always felt free, disobedient, and unruly. She often clashed with him, doing whatever would irk him. Reflecting on it now, she realized that she had merely taken advantage of his affection. Lu Beixuan had the ability to bind her to him, compelling her to be obedient and sensible. Yet, he chose not to do so. He would rather endure dissatisfaction than treat her that way. "Today, I ran into Cen Wan." Lu Beixuan observed her silently, waiting for her to continue. "She provoked me." Cen Wan lifted her chin defiantly, but I didn't come off worse. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Lu Beixuan's lips, which Cen Wan caught, playfully chiding him. "Aren't you worried your wife might be bullied by this admirer of yours?" In truth, Lu Beixuan was not concerned about their meeting. One was prudent in her actions, while the other, like a feisty little kitten, would never come to harm. Cen Wan recalled Su Zhitong's words and blinked at Lu Beixuan. "Lu Beixuan, is Cen Wan truly your admirer?" "How should I know?" "It's nothing," Cen Wan replied, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Regardless of whether she was a rival or not, any woman who frequently showed interest in Lu Beixuan would be considered a competitor in her eyes. Cen Wan's slender fingers poked Lu Beixuan's chest. "Mr. Lu, you are a married man. You ought to uphold your integrity and keep your distance from those unscrupulous women. All right?" As the words left her lips, a glimmer of irony flashed in her eyes, for she was the very woman who posed the greatest threat to Lu Beixuan. Lu Beixuan grasped her misbehaving hand, his deep voice tinged with a hint of indulgence. "All right." Cen Wan's eyes sparkled, and she smiled. "In return, I will absolutely rise on time at 6 tomorrow morning. And you mustn't drag me out of bed." Patting her head, Lu Beixuan said, "Sleep now." Cen Wan leaned in closer, her warm lips brushing against the corner of his mouth in a gentle peck. She wished to deepen the kiss, but hesitated, fearing he might push her away if he felt uncomfortable. "Mr. Lu, good night." With that, Cen Wan returned to her slumber, closing her eyes. After a few seconds, a softness settled between her brows as he lingered there for 2 seconds before departing. Soon, she heard Lu Beixuan's low voice. "Good night, Wan." Chapter 19, The Enriched Soup. Cen Wan felt a surge of joy in her heart, still entranced by the kiss and the good night wish, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. Lu Beixuan reached out to turn off the floor lamp. "Get a good night's sleep." "At your command," Cen Wan replied, her voice unable to mask her delight. A dreamless night passed. The next morning, perhaps due to the peaceful sleep she had the night before, Cen Wan awoke at 5:30. When she stirred, Lu Beixuan was still asleep, and she watched him quietly. His brows were slightly furrowed, possibly caught in a dream. Cen Wan's heart ached at the sight, and she reached out to smooth his brow. As his expression relaxed, she leaned down and placed a kiss on his forehead before lifting the covers and heading to the bathroom. By the time he awoke, she was already ready. This time, it was her turn to wait for him. Seeing her eagerness, Lu Beixuan was somewhat surprised, glancing at her and smiling pleasantly. Very proactive, commendable. Though it was a compliment, Cen Wan did not feel particularly happy, casting him a resentful look. You're my husband, yet you truly think of yourself as a teacher." Lu Beixuan, lost in thought, smiled more deeply. "If I taught you physical education, you wouldn't even be able to run 800 meters without getting exhausted." "Cen Wan." Lu Beixuan rose and entered the bathroom. While Cen Wan grew increasingly uneasy, trailing behind him and standing at the bathroom door. What do you mean? She sensed that his previous words might have held a deeper meaning. My meaning, Lu Beixun glanced at her, is that you are too weak. Cen Wan. It was early in the morning, and she felt truly disheartened. Stunned, she stood at the bathroom door, while a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Beixun's dark eyes. Are you sure you want to stand there? Huh? Cen Wan was momentarily taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Lu Beixun's meaningful gaze held hers, and in an instant, she understood, her cheeks warming slightly. Before leaving, she decisively closed the bathroom door. She was the sort of woman who had the heart of a thief but lacked the courage. They were married, and she could have boldly asked, "Is there anything I can't see?" Yet at crucial moments, she would become unbearably timid. Standing on the balcony, she murmured to herself, "Cen Wan, you are being cowardly in your pursuit of your husband, which only gives other women the chance to slip in." If she failed to win him over, she would have to face divorce, after which another woman would take her place as Mrs. Lu. Cen Wan was unaware of the figure behind her. Cen Wan. At the sound, her body stiffened for a moment. She turned around, forcing a smile. "Are you done?" Lu Beixun replied with a soft sound, having caught some of her murmurs, but he chose not to say much. After a few days of training, Cen Wan's stamina noticeably improved, and she diligently followed Lu Beixun's exercise regimen. He was still concerned for her health and supervised her workouts, even if he did not love her. At least he bore her no ill will. As long as he was not disgusted by her, she held onto a glimmer of hope. The following 3 days passed uneventfully, with their relationship stagnating, lacking any further development. One day, Lu Beixun went to work as usual, and after lunch, someone applied some makeup, changed her outfit, and headed to the Lu Corporation. Today marked the return of her parents-in-law from abroad. She and Lu Beixun had planned to pick them up together. After getting into Lu Beixun's car, they passed a flower shop, and Cen Wan hopped out to buy a bouquet. On the way to the airport, she turned to him. "Mom and Dad are only staying for 3 days this time. They want us to stay at the old residence for a couple of days. What do you think?" "You decide," Lu Beixun replied, his eyes fixed ahead as he focused on driving. In truth, he was concerned that she might not want to go, that she might feel uncomfortable. The elder's return was merely to catch up and then to discuss significant life matters, like urging them to have a child. "Then let us stay at the old residence and keep them company." After finally gaining a supportive ally, she could not let this opportunity slip away. Upon arriving at the airport, Cen Wan presented the flowers to Lu's mother. Both Lu's mother and father looked remarkably well, and standing together, they could easily be mistaken for a couple in the throes of a passionate romance. Lu's mother beamed at Cen Wan, her smile never faltering. Her eyes filled with affection for her daughter-in-law, while Lu Beixun and his father walked together, pulling along their luggage. They headed straight to the Lu family's old residence. Lu's mother returned with 2 suitcases, and upon reaching home, she opened them to reveal limited edition bags, clothing, diamond necklaces, and various luxury items. There were also 3 limited edition figurines. And just like in her previous life, Cen Wan remembered all the kindness Lu's mother had shown her. Lu's mother smiled. "These are all for my precious daughter-in-law. The figurines are for Luo. I remember she likes them." Cen Wan felt a stirring in her heart, touched that she even thought of Cen Luo. Cen Wan felt a tightness in her throat, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Lu Mu treated her as if she were her own daughter. Yet in her previous life, she had caused Lu Mu to lose her beloved son. She had not attended the funeral. As she lacked the courage to face those who had shown her kindness, she felt utterly ashamed. Noticing the tears welling in her eyes, Lu Mu expressed her concern. Wan, why are you crying?" Caught off guard by her tears, Lu Mu was at a loss. Cen Wan threw herself into Lu Mu's embrace, whispering, "Thank you, Mom. I'm fine. You have been so good to me that I couldn't help but be moved to tears." Lu Mu, with a heart full of compassion, wiped her tears away, saying this is what a mother should do. Cen Wan sniffled, "Thank you, Mom." Beyond her expressions of gratitude, she found herself at a loss for words. She pondered how she had come to deserve such a wonderful mother-in-law, feeling unworthy of the kindness bestowed upon her. Lu Mu continued, "Since you've returned in such a rush, we won't have much time together. I've made a reservation at a restaurant for dinner tomorrow night, so both our families can dine together." "All right," Cen Wan replied. That evening, The servants brought the dishes to the table. Everything seemed quite normal at first. However, Cen Wan soon sensed that something was amiss. Lu Mu served Lu Beixun 3 bowls of soup, and herself too. Cen Wan recalled how Lu Mu had been busy in the kitchen during dinner. As she gazed at the soup before her, memories of her previous life flooded back. And she suddenly realized this soup had been spiced. How could she have forgotten this detail? She exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Beixun, who seemed to have come to the same conclusion. What's wrong? Is the soup not to your liking? Lu Mu inquired, offering no opportunity for refusal. Cen Wan looked at the soup, forcing a smile. It's delicious. She nodded, even as tears threatened to spill, urging herself to finish the soup. After she drank her portion, Lu Mu served her another bowl. Cen Wan could no longer maintain her composure, her smile more pitiful than her tears. Mom, I'm full, truly full. Normally, I only have 1 bowl of soup, but today I've had 2. Lu Mu glanced at her and said, this soup was made by me, so you mustn't disappoint me. She placed a bowl of soup in front of Cen Wan. Although Cen Wan wanted a drink, she was genuinely too full. Suddenly, a hand reached over and took the soup away. She looked up at Lu Beixun, her expression questioning. With a hint of helplessness in his voice, he said, I'm not full. Lu Mu, unperturbed, continued serving. After all, the effects of the soup would be the same regardless of who drank it. Lu Beixun had hardly touched his dinner, focusing solely on the soup. Cen Wan looked at him, feeling a pang of sympathy for 3 seconds. Chapter 20. Do you dislike me? Cen Wan assumed that Lu Beixun was unaware of the added ingredients in the soup. In truth, he was fully aware. She couldn't help but worry about his health, wondering if he could handle so much soup. After dinner, they returned to their room. As they stood to leave, Lu Mu and Lu Fu exchanged a glance, a fleeting look of triumph passing between them. Their bedroom was on the 3rd floor, an entire floor dedicated to them. Cen Wan began to feel uneasy, her body growing hot. She knew it was the effect of the soup. Initially, the discomfort was mild, just a bit of heat, and she paid it no mind. Lu Beixun advised her to drink more water to aid her metabolism. However, after half an hour, her body felt increasingly overheated and unbearable. She had consumed little soup, while Lu Beixun had consumed much more. Her gaze fell upon him, who was clearly trying to endure. Cen Wan approached him, reaching out to check if his forehead was warm, only to have her wrist caught by him, his voice low and husky. Don't touch me. Feeling rejected, Cen Wan felt a twinge of grievance. Only Lu Beixun understood that it was not disdain for her, but rather a fear of losing control. He released her wrist, battling the fire within him with restraint. Be good, drink some more water. While Cen Wan was not in as much distress as he was, she was far from comfortable, her entire being in torment. I can't drink anymore. I feel so unwell. He stood up, ruffled her hair, and led her into the bathroom, where a bathtub filled with warm water awaited. Soak for a while. It will ease your discomfort. Having already drunk quite a bit of water, she hoped that a soak in the warm water would alleviate her symptoms. Cen Wan looked at the full bathtub, her brows furrowed. After a few seconds, her gaze returned to Lu Beixun's face. Gathering her courage, she flung herself into his embrace, asking Lu Beixun, Why? Why would you rather suffer than touch me? Her voice trembled with emotion as she added, Do you dislike me? Their bodies pressed closely together, igniting a fire within Lu Beixun. He closed his eyes briefly and opened them again, his dark irises regaining some clarity. He disentangled her arms from around his waist and gently patted her head. I don't dislike you. Then why? Cen Wan's words trailed off, interrupted by Lu Beixun. I'm afraid you would regret it. Taken aback by his words, Cen Wan paused, and in that moment of distraction, Lu Beixun lifted her effortlessly, placing her into the bathtub, the not-too-cold water enveloping her. By the time she realized what had happened, the bathroom door had closed behind him. With a deep sigh, the heat within her body subsided somewhat. Staying in the water felt considerably more comfortable. Lu Beixun, however, found little relief. He retreated to the adjacent guest room, letting cold water cascade over him. Yet could not quell the burning sensation within. His eyes tinged with red, he furrowed his brows, striving to endure. Once he felt slightly better, he turned off the shower, wrapped himself in a bathrobe, and returned to their bedroom, his mind still occupied with the person soaking in the tub. After Cen Wan felt more comfortable, drowsiness overtook her, and she leaned against the bathtub, falling asleep. When Lu Beixun called out to her from outside the bathroom, her body began to slide down. After calling her twice with no response, he opened the bathroom door, and the sight before him made him frown. He hurried over, grabbing a towel to cover her and pulling her from the water. Had he arrived a moment later, she would have been submerged. He leaned down and lightly bit her lips, a semblance of a reprimand. "You certainly know how to worry someone." He laid her on the bed, attempting to suppress his own desires while drying her off, changing her into fresh pajamas, and finally drying her hair. Only Lu Beixun knew how torturous this process was for him. The fire he had managed to suppress flared up again, while the person on the bed slept soundly. Once he ensured she was taken care of, Lu Beixun headed straight back to the bathroom, not emerging until the early hours of the morning. Standing at the edge of the bed, he gazed down at the peacefully sleeping figure, his expression softening, little ungrateful one. He lifted the covers and lay down beside her. Sensing his familiar presence, Cen Wan instinctively moved closer to him. Lu Beixun smiled, wrapping her in his embrace. The next morning, as she looked at the person beside her, Cen Wan felt an overwhelming sense of despair. One opportunity she had squandered last night. Her mother-in-law had practically delivered him to her, yet she had failed to seize the moment, having fallen asleep in the bathroom instead. With a sigh of resignation, she lamented her misfortune. Just then, Lu Beixun stirred awake. His voice husky from sleep. "What's wrong?" Cen Wan lay flat, staring at the ceiling. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit disappointed that the meat brought to my lips went uneaten." Her words had double meanings, and Lu Beixun understood. A faint smile flickered in Lu Beixun's eyes. "Then tonight, let us enjoy more meat." Cen Wan's eyes brightened, thinking that Lu Beixun had finally come around to the idea of sharing intimacy with her. However, it was only later that evening that she would understand the true meaning behind his words. That night, both families gathered at the restaurant Lu Mu had reserved. During the meal, Lu Beixun continually served her the delicious meats she adored. In that moment, Cen Wan finally grasped the meaning behind Lu Beixun's earlier words. She shot him a resentful glare, but their parents misinterpreted it as playful banter, spending the dinner praising each other's children. Cen's mother felt a surge of joy for her daughter, grateful for such a wonderful mother-in-law. Previously, she had harbored concerns regarding the dynamics between her daughter and her mother-in-law, but it now appeared that her worries had been unfounded. The anticipated mother-in-law and daughter-in-law tensions simply did not exist. Cen's parents initially believed that the business alliance between their families had jeopardized their beloved daughter's happiness, yet they ultimately realized their misjudgment. After marriage, both Lu Beixun and his parents treated their precious daughter with utmost kindness. Following dinner, the two families bid farewell, and she and Lu Beixun returned to the Lu family's ancestral home. Once home, after greeting Lu's parents, she ascended to the upper floor. The hour was still early. Cen Wan took a bath and lay on her bed, engrossed in her phone, while Lu Beixun retreated to his study to attend to work matters. An hour later, having completed his tasks, Lu Beixun returned to their room, only to be met with a knock at the bedroom door. Opening the door, he found Wang Ma, the household servant, standing there with a bowl of brown soup in hand. Glancing at the concoction, Lu Beixun's brow furrowed slightly. Wang Ma spoke up. "Madam has prepared this medicinal soup for you and asked me to bring it up." Lu Beixun accepted the bowl, his expression cool and detached. Ready to close the door when Wang Ma added, "Madam wishes to see you drink it." Cen Wan approached, fully aware of the soup's potency, which surpassed even that of the previous night. She understood that Lu Beixun was reluctant to engage with her, rendering the soup's consumption meaningless. Placing a hand on her stomach, she frowned and said, "Darling, could you please make me a cup of brown sugar water?" Being a woman herself, Wang Ma recognized the situation and refrained from further comments, going downstairs to prepare the drink. When she returned with the warm water, Cen Wan thanked her and shut the door. Lu Beixun did not drink the medicinal soup either. Chapter 21. The Little Crybaby, So Fond of Tears. Cen Wan took a couple of sips of the brown sugar water and remarked, "There's no need for thanks. I want you to be willing. It should not be because of the effects of the medicine that you are with me." Her words trailed off, her tone evidently lacking cheer, even tinged with sadness. To her, It seemed that Lu Beixun simply did not wish to be close to her, regardless of the reasons behind it. Lu Beixun remained silent. Cen Wan placed her cup on the bedside table, pulled back the covers, and lay down. Turning her back to Lu Beixun. "Let us sleep. Could you please turn off the light?" He watched her, his expression inscrutable, and after a moment, he switched off the main light, leaving only the bedside lamp aglow. Typically, Cen Wan would cling to Lu Beixun at night, but this evening, she offered him only her back, curling up under the covers as if she had fallen asleep. Aware that she was still awake, Lu Beixun leaned over and embraced her waist, gently stroking her head, only to discover that she had been crying. Surprised, he called out. Wan upon being caught by Lu Beixun, Cen Wan hastily wiped her tears. Her voice choked. "Don't overthink it. I'm not crying because of you." Despite her protestations, her tears flowed more fiercely, her sobs intermittent as she struggled to articulate. "I just watched a particularly moving movie." Seeing her distress, Lu Beixun felt a pang of sorrow for her, letting out a sigh as he tenderly wiped away her tears. "Is it really not because of me?" he asked softly. Cen Wan shook her head. "No. Are you absolutely sure?" His gaze was intense. Cen Wan ceased to deny it. Lu Beixun was no fool. Her tears were not born of anger, but rather of fear, a tide of dread overwhelming her, causing her to cry even harder. "Is it true that no matter what changes I make, you will insist on divorcing me in a year? Is that the real reason you want to touch me?" She sobbed, terrified of the prospect of Lu Beixun's unwavering decision to part ways with her a year hence. Lu Beixun tightened his embrace around her waist, holding her close and kissing away her salty tears. "Wan," he whispered her name. Cen Wan cried out to him. "I'm changing. Please don't abandon me." "Wan." Lu Beixun sighed helplessly, using his thumb to brush away her tears. "Do not cry. I want you. How could I bear to lose you?" He spoke softly. "I do not dislike you, nor is my reluctance to engage with you a desire to divorce. I fear that one day you might regret giving yourself to me." "I want to regret it," Cen Wan replied, her sobbing subsiding. "So will we be divorced a year from now?" The decision of whether or not to divorce lay in her hands. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as she cried, Lu Beixun had surrendered entirely. "When the time comes, if you wish to leave, I will grant you freedom. If you choose to stay, then we shall not divorce." Lu Beixun feared that she was merely acting on a whim, that she might later regret her choice. Cen Wan, however, remained oblivious to the lengths Lu Beixun was willing to go for her sake. Grasping his warm hand, she looked at him with earnest determination. "I will not leave you." Regardless of how many choices were presented to her, her choice would always be to remain by his side. This time, she would hold onto his hand tightly and never let go. Exhausted from crying, she nestled into his embrace and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Beixun gazed at her tenderly. Despite having prepared for all possibilities, he found himself unable to act with indifference. He had resigned himself to the fact that since escape was impossible, he would follow his heart. From the moment he agreed to her 1-year observation period, he had already lost. As he pressed a kiss to her forehead, he murmured affectionately, "Little crybaby, so fond of tears." Cen Wan had once been indifferent to tears, a sheltered and carefree young lady who had never known love or felt fear, always able to rely on her family as a safety net. Now, with love and fears intertwined, her transformation was evident. Lu Beixun began to understand the reasons behind her sudden change. These past few days, Cen Wan had been going to bed early and rising at dawn. She woke one morning at 6:30, having the luxury of staying at the old house without needing Lu Beixun to rouse her from morning exercise, allowing her to relax for a couple of days. Last night, having lost control of her emotions and cried fiercely, she recalled Lu Beixun's soothing words and smiled softly, her delicate fingers tracing the outline of his features. Suddenly, her wrist was grasped, and the figure before her opened his eyes, his pupils dark and deep as a well. Seeing him awake, Cen Wan leaned down and pecked the corner of his lips. "You said that whether or not we divorce in a year is up to me. Is that true?" Lu Beixun remained silent for a moment before softly affirming. He sat up, pulling back the covers to rise and wash up, but Cen Wan clung to him from behind, wrapping her arms around his slender waist and nuzzling her face against his neck like a kitten. "Do you love me?" she asked. She suspected he did. yet feared her confidence might be misplaced. Quickly tell me, do you love me? Cen Wan insisted, refusing to let go. Lu Beixuan's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze softening with warmth. He did not provide the answer she longed to hear, but instead detached her hand from his waist and made his way to the bathroom without looking back, leaving her with two simple words, guess. Lu Beixuan, how childish of you, making me guess. Where had his usual aloofness gone? Cen Wan hopped out of bed, preparing to follow him into the bathroom, but just as she reached the door, it was closed in her face, leaving her outside. She knocked twice on the door. I guess you love me. Desperate to hear him say it, she crossed her arms and leaned against the bathroom door. It's all right if you don't say it. Let me tell you. Lu Beixuan, I love you. I love Lu Beixuan. Cen Wan loved only Lu Beixuan. Her voice was soft, and even from behind the door, Lu Beixuan could hear her clearly, a smile deepening on his lips as he looked into the mirror. Perhaps it was the weight of all the unexpressed emotions from his past life that compelled her to openly declare her feelings in this one. Continuing to profess her love, she declared, Wan really loves teacher Lu. Just as she finished speaking, the bathroom door swung open, and Cen Wan stumbled forward in the bathroom, letting out a surprised yelp, fearing she might end up in an awkward tumble. At that moment, a hand grasped her waist, gently pulling her into an embrace, stabilizing her. Cen Wan looked up, their eyes meeting. Her gaze fell upon his alluring Adam's apple, and Cen Wan couldn't help but swallow hard. It was undeniably tempting. Lu Beixuan released her, instructing her to freshen up. He poured her a glass of water and handed her a toothbrush. After breakfast, Lu Beixuan headed to the office while she accompanied Mother Lu on a shopping spree that lasted the entire day. When they returned, their arms were laden with shopping bags, nearly overflowing the trunk of the car. Mother Lu had purchased several suits and loungewear for Father Lu, while Cen Wan had selected 2 trench coats in different colors and 2 windbreakers for Lu Beixuan. Typically clad in suits, she had seldom seen him don other styles. Indeed, Cen Wan had recently indulged Lu Beixuan with numerous garments. Whenever she spotted a handsome suit in the mall, she would buy it for him. Presently, his clothing occupied more than half of the wardrobe, and he wore them all. The sight of him adorned in the clothes she'd chosen brought her immense joy. Chapter 22. Wait until you've cried enough to return home. The following afternoon, Cen Wan accompanied Lu Beixuan to the airport to see off Father and Mother Lu. She clung tightly to Mother Lu's arm, reluctant to part, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Their relationship felt more like that of a mother and daughter rather than that of a daughter-in-law and mother-in-law. Mother Lu genuinely treated her as her own darling. After comforting her for a while, Mother Lu entrusted her to Lu Beixuan before proceeding to board with Father Lu. Lu Beixuan wore an expression of helplessness as he gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks, realizing for the first time just how emotional she could be. While he was aware of her delicate nature, she now resembled a walking teardrop, capable of weeping at any moment. He softly reassured her, little crybaby. Your parents will be back soon. No more tears. Yet, Cen Wan's tears continued to flow unabated. Sighing, Lu Beixuan asked, is there something you wish to eat? I'll take you out. The moment he spoke, Cen Wan ceased her sobbing, relishing the soothing comfort of his words. She wiped her tears on his shirt and murmured, I want ice cream. Let's go then. Lu Beixuan took her hand and led her outside the airport. Cen Wan sniffled and emboldened added, I want 2. 1 strawberry flavor, 1 mango flavor. Lu Beixuan halted, narrowing his eyes as he focused on her face. Cen Wan felt a shiver of apprehension under his gaze. Had she said something wrong? After a few moments, Lu Beixuan released her hand, his voice laced with an undeniable authority. Cry all you want. We'll go home only after you've had your fill. Cen Wan was taken aback. Was this another way of comforting her? Just moments ago, he had shown her considerable patience. How had he transformed so suddenly? Was it truly excessive to desire 2 ice creams? Surely not. Feeling wronged, she inched closer to him, but Lu Beixuan stepped back, creating distance. Realizing it was indeed about the ice cream, she quickly offered, I won't have ice cream if you come closer. Let us go home. Her eyes, glistening with tears, were irresistibly endearing, and Lu Beixuan's heart melted entirely. He stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace. Choose one, strawberry or mango. Lu Beixuan was concerned about her delicate constitution and whether too much would upset her stomach. Mango, she declared after a moment's deliberation. Not only did Cen Wan indulge in ice cream, but she also savored the candied chestnuts that Lu Beixun had personally peeled for her. Teasingly, she remarked, "If you care about me, just say so, rather than looking so fierce." This facet of Lu Beixun had remained unchanged, whether in this life or the last. Despite his genuine concern, he always appeared rather intimidating. She offered him a piece of candied chestnut, and Lu Beixun, taken aback by her gesture, hesitated for a moment before accepting it from her hand. They arrived back at the Lu residence at 6 o'clock. As dinner approached, Cen Wan, having already indulged in ice cream and candied chestnuts, felt little appetite. "I want to be having dinner," she declared. Lu Beixun cast her appointed look, firmly guiding her into the dining room, where he ladled a bowl of soup for her. "You must eat something." Recognizing Lu Beixun's resolute demeanor, Cen Wan realized that if she refused the soup, she might not get any snacks later, not to mention the ones he personally offered. She drank the soup, after which Lu Beixun did not press her for more food. After bidding Lu Beixun farewell, she ascended the stairs to take a bath. The day she had agreed upon with Li Chunyang arrived, and Cen Wan successfully obtained the evidence she sought, which took the form of an audio recording. Seeking counsel from a lawyer, she was informed that the recording alone would not suffice, even if Cen Xiu were imprisoned. He would not remain confined for long without concrete evidence. Cen Xiu did not fully trust Li Chunyang, who had merely extracted words from him to obtain the recording. It was apparent from the audio that Cen Xiu harbored significant suspicion toward Li Chunyang. However, Li Chunyang had informed her that Cen Xiu possessed a specially modified laptop he often carried, which would automatically erase all data upon a single incorrect password entry. It was a discovery Li Chunyang had stumbled upon by accident. If her assumptions were correct, that laptop likely contained numerous unspeakable secrets. With her plans thwarted, Cen Wan felt a headache coming on. Upon reflection, she realized she had indeed seen the laptop Li Chunyang mentioned. She chose not to press Li Chunyang further. Besides her quest for evidence, another individual was also investigating Cen Xiu, moving at a far faster pace. In the Lu Corporation's office, he inquired Lu, "Should we inform Madam?" Lu Beixun's expression darkened. "No need. She wishes to investigate on her own." "Understood." After a brief pause, Lu Beixun added, "Provide her with some leads." "Yes, sir. Above all, ensure Madam's safety." Lu Beixun instructed, looking at how Jiang Yu met his end. Was it an accident or foul play? "Understood." Jiang Yu had once been Cen Xiu's assistant, while Cen Xiu held the position of deputy general manager at the Cen Corporation. Following the upheaval at Cen's, Jiang Yu had drowned under suspicious circumstances. While Jiang Yu enjoyed fishing, his drowning raised no eyebrows. Yet Lu Beixun sensed deeper complexities at play. Cen Wan had enlisted several hackers to infiltrate Cen Xiu's computer, but all had failed miserably. This alone revealed the vast and intricate web Cen Xiu had spun. Yet no matter how meticulous, he could not achieve absolute perfection. Cen Wan began to investigate those around Cen Xiu, unexpectedly discovering the late assistant Jiang Yu, who had died during the tumultuous period at the Cen family. There was certainly something amiss. She promptly made a call to initiate an investigation. This Sunday, while Cen father and Cen mother were abroad on holiday, Cen Luo, who typically stayed away, returned home. Lu Beixun had gone to the office in the afternoon to address unfinished business. As Cen Wan found herself idly at home, she received a call from Cen Luo, inviting her to dinner that evening. Initially, Cen Wan declined, but ultimately succumbed to Cen Luo's persistent urging. Before she left, she sent Lu Beixun a message, both to inform him of her plans and to hope that he could pick her up once he finished his work. Lu Beixun replied with a simple, "Okay." Though he had only sent a brief acknowledgement, Cen Wan felt a twinge of disappointment. As she prepared to stow her phone in her bag, another message notification chimed. "Lu Beixun, I'll come find you when I'm done." Cen Wan couldn't suppress a silent smile. Quickly typing back, "I'll be waiting," before hitting send. Upon arriving at the Cen household, she found Cen Luo and Cen Xiu seated on the couch. The sight of the person she wished to avoid momentarily soured her expression, but she swiftly regained her composure. Cen Luo, typically carefree, noticed Cen Wan's shift in mood and opened her mouth to offer an explanation, only to be interrupted by Cen Wan's icy voice. "Cen Luo, have you lost your mind?" Cen Luo, sensing her sister's genuine anger, pleaded, "Sister, please let me explain." At that moment, Cen Xiu rose and positioned himself before Cen Wan, standing in opposition to her, his gaze gentle. Wan, please do not blame Luo. It was I who asked her to assist. Originally, Cen Luo had no intention of returning home from school, but upon receiving a call from Cen Xiao, she learned that he had recently experienced some discord with Cen Wan and sought her assistance in inviting Cen Wan to dinner. Cen Luo could distinctly sense the subtle tension between Cen Wan and Cen Xiao. After all, they were family. Misunderstandings could be resolved, and she wished to avoid being caught in the middle of their troubles. In Chapter 23, there was a sense of pride. I found it appealing. Listening to Cen Xiao. Cen Wan became aware of the situation and dismissed Cen Xiao's glance towards Cen Luo with a cold, emotionless voice. Cen Luo, have you forgotten what I told you? Stay out of this. Cen Wan's tone was so frigid that it rendered Cen Luo momentarily bewildered, feeling a pang of injustice. She thought to herself that this was a family matter, so how could it be considered meddling? Nevertheless, to avoid further aggravating Cen Wan, she cast an awkward glance at Cen Xiao and nodded. I understand. Cen Xiao replied, Wan, do not blame Luo. Cen Wan shot him a frosty glare, her icy demeanor momentarily startling Cen Xiao. He then redirected his attention to Cen Luo. You should go upstairs. Cen Luo hesitated, but eventually nodded, turning to ascend the stairs. Perplexed by how things had soured so quickly between Cen Wan and Cen Xiao, who had once shared a bond akin to that of siblings. What had transpired in such a short span? With questions lingering in her mind, she retreated to her room. Cen Wan settled onto the sofa, not sparing Cen Xiao a single glance. Cen Xiao, perceptive as ever, could feel the hostility emanating from Cen Wan during this period. Wan, he inquired, have I done something to upset you? A flicker of derision crossed Cen Wan's eyes. It was far beyond mere displeasure. It was hatred, a loathing that coursed through every nerve. Had she lived in a time when murder was permissible, she would have torn him to shreds without a second thought. Yet, she could not act impulsively. She had family to consider, and her affection for Lu Beixun prevented her from resorting to vengeance. Instead, she would find evidence to legally punish him. The disastrous fire at the Cen family estate had yet to occur, and her focus remained on the misappropriation of Cen family funds and the breach of confidentiality. Indifferently, Cen Wan stated, I am married now. Regardless of our previous closeness, we have no blood ties and should maintain our distance. Lu Beixun will be jealous. Her words left Cen Xiao speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a prolonged silence, he finally stammered, but we have always been this way. Cen Wan did not deny his statement, merely affirming, previously, I lacked discretion. Now, I have learned. She had always known how much Lu Beixun cared about her relationship with Cen Xiao. In her past life, the more he cared, the more she had sought to provoke him, and reflecting on it now, she felt she truly deserved her fate. Lu Beixun's current demeanor towards her was almost indulgent. Cen Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words when Cen Wan suddenly raised an eyebrow, questioning, do you truly believe that Lu Beixun was behind the near bankruptcy of the Cen family? He paused, then replied, in Kyoto, apart from the Lu family, no one else could have posed such a threat to the Cen family's financial stability. Cen Wan discerned the implications in his words. Only Lu Beixun possessed the means to orchestrate such a crisis. She smiled, not contradicting Cen Xiao. It seems Lu Beixun is quite capable. First, he nearly brings the Cen family to ruin, then orchestrates its revival, all while surpassing previous economic growth. Cen Xiao could hardly fathom how such words could escape her lips, especially since she had previously harbored intense animosity toward Lu Beixun. Wan, Lu Beixun is ruthless. How can you say such things? Cen Xiao's eyes reflected disappointment. Beyond that, a closer look would reveal his underlying concern regarding his own plans. Cen Wan, perceptive yet unyielding, smiled nonchalantly. Ruthlessness? I wouldn't say that. He simply loves me too much. Cen Xiao furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by her demeanor. At that moment, he caught sight of a figure pacing outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and his heart raced as he glanced back at Cen Wan, unaware of Lu Beixun's presence. She lounged lazily on the sofa. Suddenly, Cen Xiao approached her, gripping her arm and forcing her to stand. The disparity in strength between the genders, coupled with Cen Wan's naturally delicate stature, made it easy for Cen Xiao to lift her. As she began to comprehend the situation, Cen enveloped her in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Wan Wan, look at me. I never wanted to be your brother. I never wanted to. Wan Wan, I love you." Lu Beixun stood at the doorway, his eyes dark and filled with an ominous aura, his expression sharp. With her back turned to him, Cen Wan remained oblivious to Lu Beixun's presence, her brow furrowed as she struggled to suppress her disgust, mustering all her strength to push Cen away. The sharp crack of her palm echoed throughout the living room. She exerted considerable force, and whether Cen felt pain was inconsequential to her. Her hand had gone numb. She regarded Cen coldly and spat out 2 words, "Disgusting." A chill coursed through her as she turned to see Lu Beixun, momentarily stunned. She had suspected that Cen sudden change in behavior must have been calculated. Lu Beixun's expression softened slightly as he strode to her side, grasping her hand to inspect it. Noticing her palm was red, he inquired, "Does it hurt?" She nodded, her voice soft and tinged with a hint of feigned innocence. "It hurts terribly." Lu Beixun reached out to caress her face, pulling her protectively behind him, his gaze turning steely as he addressed Cen. "Mr. Cen, please conduct yourself with decorum. If you continue to trouble my wife, I trust you're aware of my methods." The atmosphere around him darkened ominously as he added, "I believe you understand the implications." Cen, still reeling from the slap, found himself further incensed by Lu Beixun's provocation. "Do you dare? Our 20 years of camaraderie cannot be compared to your fleeting presence." Lu Beixun's eyes darkened with a hint of fury, his expression inscrutable, yet Cen recognized that the formidable man before him lacked any real confidence in this confrontation. Naturally, he could not compare. Cen Wan stepped out from behind Lu Beixun, who remained momentarily stunned, his gaze upon her filled with complexity. Cen Wan offered him a reassuring smile. "Lu Beixun is my husband, the one with whom I will share my life." "Cen, what do you possess that could rival him? A familial bond devoid of blood ties?" Her gaze fixed on Cen. The smile on her lips grew increasingly sardonic. Lu Beixun's lips pressed into a thin line. Disbelief etched across his face as he watched her. Cen Wan took his hand, her fingers playfully tracing his palm. Cen was rendered speechless, unable to fathom the sudden shift in Cen Wan's demeanor, which starkly contrasted her previous behavior. "Accompany me upstairs to bathe and change. I'm filthy," Cen Wan declared, her face betraying her distaste. Lu Beixun responded with a calm, his expression serene. Cen Wan cast a brief glance at Cen before leading Lu Beixun to her bedroom. Half an hour later, she emerged from the bathroom, having changed into a fresh outfit, discarding her soiled clothes into the trash. It was a pity, as she had rather liked that outfit. Had it not been stained, she would have hesitated to part with it. Glancing at Lu Beixun, who sat in silence on the sofa, she smiled and leaped into his embrace, which he caught with ease. Cen Wan looked up at him, playfully pinching his cheek. "Not speaking? Are you upset?" She feigned ignorance, fully aware that no man could remain unperturbed upon witnessing his woman being accosted by another man. Lu Beixun seized her misbehaving hand, turning his face away, still so prideful. "I find it charming," Cen Wan mused, refusing to let him sulk alone. She grasped his chin, turning his face toward her, and captured his lips with her own. In Chapter 24, modesty does not fill the belly. Cen Wan had not previously engaged in kissing. Lu Beixun was not only her husband, but also her first love, and his skills in this area were decidedly unrefined. He evaded her advances, prompting her to pursue him. He dodged, and she followed. Cen Wan issued a playful warning. "Lu Beixun, if you evade me again, I shall bite you." He clearly believed her threat, knowing all too well the unpredictable nature of the woman before him. He no longer evaded her, as Cen Wan's inexperienced kiss ignited a fire within Lu Beixun, almost consuming him entirely. She lingered on his lips for what felt like an eternity, and when Lu Beixun did not respond, she withdrew, contemplating a different approach. At that moment, however, Lu Beixun's hand ensnared her waist, while the other gripped the back of her head, pressing her down. He captured her lips with a fervent kiss, twisting passionately as if to vent his pent-up frustrations. A sharp pain shot through Cen Wan's lips, and she furrowed her brow, enduring it as he pressed her waist forcefully. almost as if he intended to meld her into his being. Feeling discomfort in their position, Lu Beixun lifted her effortlessly, unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed, before leaning over her. Just as Cen Wan opened her mouth to speak, her lips were once again silenced, leaving her only able to emit soft whimpers. The corners of Lu Beixuan's eyes flushed with a hint of crimson, his kisses insistent, while his warm hands roamed her body. Cen Wan understood that he was genuinely angry. She closed her eyes, surrendering to his aggressive kiss, as his hands ignited sparks at every touch. A soft moan escaped her lips. She found herself faintly yearning for Lu Beixun to take things further, yet he halted his movements, just as her head began to spin from his fervent kisses, and her mind felt on the brink of suffocation. He finally released her. She wrapped her arms around Lu Beixuan's neck, breathing heavily, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. With a squint and a playful smile, she asked, "Are you calmed down yet? If not, we can do this again." Lu Beixuan ruffled her hair gently. "What happened to your modesty?" "Modesty doesn't fill the belly," she retorted, her fingers drawing circles on his chest, her gaze mischievous. "Moreover, I wish to be with you." Lu Beixuan rose, adjusting his clothes while glancing at her, whose attire lay slightly disheveled on the bed. "Then you should do as you wish." With that, he departed her room, leaving only the silhouette of his tall frame behind. Cen Wan called out, "Don't you wish to?" Her expression was forlorn. She had clearly sensed his reaction moments before, so how could he so easily turn his back on her? It felt unjustly cruel. After tidying herself, Cen Wan pursued Lu Beixuan, only to find that Cen Xiao had already left. It was understandable. Even the thickest skin would feel out of place after such treatment. The servants had prepared dinner, and Cen Wan went to summon Cen Luo. Upon her arrival, Cen Luo noticed Cen Xiao's absence and inferred that the meeting had not ended on a pleasant note. With a sigh, Cen Luo refrained from elaborating further, instead turning her attention to Lu Beixuan, seated on the sofa. She walked over and plucked an apple from the fruit platter, taking a bite while her gaze lingered on him. After a prolonged stare, Lu Beixuan finally glanced her way. "Brother-in-law," Cen Luo began, "can you tolerate my sister's temper?" Before Lu Beixuan could respond, Cen Luo continued, "I shouldn't pry into your affairs. Clearly, you spoil her endlessly." Cen Wan, overhearing this, internally rebuked herself, realizing that even Cen Luo recognized Lu Beixuan's indulgence toward her. Yet, at that moment, she had been intent on finding ways to irritate him. Someone approached and lightly tapped Cen Luo's head. "I've told you, stay out of adult matters." She shot a disapproving look at Cen Luo. "Because of your antics, your brother-in-law is now angry with me." "What?" Cen Luo exclaimed, feeling she had caused a significant blunder, turning to Lu Beixuan. "Brother-in-law, please don't be mad at my sister. It was I who invited Cen Xiao." Cen Luo, at times oblivious and at others astute, had always been aware of the subtle dynamics between Lu Beixuan and Cen Xiao since their marriage. Cen Wan chuckled lightly. "All right, let us eat. You need to hurry back to school tomorrow." Cen Luo pouted. "Is this how you treat your younger sister?" "Less talk, more action," Cen Wan replied, concerned for her safety. With their parents absent, school was undoubtedly the safest environment. She had even placed several eyes and ears there to ensure her protection. Unbeknownst to her, the current state of the Cen family was entirely secure, as any potential threats had been dealt with by Lu Beixuan. Apart from a few old servants, the remaining new faces were all loyal to him. After dinner, as Cen Wan prepared to leave, Cen Luo clung to her, pleading, "Can't you stay with me?" "No. You're so heartless," Cen Luo whined, leaning on her shoulder. "Stay, please. I want to share secrets with you." Cen Wan found it hard to resist Cen Luo's charms, but shot a glance at Lu Beixuan. Just for one night? Cen Luo wouldn't let her go, nor would she release Lu Beixuan. After a quick shower, Cen Wan fetched Lu Beixuan some toiletries and sleepwear. "I'll be back shortly." Cen Wan entered Cen Luo's room. Snuggling into her bed, Cen Luo emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair, and glanced at Cen Wan. "You left your brother-in-law alone in an empty room?" Cen Wan rolled her eyes at her. "Whose fault is that?" Mine, Cen Luo admitted. She dried her hair and, clutching a pillow, sat cross-legged on the bed. Letting out a deep sigh, Cen Wan raised an eyebrow at her. "What's wrong? Have you fallen in love? In a previous life?" She vaguely remembered Cen Luo mentioning a boy, though it had been fleeting and without much detail. She never learned how things unfolded between them. "Sort of. Cen Luo replied. Her head lowered as she poked at the pillow. There's a senior who acts all high and mighty, so irritating, yet I can't help but like him. What should I do? After a brief pause, Cen Luo continued. Just so you know, he doesn't tea like me. Look at your cowardice, Cen Wan teased. Give me his name. I'll make him like you. Cen Luo shot her a weary glance. Can you not be so violent? Forget it. I can't count on you, she sighed. You've been spoiled by your brother-in-law and think violence is the answer. Don't you know that a forcible approach won't yield sweet results? Cen Wan shrugged. Whether it's sweet or not, if I can snag him, that's my skill. It's all about my satisfaction. This boy is related to your uncle, Cen Luo revealed. Cen Wan blinked. Whose uncle? Ji Huai, Cen Luo replied. Cen Wan gasped. Realizing Ji Huai was one of Lu Beixun's few friends, and would soon win over Su Jitong, the Sea Queen. Cen Wan tossed her hair. Who cares who his uncle is? If he doesn't tea like my sister, that's unacceptable. Fine, Cen Luo sighed, feeling her words had been in vain. Cen Wan, we live in a society governed by law. Don't resort to violence. In the end, Cen Wan was expelled from the room by Cen Luo. Fuming, she returned to her own room, where Lu Beixun was still awake, perusing a magazine. She flopped onto the bed, and after a while, turned onto her stomach, beckoning Lu Beixun with a finger. Have you ever seen Ji Huai's nephew? Is he handsome? Lu Beixun's expression darkened further. I haven't seen him. Cen Wan, oblivious to Lu Beixun's displeasure, continued. He's a senior, probably around my age or a year older. Ji Huai is quite the catch. His nephew should be no exception. Lu Beixun's expression grew increasingly stormy. When Cen Wan noticed his mood, she paused, realizing he might be feeling jealous. A smile crept onto her lips as she clarified. The one who likes Ji Huai's nephew is someone else, not me. The one I like is right here, sulking. Upon hearing this, Lu Beixun's demeanor softened slightly. He reached out, grasping her wrist, and pulled her tightly into his embrace, stating, Ji Huai's nephew is Jiangling Zhou. I've met him a few times. He is indeed impressive. Cen Wan, having ventured outside and returned with inquiries about Jiangling Zhou, soon understood Lu Beixun's jealousy stemmed from her complimenting another man's looks. What is his character like? Cen Wan inquired further. Decent, Lu Beixun replied. Cen Wan refrained from probing any deeper about Jiangling Zhou, instead teasing Lu Beixun. You looked quite adorable when you were jealous just now. Lu Beixun responded, Do you love me? Cen Wan blinked, though she had already formed an answer in her heart. She still wished to hear it from his lips. The response she received was a profound silence, devoid of the words she longed to hear. It's fine if you don't say anything. After all, I love you. Even if you don't love me, I still love you. She gazed at Lu Beixun, speaking to herself, yet the disappointment flickering in her eyes betrayed her, just as she was about to articulate her thoughts. Lu Beixun interrupted her. Love. Lu Beixun's lips parted slightly. A simple word, yet it rendered Cen Wan's body immobile. She stared at Lu Beixun, momentarily dazed, before softly murmuring, What did you just say? With unwavering sincerity, Lu Beixun replied, I love you. I'm entirely yours. Cen Wan was so overwhelmed with emotion that she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she stammered, I also love you. Very much. A kind of love that cannot be separated from you. She employed the most clumsy of expressions to convey her affection for him. Lu Beixun merely acknowledged her with a hum, his expression unchanging. Upon hearing the words he yearned for, he did not display any surprise. Perhaps it was due to the thoroughness of his previous defeat. He held her close as they drifted into slumber, a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, after breakfast, Lu Beixun left for the office, while Cen Wan drove Cen Luo to school. At the entrance of the dormitory, Cen Wan turned to the passenger seat where Cen Luo sat and slowly asked, What do you think of Cen Xiu? Cen Luo, puzzled by her sister's inquiry, replied earnestly, He is gentle, humble, attentive, bright, and kind to everyone, like a real brother. Though Cen Luo often approached people with an open heart, Cen Wan felt compelled to offer a word of caution, urging her to maintain vigilance. What if I told you that the brother you see as gentle, humble, and kind-hearted is actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, one who could potentially harm our parents and you? Would you believe it? Cen Luo, bewildered, responded, That's impossible. Cen Wan smiled, agreeing that it seemed improbable, yet it had indeed occurred. Had she not lived a second life, she would have certainly defended Cen Wan vehemently against anyone who spoke ill of him. Blood ties are not always absolute. She added, moreover, there is no blood relation in this case. Pausing for a moment, she continued with a playful tone, be careful. Perhaps one day I might do something to you for the sake of inheritance. Cen Wan remained unperturbed, partly due to her trust in her sister, and partly due to her indifference toward the Cen family's wealth. You would never do that, she said, lifting her chin slightly. With a hint of pride, Cen Wan ruffled her hair affectionately. But Cen Wan might. Cen Wan, have I ever deceived you? Cen Wan pursed her lips and shook her head. No. Cen Wan had never lied to her, nor would she ever slander anyone, especially not someone she once trusted and relied upon deeply. After a moment, Cen Wan looked up at her, sincerity in her gaze. Cen Wan, I believe you. Because you are my sister, aside from our parents, you are the person who loves me the most in this world. I trust you. Cen Wan smiled. I know you're telling me this to keep me alert, and I will. Cen Wan nodded. Cen Wan then inquired, have you warned Mom and Dad? Father has already grown wary, so don't worry, Cen Wan replied. Go on in. If you need anything, call me. If you can't reach me, just call your brother-in-law. Cen Wan gave an okay sign and exited the car. Cen Wan watched her sister's retreating figure, and just as Cen Wan entered the dormitory, she paused, turned around, and made a heart shape with her hands above her head. Cen Wan couldn't help but chuckle softly. So childish. Once Cen Wan had departed, Cen Wan took out her phone and transferred some money to her before driving away from the campus. In a CAF corner, Cen Wan sought her out. The woman greeted him with a smile that was simultaneously distant and polite. What can I do for you, Mr. Cen? Cen Wan took a sip of his coffee, his demeanor warm. I wish to collaborate with Miss Shan. Shinjini responded, I don't believe there is much we can work on together, Mr. Cen. Cen Wan's smile remained, yet his dark eyes concealed a hint of menace. Miss Shan, you harbor feelings for Lu Beixun, and I desire Cen Wan. Let us collaborate. Shinjini hesitated, then chuckled. Is Mr. Cen so certain of my feelings for Lu Beixun? Moreover, Cen Wan is your sister. And what of it? Cen Wan's warm smile faded. He had done his research. Shinjini returned to the country for Lu Beixun, as everyone claimed, for their families shared a deep bond, and she had known Lu Beixun far longer than Cen Wan. Shinjini sensed the depth of his cunning and found him intimidating. She picked up her bag. Mr. Cen, I'm afraid I'm not interested in Lu Beixun. With that, she turned and left without a backward glance. Everyone assumed she returned for Lu Beixun, but that was not the case. She headed straight to the Lu group, and the receptionist did not stop her as she entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 69th floor. Upon reaching the office, she pushed the door open. The man behind the desk looked up, his displeasure evident. Next time, remember to knock. Of course, Shinjini replied with a sidelong glance, tossing her bag onto the sofa and sitting down. Cen Wan just approached me, thinking I liked you and wanting to collaborate. Lu Beixun remained silent as she continued. He claims his target is your wife, but I suspect he has greater ambitions. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the professional world for years, Shinjini had learned to read the subtle cues in people's expressions. Furthermore, considering that Cen Wan had grown up in the Cen household for 20 years, his feelings for Cen Wan must have developed long before this moment. If his words held any truth, how could he bear to watch Cen Wan marry Lu Beixun? Lu Beixun rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, his gaze deep and complex. He indeed has greater ambitions. Chapter 26, The Cold-Faced Boss. Shinjini chose not to elaborate further. Since Lu Beixun was aware, she knew he would not let the matter rest. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she laughed. Lu Beixun, do you think I'm unattractive? Lu Beixun's tone was nonchalant. No. Is that so? Shinjini replied, your wife said so. Realizing the context, Lu Beixun's expression shifted to one of protective concern. If she says you're unattractive, then you must be. Shinjini retorted, you are the one who provoked her. Lu Beixun's demeanor softened at the thought of that little woman. Who told you to tease my wife? Shinjini stood up, moving closer to his desk. I only teased her for your sake. If it weren't for the difficulty you have in pursuing her, I wouldn't meddle. Shinjini shot him a glare. You ungrateful person. Lu Beixun tossed her a document. Sign this. Without glancing at the contents, She picked up a pen and signed her name. The document merely outlined their collaboration. After signing, Lu Beixun issued a dismissal. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Is that how it works? Use me and then toss me aside? Leaving is fine, Cen Wan said. Where is Xiaoyan? Lu Beixun replied. He doesn't wish to see you. A flicker of disappointment crossed Cen Wan's eyes. If he doesn't want to see me, then I'll find him myself. The city isn't that big. If he is capable, he can hide indefinitely. It's you who don't want him, Lu Beixun said lightly. His words not only served as a reminder to Cen Wan, but also pierced her heart. She forced a smile, picking up her bag. I'm leaving. As Cen Wan exited the office and stepped into the elevator, tears streamed down her cheeks. Yes, it was she who had turned him away. How could she now shamelessly return? Cen Wan and Lu Beixun's relationship continued to deepen, much to Aunt Yang's delight. Unaware of the quarrels between Cen Wan and Lu Beixun, she assumed their reconciliation must have stemmed from a misunderstanding that had now been resolved. In the evening, Cen Wan prepared a sumptuous steak, complemented by fine red wine, with a bouquet of red roses she had purchased from a flower shop on her way home. When Lu Beixun returned from work, Cen Wan called him to wash his hands and join her for dinner. She never mentioned to Lu Beixun that she had cooked the meal. He, in turn, chose not to expose this little secret. To her surprise, Lu Beixun offered a rare compliment about dinner. Not bad. Cen Wan stared at him in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words had escaped his lips, questioning. What did you just say? With a slight smile, Lu Beixun replied, the steak is quite good. Thus, with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, Cen Wan nearly let slip her enthusiasm, hastily clarifying, I mean, tomorrow I'll have Aunt Yang prepare it. Lu Beixun, seeing through her ruse, simply nodded in agreement. During the weekends, Lu Beixun would accompany her at home, yet during the weekdays, her hours alone often felt unbearable. She felt like a jobless wanderer, supported by her family before marriage and now by Lu Beixun thereafter. After 2 days of idleness at home, a thought had been swirling in her mind for days, and after much deliberation, she dialed Mrs. Lu's number to share her aspirations. Mrs. Lu was not in favor, expressing her concerns about the exhaustion that came with employment, suggesting instead that Cen Wan enjoy leisurely strolls and engage in activities that piqued her interest. However, Cen Wan was persistent, and ultimately, Mrs. Lu relented, arranging a position for her at the company with instructions to report the next day. This newfound job would not only keep her occupied, but also allow her to see Lu Beixun during work hours. She requested to be placed in the administrative department, ensuring a balance of proximity to Lu Beixun without interfering with his duties. Cen Wan did not inform Lu Beixun of her decision, and the following day, she reported to work, accompanied by He, who was assigned to guide her. Upon seeing He, memories flooded back of the disdainful and resentful gaze he had cast upon her after Lu Beixun's death. Clad in a sharp suit, he maintained his meticulous demeanor, though the animosity in his eyes had noticeably diminished. She greeted him with a smile. It's been a while. He offered a slight nod before ushering her into the elevator. As the elevator ascended, she glanced at He, inquiring, Does Lu Beixun know I'm here? He replied that the CEO was yet unaware of her arrival, as he had not had the opportunity to inform him. Well then, Cen Wan said, There's no need to mention it. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she added, In regard to my identity as Lu Beixun's wife, please keep that to yourself. He nodded in understanding. Cen Wan simply wished to blend in as an ordinary employee, avoiding any unnecessary attention or preferential treatment. Although she had visited the Lu Corporation several times before, she had always used a private entrance and remained unrecognized. The only receptionist who might have known her had likely resigned. Public opinion could be merciless, and her father had always shielded her and Cen Luo from prying eyes. With only whispers of 2 heiresses from the Cen family, no one knew their appearance, nor even their names. Their wedding had caused quite a stir in Kyoto, with everyone aware that Lu Beixun had wed the eldest daughter of the Cen family, yet not a single photograph of the bride had surfaced online. Some speculated that the Cen heiress was unattractive and too timid to show her face, while others dismissed the union as a mere business arrangement devoid of affection. And there were those who theorized that Lu Beixun's actions were merely to protect his wife from the harsh glare of public scrutiny. He escorted her to the administrative department on the 68th floor, just beneath Lu Beixun's office. After introducing herself, she was relieved to find her new colleagues amiable. He then led her to her workspace, and Cen Wan paused momentarily in astonishment. Was this truly her desk? It seemed to be a coveted sanctuary for many. Clearing her throat, she turned to he. Do you think I'm here to slack off? He responded, of course not. Feeling a bit awkward, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, thinking to herself that it practically felt as though they had moved a bed into her office. After he departed, Cen Wan sat at her desk, pondering what her responsibilities would entail, as no one had assigned her any tasks. The desk beside her was occupied by a woman who appeared to be a few years her senior. Hesitantly, she initiated a conversation. Hello? What should I be doing? The woman glanced at her before returning to her work. You're new here. Just take some time to familiarize yourself with the environment. My name is Chong Ning. I'm only a few years older than you. Just call me by my name. Cen Wan nodded, realizing that the morning was quite busy, and refrained from further inquiries. She began to peruse the employee handbook, unable to suppress a sigh at the multitude of regulations. Chong Ning overheard her and remarked, aside from the many rules and the rather stern boss, the salary and benefits are quite satisfactory. If you work diligently, the company will not shortchange you. Cen Wan nodded, though her interest lay not in monetary gain, but in interpersonal connections. She chuckled at the notion of Lu Beixun as a cold-hearted CEO, wondering if he was even aware of the nickname his employees had given him. Chapter 27. Don't be so nervous. Noticing that Cen Wan had little to occupy her time, Chong Ning handed her 2 documents. Do you know how to organize reports? Yes, she replied, relieved to finally have something to do. She attentively listened to Chong Ning's instructions, finding that organizing reports was a simple task, and soon enough, she had completed both reports. Just as she stretched her arms, the voice of the administrative manager rang out. Lu Zong will arrive in 5 minutes. Everyone should focus on their work and refrain from whispering or daydreaming. He was puzzled as to why the CEO had suddenly decided to personally attend a meeting. Chong Ning muttered under her breath, why is the so coming over all of a sudden? Then, with a sudden thought, she pulled Cen Wan aside, asking, do you have some sort of backing? Cen Wan was taken aback for a moment, wondering if her identity had already been discovered. Chong Ning continued, you must be related to Assistant He, right? New employees always have someone designated to guide them, and Assistant He usually doesn't involve himself in these matters. Cen Wan exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, and awkwardly smiled. Yes, I'm a distant cousin of Assistant He. I just arrived in Kyoto and am not familiar with the area, so my cousin helped me find a job. Chong Ning nodded in understanding, her expression indicating that everything made sense now. Chong Ning was quite personable, and Cen Wan felt comfortable asking, so, is your CEO really that intimidating? Intimidating doesn't quite capture it, Chong Ning replied. He is exceptionally formidable. His mere presence is enough to instill fear. Is he truly that terrifying? Cen Wan was about to inquire further when she was interrupted by the manager calling for her. She stood from her desk and approached him, greeting, hello, manager. The manager, Xiang Yang, nodded and took a moment to appraise her, clearly taken aback by her beauty. What's your name? He asked. Cen Wan, she replied. Xiang Yang's gaze made her feel uneasy. Cen Wan, he repeated, I have a challenging task for you. What is it? Cen Wan asked, puzzled as to what could possibly be so daunting. During the upcoming meeting, you'll need to pour a glass of water for Lu Zong, Xiang Yang instructed. As you're new, you want to be participating in this meeting. Cen Wan nodded in acknowledgement. Before departing, Xiang Yang added, not including you in this meeting isn't due to any bias against you. I'm just concerned it might be overwhelming. After you serve the water, you may leave the meeting room. Cen Wan felt bewildered, but complied with Xiang Yang's instructions, thinking to herself that she would understand in due time. Chong Ning approached her again, asking, what task did Xiang Yang assign you? Cen Wan replied, I'm to pour water for Lu Zong. Xiang Yang is quite ruthless. Chong Ning remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy for Cen Wan. She patted her shoulder, saying, good luck. Cen Wan pondered, could it truly be that terrifying? It hardly seemed so. Generally, Lu Beixun treated her with great gentleness, albeit occasionally with a hint of severity. She proceeded to fetch water, while her colleagues had already entered the conference room, awaiting the meeting. As the door swung open, Lu Beixun strode in, surveying the room, but failing to discern a certain figure. He coldly inquired, "Is everyone present?" "Yes," came the response from Xiangyang, his voice betraying his anxiety. Lu Beixun took his seat, resting a hand on the table, his tone icily assertive. "Are you certain?" The atmosphere in the office was stifling, and a fine sheen of sweat appeared on Xiangyang's forehead. The new hire went to get water. If one listened closely, they could detect the tremor in Xiangyang's voice. No sooner had Xiangyang finished speaking than Cen Wan pushed the door open, balancing a cup of water in her hands. Upon spotting Lu Beixun, she momentarily froze, then, under the gaze of all present, placed the water before him. Setting the cup on the table, she found herself at a loss for words. Everyone held their breath, fearful that her actions might displease the stoic CEO, which could result in her immediate dismissal. The one most concerned for her was, of course, Chang Ning, who had secured the job through connections. To be fired on her very first day would be utterly tragic. Lu Beixun's expression darkened further as he continued to scrutinize Cen Wan. At a loss for what to do, she exchanged a glance with Xiangyang, who silently urged her to leave. Just as she was about to exit the conference room, Lu Beixun's voice rang out, frigid and commanding. "Stay for the meeting." Cen Wan hesitated at the door, contemplating for a few seconds before finding a seat. Though she was newly employed, she understood whom to heed. Lu Beixun's scowl was formidable. Surely he was displeased? Cen Wan considered the matter. She had commenced her position without proper introduction, which undoubtedly would not sit well with Lu Beixun. The meeting unfolded under a heavy atmosphere, and Cen Wan soon grasped why he was referred to as the cold-faced CEO. The demeanor he exhibited at home was markedly different from that in the office. Throughout the meeting, Lu Beixun's gaze lingered on her, while Cen Wan struggled to comprehend much of what was discussed. As the meeting concluded amidst a palpable tension, everyone exhaled in relief, save for Cen Wan, who remained anxious. Her intention had been to surprise Lu Beixun, but it had evidently turned into a fright, and she feared he might harbor resentment. After all, her lack of understanding could lead to frequent mistakes at work, which would surely give Lu Beixun the impression that she was merely a nuisance. Thus, she resolved to work diligently, to ask questions when in doubt, and to minimize errors. Upon returning to her desk, barely having settled in, she was summoned by He, who led her to the elevator. "Where are we headed?" she inquired. "President Lu is looking for you," He replied. Cen Wan's heart sank. Could she possibly be dismissed on her very first day? She pressed further. Did President Lu mention what it was about? No, he responded, escorting her to the office before departing. Cen Wan approached the figure seated behind the desk, tentatively calling out, "President Lu." Upon hearing her address, Lu Beixun's countenance darkened even further. "Call me by my name," he replied coldly. Cen Wan lowered her gaze, nervously fidgeting with her hands. Lu Beixun's expression softened marginally as he commanded gently, "Come here." Cen Wan circled the desk, slowly making her way to him. In a swift motion, he seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace, causing her to fall onto his lap. "All right, don't be so tense. If you wish to stay, then stay." "Really?" she replied, her heart racing. Lu Beixun affirmed with a slight nod. Overcome with excitement, she momentarily forgot her position on his lap. When she finally regained her senses and attempted to rise, he held her firmly in place. Cen Wan pushed against him. "This is the office. It wouldn't be appropriate if someone saw us." "No one will come," he assured her. Relieved by his words, she asked, "How did you know I was coming?" Before the meeting, Lu Beixun remarked, pinching her cheek lightly, as if to convey his displeasure. "Work is demanding. Can you handle it?" Cen Wan, eager to appease him, gave him a light peck on the lips. "It's not like I'm moving bricks at a construction site. I can manage, don't worry. Also, please don't disclose our relationship to others. I don't want to be treated differently." "Understood," he replied, firmly grasping the back of her head and kissing her passionately, as if punishing her for her impulsive actions. Cen Wan melted into his embrace, feeling lightheaded from the kiss. Her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, her breath quickening. The clarity in her eyes became clouded, evoking both affection and a desire to be playfully teased. Just as she felt on the verge of losing consciousness, Lu Beixun finally released her, allowing her to breathe freely. Chapter 28, The Gossip. Cen Wan felt utterly relaxed, nestled in Lu Beixun's arms. She sensed a shift in him. Previously, she had been the one attempting to gain the upper hand, yet now he had her firmly pressed against him, kissing her fervently. Nevertheless, she relished it. After a moment of respite, she declared, "I must return to work." Lu Beixun held her hand, gently caressing her knuckles, and murmured in agreement. He, waiting outside the office, caught sight of Cen Wan as she exited, his gaze lingering on her face for a fleeting second before he awkwardly cleared his throat. Cen Wan's lips were slightly swollen, and she shot he a puzzled glance, oblivious to the reason behind his discomfort. He, visibly embarrassed, initiated the conversation. "Let me escort you downstairs." She chose not to press the issue further, following he into the elevator. Once they reached the ground floor, he departed, and she returned to her workstation to inquire with Changning about her tasks. Changning paused, momentarily taken aback as she regarded Cen Wan. "What happened to your mouth?" "Huh?" Cen Wan realized the implication, recalling the way he had looked at her earlier. Changning handed her a small mirror, and as she gazed into it, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Internally, she berated Lu Beixun. Could he not have given her a heads up? Did he not realize that girls are sensitive about such matters? Seeing Changning's expression remain neutral, she felt relieved. "My cousin gave me a packet of spicy snacks, which were quite fiery, and that is how this happened," she explained. Changning handed her a cup of water, placing it on the table. "Drink some water. By the way, how does your cousin bring spicy snacks at work?" Cen Wan, taken by surprise at the question, nearly choked on her drink, coughing until her eyes glistened. Quickly brainstorming, she replied, "My cousin's way of relieving stress is through spicy snacks. You know how it is working near the CEO? The atmosphere is always tense. I hope you understand." Changning nodded, her expression suggesting comprehension. In the morning, Changning took the time to familiarize her with the workflow, assigning her simple tasks, which Cen Wan managed fairly quickly. However, when faced with slightly more complex assignments, her efficiency waned considerably. Changning reassured her, stating that it was normal for new hires to take time to adjust. Cen Wan felt no discontent. She was simply grateful not to have caused any disturbances. Changning was particularly attentive to her. During lunch, she led Cen Wan to the company cafeteria and recommended several delectable dishes. While choosing her meal, Cen Wan discovered that the offerings were all her favorites. Changning murmured, "Why is the menu so extravagant today?" Cen Wan responded, "What do you mean?" As Changning served the food, she elaborated, "I'm not implying that the usual meals are inadequate. Let us just say that today's selection is particularly exceptional." Cen Wan understood, a smile creeping onto her lips, feeling a warmth in her heart. The two found a spot to sit down, and Changning, a natural chatterbox, regaled her with company gossip while they dined. Cen Wan listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions about the unfolding tales. It was as if they were long-lost friends, their connection blossoming. Changning, thrilled to have someone to share her stories with, became increasingly animated, and soon, Cen Wan found herself embroiled in a juicy piece of gossip concerning Lu Beixun. "Let me tell you an astonishing piece of gossip. Changning, the previous manager of the sales department, was a woman who, rather than dedicating herself to her work, sought shortcuts and adorned herself flamboyantly. You would never guess whom she was trying to entice. Cen Wan, who? She even neglected her meals, consumed by her desire to hear gossip. Changning, the CEO Lu." Cen Wan was not particularly surprised. When Changning had mentioned it was a sensational scandal, she had already surmised the general outline. And then, Changning continued. One day, she used a work report as an excuse to visit Lu's office. What transpired during that time remains a mystery, but the woman was unceremoniously thrown out by assistant he. I happened to witness her pitiful state while she was trying to report on her work. Later, that woman was dismissed. This incident occurred during the period when Lu was engaged to the daughter of the Cen family. Cen Wan pursed her lips in silence. Had she been present, she would have certainly confronted that woman for attempting to seduce her husband, leaving her parents unrecognizable. Changning suddenly thought of something. How coincidental, you share the surname Cen. Cen Wan chuckled dryly. It is indeed quite coincidental. Changning added her to the administrative department's work group and subsequently to the company's gossip group. Feel free to express yourself. There are no senior executives here, just employees. Cen Wan nodded, and upon entering the group, several individuals welcomed her. She responded with a thank you emoji. The workplace was not as fraught with intrigue as she had imagined. Chongning remarked, "Of course, one cannot speak in absolutes. Perhaps it is because we are in the administrative department, which lacks significant competition. The sales department is a different story." Someone understood this well. In the absence of competition, everyone could coexist peacefully. However, once competition arises, it is only natural for good friends to turn against each other. The saying that there are no friends in the workplace holds true. Yet, she was not striving for anything. She merely came to work to catch glimpses of Lu Beixun. After lunch, he brought desserts for everyone. Chongning exclaimed, "What a delightful day!" Cen Wan glanced at the strawberry-flavored dessert, a smile gracing her lips. After the desserts were distributed, as he was leaving, he gave her a slight nod, as if to communicate that the dessert was arranged by Lu Beixun. She was aware of it all. Lu Beixun's kindness was never expressed in words. She took a photo of the dessert and sent it to Lu Beixun, accompanied by a heart emoji. Lu Beixun replied, "Is work going smoothly?" Cen Wan, "Not particularly smoothly, but at least I'm not causing any trouble." Lu Beixun, "If you don't understand, feel free to come to me." Cen Wan, "Wouldn't that be overkill?" Lu Beixun, "Not at all." Cen Wan couldn't help but laugh, prompting Chongning to inquire, "Who are you chatting with?" Without a moment's hesitation, Cen Wan replied, "My husband." Chongning's expression turned to astonishment. "You're married?" Cen Wan showed her the ring on her left hand. "I am indeed married." Chongning, on the verge of tears, lamented, "A 22-year-old is already married, while a 25-year-old is still single." Cen Wan chuckled softly, trying to console Chongning. "Marriage is for happiness. Not marrying is also fine. It's all about being comfortable." Cen Wan had always held this belief, had it not been for the upheaval in the Cen family. Marrying before 30 would not have been in her plans. Chongning merely complained that some things cannot be forced. When the time is right, a boyfriend will naturally appear. At 2 in the afternoon, work commenced, and Chongning led Cen Wan to the break room, which was adjacent to the tea room, where she prepared a cup of coffee for her. The work atmosphere was entirely different from what she had envisioned. She had thought Lu Beixun would be like other bosses, exploiting his employees. She asked Chongning, "Is this the work atmosphere you've always had?" "Yes," Chongning replied. "We take breaks when needed and work when it's time to work." That sounds rather pleasant. By the afternoon, the workflow had become familiar, and although some tasks were challenging and slow, they were completed smoothly. Cen Wan felt she had unlocked a new skill. If Lu Beixun were to go bankrupt, she could work to support him. She felt a flicker of pride. She could cook, had a job, and was suddenly filled with a slight sense of accomplishment. After work, Cen Wan bid farewell to Chongning and stepped out of the building, snapping a photo of the evening sky and posting it on her social media with the caption, "Unlocking the skill of earning a living." Too absorbed in her phone to notice the figure behind her, Lu Beixun smiled slightly, glancing at her post before giving it a like. He put his phone away and called out to her from a distance, "Wan." Cen Wan, thrilled by his like, turned at the sound of his voice. Lu Beixun approached her, his gaze softening. She frowned slightly and took a step back. Ordinarily, she would have rushed into his arms, but here, in the company, she couldn't risk being seen, either revealing the relationship or being mistaken for a homewrecker. Cen Wan retreated. "Don't come any closer." Lu Beixun's expression darkened instantly. Cen Wan ceased her retreat, looking at him imploringly. "So, Lu, please." He halted 2 meters away, his face clouded with foreboding. Cen Wan clasped her hands together. "I'll wait for you at the intersection ahead." After saying this, she dashed away, not allowing him time to react. The intersection was about 200 meters ahead. Cen Wan walked for a few minutes before arriving. Lu Beixun's car was already parked by the roadside, waiting for her. She did not get in immediately, but scanned the area for familiar faces. Once assured there was no one around, she opened the passenger door and sat down. Once inside, she looked at Lu Beixun with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, husband, please forgive me." Her calling him husband softened Lu Beixun's demeanor considerably. He reached out, cupping her cheeks, and leaned in for a deep kiss before releasing her and fastening her seatbelt. "I forgive you." Cen Wan's fingertips brushed against her lips where he had just kissed her, and she smiled suddenly. "Tho Lu, you've been kissing me more frequently lately. Admit it. You love me." She raised her chin defiantly and arched an eyebrow at him. Had she not reminded him? Lu Beixun might not have realized that seeing her made him irresistibly want to kiss her. Keeping his eyes on the road, he started the car and casually replied, "Yes, I love you." He had decided not to retreat any longer, so expressing his affection felt completely acceptable. "I love you too." Cen Wan pondered her salary. She was still unaware of how much she would earn monthly. Although she didn't care much for the amount, she was curious if it would suffice to buy a handbag. She asked, "CEO Lu, may I ask how much my monthly salary is?" "About 20,000. That's a bit low," she thought, given her usual spending habits. 20,000 wouldn't even be enough for a handbag. She contemplated that such a salary might not sustain them if Lu Beixun were to face bankruptcy. "How much does my cousin earn?" Lu Beixun shot her a questioning look. "Your cousin?" Cen Wan tapped her head, recalling how throughout the day, everyone had asked if she was related to He, as he was a regular employee who had no need to engage with her. She had explained that He was her cousin. And now it slipped out? "I meant He. I had no idea you had a cousin named He. He just appeared out of nowhere today." Cen Wan sighed. "He personally attended to me, and when others asked if I was getting special treatment, I couldn't exactly say that the CEO they were referring to is my husband, so I had to say He is my cousin." Looking towards Lu Beixun, she remarked, "I do not wish to be treated differently, nor do I want anyone to make things difficult for me." Lu Beixun pondered for a moment and responded with a faint hum, devoid of any particular emotion. Cen Wan continued the previous topic. "What is EY's monthly salary?" "Employee salaries are confidential," Lu Beixun replied. It was safe to assume that those working alongside him were well compensated, and their benefits were certainly superior to those of ordinary employees. Otherwise, why would EY remain steadfastly loyal to such a brooding boss, enduring considerable mental strain? "Why don't you just dismiss EY and let me take his place?" Cen Wan said with a teasing smile. Lu Beixun, to her surprise, did not outright refuse, instead responding, "All right." Just as the car came to a halt at a traffic light, Lu Beixun unlocked his phone, preparing to call EY, but Cen Wan hurriedly intervened. "No, I was joking." Lu Beixun turned off his phone, replying, "Yes, I was joking too." Cen Wan was taken aback. She clenched her fist and playfully punched his shoulder, gazing at him with a feigned sense of grievance. "Lu Beixun, you've turned wicked. I learned it from you." Lu Beixun chuckled softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Cen Wan, with an air of pride, turned her gaze to the window. Outside, the streets were bustling with cars, the evening rush hour in full swing. Such a life was not without its merits. A 9-to-5 job provided a sense of purpose, far more fulfilling than idling away the hours. After completing her evening routine, she recalled the gossip that Chong Ning had shared with her. Sitting up in bed, she straddled Lu Beixun's abdomen and said, "Let us be honest. Resist with severity. Tell me, what did that sales department manager do to you? Did that wicked woman lay a finger on you?" Lu Beixun narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Where did you hear that?" Cen Wan playfully made a zipping motion across her lips. "I can't say. I mustn't betray my girlfriends." She urged him now. "Do tell." Lu Beixun slowly replied, "Nothing happened." Cen Wan sighed in relief, glad that her husband had not been besmirched by a woman of ill intent. Otherwise, even if she were dismissed, she would have sought her out for a proper reprimanding. Straddling him, Cen Wan was hardly still. Her movements stirred the air between them. Completely unaware of the effect she was having on Lu Beixun, he felt a surge of desire, yet he restrained himself. While the little woman remained oblivious to his change in demeanor, teasing him with her every action, he grasped her slender waist, then with a swift motion flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. Cen Wan sank into the soft bedding as a flurry of tender kisses descended upon her neck. Taken aback for a moment, she mistakenly believed that Lu Beixun had finally come to terms with his feelings and was willing to touch her. She reached up, wrapping her arms around his neck. Lu Beixun playfully bit her earlobe. "Be honest with me." With that, he released her and retreated into the bathroom, leaving Cen Wan in a state of disappointment, believing she was finally about to experience intimacy, only to find it was a fleeting fantasy. Staring at the ceiling in a state of despondency, she sighed deeply. Lu Beixun was not in a much better position. The opportunity for intimacy was right at his fingertips, yet he dared not indulge, forced to endure. Chapter 30. You just said you were whose wife? Time passed swiftly as Cen Wan adapted to her working life, keeping pace with the rhythm of her duties. The work environment was harmonious, devoid of excessive scheming. During tea breaks and meals, colleagues often included her in their gossip sessions. Overall, work seemed a commendable choice. However, she had noticed that the woman sitting opposite Chong Ning harbored a deep-seated grudge against her. The woman, named Su Ming, occasionally sought to create trouble for Cen Wan under the guise of work, uttering biting remarks or assigning her overly challenging tasks. Initially, Su Ming's attitude was simply unkind, and Cen Wan assumed it was due to her own shortcomings, choosing not to engage in conflict, especially since Chong Ning would often assist her with the more difficult assignments. One day, Cen Wan reached her breaking point. With only the conclusion remaining on a task assigned by Su Ming, and noticing that Su Ming was absent, Chong Ning inquired, "Did you offend Su Ming? You notice she's targeting me, too?" Cen Wan replied. Chong Ning nodded. Cen Wan shrugged. "I'm not sure. Perhaps I did offend her." In truth, if Su Ming hadn't been so intent on making her presence felt, Cen Wan wouldn't have even noticed her existence, let alone offended her. During her initial days of work, she had been rather free, which allowed her to take on the tasks assigned by Su Ming. At that moment, Xiang Yang approached to ask how she was adjusting to the job. After a brief exchange, he invited her to dinner that evening, and without a second thought, she declined. Xiang Yang left dejectedly, and Chong Ning, observing his demeanor, remarked, "I think I understand why Su Ming has it out for you." "Why?" Chong Ning shifted her chair closer. Leaning in conspiratorially, "Xiang Yang has been particularly attentive to you lately, hasn't he?" Cen Wan considered this. If what he just did counts as being attentive, then yes. This marked the third time Xiang Yang had invited her to dinner after hours, once in the break room, alone with her, once while waiting for Chong Ning at the cafeteria entrance, and now this instance. This all made sense now. Leaning in closer, Chong Ning whispered, "Su Ming has a thing with Xiang Yang. She likes him, but he only sees her as a casual fling, without any commitment." This relationship with Xiang Yang was likely why Su Ming, an ordinary employee, acted with such superiority. The privileges granted by Xiang Yang afforded her a certain status. Now that Xiang Yang was paying attention to Cen Wan, it threatened Su Ming's position, prompting her to target Cen Wan. Chong Ning glanced at Su Ming's desk. "Didn't I warn you on your first day to steer clear of Su Ming for this very reason?" Due to her connection with Xiang Yang, Su Ming wielded undue power within the company, maintaining an elevated status. Though some might harbor resentment toward her, they were reluctant to speak out against her due to her relationship with Xiang Yang, who had long served as her tool for gratification. Understanding this, Cen Wan grasped the dynamics at play. People are different. Your cousin is EY, and he hasn't treated you any differently. Xiang Yang is nothing in comparison to your cousin. Chong Ning reassured her. You need not fear Su Ming. Should she continue to target you, have your cousin dismiss her. I'm not afraid, Cen Wan asserted, having no reason to fear Su Ming. Completing the tasks assigned by Su Ming was merely a matter of idleness, and her work was ultimately for Lu Beixun, not Su Ming. Chong Ning pondered aloud. Speaking of which, Su Ming knows that you are his distant cousin. How does she still dare to target you? I'm not certain, Cen Wan replied. The reason she had mentioned Y as her distant cousin was to avoid preferential treatment while simultaneously preventing others from deliberately making her life difficult, allowing her to focus on her work. Yet, the targeting persisted. Su Ming dared to challenge Cen Wan because she fundamentally did not believe that Y was her cousin. She assumed that if Y truly was her cousin, she would have been assigned a more favorable position. In truth, it was not only Su Ming who disbelieved her. Many colleagues remained skeptical about her claim of a familial connection to Y. However, since it did not concern them, they merely expressed their doubts in private discussions, treating Cen Wan well in their daily interactions. Just then, Su Ming returned, standing at her workstation with arms crossed, looking down at Cen Wan with palpable impatience. Have you completed the tasks I assigned you? Cen Wan glanced back at her, her tone cool almost. Su Ming retorted, What is wrong with you? Can't even handle this minor task? Her voice was sharp, drawing the attention of several colleagues. Cen Wan frowned in displeasure. The documents had only been in her possession for half an hour, and her speed was already commendable. It was evident that Su Ming was deliberately provoking her. I said almost. Are your ears deaf? Su Ming never anticipated that Cen Wan would confront her. She raised her chin slightly and scoffed. You claim to be Assistant He's cousin and truly believe you are someone significant? How amusing. I could just as easily claim to be President Lu's wife. Su Ming regarded her with palpable disdain. Do you honestly think of yourself as someone of importance? Su Ming's words were sharp, and Chongning frowned, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up. The other colleagues cast worried glances at Cen Wan. Yet none were willing to stand up against Su Ming on her behalf. They neither intervened nor took sides. Su Ming's gaze fell upon Chongning, a derisive smile crossing her lips. When clinging to someone's coattails, one ought to discern the worth of their attachment. Do you even know where this person beside you emerged from? Chongning, long exasperated with Su Ming, seized the documents from Cen Wan's hands and hurled them at Su Ming's face with precision and force, the files landing on the floor. Whoever wants to serve you can do so. Our Wan will no longer cater to you. Chongning had never intended to curry favor with anyone. From the beginning, Cen Wan had been by her side, and recalling her own early days of ignorance and hesitation to ask questions, she sought to assist her. As time passed, their interests aligned, and Cen Wan would earnestly listen to her, deepening Chongning's fondness for her. Cen Wan was taken aback by Chongning's defense, while Su Ming, with a red mark now visible on her face where the folder struck, glared at both Chongning and Cen Wan with contempt. I see you both are eager to lose your jobs, looking to find your way to Xiao Ba Pai. Chongning retorted, you truly equate shamelessness with honor, exploiting your worth to the fullest. It's utterly revolting. Chongning articulated sentiments many colleagues harbored but dared not voice. Su Ming's complexion darkened, and their argument escalated. Cen Wan, agitated by the commotion, stood up from her desk and approached Su Ming, eyeing the scattered documents on the floor before bending down to retrieve them. Casting a glance at the still ongoing verbal exchange between Chongning and Su Ming, Cen Wan casually rolled up her sleeves, her icy gaze fixating on Su Ming. With a swift motion, she slapped Su Ming, silencing the entire floor. Chongning was left speechless, taken aback by the sheer audacity of Cen Wan's actions. Su Ming's head twisted to the side from the force of the blow, and within moments, a clear handprint blossomed on her cheek, eliciting mixed feelings of exhilaration and concern from their colleagues. Cen Wan's assault on Su Ming was not merely a reaction to Su Ming's provocations, but rather a response to words that should never have been uttered. Her gaze was dangerous, and her voice was frigid. Did you just claim to be someone's wife? Chapter 31. I am your wife. Su Ming felt a shiver of fear under Cen Wan's penetrating gaze, which exuded an air of unattainable supremacy, momentarily rendering Su Ming as nothing more than a mere buffoon. At that moment, Xiangyang rushed in, admonishing, what on earth are you two doing? Su Ming seized the opportunity, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she turned to Xiangyang. Manager, I merely urged her to complete her work, and she struck me. Cen Wan let out a cold laugh. My apologies, but my actions were not motivated by work. Xiangyang swept his gaze over the onlookers. What are you all staring at? Get back to work. He attempted to soothe Su Ming's distress, subsequently summoning both Cen Wan and Su Ming to his office. Chongning couldn't help but feel anxious, fearing they might conspire against Cen Wan. Chongning paced nervously outside the manager's office, and just as she was about to burst in, she encountered He. In a state of urgency, she ran to his side and grasped his arm. He glanced down, let go. Caught in a dilemma, Chongning hesitated, unsure whether to release him or not, fearing he might walk away. Your cousin just struck Su Ming, who has connections with Xiang Ba Pai, and now she has been called to the office. Chongning quickly relayed, releasing He's arm and scrutinizing his expression. Go to work, he replied, casting her a glance before striding towards the manager's office. Chongning looked back repeatedly, her concern palpable. Inside the office, Xiangyang leaned back his chair, idly spinning a pen. Let us have dinner tonight and catch a movie. Whether I choose to pursue this matter depends on whether you're inclined to oblige. This was merely a manifestation of workplace, unspoken rules. Cen Wan found herself curious about how someone like Xiangyang had ascended to such a position. Su Ming's expression soured upon hearing Xiangyang's words, yet she dared not protest further, fully aware of her insignificance in his eyes. She was merely a plaything to be discarded at will. Cen Wan leaned against the desk, scrutinizing Xiang Yang. What if I refuse? Xiang Yang threw his pen onto the table. Then you and your little friend can pack your bags and leave. He shared Su Meng's disbelief regarding He Yi's claim of familial connection. Just then, the office door swung open, and He Yi entered. Xiang Yang, you and Su Meng are both terminated. Xiang Yang and Su Meng froze. Disbelief etched on their faces as they turned to He Yi. Cen Wan approached He Yi, a smile gracing her lips. You and Su Meng guessed correctly. Assistant, he's indeed not my cousin. However, President Lu is my husband, so Xiang Yang, your focus is misdirected. Xiang Yang's expression morphed into one of shock, grappling with the revelation. It dawned on him that her surname was Cen. Cen Wan turned to He Yi. Individuals like them are a liability to the company. Please inform Lu Beixun that one must be discerning when selecting personnel. Consider it done. Cen Wan stated before departing the office, confident that He Yi knew how to proceed. 10 minutes later, all employees received an email announcing the termination of Xiang Yang and Su Meng due to workplace misconduct. No one dared to question Cen Wan's relationship with He Yi any longer. Meanwhile, Xiang Yang and Su Meng, now aware of Cen Wan's true identity, dared not speak a word. Any hint of their knowledge would lead to consequences far worse than their current predicament. The two left in disgrace. During the lunch break, colleagues began placing snacks on Cen Wan's desk, expressing gratitude for ridding them of the two nuisances. They had long harbored disdain for those two, feeling powerless to act until Cen Wan's timely intervention. Cen Wan smiled. It's not my doing. The company has a clear policy against workplace misconduct. While they were aware of the policy and had contemplated reporting it, their efforts had always faltered, fearful of their own insignificance and the potential repercussions from Xiang Yang's connections. Following this incident, her colleagues treated her with newfound respect, continuing to interact with her as usual without any preferential treatment, precisely what she desired. In the president's office, He Yi reported, President Lu, Madam asked me to convey that one must be discerning when selecting personnel. He felt a bead of sweat forming on his palm. Nervousness palpable. Lu Beixun's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening, not because of Cen Wan's words but due to the audacity of others who dared to covet his woman. His voice was cold and commanding. Investigate who is responsible for hiring those two. Find out who promoted Xiang Yang. Withhold their year-end bonuses. Understood, he replied apprehensively. Bring Madam in, Lu Beixun ordered. Yes. Cen Wan was about to push open the office door when it swung wide, and she was pulled inside, pinned against the door. One arm encircled her waist, the air thick with his scent. Lu Beixun, his words unfinished, pressed his lips forcefully against hers, the kiss fervent and demanding, as if he were savoring her sweetness. Cen Wan whimpered softly, losing track of time, nearly breathless when he finally released her. Lu Beixun rested his forehead against hers. His voice husky, our relationship is now public. This way, no one would dare to covet what belonged to him. However, going public would complicate her work. Her eyes misted, and Lu Beixun could sense her desire for him to dominate her once more. Su Meng and Xiang Yang were but a brief interlude. All she wished for was to work diligently, avoiding unnecessary conflict, yet some insisted on provoking her. Cen Wan wrapped her arms around his waist. I am not one to suffer in silence. If I cannot resolve it, I will certainly seek your help. Is that agreeable? Lu Beixun pondered for a moment before reluctantly acquiescing. His thin lips descended upon her once more, as Cen Wan entwined her arms around his neck, surrendering to his ardent and forceful kiss. The two remained intimately close for quite some time. When Cen Wan returned to her desk, Changming glanced at her and remarked, Your cousin has been feeding you spicy strips again. She coughed awkwardly and nodded in acknowledgement. Your cousin's method of relieving stress is rather unique, Changming commented. Cen Wan chuckled nervously. Indeed, it is quite unique. As the day drew to a close, the administrative department delivered dire news. General Manager Lu had personally taken over the department, relocating the office downstairs. Everyone in the department, except for Cen Wan, appeared utterly despondent, still reveling in the departure of two troublesome colleagues, only to be met with another calamity. Changming's face contorted with worry. Why does General Manager Lu have to manage it himself? Just kill me. Is there no respite for us? Cen Wan comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. It's all right. We just need to do our jobs well. However, her heart held a different sentiment. What was Lu Beixun up to? On the way home, Cen Wan inquired, will you manage to handle the administrative department? Guess why I keep you around? Lu Beixun shot her a sidelong glance. Cen Wan lowered her gaze. Am I adding to your troubles? Lu Beixun reached out to ruffle her hair. No, don't overthink it. I just want to see you. Upon learning of her employment, he felt a mix of surprise and joy, concerned for her well-being yet eager to have her around. He also worried about her being coveted by others. As evidenced by the situation that day, Cen Wan lifted her gaze, her clear eyes sparkling. I work just to see you, even if it's just a glimpse. Do you know why I hit Su Meng? Why? Because she claimed to be your wife. It infuriated me. I am your wife. You belong solely to me. As she spoke of the matter, Cen Wan's cheeks puffed in indignation. Lu Beixun chuckled softly, his gaze filled with affection. Be good. Don't be upset. You are mine. Chapter 32. North Alley Bar. Cen Wan's phone buzzed with a message. Su Jitang. Tomorrow night at North Alley Bar. She was about to decline when another message came through. Su Jitang. How long has it been since you've paid me any attention? Can you really bear to stand me up again? Cen Wan replied. I've been busy chasing my husband. It's a critical time. Su Jitang. Cut the nonsense. Are you coming or not? Cen Wan glanced at Lu Beixun and quickly typed a response. Cen Wan. I'll come. I finish work at 5. Su Jitang had invited her several times before, all of which she had declined. If she turned down this invitation, her friend would likely sever ties with her. Su Jitang. I'm shocked you're working? Cen Wan. At Lu Beixun's company. Su Jitang. Are you sure you're not just there to cause trouble and make Lu Beixun go bankrupt sooner? Cen Wan. Friendship revoked. Goodbye. She powered off her phone and turned to Lu Beixun. Miss Su has invited me out. May I go tomorrow? I'll be home by 8. Lu Beixun never restricted her freedom. She was free to go after work. At this moment, she simply wished to inform him of her whereabouts, to offer him a sense of security. Lu Beixun's tone remained gentle. I'll drive you after work. No need. I'm quite weary after a day's work. It would be best to return home early and rest, wash up, and wait for me in bed. A flicker of something unusual passed through Lu Beixun's dark eyes, fleeting yet palpable. As his aura grew progressively colder, he fell silent for the remainder of the journey. Cen Wan, oblivious to his change in demeanor, assumed his silence was acquiescence and did not dwell on it further. The next day after work, Cen Wan messaged Lu Beixun to inform him she was leaving the company, then hailed a cab directly to North Alley Bar. She spotted Su Jitang in a corner, the bar's lights swirling around her. Alone at the bar, Su Jitang sipped her drink, appearing somewhat disheartened. Cen Wan approached, seated herself beside her, and ordered a drink from the bartender, glancing sideways at her friend. Feeling down? Not really, Su Jitang replied, taking a sip and carelessly swirling the drink in her glass, her beauty tinged with despondency. Just feels rather pointless. What about those little puppies and wolf cubs you mentioned? Cen Wan raised an eyebrow. They're rather dull, a mere beckon, and they fall in line. Su Jitang shrugged, tossing her hair back. There's no challenge. Cen Wan lowered her gaze, silently chuckling, saying nothing more. Soon enough, that man who would be easily subdued would soon enter her world. Su Jitang glanced at her. What are you smiling about? I was thinking about how Miss Su might fare when someone else takes the reins. Su Jitang scoffed, downing her drink in one go. Compared to Su Jitang, Cen Wan appeared more innocent, her work attire starkly contrasting with the bar's ambience, attracting the attention of several men. In a place filled with worldly temptations, men accustomed to heavy makeup found themselves intrigued by the sight of a pure yet exquisite woman. Their desires stirred. Cen Wan's lofty demeanor deterred many, yet it also provoked an urge to approach. Noticing the glances from nearby men, she casually tossed her hair back with her left hand, revealing a wedding ring on her ring finger, causing the man who had been approaching her to halt in his tracks and retreat. Indeed, a wedding ring can sometimes save one from considerable trouble. After a while, Cen Wan excused herself to the restroom, taking the opportunity to touch up her makeup. A few minutes later, she emerged from the restroom. Upon returning, the bar was in disarray, with other patrons encroaching on her and Su Jitang's spot. She navigated through the crowd, only to find Su Jitang brandishing a broken bottle in front of a man with a sharp, monkey-like visage. Cen Wan recognized him as a companion of the man who had attempted to flirt with her earlier, likely a friend. Cen Wan hurried to Su Jitang's side, asking, "What happened?" "I just found him unpleasant," Su Jitang replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. Even without her elaborating, Cen Wan understood that Su Jitang would not have reacted merely to a fleeting annoyance. She was not that type of person. Everything had its reasons. After Cen Wan had gone to the restroom, the monkey-faced man had spewed vile insults towards her, suggesting she was pretending to be innocent and that married women were easier to bed, making such disgusting remarks. Su Jitang, having been pampered since childhood, had never learned the art of restraint. Accusations of her being a superficial friend were far from accurate. She had directly hurled her drink at the man. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The monkey-faced man was no pushover either. His companions quickly surrounded Su Jitang, demanding her apology. The form of apology they sought was for Su Jitang to spend the night with him, ensuring that the matter would be settled. The monkey-faced man turned to Cen Wan. "We were having a chat, and your friend threw a drink at me. Don't you think she should apologize? Shouldn't you be the one to apologize?" Su Jitang smirked. "What did you just say? Have you forgotten everything? Shall I help you remember?" The monkey-faced man grew impatient. "What is it to you that your married friend is here? Isn't it shameful for a married woman to be running around a bar? Just a whore, pretending to be innocent." Cen Wan had gathered the gist of the situation and cast a cold, piercing glare at the monkey-faced man. He scoffed at Su Jitang. "I've got plenty of brothers. If you want to fight, you 1T come out on top. Spend a night with me as an apology, and I 1T hold it against you." He preferred wild women like Su Jitang over married ones, perhaps even a virgin. Before the monkey-faced man could finish, a bottle struck him squarely on the head, shattering upon impact and creating a sharp, resounding crack. Warm liquid trickled down his forehead, leaving him dazed, his vision blurring. It was none other than Cen Wan who confronted the scrawny, sharp-faced man. Though her demeanor projected confidence, her heart was filled with trepidation. His aggression was overwhelming. Despite her fear, she was resolute that no one could bully her dear friend in her presence, especially since her so-called plastic sister was there to defend her. Upon closer inspection, one could notice the slight tremor in her hand as she gripped the bottle of wine. Su Jitang let out a chuckle. "Well done." Cen Wan shot her a glare, thinking that in such a dire moment, Su still had the leisure to jest. Fear gripped her heart. She decided that if this woman ever invited her to a bar again, it would have to be in an opulent VIP room, or she would absolutely decline. Some men truly were a blight on her vision. As Cen Wan pondered this, she leaned closer and nudged Su with her elbow. "Are you so courageous because you brought bodyguards?" Su Jitang raised an eyebrow at her. "What do you think? Don't joke around. If we're without bodyguards, 1T we be in grave danger today? With so many on the other side, 2 defenseless women like us would surely face dire consequences." The sharp-faced man, finally regaining his senses, barked at his companions to deal with the 2 of them. Cen Wan anxiously clutched Su Jitang's arm. Chapter 33. I truly love you. Su Jitang offered her a reassuring glance as she discarded the shattered wine bottle at the man's feet, producing a sharp sound, then took a seat on a bar stool. Surveying the crowd, it was time to take action. Suddenly, a dozen individuals emerged from the throng, restraining the man and his companions, leaving the sharp-faced man bewildered. Cen Wan exhaled a sigh of relief. Her plastic sister was not one to act without assurance. She should have anticipated it and spared herself the worry. A bodyguard kicked the sharp-faced man behind his knee, causing him to crash to the ground. From her elevated position, Su Jitang looked down at him. "Apologize to me and my sister in arms, and we'll consider this incident resolved." Cen Wan embraced Su Jitang, resting her head on her shoulder. "Oh, you scare me to death." Su Jitang gently lifted her chin. "Look at how frightened you are, don't cry. It breaks my heart." Cen Wan feigned innocence, nodding obediently while pointing at the group on the floor, sweetly imploring, "Darling Tang Tang, please help me teach him a lesson." Su Jitang turned to the bodyguard. "Listen to my wife, give him a beating." The onlookers were left in astonishment, marveling at the theatricality of the pair. Moments later, the men on the ground were howling in pain, while the sharp-faced man remained baffled as to who he had offended. The bar owner, witnessing the commotion, dared not intervene, fearing he might unwittingly offend someone of importance, merely standing by and observing the spectacle. Cen Wan. Cen Wan was thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama when that voice cut through her concentration, causing her expression to harden instantly. She would never forget that voice. Su Jitang glanced toward its source and nudged Cen Wan. "Your brother is here." Cen Xiu strode through the crowd toward her, concern etched on his face. "What has happened? Are you hurt?" His facade was impeccable. Cen Wan could discern no hint of insincerity in his expression, as if his worry for her was genuine. Cen Wan hesitated, while Su Jitang sensed the awkward tension and interjected to lighten the mood. "Cen Xiu, don't worry. With me here, Wan will be just fine." Cen Xiu, being older, allowed her to call him brother. He sighed in relief. "That's good to hear." Cen Wan turned to Su Jitang, her expression softening slightly. "Darling Tang Tang, I promised Lu Beixun I would return home early to accompany him. So I must take my leave." She smiled. "Next time, ensure you book us a VIP room. Otherwise, I shall not come." Before Su Jitang could respond, Cen Wan sidestepped Cen Xiu and headed toward the bar exit. Cen Xiu, momentarily flustered, stood frozen for a few seconds before following her retreating figure. Su Jitang was puzzled, sensing something odd between the two. Had they quarreled? Upon exiting the bar, Cen Wan was about to hail a cab when someone seized her wrist. Wan. Cen Xiu had caught up, but she frowned and disdainfully shook off his grip. "Don't touch me." Deep down, she loathed his touch. Cen Xiu's eyes flickered with hurt. Wan. What's wrong? Haven't we always had a good relationship? Why has it come to this? What on earth is happening? His every expression conveyed his distress. To Cen Wan, he resembled a clown, desperately trying to perform. She found it impossible to engage him calmly, fully aware of his past transgressions. The lives of 3 family members have been extinguished by his hands. She couldn't even muster the energy to feign civility. "I have a husband." Cen Wan met his gaze, her voice icy. "I must inquire what my dear brother means when he professes love for me in front of my husband. Is it to sabotage our relationship? To sow discord?" Cen Xiu's heart sank. It felt as though her piercing gaze could unravel all his schemes. He paused, and his expression gradually dimmed as he spoke slowly. Wan, I don't want you to be with Lu Beixun. I love you. Can't you see that? I truly cannot. Is that love when you set fire to my family? Is that love when you mislead me into causing harm to those I cherish? Such a love is intolerable for me. Believe it or not, I genuinely love you." Cen Xiu abruptly embraced her, his voice thick with emotion, leaving Cen Wan utterly taken aback. She felt a chill wash over her and forcefully pushed him away. Cen Xiu's gaze fell upon a car that had just driven off, and a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his dark eyes. Cen Wan, consumed by hatred for the man before her, could no longer endure his incessant advances. With a swift motion, she slapped him across the face, not giving him a moment to react before delivering another blow. Without sparing him another glance, she hailed a taxi and departed. Once in the car, Cen Wan retrieved a wet wipe from her bag, scrubbing her hands incessantly, unable to comprehend how such a repugnant man could exist in the world, dressed impeccably, exuding charm, yet fundamentally filthy and vile, akin to a creature from the sewers, resorting to any means to achieve his ends. The Cen family had nurtured him for 20 years, providing him with the finest of everything, offering him the best treatment, both materially and emotionally, equal to what she and Cen Luo had received. And Cen Xiu lacked for nothing. His father had even considered passing the Cen enterprise to him. Her parents had never deprived him of anything. What could possess someone to commit such monstrous acts? Arriving home at 7, she went directly to her room to select fresh clothing before heading to the bathroom. Upon returning, she noticed the study's light was on. Lu Beixun was in there. After her shower, Cen Wan, as before, discarded her clothes into the trash, revealing her utter disgust for Cen Xiu. She spritzed herself with perfume, then exited the bathroom. Lu Beixun had yet to return. She entered the study, pushing the door open. Lu Beixun sat behind the desk, glancing up at her as he heard the noise, his expression cold and distant, reminiscent of the day he had been reborn, strange and frigid. Cen Wan was momentarily taken aback. As Lu Beixun slowly spoke, his voice devoid of warmth. Knocking is a basic courtesy. Do you not understand this? Cen Wan felt as though she had been thrust back to a time of liberation. What was wrong with him today? Normally, he permitted her to enter without knocking. Besides, this was her home. She murmured softly, Lu Beixun, do you need something? Cen Wan had intended to share the events of the day with him. But seeing his icy demeanor, her words caught in her throat. He likely wouldn't wish to hear it now. She shook her head. It's nothing. If it's nothing, please step out. Lu Beixun stated, I have work to attend to. Cen Wan longed to inquire what was troubling him, but his chilliness caused her to hesitate. She feared he might utter the word divorce at any moment. Then I shan't disturb you. As the words fell, Cen Wan exited the study, gently closing the door behind her. Lu Beixun stared at the recently shut door for several seconds, his expression shrouded in gloom. He tossed the steel pen onto the desk and leaned back in his office chair, irritably pinching the bridge of his nose. Loosening his tie, he found no inclination to continue working, remaining seated in the study, lost in thought. Chapter 34. Wan, I'm sorry. That evening, Cen Wan had not eaten, and her stomach rumbled with hunger. Initially, she had intended to playfully coax Lu Beixun into accompanying her for a meal, but now, even hunger could not stir her appetite. She simply could not fathom what had transpired with him. He had seemed perfectly fine in the morning at work and during lunch. He had summoned her to the office, where they had exchanged flirtatious banter. Yet by evening, everything had changed. In the study, Lu Beixun opened a drawer and retrieved a business notebook, flipping to the first page. His fingertips grazed a photograph, and he murmured softly, Can I trust you? As he turned the pages, he lingered on each one for an extended moment. Upon reaching the third page, he froze. In addition to his own handwriting and a photograph, there was a line of elegant script that read, The other me in another world truly hates you, yet loves you sincerely. The me in this world feels genuine remorse and guilt, desiring to share a lifetime with you. This line was dated the day Cen Wan was reborn, the words having been penned in tears, with traces of her sorrow staining the paper. He gently traced the tear stains on the page, murmuring, This foolish girl. How many times has she cried in secret? Cen Wan suspected that Lu Beixun's anger was likely linked to her time spent at the bar. Before leaving work, she had messaged him, and he had responded. She had instructed her subordinates to review the surveillance footage from the bar between 5 and 7 o'clock. And as she scrutinized the video on her laptop, everything appeared normal until she and Su Jitong had an altercation. When the footage shifted outside the bar, she noticed a familiar car pulling away. Prior to that, Cen Xiaojing had embraced her, and in that instant, Cen Wan understood his intentions. Using the same tactic twice was truly despicable. If Lu Beixun had lingered a moment longer, he would have witnessed her slapping Cen Xiaojing. Still, he harbored doubts about her fidelity. A weight settled in her heart as she watched the footage, and an idea struck her. She edited the clip of her slapping Cen Xiaojing, put it on loop, and paired it with an infectious background score. Once completed, she tentatively messaged Lu Beixun. Cen Wan, let me show you something amusing. Cen Wan, video. Cen Wan, you should trust me a little more, cutie. Minutes passed without a reply from Lu Beixun, and she remained uncertain whether he had viewed the video. Throwing off the covers, she resolved to check on him in the study. Upon opening the bedroom door, she was taken aback to find Lu Beixun standing outside, his demeanor suggesting he had not just come from the study. Cen Wan blinked in surprise. Why don't you come in? I feared you wouldn't want to see me, Lu Beixun replied, his gaze downcast, filled with remorse. He longed to pull her into his embrace, but feared inciting her anger. Having spoken such words to her in the study, even if she didn't voice it, she must have been hurting inside. Why would I? Cen Wan lowered her gaze, entwining her fingers with his, leading him into the room. I'm a little sad, but I want to be angry with you, nor will I avoid you. She guided Lu Beixun to sit at the edge of the bed, straddling his lap and wrapping her arms around his neck. Hold me. Lu Beixun encircled her waist with his arms, pulling her close. His voice was deep and resonant. Wan, I'm sorry. Cen Wan rested her chin on his shoulder. You never need to apologize to me. The one who should be sorry is myself. Settling herself comfortably, She gazed at his lips before softly kissing him, a fleeting touch like a dragonfly skimming the water. Lu Beixun responded to her gentle kiss, mirroring her movements. As she pressed against his chest, her hand applied a slight pressure, pushing him back onto the bed. In the process, her lips brushed against his teeth. It was not painful, and she continued to kiss him, to which Lu Beixun patiently reciprocated. Cen Wan pulled away from his lips, her eyes misty. Do I still need to knock before entering the study? No need. Lu Beixuan's gaze had grown lustful, his voice hoarse, clearly struggling with restraint. As Cen Wan's delicate fingers traced his perfect jawline, she declared, I won T let Cen Xiaojing off easily. You trust me, right? Lu Beixun murmured an affirmative, recognizing how utterly beguiled he was by her. His Adam's apple bobbed enticingly, a temptation too potent for Cen Wan to resist, her fingers lightly caressing that very spot. Lu Beixun stiffened, holding his breath. He suddenly flipped her over, pinning her beneath him, grasping both her wrists above her head. His voice was dark and gravelly. A man's Adam's apple should not be touched. Cen Wan blinked innocently, asking, what happens if I do? She was well aware of the consequences. Her intent was deliberate. Lu Beixun leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear. If you touch it, there will be consequences. His voice was low, sending shivers down her spine, as he whispered, how do you wish to be punished? A kiss brushed against her neck, and Lu Beixun inquired, is that permissible? Cen Wan's lashes fluttered, her cheeks aflame. What do you mean? Can you give yourself to me, Lu Beixun asked softly, clearly struggling to maintain control. Without hesitation, she shyly nodded, I am yours. She was solely Lu Beixuan's. Breaking free from his grasp, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him ardently, her response the best she could offer. Lu Beixuan's eyes darkened, sealing her lips with fervor, transitioning from tenderness to a dominating possession of her breath. His kisses traveled from her forehead down, showering her neck and collarbone with a flurry of affection. Cen Wan, her heart racing, gripped his arms as warmth flooded her cheeks, her brows knitting together in nervousness. A blush crept into the corners of her eyes, while their clothing lay strewn about the floor. In the early hours, the only light in the bedroom came from the bedside lamp. Cen Wan, drowsy and disoriented, felt utterly exhausted, longing for sleep. Lu Beixun, I'm so sleepy, he responded with a soft half an hour later. He pressed a gentle kiss to her ear and rose to enter the bathroom. The bathtub was filled to the brim with water, and he carried the exhausted woman inside, believing she could finally rest. However, what followed was another exhausting ordeal. Overcome, she fell into a deep slumber. At 2 a.m, Lu Beixun lifted her from the tub, carrying her back to bed, and dressed her in a fresh, dry set of pajamas. In her dreams, she stirred slightly, as if uncomfortable. The soothing coolness on her aching body brought her relief, allowing her brows to relax as she gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep. With gentle hands, Lu Beixun applied ointment to her skin. Once everything was in order, he lay beside her, wrapping her in his arms, quietly admiring her serene visage. Ultimately, he could not resist planting a kiss upon her lips. Time slipped away, and eventually, he succumbed to a deep, dreamless slumber, while the little woman beside him slept soundly. Chapter 35, Baby Be Good. The following day, Aunt Yang surprisingly did not call her for breakfast. When Cen Wan awoke, she found it was already 11 o'clock, and the man seated at the edge of the bed gazed at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Cen Wan, still groggy, rubbed her eyes and queried weakly, what time is it? 11 o'clock. What? Cen Wan shot up in bed, realizing it was Friday. Aren't you going to work? I took the liberty of requesting a day off for you, Lu Beixun replied with a charming smile. Cen Wan looked at him. Is it all right for you not to go to work? It's perfectly fine, Lu Beixun. I receive a salary not merely to have them fill seats in the company. Cen Wan reflected on this and laid back down, casting a sidelong glance at him. From this moment forth, I am yours, and you must take responsibility for me. Lu Beixun reached out to tousle her hair, his tone indulgent. I am also yours. Cen Wan shifted closer to him, nuzzling her cheek against his hand, utterly obedient, evoking an overwhelming desire to tease her. She turned over, lying on her stomach on the bed, and in a soft voice complained, my back hurts. It's your doing, so you must help me massage it. Lu Beixun chuckled softly. What has happened to Wan Wan's modesty? As he spoke, his hand found her waist, kneading it with just the right amount of pressure, causing Cen Wan to comfortably squint her eyes. Does my husband prefer my modesty or my lack thereof? As long as it's Wan, I adore every facet of her. Cen Wan rested her head on the pillow, her voice muffled. I love hearing that. Could you say it more often in the future? Lu Beixun patiently continued to press on her waist, the soreness in his own body alleviating significantly. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually closed his eyes, nearly drifting into slumber. Lu Beixun gently called out to her, Wan, it's time for lunch. Let us eat first, then you can sleep. All right? She drowsily responded, her eyes still closed. Lu Beixun paused his movements. Wan? With no reply from her, he leaned down to kiss her earlobe, nibbling gently. Baby, be good, all right? Cen Wan opened her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. You just called me baby. Say it again. Lu Beixun's expression turned slightly awkward. Baby. Cen Wan pressed further. Who is the baby? Wan. Then whose baby is Wan? Mine. And who do you belong to? Wan's baby. Cen Wan's sleepiness vanished, her heart swelling with sweetness greater than honey. Will my husband ever abandon his Wan baby? As long as Wan wants me. Lu Beixun replied with unwavering conviction. I will not. Cen Wan placed her hand over his. In this lifetime, I shall belong solely to Lu Beixun through life and death. In this lifetime, she would not leave him, nor would she allow him to suffer again. The memory of his eyes, once dulled by despair, tightened her heart with pain. Back then, blinded by hatred, she had lacked discernment, believing all the words of Cen Xiu, branding him as a villain. How heartbroken and sorrowful he must have been then. Cen Wan sat up from the bed, straddling his lap, reaching to unbutton his shirt. Lu Beixun grasped her wrist. Wan? I want to move. Only then did Lu Beixun release her wrist. Last night's passionate encounter had left Cen Wan oblivious. Her hands trembled slightly as she unfastened each button of his shirt, pulling it aside to reveal his firm chest. Her fingertips lightly grazed the spot on his left chest, the skin unmarred, a place where she had once plunged a dagger. Cen Wan pressed her lips to that spot, kissing it softly, a tear escaping her eye. Lu Beixun's body stiffened as he felt the warmth of her tear fall onto his abdomen. His voice came out hoarse. Wan? Cen Wan looked up. I'm fine. She proceeded to fasten his shirt buttons. At Lu's corporation, Chongning hadn't seen Cen Wan by noon and hadn't received any notice of her absence. Growing increasingly concerned, she decided to send her a message, but to no avail. Just as she was about to head out for lunch, she encountered he and hurried over. Assistant he, has something happened to Wan? He halted, casting her a glance without uttering a word. Chongning blinked, thinking he was unaware. If assistant he doesn't know, I won't trouble you further. Just as she was about to leave, he finally spoke. She took leave today due to some matters. Chongning thanked him and departed, contemplating the coincidence that even President Lu was absent. Cen Wan, feeling sore and unwilling to move, nestled on the sofa after lunch. She opened her phone to find a barrage of messages from Chongning. She replied, explaining that she had taken a day off for personal matters, accompanied by an apologetic emoji, clearly indicating Chongning's worry for her. Turning off her phone and placing on the coffee table, she couldn't help but marvel at Lu Beixun's incredible stamina. She was truly overwhelmed. Had it been her former self, she feared she would have fainted. Thankfully, with Lu Beixun's supervision, her physical condition had improved significantly. She no longer struggled to ascend the stairs, and even the prolonged exertion from the previous night was manageable. On her day off from work, Cen Wan and Lu Beixun indulged in each other's company. While watching a show, she unknowingly drifted into sleep in his embrace. Lu Beixun gently carried her back to the bedroom, laying her down with tender care. Just as he intended to rise and leave, the little woman on the bed grasped his hand. Don't go, stay with me. Lu Beixun chuckled softly, pulling back the covers and lying beside her. All right, let us sleep. A hint of a smile graced Cen Wan's lips as she wrapped her arms around his waist and fell into a deep slumber. When Cen Wan awoke again, the sky had darkened and the room was dimly lit. The absence of Lu Beixun left a hollow feeling in her heart, an indescribable discomfort. She slipped on her slippers and descended the stairs. The living room was quiet without Lu Beixuan's presence. Only the light in the kitchen illuminated the space, leading her to believe Aunt Yang was preparing dinner. As she approached the kitchen, she was taken aback. Lu Beixuan? It turned out the one in the kitchen was not Aunt Yang, but Lu Beixuan himself. Lu Beixuan, you're awake? Yes. Cen Wan stepped into the kitchen, glancing at the dishes on the table. Did you make all of these? Yes. I couldn't possibly let Wan's hard work go to waste. Lu Beixuan handed her a pair of chopsticks. Try them. Do you like them? Cen Wan accepted the chopsticks. Yes. Not only does he know, but he also understands her little emotions. I thought you didn't know. Cen Wan picked up a shrimp and tasted it, savoring the deliciousness, marveling at his culinary skills that far surpassed hers. She gave him a thumbs up. Chef Lu, you deserve a compliment. Lu Beixuan chuckled softly, his affection evident. That evening, Cen Wan feasted heartily, managing to eat even more despite feeling full, ultimately overindulging. Sitting on the sofa, she cradled her stomach as Lu Beixuan, both helpless and concerned, first offered her some digestive tablets, then prepared a cup of hawthorn juice for her. Half an hour later, after finishing the juice, Lu Beixuan didn't let her head straight back to her room. Instead, he took her for a stroll outside. The evening breeze was cool and refreshing. Cen Wan clung to his arm, enjoying the simplicity and beauty of the moment. Chapter 36. Is your waist still hurting? That night, Lu Beixuan refrained from touching her again, fearing that she might be too exhausted to handle it. However, the little woman, having slept all day, was full of energy at night, nestled in his embrace. Her small hands misbehaving, igniting a fire within him. Lu Beixuan found himself overwhelmed by the restless little woman in his arms. Wan. His voice was slightly hoarse. Don't move. What happens if I do? Cen Wan looked at him, innocently blinking her eyes, feigning ignorance. As adults, they both understood the consequences of such movements. Lu Beixuan seized her wandering hand. You know what will happen. I don't. I want to hear you say it. A smile danced on Cen Wan's lips as her fingers traced circles on his chest. A sight that was utterly captivating. Lu Beixuan brought her hand to his lips, kissing it gently. I want to tease you. You wouldn't dare. Indeed, Lu Beixuan hesitated, so he silently endured. Cen Wan flipped over, pinning him beneath her, lifting his chin with one hand, and kissed him softly on his lips. Since you're off work tomorrow, may I invite you to engage in some late-night activities? Lu Beixuan's gaze darkened, fixated on her. Are you certain? Why have I ever deceived you? Good baby. Lu Beixuan flipped over, pinning her beneath him, showering her with a myriad of delicate kisses. Cen Wan entwined her arms around his neck in response. In the throes of passion, she whispered Lu Beixuan's name over and over again, a name forever etched in her heart, impossible to erase. Lu Beixuan leaned down, kissing away the tears that fell from the corners of her eyes. Wan, will you regret this? Cen Wan replied, I do regret it. As Lu Beixuan halted, preparing to leave, Cen Wan embraced his waist, pressing her cheek tightly against his chest. Lu Beixuan, I regret not loving you sooner. I truly love you. With the corners of her eyes tinged with red, Lu Beixuan caressed her face and suddenly grasped her chin, kissing her fiercely. After the kiss, Cen Wan leaned against him with a gentle sigh, relieved that tomorrow was Saturday, allowing her a reprieve from work. The reason she had taken the initiative to invite him was that Lu Beixuan had always been so cautious around her. Had she not made the first move, he might have truly refrained from approaching her again. He had always respected her decisions, never forcing her into anything she did not wish to do. Cen Wan wrapped her arms around his waist, her cheek resting against his chest. Darling, let us have a child this time next year. Lu Beixuan was momentarily stunned. He had never dared to dream of having a child with her. Gently pinching her earlobe, he took a long while before responding. All right. Having just sweated profusely, I feel quite uncomfortable. Please carry me to the shower. Cen Wan pouted playfully. Lu Beixuan lifted the covers and got out of bed, cradling her in his arms as they entered the bathroom. An hour later, he emerged from the bathroom, holding Cen Wan. Her collarbone was adorned with countless love bites, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. She playfully punched his chest, Lu Beixun, do you truly not know what it means to be tired? Perhaps, he replied tenderly, gently laying her down on the bed. Cen Wan, too weary to move, sprawled on the bed, not wanting to budge. Lu Beixun dried her off with the towel wrapped around her, then retrieved a fresh nightgown from the wardrobe to dress her. After a while, he returned with a small bottle, lifting the covers off her. Cen Wan knew what he intended to do and did not question him further. Lu Beixun was gentle, suddenly chuckling softly. Cen Wan opened her eyes to look at him. What are you laughing at? I thought you might feel uncomfortable, he said, or perhaps shy. Is that so? Cen Wan replied. I feel no discomfort. We have done what we needed to do and seen what we needed to see. We are legally married. After all, what is there to feel uncomfortable about? You are right, Wan. Lu Beixun chuckled softly. Cen Wan replied with a hint of melancholy. I have yet to see you feel uncomfortable. I am a man. Men are also human and can feel uncomfortable. Cen Wan babbled on, perhaps saying too much. Lu Beixun. After applying the medicine, he said, I won't. Cen Wan huffed playfully. Then neither will I. Is that so? Lu Beixun laughed meaningfully. Cen Wan nodded seriously, knowing well that she was still quite shy, only choosing not to show it. On the other hand, she relished Lu Beixun's gentle attentiveness afterward. On Monday morning, after breakfast, Cen Wan accompanied Lu Beixun to the office. At a nearby intersection, she requested him to let her off. After getting out of the car and surveying her surroundings, she finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing no familiar faces. Every day, she was on edge, fearful of being recognized. She preferred to have a driver to take her to and from work, but Lu Beixun refused. Upon arriving at the office, Cen Wan assumed Lu Beixun had gone ahead in the morning, only to find him waiting for her in the lobby. Seeing him made her feel like a mouse trying to escape a cat. She darted away as far as possible. While waiting for the elevator, Lu Beixun approached and stood beside her. Cen Wan inched closer and whispered, Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Going upstairs, he replied. But don't you have a private elevator? Cen Wan asked. It's broken, Lu Beixun said. Huh. I believe that when pigs fly, she thought, deciding not to press the matter further. When the elevator doors opened, she stepped inside, and Lu Beixun followed her. Perhaps due to Lu Beixun's presence, other employees on different floors were waiting for other elevators. Once the elevator doors closed, it was just the two of them inside. Cen Wan playfully pinched his waist. Lu Beixun, what are you up to? Lu Beixun grasped her wrist, pressing her against the corner of the elevator. Cen Wan pushed against his chest. There are cameras. The monitoring room is empty, Lu Beixun replied. I'll have you delete this footage later. Cen Wan, so it can be done this way. Can't you exercise a bit of restraint? She asked. No, he declared, and with that, Lu Beixun sealed her lips with his. Only until a second before the elevator doors opened did Lu Beixun release her. Cen Wan's lipstick was smudged, but she didn't exit the elevator immediately. She quickly retrieved her lipstick from her bag and reapplied it before stepping out. Lu Beixun exited the elevator without waiting for her, knowing that if he lingered, his little woman might grow upset with him. Upon reaching her desk, Chongning had already arrived and appeared somewhat excited to see Cen Wan, inquiring whether her issues had been resolved. Cen Wan nodded. In Chapter 37, Mr. Lu has a wife. Chongning suddenly added, What a coincidence. Mr. Lu also wasn't in the office the day you took leave. Is that so? Cen Wan laughed awkwardly, grateful that Chongning wasn't particularly sharp, or she might have inadvertently exposed herself. Chongning nodded, and Cen Wan felt a pang of guilt. Chongning had always been kind to her, sharing everything, and it didn't feel right to keep things from her. She resolved to find an opportunity to clarify things with Chongning, who she was sure wouldn't be angry with her. However, later that day, after work, when Cen Wan got into Lu Beixun's car at an intersection, she had just fastened her seatbelt when she received a WeChat message from Chongning containing a picture. It was a photo of her just as she had opened the car door. She froze for a moment and turned her head to see Chongning, shock evident on her face as she held her phone. Chongning understood. It was no wonder Cen Wan and Lu Beixun had both been absent from work that day. Cen Wan asked Lu Beixun not to drive just yet, and another message came through. Chongning, Wan, we can't be the third party. Chongning, Mr. Lu has a wife, crying emoji. Cen Wan momentarily found herself at a loss for words, looking at Lu Beixun. Do I look like a third party? Lu Beixun, Cen Wan sighed. That adorable Chongning was a bit clever, but not overly so. She said, I'm going out for coffee with my girlfriend. Do you want to join? Lu Beixun hadn't noticed Chongning standing by the roadside. Cen Wan pointed outside. That's my girlfriend. There's no hiding it now. Lu Beixun glanced through the car window, nodded. Go ahead. I'll find you later. He understood well how fearful the company employees were of him, so he planned to wait until they had chatted for a while before picking up his little woman, to prevent her from being mistaken for a third party. Cen Wan got out of the car and walked toward Chongning. As soon as she approached, Chongning grasped her arm and asked, Wan, what is going on? She acknowledged that Lu Beixun was indeed charming, but he had a wife, and breaking up someone else's relationship was bound to bring calamity. Cen Wan looked toward the nearby coffee shop. Let's go grab a coffee. The two sat by the floor-to-ceiling windows, with Chongning across from Cen Wan, 2 cups of coffee on the table. Chongning wore a frown. Wan, it's not too late to turn back now. If you don't heed my advice, we might as well not be friends. Cen Wan sighed helplessly and asked, What is my last name? Chongning looked at her in confusion. What is Lu Beixun's wife's last name? Cen. Cen Wan raised an eyebrow at her. So? Chongning furrowed her brow. Even if you share the same last name as Mr. Lu's wife, you still can't be the third party. Cen Wan, understanding is present, albeit limited. Do I resemble Lu Beixun's rumored wife? Even if I do, one cannot merely play the role of a substitute. Can one? Cen Wan. I am. Cen Wan straightforwardly stated. He is not my cousin, but Lu Beixun is my legally recognized husband. Chongning was momentarily taken aback, her excitement rendering her speechless. You. After a while, Chongning managed to articulate. You are the daughter of the Cen family, the wife of the general manager Lu. Cen Wan nodded. I did not intend to deceive you. I merely wished to work diligently. You need not apologize. Chongning replied. I understand, and I will help you keep this secret. Cen Wan looked at her with gratitude. Thank you. Chongning could hardly believe her luck. She had inadvertently stumbled into a friendship with the daughter of the Cen family and the wife of the general manager Lu. No wonder Xiang was dismissed outright. Coveting the general manager's wife certainly warranted such consequences. The moment she laid eyes on Cen Wan, she was captivated by her aura, sensing that she must be a daughter of some affluent family. However, upon reflection, if she truly belonged to such a family, why would she be an ordinary employee, subject to her superior's whims? Thus, she dismissed that notion. Wan, will you still have lunch with me in the future? Of course, Cen Wan replied with a smile. I still want to hear your gossip. Chongning's eyes sparkled. She genuinely adored Cen Wan, who bore no airs, and she cherished her all the more. Just then, Lu Beixun entered, striding directly to Cen Wan's side, his voice tender. Have you finished chatting? It's time to head home. Chongning clasped her hands over her mouth, wearing an amused smile, as the scene before her felt like something out of a romantic drama. What a match made in heaven. She pondered when she might encounter her own Prince Charming, but then, inexplicably, He's face surfaced in her mind. Shaking her head, she chose not to dwell on it. Chongning's smile dimmed slightly as she turned to Lu Beixun, General Manager Lu. She sensed that the usually stoic boss appeared somewhat softened, even gentle, at this moment. Lu Beixun responded with a quiet Chongning glanced at Cen Wan. Wan, I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After Chongning departed, Cen Wan remarked, My dear friend is quite lovely, isn't she? Not as lovely as my darling, Lu Beixun replied. Cen Wan smiled sweetly, linking her arm through his. Let us return home, to our little abode. Lu Beixun glanced at her. Do you find our home too small, Wan? Shall we consider a change? Cen Wan. This comprehension seems to rival that of Chongning. I do not think our home is small. As long as he is with her, even a rented room would feel ample. Lu Beixun chuckled, tousling her hair. Yes, I understand. Upon stepping outside, Cen Wan encountered several employees from the administrative department, likely on their way to dinner or shopping after work. Before they could notice, Cen Wan hastily released Lu Beixun's arm, creating distance between them. As the employees turned their attention to Cen Wan and Lu Beixun, they exchanged astonished glances, first greeting Lu Beixun, then casting puzzled looks at Cen Wan. Cen Wan sheepishly smiled. The general manager left his phone in the office, and my cousin has urgent matters. so I offered to deliver it. The group nodded in understanding, without further suspicion, and inquired if she would join them for dinner. Cen Wan, glancing at Lu Beixun's coal-black expression, smiled and politely declined. They did not press further and bid her farewell. After their departure, Lu Beixun's demeanor remained grim. The thought of having to conceal his relationship with his wife only darkened his expression further. Cen Wan, eager to appease him, found that he was indeed susceptible to her charms. He grasped the back of her head and planted a firm kiss on her lips. Chongning's vehicle was a delightful pink adorned with a large Hello Kitty sticker, quite charming. Though not overly expensive, it provided shelter from the elements. On her way home, music played within the car, and she was in high spirits, occasionally humming along, until disaster struck. Indeed, she had rear-ended another vehicle at a traffic light. The other car was a Bentley, and she feared for the safety of her wallet. She felt an overwhelming urge to cry. As she watched someone emerge from the car, she recognized him as he. He assessed the damage and cast a dispassionate glance in her direction before approaching and tapping on her window. Chongning rolled down the window, only to hear him say, "Settle this privately or call the police." Stammering, she replied, "Privately." With mere seconds remaining on the traffic light, he, devoid of emotion, instructed, "Park by the roadside." "Oh, okay," she responded, given that she bore the primary responsibility for the accident. Chongning felt on the verge of tears. Her situation was indeed dire for a mere working-class individual. As the car came to a halt on the roadside, she stepped out, and he approached her, opening the car door. She weakly called out, "Assistant he." She explained, "I did not mean to cause this. Rest assured, I will fully compensate for the repairs, though it may not be in one lump sum. After all, this car is not cheap. However, I can write you an IOU." He merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant meme. They exchanged contact information, bringing this incident to a close. Chapter 38, Holding Grudge. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Cen Wan found Chongning engrossed in calculations. Casting a glance, she placed her bag on the desk and casually inquired, "What are you calculating?" Chongning replied, "Money." Once she finished, she appeared disheartened, her expression one of utter despondency. Cen Wan asked, "Have you encountered some difficulties?" Leaning back in her office chair, Chongning stared at the ceiling, her voice lacking vitality. "Yes, I am on the brink of financial ruin." Cen Wan looked at her in confusion, about to inquire further when Chongning continued, "I rear-ended a Bentley." "A Bentley?" Cen Wan's immediate reaction was that a Bentley was still manageable. "Do you need assistance?" she asked. Chongning waved her hand dismissively. "I can handle it." She understood that in Cen Wan's eyes, $1 million Bentley was inconsequential, but for her, driving a modest $10,000 vehicle, the cost of repairs was enough to plunge her into financial chaos. Thankfully, it was merely a scrape, while her wallet would take a hit. It would not lead to insurmountable debt, perhaps just a half year of instant noodles. Cen Wan prepared the materials needed for an upcoming meeting. Chongning, having arrived early, had already organized everything. "Do you know how much assistant he earns annually?" Cen Wan shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure, but I estimate it must be no less than 5 million. He's work was distinct from that of ordinary employees. When Lu Beixun was absent from the company, everyone followed his directives." Chongning sighed. "It's true, the drought-stricken perish while the flood-stricken drown." Cen Wan regarded her with a curious blink. "Why do you ask about he?" "Oh, the Bentley I rear-ended belongs to him." "Ah." Cen Wan found this revelation rather unbelievable. "Never mind," Chongning said, sorting through the freshly printed materials. "Too much talk brings only heartache." Cen Wan refrained from pressing further, musing that the two might actually make a good match. Perhaps fate was at play. After the morning meeting, as Lu Beixun exited the conference room, he cast a lingering glance at Cen Wan before proceeding upstairs with he to their original office. Inside the office, he stood by the desk, placing a USB drive on the table. "General Manager, this USB was found at Jiang Yu's hometown." The USB contained evidence of Cen Xiu's misconduct within its incorporation, and Lu Beixun inserted it into the computer. Along with the evidence was a video recording. Jiang Yu appeared on screen. "I am Jiang Yu, assistant to Cen Xiu, the deputy general manager of the Cen Corporation. Having worked with him for 6 years, I inadvertently discovered his secrets in his notebook and copied them onto this USB. He paused momentarily before continuing. 3 years ago, when Cen was not yet the deputy general manager of its incorporation, he had invited the former deputy general manager, Jiang Ran, for an outdoor rock climbing excursion. I accompanied them, and during the climb, Cen and I conspired to push Jiang Ran down, leading to his untimely demise. Cen subsequently ascended to the position of deputy general manager, and I reaped a substantial financial reward. Upon discovering Cen misdeeds within the Cen group, I found myself in dire need of money. In a moment of desperation, I resorted to threatening Cen with this USB drive, demanding financial compensation. He acquiesced 3 times, but by the 4th request, I sensed his intention to take action against me. Those who witnessed the footage may wonder why I did not flee, knowing he was poised to strike. The truth is, at the moment I realized Cen intent, I understood that escape was futile. His people were constantly surveilling me. Any move I made against him would invite my immediate demise. If the evidence is insufficient, I implore you to pay close attention to the last place I visited in life, for I shall leave behind proof. Remember that. As the video concluded, Lu Beixun rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk. He placed a miniature recording device on the office table. This was found at the location where Jiang Yu drowned. Lu Beixun reviewed the footage, his expression inscrutable. In the video, at a secluded lakeside, Cen was seen knocking Jiang Yu unconscious and pushing him into the water. Lu Beixun spoke in a calm tone. "You may leave now." After he exited, Lu Beixun, with a pensive countenance, fixated on the 2 pieces of evidence that could bring Cen to ruin. During lunch, Cen Wan received a call from her subordinate, informing her that someone had beaten her to it and had uncovered no clues. After hanging up, she appeared lost in thought. Chong Ning inquired about her distress, to which she gently shook her head. After a few seconds, she asked, "Do all the wicked in this world eventually face justice?" "Yes, good and evil will be repaid," Chong Ning assured. "Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. We must believe in the law and in righteousness." Cen Wan found solace in Chong Ning's words. "Indeed, I trust that the law will not spare any evildoer." That evening, after dinner, as Cen Wan prepared to shower, Lu Beixun called out to her, "Wan, after your shower, come to the study. I have something to discuss with you." "Oh, all right." After completing her shower and drying her hair partially, she donned a burgundy nightgown and proceeded to the study. At the door, she hesitated momentarily before knocking. "Mr. Lu, may I come in?" Lu Beixun, sitting within, chuckled softly in resignation and opened the door, taking her wrist and leading her inside with a gentle and affectionate tone. Wan seems to hold a grudge. He guided her to his desk, exerting a slight force to seat her upon it. With his hands resting on either side of her, he smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. "Wan. Yes." Cen Wan entwined her arms around his neck. "What do you wish to tell me?" Lu Beixun gazed at her silently for a long while before he spoke slowly. "Do you trust me? Or rather, do you truly believe in me?" Without a hint of hesitation, Cen Wan replied, "Of course, I trust you." Then, Lu Beixun posed a question he had never dared to ask her. "Between me and Cen, whom do you believe?" She did not understand why he asked, but recognized that he had struggled with this question for quite some time and that it weighed heavily on his mind. Cen Wan met his gaze, her eyes resolute and earnest. "I trust you, Lu Beixun, my husband, my beloved." Lu Beixun's heart swelled with contentment as he reached out to tousle her hair. From his drawer, he retrieved a USB drive and a miniature recording device. Placing them in her hands, "Evidence you sought." "Evidence?" Cen Wan paused. "Is it your people who got to it first?" Lu Beixun affirmed. "How you choose to handle it is up to you. Even if you find it difficult, I respect your decision." Cen Wan meticulously examined the evidence on the study's computer, her brow furrowing as she muttered, "Heartless, worse than a beast." She turned to Lu Beixun, who stood beside her. "Thank you, darling. This evidence is immensely significant to me. Chong Ning was right. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent." With this evidence, she need not dread the catastrophic fire that would occur a year hence, for Cen would not survive until then. He bore 2 lives on his hands, guilty of murder, and would face the death penalty. Subsequently, he threatened Cen Wan, who, unable to endure any longer, engineered an accident that led to his demise. Chapter 39. How could one disdain their baby? Cen Wan felt a suffocating heaviness in her heart. In her past life, she had placed her trust in a butcher, unwilling to believe in the man before her now. She rose and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Husband, I'm sorry. I am truly sorry." She lifted her head, her nose brushing against his chin. Lu Beixun cradled her face in his hands. Why the sudden apology? Cen Wan lowered her gaze, her lashes fluttering. "I have done too many things to hurt you. I truly am terrible. I apologize." Lu Beixun pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of her lips. "I forgive you." Cen Wan embraced him tightly, falling silent. Fully aware that if Lu Beixun were to learn of the events from her previous life, he would never forgive her. She yearned for Cen Wan to face justice swiftly, alleviating her worries, freeing her from the constant burden of anxiety. Yet, she was at a loss as to how to convey this to her parents and sister. The truth would be too cruel for them, especially since her parents held high hopes for Cen Wan. Cen Wan felt helpless and turned to Lu Beixun for guidance. Lu Beixun glanced at the calendar on the desk. "This Saturday is Dad's birthday. Let us celebrate it well, and then we can address everything else afterward." Cen Wan expressed her concerns. "I fear that prolonged waiting may lead to unforeseen troubles." "Wasn't it you who said to trust me?" Lu Beixun gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his voice soothing. "You can trust me." Cen Wan nodded. "I believe in you. I will follow your lead." Presently, Cen Wan posed no threat. His influence in Kyoto had been uprooted by Lu Beixun. The servants and bodyguards of the Cen family were now his. And even the assistant currently by Cen Wan's side was arranged by him. Every one of Cen Wan's moves was under Lu Beixun's watchful eye. Cen Wan was not fighting alone. Lu Beixun was equally committed to preventing the impending tragedy a year later. Cen Wan's eyes brimmed with hatred. "He shall descend into hell." "Won't he?" Lu Beixun had not anticipated her question. He sat in his office chair, grasping her wrist and pulling her onto his lap. Wan, look at me." Cen Wan turned her head to meet his gaze. Lu Beixun's lips parted slightly. "I will take care of everything. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. I want you to be unrestrained and vibrant, with stars in your eyes and a radiant smile. That is the true you." Cen Wan gazed into his eyes and asked, "What kind of me do you prefer?" "I adore every facet of you." Lu Beixun's expression turned serious. "I simply hope for your happiness." Cen Wan rested her forehead against his shoulder, closing her eyes. "With you, I'm already happy." "Thank you, my love." In his embrace, Cen Wan lingered for a considerable time, finding solace in his presence. Suddenly, she spoke. "Husband, please don't tread so carefully around me. I desire an equal relationship between us. If I err, you may express your displeasure. If I return late from outings with friends, you are entitled to admonish me. If I become intoxicated and lose my senses, you may scold me. If I upset you, please tell me directly. I will comfort you and acknowledge my mistakes. So please do not indulge me any longer." Lu Beixun gently caressed her hand. "All right." Beyond indulgence, there was more reluctance and humility. He was unaware of the weight he held in her heart. Lu Beixun was a man with temperaments, yet he refrained from expressing anger towards her, fearing it might frighten her. "I'm tired," Cen Wan murmured, her voice soft. Lu Beixun lifted her and carried her towards the bedroom, while the petite woman in his arms playfully fidgeted. His voice took on a firmer tone. "Wan Jing, hold still." "I won't," Cen Wan Jing cheekily winked, as the strap of her nightgown slipped, adding a touch of allure to her appearance. Lu Beixun glanced at her for a brief moment before adjusting the strap, feeling a surge of heat coursing through him. He set her down on the bed and headed directly to the bathroom, not casting another glance at the enchanting woman on the bed. Cen Wan Jing watched his retreating figure and softly muttered, "If you wanted something, you should have just told me. How am I supposed to know what you desire?" Pouting slightly, she entertained herself with her phone for a while. After half an hour in the bathroom, upon hearing the water cease, she turned off her phone and awaited his emergence. 3 minutes later, Lu Beixun stepped out of the bathroom, and Cen Wan Jing was determined not to let him off easily. As soon as he appeared, she clung to him, darling, wrapping her arms around his lean waist. Her hands wandered restlessly. Lu Beixuan's eyes darkened as he grasped her wrist, pulling her hands away from his waist. With a resigned voice, he said, "Wan Jing, stop moving around." Cen Wan Jing feigned ignorance, looking at him with an innocent expression. "Darling, are you upset with me?" Lu Beixuan recognized her deliberate provocation, but found himself unable to resist her pleading gaze, which ignited a longing within him to hold her close and tease her. "How could I possibly be upset with my darling?" he replied. Cen Wan Jing opened her arms wide, then hugged me. Lu Beixuan sighed, silently, and embraced her. But it was merely a gentle hug. Remaining impassive, he unintentionally made Cen Wan Jing feel as though her plan had failed. However, giving up was not in her nature. After a while, she coaxed Lu Beixuan to lie on the bed, lifting his sleepwear to count his abdominal muscles, her fingertips gliding over them like a spark of fire, threatening to consume him entirely. Cen Wan Jing raised an eyebrow at him, and upon seeing his lack of reaction, she grew bolder. Lu Beixuan closed his eyes, but when he opened them again, he seized her wrist and rolled her beneath him. Cen Wan Jing's eyes sparkled with innocence as she blinked at him. "What are you doing?" Lu Beixuan leaned closer, whispering in a husky voice, "Wan Jing, my darling." I want." Cen Wan Jing smiled. "All right, just say the word, and I will give it to you." At that moment, Cen Wan Jing was blissfully unaware of the seriousness of her words, a realization that would come later. Lu Beixuan's kiss descended upon her, claiming her breath with fervor. From the bed to the floor-length mirror, and then to the bathroom, they lost themselves in each other. Due to the necessity of work the next day, Lu Beixuan finally released her at 1 o'clock in the morning. Cen Wan Jing, engaged in her daily routine after returning to work, found that Lu Beixuan no longer supervised her morning exercises, allowing her to sleep in a little longer. Standing before the bathroom mirror, she noticed the kiss marks on her neck and collarbone. With a hint of reproach, she glanced at Lu Beixuan, who was leaning against the bathroom door. "No more marks on me next time. I have to go to work." Despite her open demeanor, she didn't wish to showcase the evidence of their nocturnal activities to others. Lu Beixuan lazily leaned against the doorframe. "Are you displeased with the marks I've left?" "Not at all," Cen Wan Jing replied. "Next time, feel free to leave them anywhere but on my neck." The thought of someone spotting such intimate marks was genuinely embarrassing. "Very well," Lu Beixuan said with a knowing smile. "What you just said, don't go back on it." "I won't," she affirmed, feeling a sense of satisfaction in their mutual understanding. What Cen Wan Jing never anticipated was just how extreme Lu Beixuan could be when leaving marks. Lying in bed, she felt tears of frustration welling up. Chapter 40, I Love Him. Cen Xiao continued to scheme tirelessly, completely oblivious to the fact that his plans had already been exposed. The day before her birthday, Cen's father returned from abroad, initially intending to celebrate privately with Cen's mother, but after Cen Wan Jing's playful pouting and feigned anger, they were compelled to return home. Cen's father was a modest man. Celebrating his birthday simply meant gathering the family for a meal, blowing out candles, and cutting a cake. On the day of her birthday, Cen Wan Jing and Lu Beixuan each prepared gifts. Cen Wan Jing had chosen a set of tea utensils, while Lu Beixuan had crafted a handmade chess set from rosewood. Observing the exquisite chess set, Cen Wan Jing inquired, "When did you prepare this?" "About half a month ago," he replied. "Did you make it yourself?" she asked. Lu Beixuan affirmed, unaware of when he had crafted it. Cen Wan Jing felt a warm swell of affection mixed with a hint of bittersweetness. He indeed embodied the saying that he would never harm her, as he only loved her dearly. "No wonder my parents adore you. You're even more considerate than my little cotton-padded jacket," she thought, glancing at her own tea set, which paled in comparison to the intricacy of his chess set. Lu Beixuan gently tapped her forehead, saying, "Tonight, let's enjoy a nice meal together. No sulking, understood?" Cen Wan Jing feigned a compliant tone. Got it, but couldn't help muttering, "You've said that so many times. You're more nagging than my mother." Despite her playful complaints, her heart was filled with sweetness. He had her in his thoughts, as well as her family. She understood Lu Beixuan's intentions. After all, her father had raised Cen Xiao for so many years. A family meal together was also a final farewell, as they might never see each other again. Arriving at the Cen household, Cen Wan Jing carried the cake while Lu Beixuan held the birthday gifts. By the time they arrived, Cen's mother had prepared a lavish spread of dishes. Cen Luo had also returned from school, while Cen Xiu chatted with Cen's father in the living room. Cen Wan cast a glance at him, masking the hatred in her eyes. Lu Beixun slightly nodded, addressing Cen's father, Dad. Cen's father smiled and invited Lu Beixun to sit, inadvertently neglecting Cen Wan. With a hint of resignation, she placed the cake on the table before retreating to the kitchen, where her mother was still busy. Mom, do you need any help? She asked. Just the last dish, Cen's mother replied with a smile. Go keep your father company. Today, he is the birthday star. Cen Wan pouted. In my father's eyes, there's only his son-in-law. He hardly notices his own flesh and blood. Don't talk nonsense. Cen's mother playfully poked her forehead. Her eyes filled with love and an unexplainable emotion for her daughter. Cen Wan returned to the living room and sat beside Lu Beixun. Dad, this year, my gift pales in comparison to my husband's. Next year, I promise it will be better. Cen's father adjusted his glasses and chuckled. As long as you kids are healthy and safe, that's the best birthday gift for me. Health and safety are a given. Cen Wan replied. Gifts are essential. After all, you are our most beloved father. She intentionally omitted mentioning Cen Xiu, who looked rather displeased. After a moment, Cen's father remarked, next year, the best gift will be to hold a grandchild, or even better, to hold both. Cen Wan and Lu Beixun exchanged smiles. Then let us work hard on that. However, despite her words, Cen Wan knew that if the next year arrived without resolution, she would be unable to bring a child into the world. She feared that even if Cen Xiu faced legal repercussions, he might not live to see another birthday. The tragic day of the fire at the Cen household, and the moment she took Lu Beixun's life, would forever haunt her. A nightmare she could never escape unless she herself perished. At that moment, Cen Luo descended the stairs, wrapping her arms around Cen's father's neck from behind, grinning mischievously. Daddy, happy birthday. May your blessings be as boundless as the East Sea and your life as long as the South Mountain. Cen's father acknowledged her with a nod, patient as he awaited her next words. Oh, Daddy, Cen Luo continued, I spent all my pocket money on your birthday gift. Cen's father simply responded with an not elaborating further. Cen Luo paused for a moment, surprised by the unexpected response, and couldn't resist speaking up. Daddy, about that pocket money. Cen's father, no longer teasing her, said, Clever girl, I'll transfer you some. Thank you, Daddy. Cen Luo gleefully turned to Cen Wan, raising an eyebrow. Good sister. Enough, Cen Wan playfully retorted. Cen Wan could hardly withstand her gentle advances. Here, for you. Cen Luo joyfully received 2 allowances, and in her excitement, blew a kiss to Cen Wan. Love you, sister. After extinguishing the candles and slicing the cake, Cen Wan set aside her animosity towards Cen Xiu, and they enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Following the meal, Cen Wan sought an opportunity to express her thoughts to her father. She glanced at Cen's father, who was engrossed in a chess game with Lu Beixun, hesitatingly beginning, Dad, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Standing beside them, Cen Xiu appeared momentarily taken aback. Cen's father glanced at Cen Wan, then returned to his game, his face betraying no emotion. I am already aware. No need to worry about me. This left Cen Wan momentarily stunned. When had her father come to know? She looked towards Lu Beixun, who nodded slightly, understanding her struggle to articulate the matter, a silent torment between wanting to speak and how to begin. In truth, Cen's father had known all along and had contacted the police even before Lu Beixun had spoken. Then what about my mother? Cen Wan's words remained unvoiced, for it was too cruel for them. You should go see your mother. Cen Wan nodded. All right. With heavy steps, she ascended to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The door was closed, and, as she gently turned the handle, she caught sight of her mother seated on the edge of the bed, stealthily wiping away tears. Cen Wan's throat tightened. Mom? Cen mother hastily dried her tears and looked up. What brings you here? Cen Wan entered the bedroom, closed the door, and sat beside her mother, embracing her. Mom, you don't need to be strong. In that moment, witnessing her mother's secret tears, Cen Wan comprehended. Her mother was already aware and had been putting on a brave face all evening, perhaps wanting to share one last dignified meal together as a family. Cen mother's voice quivered. Wan, where did we go wrong in our parenting? We provided him with the best education, ensuring that you and Luo lack for nothing. So why has it come to this? She found it impossible to accept. That person was her son whom she had raised for 20 years. Materially and emotionally, they had never shortchanged him. Cen Wan gently patted Cen Mother's back in comfort. It is not your or Dad's fault. Ambition resides within everyone. And when that ambition is disproportionate to one's abilities, some may resort to unscrupulous means. Cen Mother caressed her face. For the sake of the Cen family, marrying Beixun. Do you regret it? There were times of regret and resentment, Cen Wan admitted, smiling. But now I do not regret it. I love him. Cen Mother nodded through her tears. That is good. Chapter 41. The Destruction of a White Lotus. That night, Lu Beixun and Cen Father played chess until midnight. And as the clock struck 12, the police burst in. By the time Cen Xiu realized something was amiss, it was too late. He had already been subdued and handcuffed. Cen Mother, with tears in her eyes, crumpled, and Cen Luo, perplexed, supported her, utterly unaware of the unfolding situation. As she recalled Cen Wan's earlier words, a vague suspicion began to form in her mind. Cen Wan cast a worried glance at her parents. Cen Father's eyes were red, and he nodded slightly at her. Cen Wan relinquished the evidence in her hand to the police. Cen Xiu struggled briefly, looking at his parents. Dad, Mom, what is happening? Cen Wan stepped before Cen Xiu, her cold gaze betraying unmistakable hatred. Stop pretending. It was you who caused the deaths of Uncle Jing and Jiangyu. Jing Ran, of similar age to his father, was a kind uncle who had visited their home multiple times, always bringing gifts for Cen Luo and herself. You are utterly deranged, Cen Wan uttered icily, then turned her back on him, walking towards Lu Beixun, with Cen Wan's words laid bare. It was evident to any intelligent person like Cen Xiu that his misdeeds were fully exposed. At that moment, Cen Father approached him, his eyes red-rimmed, placing a hand on his shoulder. Son, in your next life, strive to be a good person. He had known about Cen Xiu's actions for days, having conducted his own investigation. A tear slipped from the corner of Cen Father's eye as he turned away, discreetly wiping it. Cen Xiu stood frozen, staring blankly at his father. At that moment, Cen Wan perceived a flicker of regret in his expression. But what use was regret now? Had he known this day would come, he might have acted differently. She held no sympathy for Cen Xiu. He had brought this upon himself, and he deserved it. Cen Xiu's voice trembled. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. Thank you. Cen Father nodded, closing his eyes as he waved towards the police, who then escorted Cen Xiu away. Cen Wan found his final words to be deeply ironic. Had he not been apprehended today, he would have similarly tormented the Cen family the following year. Only then did he remember remorse. Cen Father approached Cen Mother, enveloping her in his arms, wiping away the tears on her cheeks. Cen Wan felt a pang in her heart and stepped forward to her parents. Mom and Dad, please don't be too sorrowful. Such a person truly does not deserve your grief. Unsure of how to console them, she reflected on her previous life. Knowing that her sorrow upon discovering Cen Xiu's actions had been no less than that of her parents, she understood that feeling. Had Cen Father and Cen Mother known that one day Cen Xiu would set their home ablaze, they would have grieved even more than they did now. They likely needed silence at this moment. Cen Wan turned to Cen Luo. Luo, you should go back to your room. Cen Luo cast a worried glance at Cen Mother before turning to leave. Lu Beixun stepped forward. Wan, let your parents have some quiet. Cen Wan nodded, escorting her parents back to their room. She cast one last deep glance before closing the bedroom door. Concerned for her parents, and realizing the hour was late, she decided to stay the night. Cen Wan spent the entire night awake, with Lu Beixun keeping her company, though revenge had been achieved. Witnessing her parents in such despair left her unable to find joy. She still owed Lu Beixun a life, and as she grasped his hand, she hesitated for a long while, ultimately swallowing her words and quietly nestled into his embrace. The next day, as Cen Wan descended after freshening up, she found Cen Mother already preparing breakfast. Cen Mother had always taken it upon herself to cook, rarely allowing the servants into the kitchen. Upon seeing Cen Wan and Lu Beixun, Cen Mother smiled and urged, quickly wash your hands and come eat breakfast. Cen Wan observed her mother, who seemed unchanged. Yet she knew that she was sorrowful. The forced smile was merely to spare her husband and daughters from worry. Cen Wan replied, "All right, I'll go call Luo Luo." After breakfast, Cen father insisted that they were fine and insisted that Cen Wan and Lu Beixun return home. Although Cen Wan felt reluctant, she complied with her father's wishes. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Cen Xiu was executed. Following such a significant event, the Lu parents frequently called to offer their condolences, and whenever he could, Lu Beixun accompanied Cen Wan back home. Slowly, Cen father and Cen mother began to emerge from the shadows of the ordeal, still feeling sadness when mentioned. Thus they refrained from bringing him up. Cen Luo also learned the truth, her face a mask of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Cen Xiu would commit such acts. One day, while Cen Wan was engrossed in her reports, Chang Ning approached her. Speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear, "I just saw a woman enter your husband's office." "Who?" Chang Ning replied. "I don't know her. She doesn't seem to be from our company, but she is extraordinarily beautiful." The first person who came to Cen Wan's mind was Shun Jinyu. She removed her hand from the mouse, narrowing her eyes. "Is there a document to be delivered to the office?" After pondering, Chang Ning said, "There is one." She handed the document to Cen Wan, who stood up from her seat. Chang Ning asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to confront her." Chang Ning clenched her fists and encouraged her. "Go for it. You'll win for sure." Cen Wan lifted her head, squared her shoulders, and walked towards the office in her high heels, exuding an aura that must not falter. Chang Ning watched, mesmerized by her commanding presence. In the workplace, one must still maintain appearances. Cen Wan knocked on the door, and upon receiving a response from within, she pushed the door open. She entered the room, holding a document, and Lu Beixun looked at her, a subtle smile dancing in his dark eyes. Cen Wan cast a glance at the woman seated on the sofa. Her sixth sense was undeniably sharp, as it was indeed Shun Jinyu, who had been staring at her for several seconds. Shun Jinyu lifted her gaze to meet Cen Wan's for a moment before returning to her phone, completely disregarding Cen Wan, the original partner, which filled Cen Wan with indignation. Lu Beixuan's attention remained fixed on Cen Wan, and he chuckled softly at her furious demeanor. Hearing his low laughter, Cen Wan shot him an exasperated glare. Lu Beixun casually remarked, "Shun Jinyu, stop teasing her." Shun Jinyu shrugged innocently. "I'm truly wronged. I haven't said a word." Cen Wan coldly retorted, "Little white lotus. Don't even think about seducing my husband." Shun Jinyu ceased her teasing, stating, "The little white lotus is not after your husband." Cen Wan blinked at her, and Shun Jinyu pointed to the desserts on the table. "Care for some?" "No." "Then I shall indulge myself." Shun Jinyu had purchased 2 portions, one of which was meant for Cen Wan. She unwrapped one and began to eat it with delight. Watching her enjoy the treat made Cen Wan feel a pang of hunger. She swallowed hard and glanced at Lu Beixun. He approached her, ruffled her hair affectionately, and guided her closer, pushing the dessert toward her. "Go on, eat." Cen Wan feigned reluctance, considering it's my husband who brought it. "I'll begrudgingly give you this courtesy." Shun Jinyu observed her, "Then I thank you." Halfway through her dessert, Shun Jinyu opened the QR code and placed her phone before Cen Wan. "Let us be friends." Cen Wan glanced at her. "What for? Afraid to add me?" Shun Jinyu's provocation spurred Cen Wan into action. "Fine, I'll add you. Who is afraid of you?" She took out her phone, scanned the QR code, and clicked to add. Chapter 42. Both of you are fools. While enjoying her dessert, Cen Wan kept a watchful eye on Shun Jinyu. Su Jitong had spoken wisely. It seemed that Shun Jinyu genuinely held no interest in Lu Beixun, as she hadn't exchanged a single word with him. "Stop staring. I was merely teasing you earlier," Shun Jinyu stated bluntly. "I saw that Mr. Lu was having a hard time pursuing you, so I lent a hand. Don't regard me as a rival. I'm merely a minor harmonizer in your relationship." Connecting this with Su Jitong's words, Cen Wan understood. She shot Shun Jinyu a glare, in short, "You're just trying to provoke me." Shun Jinyu didn't deny it. "You could say that." Cen Wan comprehended now. No wonder Lu Beixun showed no concern about their encounters. She jabbed her fork into the dessert in front of her. "You two are truly something. Am I the only fool here?" Lu Beixun lovingly ruffled her hair. Shun Jinyu countered, "No, you're both fools." Lu Beixun shot her a cold glance, while Shun Jinyu shrugged nonchalantly. A man of wealth and power cannot handle a little woman. If it were me, I'd simply lock her up until she obeyed. Cen Wan lowered her head and remained silent for a few seconds. If you were an emperor, you would undoubtedly be a tyrant. Cen Wan shrugged. But I'd be happy. Cen Wan found herself at a loss for words. Cen Wan had a knack for infuriating her. She said, "Why abandon the esteemed Mrs. Lu? Are you wishing for Lu Enterprises to collapse sooner?" Cen Wan glared at her, gritting her teeth, her hands itching to strike her. If Su Jitong could say such things as her closest friend, how could she endure Cen Wan doing the same? How could she? She dove into Lu Beixun's embrace. "Husband, you, make her leave the company." "I want to go," Cen Wan provocatively retorted, crossing her arms. Lu Beixun held Cen Wan close, one hand retrieving his phone to make a call. Within seconds, the call connected, and he switched to speaker mode, asking, "Where are you?" The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment. "South Suburb Villa." The long-lost voice came through with a slight crackle, causing Cen Wan's eyes to glisten. Lu Beixun's gaze fell on her as he hung up. Cen Wan immediately recognized the voice as Xiao Yan's. Seeing her reddening eyes, she began to comprehend that Cen Wan's target was indeed Xiao Yan. Due to Lu Beixun, she had met Xiao Yan a few times. Aside from polite greetings, they had exchanged very few words. Xiao Yan was aloof, exuding an air of distance. Cen Wan stood up, grabbing her bag. "I'm leaving." Her eyes landed on Cen Wan. "I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Noticing Cen Wan's reddened eyes, Cen Wan parted her lips, wanting to offer comfort but unsure how to begin, especially since just moments ago she had wished to hit her. Cen Wan nodded in response to Cen Wan. After she left, Cen Wan asked what happened between her and Xiao Yan. Lu Beixun replied, "They were once together. Beyond that, I'm not quite sure." Cen Wan didn't inquire further, but recalling Cen Wan's earlier words, she glanced at him. "Husband, have you ever considered using unconventional methods to confine me and force me to obey?" Lu Beixun looked at her and lightly hummed in acknowledgement. He had indeed contemplated binding her to his side, wishing to employ unorthodox means to compel her compliance, yet he could not bring himself to do so. She was meant to be vibrant and free, not a canary trapped in a gilded cage. Cen Wan said, "Then why? Can't bear to? Love shouldn't be this way." A sense of discomfort washed over her. He had always prioritized her, while in her previous life she had desperately sought to drag him down with her for the sake of his deceased family. Cen Wan tilted her head and placed a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips. "Thank you for loving me." Lu Beixun lowered his gaze and caressed her chin, preparing to lean down for a kiss when a knock interrupted them. Cen Wan hurriedly pushed away. "I'll go back to work first." She straightened her appearance, masking her smile, and opened the door to find he standing there. Relieved that she didn't have to explain herself, Cen Wan nodded at he and departed. Back at her desk, Changming pulled Cen Wan aside. "How did it go? Did you suffer any loss?" Cen Wan shook her head. "That girl is Lu Beixun's former neighbor. I overthought it. They are merely friends." "That's good," Changming replied. "I thought you had a rival in love." Rest assured, Cen Wan smiled. In her previous life, she had always considered Cen Wan as Lu Beixun's pursuer, while plotting revenge against Lu Beixun, oblivious to Cen Wan's true intentions, which lay elsewhere. Cen Wan felt a surge of curiosity about what had transpired between her and Xiao Yan. They had been together before, so what had caused their separation? Reflecting on Cen Wan's reddened eyes, it seemed she had loved deeply. South Suburb Villa. Cen Wan pressed the brakes, halting her car at the villa's entrance. Her knuckles turned white as she gripped the steering wheel, rolling down the window to gaze inside the villa. Over the course of 700 days and nights, she had imagined their reunion countless times, believing she would have the courage to face him. Yet in reality, she couldn't even muster the nerve to ring the doorbell. She was uncertain if the person inside still resided there or had already stepped out. Releasing her grip on the steering wheel, she leaned back in her seat, retrieving a cigarette from her pack and lighting it. A deep inhale filled her lungs with smoke, which lingered in the air for a fleeting moment before dissipating. Cen Wan reached out, grasping at the air, a sardonic smile curling her lips as the confined space of the car became thick with the scent of smoke. The cigarette in her fingers flickered dimly. As she turned to look back at the villa, she spotted a figure standing at the entrance, watching her. In an instant, Cen Wan's reflexes kicked in, and she hurriedly concealed the half-smoked cigarette in her palm, the ember burning her skin. She merely frowned, her panic resembling that of a teenager caught smoking by a parent, fearful of reprimand and scolding. The figure standing there bore an expression that was remarkably placid, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet his gaze was unsettlingly unfamiliar. He had transformed, yet in essence, remained unchanged. He was still himself. Xiaoyan was clad in casual attire, a white long-sleeve t-shirt paired with silver-gray trousers, a garbage bag in hand. He seemed less inclined to smile than before. The two remained silent, gazing at each other for an extended moment, until, after a while, Xiaoyan diverted his gaze and walked towards the trash bin, discarding the bag. His eyes lingered on her car for a few fleeting seconds before he averted his gaze altogether and stepped into the villa. During those few minutes, Cen Wan wrestled with her emotions, still lacking the courage to open the car door and call out his name. Xiaoyan's tall silhouette faded into the villa, and only then did she slowly relax her grip, the ember of her cigarette extinguishing at her feet, the heat leaving a mark on her palm. Moments later, she drove away, oblivious to the figure standing on the second-floor balcony. Chapter 43. 3 Inebriated Souls. Su Zhitang sipped her coffee, remarking, "What a thankless wretch. Even a dog would wag its tail at its master." Cen Wan offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. The individual in question was no longer alive, and she wished to avoid further discussion. Su Zhitang could hardly believe it. The Cen family had treated Cen Xiu well for the past 2 decades, a fact well acknowledged among their circle. Cen Wan had always relied on her brother, and who would have imagined he would turn out to be so treacherous? "Are you sad?" she inquired. "I was," Cen Wan replied with a brief smile, "but not anymore. Now, I simply relish the thrill of vengeance." The corners of her lips lifted, yet Su Zhitang could detect no trace of joy in her eyes. She refrained from mentioning Cen Xiu again. What had transpired was in the past, and there was no need to dwell on unhappy matters. However, she could clearly sense Cen Wan's discontent. "Why are you unhappy?" Cen Wan turned to her. "Am I?" Su Zhitang nodded. Cen Wan realized that her plastic sister was indeed perceptive. She had not been particularly cheerful lately. Although her revenge had been exacted, she still owed Lu Beixun a life. Despite her rebirth, he would never again perish by her hand, no matter the circumstances. She could not forget her debt to him. Su Zhitang did not press for more details, grabbing her bag and pulling her towards the CAF exit. "Come on. Stop frowning. Let loose and don't think about those things." Cen Wan thought of Su Zhitang's notion of letting loose and pulled her hand away. "I want to seek out men. I still wish to live." If Lu Beixun learned of her seeking another man, he would surely be incensed. "I want to drag you into that," Su Zhitang replied. "After all, I fear your man too. Let us go drink. We want to return until we're thoroughly inebriated." After a moment's hesitation, Cen Wan felt she truly ought to indulge. The past few days had been stifling. Nestled in Lu Beixun's embrace at night, gazing into his gentle eyes, she found herself struggling to breathe under the weight of her emotions. She fished her phone from her bag. "I'll call someone." "Who?" Su Zhitang queried. "Xiao Bailian." "Huh?" Cen Wan explained. "The one who provoked me at the bar the other day." Su Zhitang recalled the incident. "Aren't you two at odds?" "Yes, we still are," Cen Wan confirmed, dialing Cen Wan's number. The other end, perhaps preoccupied with her phone, answered after just one ring. "What is up?" Her voice was languid, as if she had just awakened. Cen Wan asked, "Are you coming to drink?" "Where?" Cen Wan inquired. "Beixun Bar." The response was a non-committal followed by the disconnection of the call, without a clear indication of her intent. Su Zhitang asked, "Is she coming or not?" Cen Wan placed her phone back in her bag, her tone resolute. "She's coming." Cen Wan had been languishing at home for several days, drifting through her days in a haze, waking only to grab a bite to eat or respond to essential emails, before returning to her lethargy. Her hair had not seen a wash for 4 days. Had Cen Wan not reached out, she might have remained a recluse indefinitely. Cen Wan and Su Zhitang arrived at Beixun Bar, reserving a luxurious private room to avoid a repeat of their previous encounter. Once the room was secured, They went ahead, with Cen Wan sending the room number to Shun Jinyu, who arrived an hour and a half later. Cen Wan secretly harbored a fondness for this Xiao Bailian, yet she still held a slight grudge for having been treated as a fool in the past. Xiao Bailian, do you see what time it is? We've been waiting for you for an hour and a half. Sorry, I was a bit smelly, Shun Jinyu explained. I couldn't leave until after my shower. Smelly? Cen Wan questioned, perplexed. Yes, I've been cooped up at home for days. Shun Jinyu was unbothered by Cen Wan's playful jab. In fact, she found it amusing. Cen Wan glanced at her, then introduced, this is Su Jitang, and added, and this is Shun Jinyu. They had all met before, nearly coming to blows, so there was no need for pleasantries. Shun Jinyu nodded at Su Jitang, Miss Su. Su Jitang returned a polite smile, tinged with an awkwardness that Shun Jinyu failed to notice. Fortuitously, she had not acted on Cen Wan's behalf during the previous altercation. Otherwise, she would now be the one in an uncomfortable position. She shot a glance at Cen Wan, shaking her head in resignation. Her plastic sister was utterly inept, consistently dragging her into trouble. In the spacious room, the three of them sat together, with Cen Wan ordering a table full of drinks. Despite their usual lack of interaction, there was no awkwardness among them. They were all quite unrestrained. They opted to drink straight from the bottles rather than using glasses. And as Cen Wan observed Shun Jinyu downing her drink, a pang of discomfort stirred within her. Xiao Bailian, have you been feeling down these past few days? Shun Jinyu lifted her gaze. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't be sulking at home. A woman's intuition told Cen Wan that heartbreak was the cause of Shun Jinyu's malaise. She hesitated, wanting to inquire but fearing it would touch upon painful memories. Shun Jinyu noticed the hesitation etched on her face. Are you curious about Xiaoyan? Cen Wan did not deny it. Shun Jinyu smiled. If you want to ask, just ask. Su Jitang interjected. Xiaoyan? Cen Wan replied. Yes, you heard correctly. It's the same one you know. Although Shun Jinyu had invited the inquiry, Cen Wan ultimately refrained from asking. Forget it, let us drink. They clinked their glasses, and Shun Jinyu took a hearty swig, bitterness glistening in her eyes. I was with Xiaoyan for 6 months. It's been over 2 years since we broke up. Su Jitang was taken aback. She had known Xiaoyan for nearly as long as Cen Wan, a man whose cold demeanor kept everyone at bay, and she had never anticipated such a connection. Shun Jinyu continued. It was I who pushed him away. He loathes me. She did not delve into the reasons behind their breakup, and they did not press for details. Everyone harbored matters they preferred to keep private. Su Jitang had a habit of drinking, and with the weight of unspoken thoughts, both Cen Wan and Shun Jinyu poured themselves another round. Their alcohol tolerance was decent, and soon, half of the table of drinks had vanished, the empty bottles strewn haphazardly across the table and floor. The trio, thoroughly intoxicated, lost track of their surroundings. Su Jitang leaned against the sofa, while Cen Wan knelt on the couch, her arms draped over the backrest, a bottle still in her grasp, half full. Shun Jinyu sat cross-legged on the floor, sprawled over the sofa in an odd position. Cen Wan, her eyes glazed, noticed the absence of a certain figure and called out. Xiao Bailian. Shun Jinyu, still resting on the sofa, raised a hand in response. Xiao Bailian is here. Cen Wan nodded slightly, inquiring, where is Tang Tang? Where has my Tang Tang gone? Su Jitang furrowed her brow, retorting, no need to shout, she's right here. Despite being inebriated, Cen Wan still managed to lament. As long as she is here, that's good. I thought you two had forsaken me, boo-hoo. Su Jitang pinched the bridge of her nose, admonishing, no crying. Chapter 44. I never intended for you to owe me anything. Cen Wan smacked her lips a couple of times, teasing, Tang Tang, you're quite fierce. At that moment, an unfamiliar ringtone echoed, prompting Cen Wan to look around. Whose phone is that? Shun Jinyu glanced toward the phone resting on the sofa. It appears to be mine. She squinted, picking up the phone and answering, who is this? Shun Jinyu. The voice on the other end spat out the name through clenched teeth. Shun Jinyu remained sprawled on the sofa, rubbing her eyes. Yes, this is Shun Jinyu. Please send any work-related matters to my email. Thank you. Cen Wan? She's nearby. Shun Jinyu replied, honestly, glancing at the phone. This isn't my phone. Cen Wan is looking for you. Looking for me? Cen Wan mumbled. Who is it? What do they want from me? The phone still in Cen Jianyu's hand, she casually inquired. And you are? Who do you think I am? The patience of the caller had worn thin, while the other party remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Cen Jianyu recognized the voice and handed the phone to Cen Wan. It seems to be your husband. My husband? Cen Wan took the phone, chuckling. I can't believe I have a husband. Her words were crystal clear to the person on the other end as she pressed the phone to her ear. Hello, husband? It's your wife. The man on the other end pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice chilling. Where are you? In a bar, Cen Wan replied, grinning foolishly. Which bar? The bar in the alley. Cen Wan, intoxicated, held up 2 fingers in front of her eyes, oblivious to the number. Are you coming to find me, husband? The voice on the other end merely responded with a cold refusing to elaborate, and the call remained connected. However, Cen Wan's phone battery was low, and soon it powered off. Cen Wan sat on the sofa, clutching the bottle of alcohol, grinning like a fool. My husband is coming to pick me up. You two have no husbands to fetch you. He. Su Jitang, though intoxicated, retained some clarity. Upon hearing Cen Wan mention Lu Beixun coming to retrieve her, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Dazed, she stood up, grabbed her bag, and stepped outside, summoning her bodyguards. For bodyguards stationed themselves at the door of the private room, as Su Jitang instructed, keep an eye on those 2 inside. Ensure the one without a pickup gets home safely. After issuing her command, Su Jitang turned to leave but hesitated, glancing back at Cen Jianyu. Never mind. Let us lend a hand, she decided, instructing the bodyguards to arrange another room across the hallway. She assisted Cen Jianyu to the new room, leaving only Cen Wan behind in the original suite. Su Jitang settled Cen Jianyu onto the sofa, muttering, no need to thank me excessively. When Cen Wan finally opened her eyes, she found herself alone in the room, clutching the bottle of alcohol as she stood up, calling out, Tang Tang, husband, little white lotus. Finding no one in response, Cen Wan stumbled out of the room. Just as she opened the door, she collided with a gentle embrace, causing the bottle to slip from her grasp and spill a portion of its contents onto the carpet. Looking up, she recognized the man's features, his brow furrowed, jaw clenched. Appearing quite upset, Lu Beixun wrapped an arm around her waist, steadying her as the 4 bodyguards departed at the sight of him, his gaze intimidatingly fierce. Cen Wan reached up to pinch Lu Beixun's cheek, giggling, you look just like my husband. Lu Beixun grasped her wrist, inquiring, who am I? You are Lu Beixun. And who is Lu Beixun? He gazed down at her. Cen Wan leaned against his chest, my husband. Su Jitang cracked the door open slightly, observing the pair outside. Lu Beixun scooped Cen Wan into his arms, casting a glance at the door before striding out. Cen Wan wrapped her arms around his neck, asking, have you seen Tang Tang and Little White Lotus? No. Lu Beixun's response was icy. They're missing. Cen Wan insisted. You should send someone to look for them. You ought to be more concerned about yourself. Lu Beixun placed her in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt before circling around to the driver's side. Once seated, the restless little woman unfastened her seatbelt and leaned against him. One hand rested on his left chest. Lu Beixun, does it hurt? It must hurt greatly. How could it not? Cen Wan's voice initially choked before morphing into soft sobs. Lu Beixun paused for a moment, gently wiping away her tears. It doesn't hurt. You're lying. Cen Wan's voice rose slightly, her sobs intensifying as her shoulders trembled. If you knew I had killed you, you would never forgive me. Lu Beixun, what should I do? How do I repay the life I owe you? Cen Wan buried her face in her legs, nearly unraveling. I can't repay it. Lu Beixun reached out to stroke her head. I know, I understand. I'm not angry with you, nor do I expect repayment. Be good, stop crying. Cen Wan buried her face for only a few moments before drifting off to sleep, perhaps unaware of his words. Lu Beixun let out a helpless chuckle, adjusting her position to lean against the back of the seat and securing her seatbelt. He removed his jacket and draped it over her. Upon returning home, Lu Beixun placed her on the bed and, in her hazy state, she insisted on him bathing her. With no other choice, he carried her to the bathroom. After adjusting the water temperature and filling the tub, Lu Beixun undressed her and gently lowered her into the water. Cen Wan leaned against the edge of the tub, and Lu Beixun remained close, grasping her chin. You promise to listen to me, You went and got utterly drunk. Shouldn't there be a penalty? Cen Wan, in a daze, replied. I should be punished for making my husband angry. You said it. Lu Beixun held her chin firmly and kissed her passionately. After the kiss, he bit her lip firmly. Cen Wan winced in pain, furrowing her brow. Lu Beixun controlled his strength, ensuring it was painful but not to the point of drawing blood. He refrained from further action and, after a moment, looked down at her. Are you done washing? Cen Wan was nearly asleep, making no movement, just soaking in the water. She glanced up. Why aren't you washing me? Lu Beixun sighed, finding her quite the handful. He approached her, giving her a quick wash before lifting her from the tub, wrapping her in a bathrobe, and carrying her out of the bathroom. He glanced down at the little woman in his arms. She appeared comfortable while he felt a heat rising within him. This little creature truly perplexes me. After ensuring she was settled and asleep, Lu Beixun finally entered the bathroom. A quarter of an hour later, he emerged, turning off the bedroom lights and leaving only a warm floor lamp aglow. He sat on the edge of the bed, silently watching her. After a long while, he lifted the covers and lay beside her, wrapping her in his embrace, inhaling the sweet scent of her shower gel. He murmured softly, I never intended for you to owe me anything. Cen Wan nestled against his chest, her soft arms draping around his waist, feeling utterly secure. Chapter 45. Are you leaving? The following morning, Cen Wan awoke and turned to see the person beside her still asleep. Sitting up in bed, she realized she had been quite inebriated the night before, her head still spinning. She recalled only fragments. The moment she couldn't find Su Jitang and Shun Jianyu, and then Lu Beixun arriving to pick her up. That was all she could remember. She struggled to recall the events of the previous night, but no matter how hard she tried, she could only vaguely remember insisting that Lu Beixun help her wash up before dozing off in the bathroom. Glancing at the man beside her again, she saw him propping his head up with one hand, a teasing smile playing on his lips, startling her. You're awake? His voice carried the drowsiness and languor of someone just awakened. What are you thinking about? I was quite inebriated last night. Did I act foolishly or utter any nonsensical words? Cen Wan was not particularly worried about making a fool of herself. Rather, she feared that she might inadvertently reveal her innermost thoughts, which he might overhear. If she were to speak out in a drunken stupor, he would surely think her mad. Lu Beixun propped himself up in bed. You didn't say anything foolish, but you insisted on me bathing you, which was rather exhausting. Cen Wan sighed in relief, playfully lifting his chin with her hand. Honestly, did you take advantage of me while bathing? Lu Beixun grasped her wrist. Naturally, there's a fee for that. Cen Wan chuckled. Even in my drunken state, you still managed to take advantage of me. My dear husband, you are somewhat of a beast. Lu Beixun tousled her slightly disheveled hair. Get up and freshen up. I feel unwell. Shall I carry you? Lu Beixun offered. Cen Wan nodded like a little chick. All right. She extended her hands, and Lu Beixun lifted her, her long legs wrapping around his slender waist as she embraced his neck. He set her down on the wash basin, squeezed toothpaste, and prepared water for her. Cen Wan took the cup he handed her and rinsed her mouth, then opened her mouth. Darling, help me brush my teeth. Lu Beixun chuckled softly, spoiled. His tone was indulgent, devoid of any hint of disdain. Cen Wan shrugged. What can I say? I'm fortunate, born into a good family. And I have a husband who dotes on me, so it's all you're doing. As Lu Beixun brushed her teeth, he laughed. Quite the chatterbox. It was Saturday, after breakfast. Cen Wan glanced at her phone. Su Jitang messaged, Sister, is your waist still intact? Have you run away from home? Cen Wan replied. Su Jitang continued, Don't be mad at your sisters. We were only acting in self-defense last night. Cen Wan had a hunch about why Su Jitang and Shun Jinyu were missing. She replied, Hee, friendship over. Su Jitang was somewhat afraid of Lu Beixun, which she knew, but that couldn't justify abandoning her sisters, especially since she had taken Shun Jinyu away, leaving only Cen Wan. After all these years, the term plastic sisters was indeed fitting, coming to laugh at her early in the morning. Her husband was certainly not the kind to take advantage of her. Her petite waist was still intact. After a moment of daze, Cen Wan turned her gaze to Aunt Yang by the coffee machine and approached. Does Lu Beixun want coffee? Yes, madam. After breakfast, Lu Beixun accompanied her for a while before retreating to his study. Cen Wan looked at the coffee machine. Aunt Yang, please teach me how to use it. Aunt Yang nodded, patiently instructing her. Cen Wan quickly grasped the technique and brewed a cup of Americano, carrying it to the study. She pushed the door open, and Lu Beixun looked up at her. President Lu, your coffee. Please enjoy. She placed it on his desk. Lu Beixun enveloped her hand within his. Let Aunt Yang handle these matters. I want to see you. Cen Wan responded. In the future, just come directly. She nodded, spending a little while in the study, but she could clearly sense that her presence was affecting Lu Beixun's work. After exchanging pleasantries with him, she prepared to leave the study, just as it was nearing noon, and she wanted to prepare lunch for him. During her work period, she hadn't had time to cook for him. As her hand rested on the doorknob, another hand grasped her wrist, pulling her abruptly into a warm embrace. And her waist was ensnared, pinning her against the wall in a possessive manner. She looked up at Lu Beixun. What's wrong? His eyes were dark, and Cen Wan could not discern his thoughts, yet she could distinctly feel that he had something to express. Cen Wan, he called her by her full name. Cen Wan met his piercing gaze. His lips were pressed together, his gaze intense. I do not wish to wait a year. The 1-year arrangement is void. I offer you one last chance to choose. Do you wish to leave? Cen Wan regarded him thoughtfully for a moment, and in the silence of those few seconds, she perceived the flicker of disappointment in Lu Beixun's dark eyes. Unable to resist, she reached out to cradle his face. Do you not trust me so much? Lu Beixun's lips tightened, and he remained silent. Cen Wan laughed playfully, rising on her toes to kiss the corner of his mouth. I wish to love you. Lu Beixun's voice was low. Are you certain? This is your final opportunity. Once you decide, no matter how you may act in the future, I will not let you go, and I may even employ special means to ensure your obedience. Cen Wan understood that Lu Beixun was sincere. She blinked and asked, Am I not obedient now? Lu Beixun cupped her face with one hand. Obedient. Regardless of how many times you ask me. Cen Wan replied, I will always choose to love you. Lu Beixun tightened his embrace. You are to be mine alone. With that, he pressed his lips down, sealing her soft lips, claiming her breath with fervor. Cen Wan entwined her arms around his neck, yielding to his dominance. Just as her mind began to swirl from the lack of oxygen, Lu Beixun pulled away, his eyes smoldering with desire. His voice husky. Is the sofa in the study acceptable? The scent of him enveloped her, and she glanced at the sofa, shyly nodding. Her obedient demeanor softened Lu Beixun's heart. He lifted her effortlessly, placing her on the sofa, then descended upon her. Cen Wan placed her hands against his chest, her voice trembling slightly. Darling, please lock the study door. Lu Beixun nipped at her lips, then stood to lock the door. After ample foreplay, a blush crept across Cen Wan's cheeks, while Lu Beixun furrowed his brow, struggling to maintain restraint. Gazing at the woman beneath him, he fought against the urge to consume her entirely. Do you love me? I do. Lu Beixun pressed. Is it guilt or love? Both guilt and love were genuine. Darling, kiss me. Cen Wan focused on his lips, tilting her head to kiss him. Approaching lunchtime, Lu Beixun picked up the clothes strewn on the floor and dressed. Looking down at the woman lying on the sofa with a gentle smile. Do you need my assistance? Cen Wan bit her lip. Lu Beixun. Darling, be good. Lu Beixun chuckled. I will help you. Once tidied up, Lu Beixun carried her towards the bedroom, where the bathtub was filled with water. He placed her inside. Clean yourself. I will bring the food over. Cen Wan relaxed in the bathtub, closing her eyes and murmuring in contentment. Chapter 46. Guilt or Love. Cen Wan felt helpless. Ever since the annulment of their 1-year agreement, every time Lu Beixun drew near, her heart raced. His stamina was truly astonishing. At first, she could barely keep up, but eventually, she grew genuinely fearful. She harbored serious doubts that Lu Beixun ever tired, considering that he only refrained from releasing her out of concern for her well-being. However, even so, her petite waist had begun to feel the strain. Just the previous evening, after dinner, Lu Beixun mentioned heading to the gym to work off the meal. Cen Wan genuinely believed him, but upon reaching the gym, she realized that the exercise he referred to was far from what she had understood. Cen Wan felt like crying. Unable to escape, trapped beneath Lu Beixun, her delicate face streaked with tears, and in that moment, she could only perceive him as a veritable beast. Lu Beixun tenderly kissed away her tears. "Are you uncomfortable?" Cen Wan softly replied with an Lu Beixun leaned closer, his warm breath caressing her ear, his voice deep and enticing. "What do you feel discomfort?" She suspected he was being intentionally provocative and turned her face away to avoid looking at him. Whenever she became emotionally vulnerable, Lu Beixun would lean in to whisper, "Is it guilt or love? I love you, but I also feel guilty." "Who do you love?" "I love Lu Beixun." "Open your mouth." Lu Beixun's dark eyes were intense. "What?" Someone did not grasp his meaning. Her lips slightly parted. Lu Beixun pressed against her soft mouth. 2 hours later, she found herself cradled in Lu Beixun's arms as he carried her back to the bedroom. Just as she thought she could surrender to slumber, Lu Beixun glanced at the clock and remarked, "It is still early." He then lifted her into the bathroom, emerging only 2 hours later. By the time she fell into a deep sleep, it was 1 a.m. At dawn, Lu Beixun encouraged her to rest at home, suggesting she need not return to the office. However, Cen Wan was adamant about going in, despite the fact that the company belonged to her husband. She felt it inappropriate to take frequent leaves. After all, she was merely an ordinary employee, and too many absences would inevitably lead to whispers behind her back. After completing her tasks, Cen Wan stretched, placing a hand on her waist to gently massage it. Chang Ning, noticing her movements, raised an eyebrow with a knowing smile and teased, "Wan, last night was quite intense, wasn't it?" Cen Wan responded with a smile. "How much do you still owe Assistant He for the rear-end collision?" At her words, the smile on Chang Ning's lips swiftly faded, and she held up 2 fingers. 20,000? Cen Wan guessed. Chang Ning's expression turned serious. 200,000. The thought of that hefty sum coupled with the prospect of returning home to instant noodles soured her mood. Being a mere wage earner was indeed a tough life. "Do your best. I'm heading to the restroom," Cen Wan said, glancing at the time. 1/2 an hour until the end of her shift. She felt a dull ache in her abdomen, likely her menstrual period. Always prepared, she had sanitary supplies in her bag, which she slipped into her pocket as she made her way to the restroom. Cen Wan felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She cast a glance at the office door and muttered softly, "Beast." Upon entering the restroom, her initial suspicion was confirmed. Her period had indeed started. While using the toilet, she heard faint noises outside, assuming it was someone else entering. She paid little mind to it, but when she finished and attempted to leave, the door refused to budge. She heard water running outside and knocked on the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? Could you please help me open the door?" "Thank you." Silence ensued, save for the sound of running water. Perhaps someone had forgotten to turn off the faucet. Trapped in the confined space, she thought the end of her shift was approaching. Surely someone would come to the restroom soon. Yet, a nagging fear crept in. What if someone intended to sabotage her? This was merely conjecture, after all. How could a perfectly functioning door suddenly become immovable? She attempted to force it open, hoping it might yield to her efforts. After 2 minutes, the sound of water stopped, leading her to believe someone had entered. Calling out again, she received no response, only the sound of rustling outside. The door of the stall trembled slightly. She wondered if someone was trying to help her before realizing something felt amiss. Why was the person outside silent? Just then, a bucket of cold water cascaded down upon her, chilling her from head to toe, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. In that moment, Cen Wan understood. Her suspicions were correct. Someone indeed wished her harm. Annoyed, she kicked the door twice, exclaiming, "If you have the guts, confront me directly. What kind of skill is this underhanded trickery?" The person outside remained silent, and she was certain it was just one individual. Suddenly, the restroom lights went out, plunging her into darkness. The stillness outside heightened her sense of dread. The temperature in Kyoto hovered around 10 degrees in early November, and she trembled violently, her complexion pale. The combination of her period and the sudden cold water felt like a cruel twist of fate. The office was climate-controlled, and she had removed her coat, leaving her in a thin black knit sweater that now clung to her, drenched. Her discomfort was palpable as she furrowed her brow. Her phone lay on her desk, and she kicked the door in desperation, but it wouldn't budge. Shouting yielded no response, and she refused to succumb to despair. Gathering her strength, She kicked the door several more times until the mop propped against it shifted, allowing the door to swing open. Shivering from the cold, her lips turning white, she approached the restroom door, twisting the handle in vain. Realizing that no one would come for a while, she understood that whoever meant to harm her had no intention of letting her out easily. She fumbled for the light switch, clinging to the hope that Lu Beixun and the adorable Chongning would come to her rescue. Leaning against the door, her body trembled uncontrollably. She prayed that Chongning would discover her plight soon. If she left work without checking, Lu Beixun might not find her right away. Who would expect that she would be trapped in the restroom? The kind of treachery often depicted in dramas was now unfolding in her life. A truly melodramatic turn of events. As the workday concluded, employees filtered out of the office, yet Chongning still hadn't seen Cen Wan. Surely she hadn't left for the day after a restroom visit? Glancing at the phone resting on the desk, Chongning mused that it was unlikely. In this era, who would leave their phone behind? Besides, Cen Wan's bag remained. Just as she hesitated about leaving, Lu Beixun and he returned together. She assumed Lu Beixun had come back to fetch Cen Wan's belongings. Picking up the phone and bag, she approached them. Mr. Lu, here are Wan's bag and phone. Lu Beixun took them, his voice cold as he inquired, where's Wan? After attending a meeting in the sales department, he had seen Cen Wan. He waited downstairs for a while, but still no sign of her. When he called, her phone was on silent, and there was no answer. Mr. Lu, you haven't seen her? Chongning asked. No, he replied curtly. Chongning continued, an hour ago. Wan told me she was heading to the restroom and hasn't returned since. Lu Beixun's brows furrowed slightly as he headed toward the restroom. Chongning stood frozen for a few seconds before jogging to catch up, worrying that something might be amiss. At the restroom door, they found it locked, with a do not use sign posted. Lu Beixun glanced at Chongning, asking, when was this restroom deemed unusable? Chongning replied, puzzled. I used it just fine at 3 this afternoon. Cen Wan, faintly hearing Lu Beixun and Chongning's voices, stood up and knocked on the door. Lu Beixun. Chongning, I'm in here. Lu Beixun's eyes narrowed dangerously. A bucket was propped against the door, with a mop seemingly innocently leaning against it, but in reality, it was wedged tightly in the doorknob, a detail easily overlooked. Having watched enough dramas, Chongning now realized something was terribly wrong. Lu Beixun kicked aside the objects blocking the door, twisting the handle to find Cen Wan soaked, her lips pale and devoid of color. A chilling aura surrounded him as he felt a storm brewing within. He swiftly gathered her into his arms, draping his coat over her shoulders, and carried her out. Seeing the tension in his brow and the taut line of his jaw, she mustered a smile and called his name. Lu Beixun. I'm giving you 2 choices. Either announce our relationship tomorrow or resign, he stated, his gaze heavy with fury. Cen Wan ventured, is there a third option? Lu Beixun replied tersely, there is none. Having adapted to her job, she was reluctant to resign. I choose the first option. Go investigate, Lu Beixun commanded, emanating an aura of menace. He, standing nearby, acknowledged with a yes before departing. Chongning glanced at he's retreating figure, then followed Lu Beixun. Concern etched on her face as she turned to Cen Wan. How are you doing? I wish I'd gone to check on you. Cen Wan met her gaze. Forcing a smile, don't worry. If it weren't for you, Lu Beixun wouldn't have found me so quickly. Chongning bit her lip, remaining silent. Cen Wan added, Chongning, dear, you should head home now. I'm fine. Chongning glanced at her. With Lu Beixun present, her staying would be of no assistance. She nodded gently, then I shall take my leave. Lu Beixun escorted her to the office upstairs, where a spacious lounge awaited. Upon entering, he set her down carefully. He proceeded to the bathroom, turning on the heating and adjusting the water temperature, instructing her with a cold tone, go wash up. Cen Wan understood he was upset and obediently nodded, stepping into the shower. The warm water cascaded over her, replacing the chill with comforting warmth. The bathroom door creaked open, and Lu Beixun entered with a set of men's pajamas, placing them on the shelf. His gaze fell upon her for but a fleeting moment before he turned away. Husband, why are there pajamas here? Cen Wan called after him. Lu Beixun, not looking back, rested his hand on the doorknob. I slept here before. With that, he exited, closing the bathroom door behind him. After her shower, Cen Wan donned his oversized pajamas, the sleeves and pants far too long, prompting her to roll them up before stepping out. The room felt pleasantly warm, having been heated an extra 2 degrees by Lu Beixun, and she felt no chill as she emerged. It was then that Cen Wan took in the lounge's layout: a living room, a bedroom, and a kitchen, all present. Lu Beixun sat on the sofa, glancing at her as she approached. She nestled beside him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Husband. He remained silent, pressing a blanket from the sofa over her. Who wants to harm me? Cen Wan inquired, blinking innocently. You'll find out soon enough. He is already investigating. The results will emerge shortly. Cen Wan pouted. Those who wish to harm me certainly know how to choose their timing. It coincides with my monthly cycle. And now I've been doused with cold water. My stomach hurts. Could you please massage it for me? Lu Beixuan's expression darkened further as his warm palm rested gently on her abdomen, kneading softly. Cen Wan felt the pain subsiding noticeably, her complexion gradually regaining its color post-bath. The lounge was not fully equipped, and Lu Beixun suggested, let us rest a bit before we head home. Cen Wan nodded obediently. At home. I want to eat sweet rice balls. All right. She snuggled into his arm, playfully adding, I want you to make them. Is that all right? Of course. Just don't be upset, he replied, calming her down. Once we uncover who that person is, I want to let her off the hook. Can I handle it? What do you intend to do? Lu Beixun tightened his grip around her waist, gently lifting her to sit on his lap. Once settled, she leaned against his shoulder. I'll repay the harm done to me in kind, and even more severely. She was certain that the one scheming against her was from the administrative department. Aside from Chongning, she was not particularly close to anyone else, and could not guess who wished her ill. Cen Wan affectionately nudged her nose against Lu Beixuan's chin. Please don't be angry. I know you care for me. I promise to be more cautious in the future. She understood that merely being vigilant would not suffice. She had to use the restroom eventually, granting those with ill intentions an opportunity. Her words were aimed solely at easing Lu Beixuan's worries. Lu Beixun was not angry with her, but rather with himself. It was his failure to protect her that allowed such an incident to occur under his watch. He rested his chin on her head, placing a tender kiss on her soft hair. It is my fault for not safeguarding you. Cen Wan perceived the deep remorse in his tone, and her heart ached. This was unforeseen. You must not blame yourself. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Lu Beixun glanced at the closed door come in. He entered. President Lu. The one who harmed Madam is Zhang Jia from the administrative department. She is a close friend of Su Meng. He placed a USB drive on the table. This contains the surveillance footage. Cen Wan's gaze fell upon the USB. Knowing Su Meng made everything fall into place. After he departed, Cen Wan finished drying her clothes and returned to the Lu residence, where she enjoyed the sweet rice balls prepared by Lu Beixun that evening. The next day, in the parking lot of the Lu Corporation, Cen Wan held Lu Beixuan's hand as they entered the lobby during peak hours. The bustling crowd turned their eyes in shock as they passed by. They entered a regular elevator where several employees from the administrative department stood. Upon seeing their intertwined hands, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. Cen Wan greeted them warmly. Among them was Zhang Jia, who felt a surge of trepidation as Cen Wan's icy gaze landed on her, causing her to involuntarily grip her hands tightly and avert her eyes. Cen Wan dismissed her with a glance, turning to Lu Beixun, husband. Recently I've been eyeing a limited edition handbag. Lu Beixun looked at her, his voice tender by it. With their relationship about to be publicly acknowledged, there was no need for concealment. Her calling him husband made their connection abundantly clear to those around them. Cen Wan sighed. If it weren't for you and Chongning being so adorable yesterday, I might have fainted from the cold in the restroom. At this, Lu Beixuan's demeanor darkened ominously, leaving the others in the elevator silent, too intimidated to speak, while only Cen Wan chattered incessantly. In the corner, Zhang Jia's face turned pale, her anxiety manifesting as she nervously fidgeted. The others, despite their surprise, began to grasp the nature of Cen Wan and Lu Beixuan's relationship, astonished that the president's wife was experiencing life among them. Only one among them quaked in fear, her hands trembling. Cen Wan blinked innocently. Have you found out who wished to harm me? Lu Beixun cast a cold glance toward the corner, his voice frigid. "We will find out." After sharing a meal with Cen Wan, Wonka asked, "Wan Wan, what happened? Are you hurt?" Having dined with her and Chongning once, Wonka was slightly more familiar with Cen Wan. She smiled. "Thank you for your concern. I'm unharmed, just doused with cold water while trapped in the restroom." Wonka responded, "Was it just before closing yesterday?" Cen Wan nodded, and Wonka remarked, "No wonder the restroom was out of order." In the corner, Zhang Jia was drenched in cold sweat. Su Meng had assured her that Cen Wan wasn't his cousin and had no backing. She had been led to believe that if she harmed Cen Wan, no one would discover it, nor would they pursue the matter. Remembering how Su Meng lost her job merely due to workplace politics, Zhang Jia had trusted her. Su Meng was her close friend, and Zhang Jia thought that since Cen Wan had no support, it would be easy to deal with her, especially since she had disliked Cen Wan for quite some time. Now, Zhang Jia was horrified to hear Cen Wan call Lu Beixun husband. The surname of Lu Beixun's wife was Ceng, a fact known by most. The realization sent Zhang Jia's complexion draining of color, her lips trembling. What would happen if she were discovered? After exiting the elevator, Lu Beixun left first, and several people surrounded Cen Wan, asking, "Are you truly the daughter of the Ceng family?" Cen Wan smiled, absolutely genuine. The group looked on in disbelief, and one asked, "Miss Ceng, what made you want to work?" "Too boring," Cen Wan replied. "Just call me Cen Wan or Wan Wan. Treat me as you would any colleague." They found her approachable and down-to-earth. Cen Wan's gaze landed on Zhang Jia. "Jia, what's wrong? You don't look well." Zhang Jia stammered, "I'm fine. Perhaps I just skipped breakfast." Cen Wan smiled. "Breakfast is important. Make sure you eat." Zhang Jia nodded, her nails digging into her flesh. Her relationship with Lu Beixun didn't need to be announced. Word spread quickly, and soon all employees were aware. As the workday ended, Zhang Jia was packing to leave when Cen Wan blocked her path. "Would you accompany me to the restroom?" Zhang Jia tightened her grip on her handbag, stating, "I still have matters to attend to. I won't delay you for long." Cen Wan scrutinized her, retorting, "Or perhaps you're simply feeling guilty." Zhang Jia's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she turned to leave, only to be restrained by Chongning, who remarked, "You didn't seem so anxious when you splashed cold water on Wan Wan." At that moment, fear coursed through Zhang Jia, rendering her legs weak. Chongning pulled her towards the restroom, where "Do not use" signs still lingered at the entrance, and nobody was inside. Chongning shoved Zhang Jia into the restroom, while Cen Wan snatched her phone and tossed it directly into the toilet, submerging it in water. With a raised eyebrow, she quipped, "I'll compensate you double for the phone." Zhang Jia, filled with dread, gazed at Cen Wan, stammering, "What are you doing?" Cen Wan arched an eyebrow in response. "What do you think I'm doing? Quite loyal of you to help your friend scheme against me." "Su Ming certainly didn't inform you that I'm the wife of Lu Beixun, did she? She sold you out cleanly." Zhang Jia's face was a canvas of disbelief. Chapter 48. They rather complement each other. Zhang Jia's expression shifted from disbelief to panic as she shook her head. "I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything." Cen Wan smirked sarcastically, while Chongning observed Zhang Jia, saying, "If you've done nothing, why are you so flustered?" After scrutinizing her for a moment, she continued, "In the company, aside from the restroom, there are cameras everywhere, without evidence. Who would unjustly accuse you?" Zhang Jia clenched her fists, glaring at Chongning. "You speak as if you're so virtuous. Who doesn't he know your ulterior motives?" The moment she mentioned her cousin, assistant you started to ingratiate yourself with her. Chongning chuckled softly, unperturbed, for she had never considered it that way. Cen Wan glanced at the bucket by the sink in the restroom, walked over, lifted it from beneath the faucet, and turned on the water. Presumably, Zhang Jia had used this very bucket to fetch water to douse her the previous night. Cen Wan filled the bucket with cold water, turned off the tap, and, with some effort, lifted it, motioning for Chongning to step aside to avoid collateral damage. Once Chongning moved out of the way, Cen Wan mercilessly doused Zhang Jia with the contents of the bucket. Trapped in the stall, Zhang Jia had nowhere to retreat, and the cold water sent shivers through her entire body. Cen Wan set the bucket aside, and Zhang Jia, trembling, confessed, "It was Su Meng who asked me to help her get back at you." Cen Wan was indifferent to her explanation, turning to Chongning and saying, "Chongning, darling, let us go." She and Chong Ning exited the restroom, closing the door behind them. Cen Wan extracted a key from her pocket, one given to her by Lu Beixun, and promptly locked the restroom door, allowing Zhang Jia a taste of what it felt like to be soaked and confined within. He stood nearby, and Cen Wan nodded towards him. He proceeded to cut the power to the restroom. Dealing with such manipulative individuals required a fiercer approach. Cen Wan was not a naive flower to be bullied. She walked over to He, tossing him the key and instructing, "Release her tomorrow morning." He nodded in agreement. Cen Wan then glanced at Chong Ning, pondering something, and asked He, "Do you have any work left?" He replied, "None." Then Chong Ning, "You may clock out. I'm off to find Lu Beixun." Cen Wan's gaze held a deeper meaning. Chong Ning and he exchanged glances. Feeling somewhat awkward, he maintained an impassive expression, nodded, and turned towards the elevator. Chong Ning looked at He's retreating figure and then back at Cen Wan, who smiled and said, "Hurry up and finish your work." Chong Ning nodded and followed He towards the elevator. Cen Wan's eyes remained fixed on the duo's silhouettes as she chuckled softly. They seemed to complement each other rather well. She then turned and headed in another direction. Chong Ning trailed behind He, walking at a slower pace, not out of fear of him, but rather because she dreaded his reminders about debts. Apart from her living expenses, she had exhausted her savings, subsisting on instant noodles daily and losing several pounds in the process. Once he stepped into the elevator, Chong Ning slowed her steps, contemplating waiting for the next lift or opting for another route. He, observing her dawdling from within the elevator, showed no urgency. As the doors began to close, he pressed a button to reopen them, prompting a look of confusion from Chong Ning. "Were you waiting for me?" Regardless of her slowness, she had already approached the elevator. Yet she hesitated to board. He's gaze settled on her. "Aren't you coming?" Chong Ning swallowed hard, forcing a sheepish smile. "I'm coming." At this point, if she didn't go, he would undoubtedly think her rude. And what if he decided to make her life difficult in the future, finding ways to withhold her bonuses? By then, she would be left with nothing but empty air. Chong Ning stepped into the elevator, standing beside He, with a space between them. The elevator was excessively quiet, and she felt a surge of anxiety, thinking she ought to say something, especially since this man was not just her superior, but also her creditor. Stealing a glance at him, she said, "I promise to repay the car repair money by March next year." He glanced at her for a few seconds, causing Chong Ning to hold her breath as he replied, "No rush." Chong Ning was taken aback. She was unprepared for such a nonchalant creditor. He transferred half of the 50,000 yuan she had previously returned to her account. Observing this, Chong Ning was perplexed, and she looked at him questioningly. He merely stated, "Life must come first before debts can be settled." He had reviewed Chong Ning's resume. She was fresh to the workforce and had only been on the job for less than a year. Having bought a car for commuting, she was managing reasonably well for herself. However, if she were to compensate him for the car repairs, her finances would be strained. Chong Ning had lost considerable weight recently. Others assumed she was dieting, but only she knew that she had been living on instant noodles to the point of nausea. Chong Ning stared at him blankly. After a few seconds, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I will repay you in full, with interest, and I won't run away." Her creditor was surprisingly considerate. She glanced at her account balance, resolved to indulge in a feast tonight to make up for the day she had skimped on food. "Farewell, dear instant noodles." Suddenly remembering something, she turned to He and said, "Let me treat you to a meal. I didn't formally apologize for crashing into your car last time. A meal is unnecessary. I accept your apology." The elevator arrived, and the doors opened as he walked out. Chong Ning followed his figure with her gaze, muttering under her breath, "Then I'll eat twice as much." On their way back, Cen Wan inquired of Lu Beixun, "Do you think He and my dear Chong Ning might develop something?" "What makes you say that?" "I have no reason. It's just a feeling," Cen Wan replied. "A woman's intuition." Lu Beixun chuckled softly, "Perhaps." The following day, Zhang Jia was finally released from the restroom, trembling and pale, devoid of color. He had her unceremoniously expelled from the company. Zhang Jia was dismissed, her phone destroyed by Cen Wan, while Lu Beixun offered her triple compensation. Shivering, with a broken phone and no cash on her, she had no choice but to walk home, her appearance drawing curious glances from passers-by. Zhang Jia did not return home, but rather sought out her so-called good friend Su Ming, confronting her about the deceit and the trap she had set. Su Ming displayed no remorse, instead expressing disdain for Zhang Jia's inability to handle such a trivial matter. Zhang Jia glared at her. Su Ming, I genuinely considered you a friend and listened to you to deal with her. Su Ming scoffed, and what of it? I didn't force you. You willingly went along. Zhang Jia stared at her in disbelief, having truly regarded Su Ming as a friend, while Su Ming had merely viewed her as a pawn. It was utterly laughable. As Cen Wan and Lu Beixun's relationship became public, they no longer needed to conceal at work. During a break, Cen Wan directly visited Lu Beixun's office, where they exchanged intimate whispers. When Cen Wan emerged once more, her lips slightly swollen, Changning remarked, "Goodness, I genuinely thought you had been munching on spicy snacks. You've hidden it well." Cen Wan sat down. "I wanted to tell you back then, but I couldn't find the right moment." "Oh, please. Does one need an opportunity to say a single sentence?" The alignment of favorable circumstances and personal connections is essential. Changning fell silent. Chapter 49. Bringing my little one home. Su Ming stirred the wrong emotions, and naturally, the outcome would not be favorable. Although Cen Wan chose not to confront her, that did not imply that Lu Beixun would follow suit. His little woman had been doused with cold water during her menstrual cycle, undoubtedly at Su Ming's instigation. Cen Wan encountered Su Ming again at the bar, where she was reveling with her superficial friends and a delicate flower. Su Ming, working as a bartender, was responsible for their private room. Upon noticing Cen Wan, Su Ming's expression grew complex, her animosity barely concealed as she placed the drinks on the table. In addition to a full bottle of liquor, Su Jitong had ordered several freshly mixed cocktails, new offerings from the bar. Cen Wan's gaze lingered on the freshly mixed drinks as Su Jitong lifted one towards her lips, but Cen Wan swiftly snatched it away and placed it on the table. Casting a cold glare at Su Ming, "You drank all of these. I will give you 10,000. Su Ming's countenance soured instantly. Su Jitong was puzzled, while Shun Jinyu regarded Su Ming with a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered her before, yet could not place her. Cen Wan surmised that these cocktails had undoubtedly been tampered with, though she could not discern the specifics. Su Ming fixated on the drinks, retorting, "I'm sorry, but I don't lack money." Cen Wan smirked sarcastically. "Oh really? You truly don't lack funds?" The truth was, Su Ming was in dire financial straits. Had she not been unqualified for reputable work, she would not be serving in a bar. She glanced at the drinks on the table, knowing full well that had they not been spiked, she would have consumed them without hesitation. She had seen Cen Wan enter the bar, check the records, and located her private room, informing the manager to assign her to Cen Wan's section. It mattered little who was in charge, and the manager said nothing further. Cen Wan pressed on. "Are you really not short on cash? Or are you simply too afraid to drink?" Su Ming, harboring too many ill intentions, was treading a dangerous path. Su Jitong inquired, "What's going on?" "I'm a bit confused." Shun Jinyu echoed, "I don't quite understand either." "The drinks are spiked," Cen Wan replied. Su Jitong and Shun Jinyu exchanged glances, suddenly realizing why Cen Wan had prevented them from consuming those cocktails. The superficial friends, bullied in such a manner, found it intolerable. Su Jitong promptly summoned bodyguards. As 4 bodyguards entered, Su Jitong coldly commanded, "Shut the door and deal with the dog." Cen Wan clapped in approval. "Jitong, you're magnificent." At that moment, Cen Wan resembled a spoiled child emboldened by the support of her companions. Su Jitong directed one of the bodyguards, "Bring in some cold water." Su Ming was thoroughly alarmed. She had no idea of the identities or backgrounds of the 2 women beside Cen Wan. Observing the current situation, she recognized that their status was not to be underestimated. Su Ming instinctively recoiled, but was restrained by 2 bodyguards behind her. She struggled momentarily. "What do you intend to do?" Shun Jinyu raised an eyebrow. "You'll find out shortly." With a smile, Shun Jinyu added, "Before you bully others, perhaps you should consider whether you can bear the consequences. Look at how distressed our little princess is." Cen Wan chimed in. "Indeed, so distressed, crying like a child." As she spoke, she leaned against Shun Jinyu's shoulder. "Little flower, Jitong, Our little princess is so wronged. Cen Wan was on the verge of feeling nauseous at Su Ming's presence. Had she not been restrained, she would have relished the opportunity to slap her twice. The bodyguards brought in several basins of water, and Su Ming panicked, attempting to break free from their grasp, but the disparity in strength was evident. Su Ming resigned herself. I will drink the alcohol. I don't want the money. Just let me go. There was nothing illicit in the drinks. Merely a few drops of her saliva mixed in. It was too late. Su Jitong shot her a cold glance. You're not leaving today? Cold water cascaded down from above. Su Ming was drenched with 3 basins of ice-cold water, her hair clinging to her cheeks, choking and coughing from the shock, utterly disheveled. The past was behind her, and Cen Wan was not one to let grudges linger. She had never intended to seek further trouble with Su Ming, who had foolishly chosen to provoke them. Su Jitong's gaze fell upon the tainted drinks. Take those over and make her drink. Yes, the bodyguard complied, forcing the spiked alcohol down her throat. Su Ming sputtered and coughed violently, her stomach ablaze from the alcohol, her body trembling from the cold. Su Ming glared at the 3 women. I will call the police. She clenched her teeth tightly. Shun Jinyu regarded her with a slight smirk. You truly are a dog. Fighting back. We haven't reported you for spiking the drinks yet. Su Ming dug her nails in her palm. You have no evidence. Neither do you. This was a luxurious private room, devoid of surveillance cameras. Su Ming was left speechless in her fury. Cen Wan glanced at her indifferently. You should be grateful that Lu Beixun is not here today. If he were, your fate would be 100 times worse. The reason you can't find work is precisely due to Lu Beixun. Watching her consume the spiked drinks, Su Jitong stood up, picking up the tab. She turned to Cen Wan. Have you calmed down? With Jitong and Little Flower around, how could she not feel at ease? Su Ming, in utter despair, collapsed to the ground. She could not afford a single bottle on the table. Each bottle was priced in the 6 figures, and she was nearly destitute, having taken the job out of necessity. Ignoring her further, Cen Wan and her companions switched to another private room to continue their revelry, completely unaffected by Su Ming's plight. Cen Wan, Su Jitong, and Shun Jinyu gathered from time to time, and as the clock neared 9, Cen Wan suggested they disperse, having promised Lu Beixun that she would return home early, sober. Su Jitong and Shun Jinyu understood her, as she was a woman under the watchful eye of a husband. Cen Wan had been driven to the bar, and upon exiting, she did not see her driver-S car. But she did spot Lu Beixun leaning against the driver-S door in the distance, his back slightly hunched. Su Jitong followed her gaze and smiled. Well, we shall take our leave. After bidding farewell to her friends, Su Jitong and Shun Jinyu got into a car, sending Shun Jinyu home first. Cen Wan hurriedly ran over, leaping into Lu Beixun's embrace, which he caught with ease. She looked up at him. What brings you here? To take my little one home. Chapter 50. The little waist contemplating running away. Lu Beixun gently nuzzled her nose as he leaned down. Cen Wan rose on her toes to kiss his lips, soft and lingering, and after a moment, she pulled back. I didn't drink too much, I promised you. Lu Beixun ruffled her hair affectionately. You're such a good girl. What reward do you desire? Cen Wan pondered. It's still early, how about? How about what? Lu Beixun's gaze was heated as he looked at her. Cen Wan realized his thoughts were impure, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. What are you thinking? Lu Beixun unhesitatingly replied, evening exercises. For the past 10 days since her menstrual cycle began, he had refrained from touching her. The woman in his embrace was merely to be gazed upon, not to be touched. Cen Wan let out a light laugh, playfully poking his chest with her finger. What are you thinking about? I was wondering if we could catch a movie since there's still time. All right, Lu Beixun replied. What shall we watch? Cen Wan retrieved her phone, opened an app, and searched for nearby cinemas, contemplating the films soon to be screened. A horror movie or a romantic one? She inquired of Lu Beixun, who, out of personal inclination, leaned towards the horror genre. However, considering her timid nature, he opted for a romantic film instead. Cen Wan confirmed the purchase, securing 2 tickets for a highly rated and popular movie. When Lu Beixun glanced at her phone, it was already turned off and tucked away in her bag before he could discern the details. Upon arriving at the cinema, Cen Wan instructed Lu Beixun to collect the tickets while she procured 2 cups of cola and a large bucket of popcorn. It was only when Lu Beixun received the tickets that he realized she had chosen a horror film. Turning around, he spotted the petite figure of Cen Wan, one hand clutching a cup of drink, the bucket of popcorn wedged under her arm. Upon noticing his gaze, she squinted and smiled at him. Striding over, Lu Beixun took the bucket of popcorn from her embrace. "Why not find a seat and wait?" he asked. "I just finished buying everything, so I waited for you," she replied. Lu Beixun then took the cup of cola from her left hand, balancing it in one while clutching the popcorn in the other, and intertwined his free hand with hers, leading her towards a vacant spot nearby. Cen Wan chuckled. "You don't have to hold my hand if you're short on hands." Lu Beixun remained silent as they settled into their seats. He placed the popcorn and cola on the table, noting that the film would commence in 20 minutes. He glanced at the ticket in his hand and asked, "Are you scared of horror films?" "Not at all," Cen Wan replied confidently. "Zombies rampaging through a city aren't that terrifying, especially with you by my side." Lu Beixun merely grunted in acknowledgement. Cen Wan continued, "Before I started working, each day felt the same. Now that I have a job, I cherish the weekends even more. They feel so fulfilling." She chuckled lightly, adding, "Mainly because you're here with me." Compared to her previous aimless existence, she found great pleasure in her current life, enjoying the sense of purpose that came with working alongside him, sharing intimate moments in bed at night, and engaging in light-hearted conversations. Whenever she encountered difficulties at work, he patiently guided her, a quality she deeply admired in a man. "Are you tired?" Lu Beixun inquired. "Tired of what?" Cen Wan asked, placing the straw to her lips for a sip. "Of work." Cen Wan shook her head. "Not at all. In fact, it feels quite fulfilling. After starting my job, I realize that I'm not merely a pampered lady who spends money and lounges around. I can work and excel at it." As the movie began, they settled into the third-to-last row, occupying 2 central seats. The cinema was bustling, with only a few empty spots remaining, mostly filled with young couples. As the film commenced, the opening scenes were gruesome, but Cen Wan managed to withstand it. However, when a voiceover kicked in, she was startled and instinctively burrowed into Lu Beixun's embrace, noting that many of the women in the theater reacted similarly. The terror in horror films often stemmed not from the visuals, but from the sound. Lu Beixun gently patted her back. "If you're scared, we can leave." "I'm fine." Cen Wan shook her head. Having seen numerous zombie apocalypse films, she found them less daunting than ghost stories like The Ring. At least zombies were tangible and visible. Lu Beixun wrapped an arm around her while the other held the popcorn. Cen Wan would occasionally feed him a piece, and though he wasn't fond of such snacks, he willingly accepted when she offered it to him without hesitation. Concerned he might feel parched after the popcorn, she brought her cup of cola to his lips, asking, "Would you like a drink?" Lu Beixun took a couple of sips through her straw. As the movie progressed, Cen Wan began to discern its patterns, gradually acclimating to the sudden zombie attacks on the protagonist. With time, she realized that once one got used to zombie films, they ceased to be frightening. However, the oppressive atmosphere lingered, depicting a city where the living were few, and amidst the chaos, people were either dying or injured. By the time the film concluded, she and Lu Beixun exited the cinema just before midnight as patrons trickled out. "Wait for me here. I'll get the car," Lu Beixun instructed. Cen Wan obediently nodded, standing at the roadside outside the cinema. Within moments, a man approached her, head bowed, his ears slightly flushed. "Excuse me, miss, can I add you on WeChat?" Cen Wan glanced up at him, ready to decline, when a luxury car pulled up beside her. Lu Beixun stepped out, walked to her side, and drew her tightly into his embrace, casting a stern look at the man. The stranger's attention shifted to Lu Beixun, whose aura was aristocratic, cold, and aloof. Cen Wan offered a polite smile. "I'm sorry. My husband tends to get jealous. Please excuse us." The man, visibly deflated, retreated. Cen Wan turned to Lu Beixun. "Let us head home." Lu Beixun pressed his lips together, his brows knitted in displeasure, tightening his grip on her hand, as if silently conveying that she belonged solely to him. Unable to resist teasing him, Cen Wan quipped, "Are you jealous?" Lu Beixun remained silent, his gaze chilly. "Come on. I didn't give him my contact," she said with a resigned smile. He was well aware of that, but the mere thought of his beloved being coveted by another ignited a possessive jealousy within him, making him wish to keep her confined at home, where only he could gaze upon her. Suppressing his feelings throughout the drive home, once they parked, Lu Beixun opened the passenger door, unbuckled her seatbelt, and swept her into his arms, carrying her toward the bedroom. With Saturday approaching, Cen Wan harbored a strong premonition that her evening would lead to a delightful escapade, especially since he had gone nearly 10 days without indulging in intimacy with her. Cen Wan mused that if Lu Beixun could let her off the hook tonight and allow her to sleep at 3 in the morning, she would gladly wash her hair upside down. Lu Beixun carried her directly into the bathroom, determined to prevent her from such antics. At 5 in the morning, he finally allowed her to settle into a peaceful slumber, planting a tender kiss on her forehead before refraining from disturbing her further. Chapter 51. I exercised restraint. The following day, Cen Wan was roused from her slumber by Lu Beixun's gentle kiss. Slowly, she opened her eyes to meet his gaze. Upon noticing her awakening, Lu Beixun withdrew from her lips, lightly pinching her cheek. Time to wake up for lunch. What time is it? Cen Wan's voice was hoarse, laced with sleepiness. It's 11:30. Rolling over, she groaned, her body aching all over. I think I'll skip lunch. I'm too tired. She struggled to keep her eyes open, eventually surrendering to the allure of sleep once more. Her body felt as if it might fall apart, and though she knew the culprit was the man beside her, she couldn't bring herself to blame him. You go eat, don't mind me. Lu Beixun adjusted the blanket, tucking her in before leaving the room. When he returned, he carried a tray of food, gently opening the door and placing it at her bedside. In her dreams, Cen Wan caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, instantly hungry. For the previous night's exertions had drained her energy. She buried her head in the covers, torn between the desire to sleep and the need to eat, but ultimately, her stomach's grumbling one. She opened her eyes and sat up. The man sitting at her bedside wore a bemused expression, as if he were both amused and affectionate. Cen Wan glanced at the food on the table. Then her gaze lingered on Lu Beixun's face for a few seconds. She opened her mouth to say something, but the words caught in her throat, escaping only as a long sigh. Lifting the quilt, Cen Wan descended from the bed and entered the bathroom, where she quickly refreshed herself before emerging. Her gaze fell upon the dishes laid out on the table. They were unlike anything Aunt Yang would prepare. Give it a taste, Lu Beixun suggested. As Cen Wan sampled a bite, a suspicion began to form in her mind. Did you make this? Lu Beixun responded with a soft hum of affirmation. After a brief pause, he remarked, Your earlier sigh seemed like a complaint directed at me. Is there something you wish to convey? Cen Wan looked at him, setting down her chopsticks. She had not intended to speak her mind. However, since he had inquired, silence would seem impolite. Well, if I were to say something, it would be this. Could you perhaps exercise a modicum of restraint and consider my frail constitution? Lu Beixun chuckled lightly. I have indeed restrained myself and taken your well-being into account. That is hardly a response. Someone shot him a glance, so I thank you. In truth, Lu Beixun had genuinely restrained himself. Otherwise, she would never have had the inclination to rise from the bed. His eyes glimmered with amusement as he teased. You once claimed that as long as I desired something, you would comply. Shall I take this as a retraction? A dark line appeared on Cen Wan's forehead. Indeed, she had uttered those very words, realizing too late that she had shot herself in the foot. She forced a smile that was more mournful than joyful. No retraction. It seemed that Lu Beixun had grown increasingly cunning. After lunch, rain began to fall outside, continuing for the entire afternoon. Within the confines of the bedroom, an atmosphere of tumult and chaos reigned. As the daylight waned, Cen Wan seized a pillow from beside her and hurled it at Lu Beixun, casting him a resentful glare. Is this what you call restraint? Consideration for me? Lu Beixun caught the pillow and set it back on the bed. Smiling, I have indeed exercised restraint. Otherwise, how could you muster the strength to throw a pillow at me? You're bullying me. Cen Wan buried her face in the quilt, refusing to look at him. Approaching her, Lu Beixun gently coaxed, Shall I carry you to the bath, my dear? No. Cen Wan's voice was muffled. If you give my back a rub, I might just let it go. Very well. Lu Beixun's hands slipped beneath the quilt, tenderly massaging her waist. 10 minutes later, Cen Wan pulled back the covers and wrapped her arms around his neck. Carry me to the bath. Lu Beixun pinched her chin and pecked her softly at the corner of her lips. All right. Cen Wan parked her car at the entrance of the bar and stepped out. She had an engagement today. The meeting with her collaborators was set at the bar. The drizzle wrapped around her as she adjusted her trench coat. November evenings in Kyoto were notoriously chilly. Entering the bar, she was acutely aware of the importance of this partnership. It needed to be secured. However, the individual she was to negotiate with today was none other than Li Jingqiao, the scion of the Li family and its future heir. A year prior, when they were both abroad, he had professed his feelings for her, only to be rejected, leading to a furious exchange of insults from him. In a moment of exasperation, she had hurled a bottle at his head, sending him to the hospital. Cen Wan never imagined she would find herself negotiating a partnership with him. Had she foreseen this day, she would have surely gone easier on him. Li Jingqiao had booked a luxurious private room. Upon locating the door number, Cen Wan pushed it open, only to be met with a wave of smoke and the scent of alcohol. She frowned slightly. Inside, the room was dimly lit, pulsing with DJ music and the flicker of colored lights. She caught an off-color joke from someone in the room. Her gaze fell upon a figure seated in the corner of the sofa. Despite the darkness, she recognized him immediately. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, for he turned to meet it. His shirt sleeves were slightly rolled up, emanating an aura of aloofness, while his well-defined hands casually cradled a glass, swaying it lightly. Caught in a moment of distraction, Cen Wan was jolted back to reality as Li Jingqiao turned off the blaring DJ music and greeted her with a smirk. "Miss Cen, you've arrived. Please have a seat." Though his words seemed courteous, she could sense the malice beneath. The double sofa beside Li Jingqiao was unoccupied, and Cen Wan took her place there, facing Xiao Yan. Just as she settled in, Li Jingqiao moved to sit beside her. She subtly distanced herself from him, nodding politely. "Mr. Li," he chuckled, "there's heating here. If you're feeling warm, Miss Cen, do feel free to remove your coat." Cen Wan smiled politely. "I'm not hot. I just caught a bit of cold." Aside from Xiao Yan and Li Jingqiao, 3 other men occupied the room, faces familiar yet nameless to her. They appeared to be Li Jingqiao's lecherous friends, grinning lewdly, one of whom was wrapped around a provocatively dressed woman. One man jested, "Tao Ge, is this the woman you fancied before? Quite stunning indeed." Li Jingqiao shot her a glance. "Xiao Gang, mind your words. Miss Cen has higher standards, and wouldn't he look twice at someone like me?" Cen Wan detected the underlying tension. Today's contract would not be easily secured. To obtain it, she would have to sacrifice something. "Emerli, you yist. A person of your caliber is hardly within reach for someone like me." Li Jingqiao raised an eyebrow. "Does Miss Cen consider herself average?" Xiao Yan remained impassive, taking a sip from his glass. Cen Wan turned her attention back to Li Jingqiao, her smile devoid of warmth. "Quite average indeed." Li Jingqiao chuckled, pouring her a glass of wine. "Miss Cen, you are anything but average. Here, drink up." Cen Wan glanced at the glass, her gaze drifting involuntarily to Xiao Yan. He disapproved of her drinking and smoking. As their eyes met, she averted hers in a flustered manner. Noticing her reluctance to accept the drink, Li Jingqiao's expression soured, his tone sharpening. "Miss Cen?" Realizing she had zoned out, Cen Wan took the glass from him. "Thank you." Chapter 52. I don't like it. Cen Wan held the glass in her hand, hesitating to drink. Li Jingqiao approached Xiao Yan, placing a hand on his shoulder, and introduced, "Miss Cen, this is Xiao Yan." Unbeknownst to Li Jingqiao, Cen Wan and Xiao Yan shared a complex history. Li Jingqiao assumed that within the same circle, even without prior interactions, they would at least recognize each other. Xiao Yan cast a cold glance at the hand resting on his shoulder, his gaze sharp as a blade. Li Jingqiao, sensing the tension, quickly withdrew his hand, offering a sheepish laugh. Cen Wan's eyes remained fixed on Xiao Yan as she spoke softly. "A pleasure to finally meet." Xiao Yan merely regarded her with a cool glance, remaining silent. Cen Wan anticipated this reaction, yet felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. This collaboration was initially intended for other members of her company to handle, but once Li Jingqiao learned that the representative was Cen Wan, he insisted on attending in person, eager to make things difficult for her. She had humiliated him publicly at the restaurant, and despite the time that had passed, he could not let go of the resentment. He was acutely aware of the contract's significance for her company. Noticing Shan Jinyue's reluctance to drink, Li Jingqiao returned to her side, grinning. "Miss Shun, is it that you won't drink because you find my wine unworthy?" Shan Jinyue, somewhat distracted, managed to refocus. "Mr. Li, you think too highly of yourself." With a polite but distant smile, she raised the glass to her lips, paused momentarily, and downed it in one gulp. She then placed the empty glass on the table with a smile, signaling her acquiescence. The alcohol burned her stomach, causing her to wince slightly. After a night of drinking with Cen Wan and Su Jitong, she had returned home and slept the entire day and night without eating. This was a pattern she had fallen into since he left 2 years ago. Whenever she wasn't working, she could spend an entire day at home without food or water, only ordering takeout when hunger became unbearable. Shan Jinyue was eager to get straight to the point. Tired of the drawn-out preamble, the oppressive atmosphere in the room was stifling, making her feel breathless. Enduring the discomfort in her stomach, she turned to Li Jingqiao. "Mr. Li, regarding the collaboration." "Not so fast," Li Jingqiao interrupted. "We still have plenty of wine to finish." The table was laden with an array of alcoholic beverages, and Li Jingtao poured her another full glass, an overt challenge to any discerning observer. Shan Jinyu glanced at the drink he offered, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. It was not that she felt unwell from the alcohol. Rather, she was reluctant to drink in the presence of Xiaoyan. As the only daughter in her family, her father was exceedingly stern, and after graduating from university, she joined the company under his management, where her efforts went unacknowledged if successful and resulted in scathing reprimands if not. Her father often reminded her that the Shun enterprise would one day be hers. A heavy mantle to bear. During that taxing period, she resorted to smoking and drinking to alleviate her stress. Xiaoyan would invariably take the cigarette or drink from her, admonishing, "A young lady should indulge less in smoking and drinking." At that time, Xiaoyan smiled often, his demeanor lighthearted as he candidly expressed his disapproval. He did not truly dislike it. Rather, she had come to rely on these vices as a form of sustenance. Over time, she realized that while work pressure might not crush her, the toll of smoking and drinking would inevitably harm her health. After Xiaoyan's forthright remarks, Shan Jinyu became considerably more restrained. Shan Jinyu's thoughts drifted away until Li Jingtao's voice snapped her back to the present. She raised her gaze to him, noticing the unmistakable anger etched across his features, his eyes fixated on his suspended hand. Accepting the glass, she downed its contents in one go. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed her, a look that no one could decipher. A man named Xiao Gang remarked, "Miss Shun has quite the capacity for alcohol." Shan Jinyu cast him a fleeting glance, dismissing him, while Xiao Gang paid her no mind, lifting the chin of the woman in his arms for a kiss. This scene churned Shan Jinyu's stomach. She frowned as Li Jingtao chuckled. "Miss Shun, my friend enjoys a lively atmosphere. Please do not take offense." He inched closer to her, but she subtly shifted away. His hand, however, uninvitedly settled on her waist, exacerbating her nausea. Abruptly, she stood, creating distance between them. "Mr. Li, I believe we should discuss our collaboration." Li Jingtao lounged on the sofa, arms crossed. "My friend is still here. We shall not discuss work. After the gathering, come to my place, and we can have a proper conversation." Xiaoyan's gaze settled on Li Jingtao, radiating an icy chill. Li Jingtao's intentions were crystal clear, and Shan Jinyu was not oblivious to this. She picked up her bag. "In that case, we shall postpone our discussions on work." Li Jingtao's motives were straightforward. He merely wished to seduce this proud woman. As Shan Jinyu prepared to leave, he called out to her, "Wait." Rising, he stood before her, his smile failing to mask the fury in his eyes. "I am quite curious. What manner of man could capture Miss Shun's interest?" In his eyes, Shan Jinyu appeared haughty, as if no one were worthy of her attention. Taken aback by his question, Shan Jinyu inexplicably pointed at Xiaoyan. "Him." The room fell silent for a few seconds. A blatant slap in Li Jingtao's face. She could have mentioned anyone not present, or refrained from answering altogether. But her choice to point at Xiaoyan stripped Li Jingtao of any semblance of dignity before his peers. Shan Jinyu could see the veins throbbing at his temples. As she prepared to depart, Li Jingtao returned to the sofa, glancing at the drinks on the table. "Miss Shun, let us discuss work." Li Jingtao understood that if he persisted in trying to make Shun Jinyu stay for a night, she might abandon the collaboration entirely, so he sought a different approach. Shun Jinyu hesitated, then turned back. Li Jingtao gestured toward the bottles of alcohol. "Choose 5 at random, and we shall sign the contract tonight." Shun Jinyu's gaze lingered on the bottles for a moment before she replied, "It's a deal." She walked over, casting an unconscious glance at Xiaoyan, who maintained his usual indifferent demeanor. As she reached for a bottle, Xiaoyan stood, approached her, and snatched the bottle from her hands, grasping her wrist with his other hand. The warm touch sent her heart racing, and she stared at him, but he did not meet her gaze. Li Jingtao was momentarily taken aback, while Xiaoyan coldly regarded him and tossed the bottle at his feet, shattering it and splattering its contents on Li Jingtao's trousers, causing him to flinch. Xiaoyan led her out of the bar, and as she watched his retreating figure, a torrent of words swirled within her. Yet none escaped her lips. She longed to ask Xiaoyan if he still cared for her, but feared she might be overstepping her bounds. Chapter 53. Did you return for him? At around 7, Cen Wan received a call from Shun Jinyu. The voice on the other end was thick with nasal tones, tinged with a weeping quality, unmistakably indicating recent tears or ongoing sorrow. She donned her coat, grabbed her bag, and addressed Lu Beixun, who was lounging on the sofa. "Xiao Bai Lian has encountered some trouble. I will go pick her up and see her home before returning." Lu Beixun set aside his tablet. "I'll drive you." "No need," she replied. "She has been crying. Your presence might make her uncomfortable." Cen Wan changed her shoes. "Don't worry. I'll have the driver take me." Lu Beixun nodded, his expression calm. Shortly after Cen Wan departed, Lu Beixun received a call from Xiaoyan. Shun Jinyu was squatting at the bus stop outside the bar when the bus pulled up. Cen Wan disembarked and approached her without a word, crouching down to embrace her gently, patting her back. "Xiao Bai Lian, have you eaten?" Shun Jinyu shook her head, and Cen Wan said, "Then let me accompany you to get some food." Shun Jinyu nodded. Having indulged in alcohol, she could not drive, so she climbed into the car with Cen Wan. Cen Wan inquired, "What do you want to eat?" "Something light." The vehicle halted at a porridge shop, where Shun Jinyu ordered a seafood congee. Cen Wan sat across from her, observing her reddened eyes without asking anything, patiently waiting for her to finish her meal. After consuming a small portion, Shun Jinyu remarked, "I ran into Xiaoyan." Cen Wan had already anticipated this. Upon hearing Shun Jinyu's admission, she was not surprised. Though her acquaintance with Shun Jinyu was brief, she understood that Shun Jinyu was not one to cry easily, and the mundane tribulations of life were insufficient to provoke tears. Thus, the only remaining consideration was matters of the heart. Cen Wan remained silent, allowing her to continue. "I inexplicably asked him if he still cared about me." At this, Shun Jinyu smiled, her expression laced with bitterness. He said, "I was overthinking it." After uttering this, he left without looking back. Yet, in that fleeting moment when he led her out of the bar, she felt an odd illusion that he did not harbor such resentment toward her. However, reality struck swiftly, revealing her to be overly sentimental. Shun Jinyu approached all matters, particularly love, with directness. Affection was affection, and hatred was hatred. Thus, when the possibility crossed her mind, she asked it outright. Regardless of whether she was merely deluding herself, at least she had an answer in her heart. Cen Wan was at a loss for words of comfort. She empathized with Shun Jinyu's sentiments. When Lu Beixun presented her with divorce papers, alternating between kindness and coldness, she too felt uncertain about his feelings for her. She had asked him before, and he had neither uttered words that hurt her nor declared his love. Sometimes, silence was far more painful. When he was kind, hope rekindled within her. When he was distant, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had doused her, leaving her chilled to the bone. Cen Wan asked, "Did you return this time for him?" Shun Jinyu remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. Cen Wan took her taciturnity as acquiescence. Who bore the greater responsibility for the breakup? "I did," Shun Jinyu replied. "Does Xiaoyan currently have a girlfriend or someone he likes?" Cen Wan inquired further. Shun Jinyu shook her head. "No," before returning to her homeland. She had done her research and discovered that for the past 2 years since their breakup, Xiaoyan had not engaged in any romantic relationships, nor had any women entered his life. It was this knowledge that emboldened her to seek him out upon her return. Had he been involved with someone else, she would likely have remained in exile abroad for the rest of her days. I take no sides, Xinjianyu. If the fault lay with you at the time of your separation and you wish to win him back, you must learn to endure the backlash of his emotions. Each individual possesses their own temperament. Cen Wan advised, consider the perspective of others. The pain you inflicted upon him in the past may far exceed the hurt he now causes you. With her head bowed, Xinjianyu pondered Cen Wan's words and, after a moment, lifted her gaze. I understand. Xinjianyu regarded her friend and suddenly smiled. I never imagined you would grasp such truths. Cen Wan chuckled quietly. Had those events not transpired, she might never have come to comprehend these principles in her lifetime. Xinjianyu had only consumed a small portion of the porridge she ordered. Cen Wan instructed the driver to take her home. As they reached the entrance of the villa, Xinjianyu exited the vehicle, and a light rain began to fall once more. After taking a few steps, she hesitated and returned, tapping on the car door. The driver lowered the window, and Xinjianyu smiled at Cen Wan. Thank you, my dear princess. Cen Wan feigned distaste. Please refrain from such sentimental expressions. Are you still the same little white lotus who used to challenge me at every turn? Xinjianyu chuckled softly. The little white lotus remains the same. She delighted in Cen Wan calling her that, for the term, as uttered by her friend, bore no malice. You should head back, otherwise, your gentleman may grow anxious. Cen Wan nodded in agreement. As Xinjianyu stood at the door, watching her depart, she felt awakened by Cen Wan's words. At 9 o'clock that evening, Cen Wan rested against Lu Beixun's chest. Do you think there is still a chance for the little white lotus and Xiaoyan? I am uncertain. Cen Wan turned over, propping herself on her elbows to glance at him. Xiaoyan is your brother. Hasn't he confided anything to you? Lu Beixun paused momentarily. No. Cen Wan narrowed her eyes at him. Lu Beixun, you are deceiving me. She reached out to tickle him, but Lu Beixun seized her wrist, flipping her over. He leaned closer. Since you have so much free time, why not? Lu Beixun sealed her lips with his touch gentle yet fervent. After a while, he released her, allowing her to catch her breath. Cen Wan gazed up at him with pleading eyes. Darling, let me rest for just 2 days. I beg you. Cen Wan frowned, looking pitifully at him. My body truly cannot take it any longer after a night of exertion and yet another afternoon of activity. All she desired was a decent night's sleep until she awoke naturally. Lu Beixun squeezed her waist. Consider yourself released. I had no intention of approaching you tonight. Cen Wan nestled into his embrace and fell into a deep slumber, undisturbed by dreams, sleeping soundly until dawn. Upon waking, she found him absent and glanced at the time. It was 6:30. He was at the gym, having risen early for a change. Cen Wan changed into workout attire and joined him on the treadmill for half an hour. After breakfast, she and Lu Beixun returned to the Cen residence to visit her parents. Xinjianyu assumed that following the tumult of the previous day, collaboration was off the table. However, she was awakened that morning by a phone call from Li Jingqiao, inquiring when she would sign the contract. Her initial reaction was disbelief, wondering if Li Jingqiao had lost his mind. When he asked if she had heard him, Xinjianyu, fearing that delaying might lead to complications, agreed to meet at 10. She promptly got up, washed up, applied some makeup, and left. The contract was signed without incident. In good spirits after signing, Xinjianyu enjoyed a leisurely lunch before returning home. Upon her arrival, she called her father to inform him of the contract's completion. Apart from discussing work, there were no superfluous pleasantries exchanged, akin to a report to a superior. Xinjianyu had long since grown accustomed to this dynamic. Chapter 54. I can distinguish between love and guilt. Over time, Cen's parents gradually emerged from the pain brought on by Cen Xiao, lifting the small weight that had burdened Cen Wan's heart. She felt that her parents' 20 years of devotion were wasted. Cen Xiao was unworthy of their sorrow, merely a despicable creature, unfit for their grief. Even in death, her hatred for him remained undiminished, an abiding loathing that would haunt her for a lifetime. After sharing a meal with her parents, Cen Wan spent a few hours with them before returning to Lu's residence. The weekends always seemed fleeting, and on Monday morning, Cen Wan struggled to rise, having been compelled to endure several hours of exertion the previous night. Lu Beixuan's stamina was astonishing. At the dining table, Cen Wan scrutinized him, pondering whether he truly never grew weary or if he had been secretly using performance-enhancing substances. Her gaze was too intense, prompting Lu Beixun to look over. "Is there something on your mind?" Cen Wan met his gaze, hesitating before shaking her head, then nodding. After a brief moment, she asked, "You're not tired, are you?" "What do you mean? Are you secretly using drugs?" Cen Wan swallowed hard. Upon hearing her words, Lu Beixuan's expression remained unchanged. "No, I wouldn't dare take anything that might leave you in tears." Recalling how pitifully she had begged him the night before, he allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. Cen Wan cast him a lingering, sorrowful glance and murmured, "If you didn't take anything, then why are you driving so early in the morning? Wasn't it you who brought up first?" Lu Beixun chuckled softly. Cen Wan's gaze grew more mournful. "Lu Beixun, you've changed." "In what way?" Cen Wan pouted. "You no longer love me." Lu Beixun chuckled lightly and placed a hot dog from his plate onto hers. "How about this?" Cen Wan gazed at the hot dog, then at him. "That is a bit of love. Is a single hot dog enough to win your heart?" "You are remarkably easy to please," Lu Beixun remarked. "Well, it depends on who offers it. For anyone else, she wouldn't care, no matter how splendid the offering." As Cen Wan enjoyed her breakfast, a thought struck her, and she looked up at Lu Beixun, asking, "Why do you always question whether I feel guilt or love for you?" He consistently posed this inquiry during their intimate moments, yet never broached the subject otherwise. Initially, Cen Wan had thought it was due to her past misdeeds that had disappointed him, leading to a sudden shift that might make him perceive her feelings as mere guilt. As time passed, however, Cen Wan sensed that her intuition was off. Something felt peculiar, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Lu Beixuan's expression darkened, his lips pressed into silence. Cen Wan fixed her earnest gaze upon him. "Lu Beixun, I will say this once more, so listen carefully. I love you deeply, and I also feel guilt for the things I've done to you in the past. I can distinguish between love and guilt. These two emotions are not mutually exclusive. That is all I have to say." Suddenly, she smiled, "Of course. You may ask me again next time. My answer will always remain the same." After a long pause, Lu Beixun chuckled. "It seems you're already thinking of the next time. Let us make it tonight." Cen Wan playfully glared at him. "Lu Beixun, I was being serious." Lu Beixuan's gaze was fervent as he looked at her. "I know." After breakfast, they headed to the office together. Cen Wan accompanied Lu Beixun into the exclusive elevator. Their relationship was now public, allowing her to enjoy certain privileges openly. For instance, she could ride in the president's private elevator, dine directly in the office at noon without needing to queue in the cafeteria, and could even take an hour's nap in the lounge after lunch if she felt tired. There were still whispers behind her back, though the comments were not unkind, and Cen Wan paid them little mind. She focused on her tasks, stretching her arms and neck, before fetching a cup of water, also bringing one for Chongning. In the office, aside from Chongning, Cen Wan preferred to limit her interactions with others, engaging only in polite exchanges and maintaining a respectful distance. Cen Wan possesses a profound understanding of human nature, especially within the workplace. When she first embarked on her career, her colleagues would include her in their gossip and share snacks with her. To Cen Wan, this seemed entirely normal, a reflection of amicable interactions. However, after her relationship with Lu Beixun became public, she began receiving extravagant gifts from various colleagues, often worth thousands. She was acutely aware of the implications behind these offerings and graciously declined them all. Some colleagues even enlisted Chongning to subtly probe her sentiments. Knowing Cen Wan's aversion to such gestures, Chongning tactfully refused. The women who attempted to present gifts would gather during breaks to gossip about how Cen Wan was too discerning, dismissing their offerings of several thousand. Coincidentally, Cen Wan overheard this and remarked, "Indeed, I do find them lacking. Rather than harboring such thoughts, one should focus on diligent work." The expressions of a few women soured, yet they dared not retort. After fetching water, Someone turned to them and cautioned, "Just so you know, President Lu does not appreciate those who harbor ulterior motives." The group hastily assured her, "We will concentrate on our work." With that, they dispersed back to their respective desks. The act of gift-giving bears a striking resemblance to the unspoken rules of the workplace. One involves monetary value, while the other involves physical allure. Following Cen Wan's comments, the women who previously sought to present her with gifts became considerably more subdued, refraining from both approaching her and engaging in gossip, at least within the confines of the office. Upon returning to her desk, Cen Wan's gaze fell upon Chong Ning, to whom she smiled and inquired, "Why don't you attempt to bribe me?" Chong Ning, puzzled, replied, "What would I bribe you for?" Amused by her response, Cen Wan continued, "They all seek to curry favor with me to gain advantages. Why not you?" She added, "If I were ambitious, I would have joined the sales department." Chong Ning scoffed. "Why bother with the administrative department? Those who send gifts, to put it bluntly, are ambitious yet lack the capability." In contrast, Chong Ning was devoid of both ambition and strength. Moreover, she gestured to herself, "I am currently burdened with a debt of 200,000. Do you really wish to exacerbate my already precarious financial situation?" Cen Wan waved her hand dismissively. "Not at all. I merely found your lack of desire intriguing and wanted to ask, do you require assistance regarding finances?" Chong Ning gestured to halt the conversation. "No, I can manage on my own. Once I settle my debts, I shall treat you to a meal." "All right," Cen Wan replied with a smile. "I shall await the day you are debt-free." As Chong Ning took a sip of water and resumed her work, Cen Wan noticed the red string bracelet on her wrist, adorned with two crystal-embedded characters separated by a 2-centimeter gap. Curiously, Cen Wan inquired, "What do the characters on your red string signify?" Chong Ning glanced at it, extending her hand toward Cen Wan. "Wealth." Indeed, it read wealth, prompting Cen Wan to chuckle. "Does this really hold any significance?" "If you believe it does, then it surely does," Chong Ning replied. "Can the characters be customized?" Cen Wan asked. "Certainly," Chong Ning confirmed. "Where did you purchase this intriguing red string?" Cen Wan continued. "I bought it from a small stall outside my apartment complex," Chong Ning replied. Cen Wan nodded in approval. "I'll check if the stall is still there tonight." Chong Ning, puzzled, remarked, "You actually like this trinket that costs less than 10 yuan? I just find it rather interesting. Let's go together tonight." The world of the affluent was foreign to her. She didn't particularly care for such trivial items. After a minor car accident, she happened upon that stall and decided to buy a red string, hoping to bring herself some luck. Cen Wan had encountered similar red strings during her middle school years, where girls would often choose initials of their secret crushes or the names of their best friends to wear on their wrists. At that time, she had no interest in such things, as there was no one she secretly admired nor any friends worthy of such homage. After work, she sat in the passenger seat while Lu Beixun drove closely behind Chong Ning. The stall was still there, and Chong Ning led Cen Wan over, greeting the vendor before entering the residential compound. The stall was managed by a kind elderly woman, with a modest setup that featured red strings and 2 storage boxes, one filled with characters and the other with letters. The grandmother cheerfully said, "Young lady, choose whatever characters you desire. Each character is 3 yuan, and the red string is 1 yuan." Cen Wan asked, "Grandma, do you have every character?" The grandmother smiled. "We have all characters." Cen Wan bent down to search, while Lu Beixun offered to assist, but she declined, urging him to remain in the car. 40 minutes later, Cen Wan emerged with 5 completed red strings. 2 bore the characters Wan and Sun, while the other 3 read Tang, Yu, and Fu. She paid the grandmother, thanked her, and returned to the car. The red strings lacked elaborate packaging, and as Cen Wan took out 2, she placed the remaining 3 in her bag. Turning to Lu Beixun, she instructed, "Extend your hand." He complied, and she tied the red strings inscribed with Wan and Sun around his wrist. Lu Beixun paused momentarily, taken aback by the characters adorning his wrist. With a playful smile, Cen Wan asked, "Do you like it?" After prolonged silence, he finally responded, "I do." She handed him the other red string, extending her right hand. "Now, please put this on me." Lu Beixun accepted it, fastening the string around her wrist. Despite their simplicity, the two found immense satisfaction in these trinkets, with Lu Beixun occasionally glancing at the red string on his wrist, gently caressing it with his fingers. That evening, As Cen Wan admired her own red string, she queried, "Do you think this is childish?" "Not at all," he replied. "Do you consider it cheap?" She pressed further. "Not at all. It is quite precious," Lu Beixun said, affectionately ruffling her hair. "In comparison to me?" Cen Wan asked with a smile. "You're far more precious." He replied, "For nothing in this world compares to the sparkle in your eyes." The next day, while Cen Wan was engrossed in her work, a shadow loomed over her. She looked up to find Cen Jianyue smiling down at her. "Little White Lotus, what brings you here?" Cen Jianyue waved a dessert in her hand. "I came to find you." Cen Wan glanced at the time. There were still 10 minutes until lunch. "Please wait for me in the office," she instructed. Cen Jianyue nodded and made her way to the office. 10 minutes later, Cen Wan entered the office, indulging in the dessert brought by Cen Jianyue. Cen Jianyue had come to deliver a contract to Lu Beixun, but she took the time to visit simply to see her little princess. Lu Beixun sat on the couch, casting a rather unfriendly glance at Cen Jianyue, clearly displeased. "Are you quite idle?" he remarked. Cen Jianyue shrugged, provocatively retorting, "Perhaps." Noticing the tension in Lu Beixun's jawline, she chuckled and turned her attention back to Cen Wan, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Is it delicious, little princess?" "The desserts from Little White Lotus are indeed delightful," Cen Wan replied, oblivious to Lu Beixun's darkening expression. "I also have something to give you in Tang Tang, but I forgot to bring it from home. I'll bring it to you on Friday evening." "Sounds good," Cen Jianyue agreed. Lu Beixun recalled the red strings tucked away in his bedside drawer, his expression growing even more sour, knowing that she too had acquired them. Cen Jianyue found Lu Beixun's demeanor amusing, but was self-aware enough to refrain from further comments, fearing she might provoke him to place a sign at the entrance of the Lu Corporation prohibiting her and dogs from entering. As Cen Jianyue gathered her belongings, Cen Wan watched her leave with a hint of reluctance. "Are you leaving so soon?" "Yes," Cen Jianyue replied. "Go console your companion over there." Only then did Cen Wan notice Lu Beixun, whose expression was notably grim, and she quickly grasped the situation. After Cen Jianyue departed, Cen Wan turned to Lu Beixun, her teasing tone evident. "Are you really jealous of Little White Lotus?" Lu Beixun merely hummed in response, his jealousy stemming from Cen Jianyue monopolizing their time together. Cen Wan scooped a spoonful of dessert and brought it to Lu Beixun's lips, saying, "Here, you eat." Lu Beixun did not take a bite. Instead, he directed the spoon towards Cen Wan's mouth. Aware of his aversion to sweet things, she did not press him. Just as Cen Wan savored the dessert, Lu Beixun grasped the back of her head and kissed her passionately, exploring her lips fervently. It was then that Cen Wan realized she had been ensnared in his playful trap. She wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to his advances. Unbeknownst to her, she had effortlessly settled onto Lu Beixun's lap. Time slipped by unnoticed until Lu Beixun finally released her. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. On Friday evening, Cen Wan made her way directly to the bar where the three of them had agreed to meet. At the bar, she produced 3 red strings and placed them on the table, announcing, "Gifts for both of you." Su Jitong and Cen Jianyue were taken aback. Su Jitong asked, "Are you sure?" Cen Jianyue added, "Are you serious?" Cen Wan revealed the red string on her right wrist, affirming, "Yes." Su Jitong remarked, "Even elementary school children don't play with these anymore." Cen Jianyue nodded in agreement. Cen Wan glanced at Su Jitong and then at Cen Jianyue, asking, "You both disapprove?" Su Jitong and Cen Jianyue exchanged a knowing look and shook their heads in unison. "We wouldn't dare disapprove." Cen Wan took both of their hands, adorning them with the strings, nodding in satisfaction. "Perfect." Su Jitong and Cen Jianyue gazed at the strings on their wrists, feeling a mix of emotions, and echoed Cen Wan. "It is quite nice." Cen Wan wore the last string on her wrists, and Su Jitong inquired, "What inspired you to buy these? They hold such significance." Cen Jianyue nodded. "Wan, Tang, and you symbolize something meaningful. You must want to say that sisterhood surpasses all, and that friends walk together for life. Whoever dares to harm my sister's wings, I shall ruin their paradise, right?" Su Jitong couldn't help but laugh. "Jianyue, you must have had some interesting experiences back in the day." Someone shot a glance at Cen Jianyue. "Little White Lotus, you've gone too far. Do you have any idea how long I spent gathering these?" "Almost an hour." Cen Wan looked at the red string on her wrist. Your sentiment has been received. I will cherish it dearly. Cen Wan finally felt satisfied and turned her attention to Su Jitong, who chuckled awkwardly. Me too. Chapter 56. Have you slept yet? Su Jitong and Cen Wan feigned disdain for the red strings, yet they wore them without removing them, as Cen Wan's playful spirit compelled them to indulge in her whimsy. Cen Wan remarked, Aren't you afraid that Lu Beixun will be jealous? He is rather magnanimous. Upon hearing this, Cen Wan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He was anything but magnanimous. Cen Wan smiled knowingly, but chose not to voice her thoughts. However, it is quite rare for Lu Beixun to allow you to come to the bar every week. He loves me and never restricts me, Cen Wan replied. Cen Wan raised her eyebrows in disbelief. She shouldn't have asked, as she now felt like a single dog drowning in the couple's affection. Cen Wan lifted her glass, and the three clinked them together. Suddenly, she turned to Cen Wan and asked, Since that night, have you seen Xiao Yan? At the mention of Xiao Yan, Cen Wan paused, shaking her head no. The thought of Xiao Yan crossed her mind, and she found it oddly effortless to finalize that contract. She had some insight into Li Jingtong's character, petty and vengeful, and she thought the contract should not have been signed so easily. She had braced herself for her father's reprimands. She briefly entertained the notion that Xiao Yan might have intervened, but quickly dismissed it. How could he, who despised her, possibly assist her? Cen Wan leaned in, her voice teasingly mysterious as she inquired, When you were with Xiao Yan, how far did things progress? Su Jitong, intrigued, leaned in as well, bluntly asking, Have you slept together? Cen Wan, taken aback, replied. Aware of their curious gazes, she was not one to shy away from such inquiries. Yes. Cen Wan exclaimed, You two have potential. Is that true? Cen Wan asked skeptically. Don't fool me. Cen Wan nodded eagerly, her excitement palpable. Cen Wan had returned to the country for Xiao Yan, and Cen Wan's words plunged her into deep reflection. She still owed Xiao Yan an apology for events that transpired 2 years prior. An hour later, Cen Wan had indulged a bit too much and leaned back against the sofa, one hand clutching a glass while the other held her phone. She stared intently at the WeChat chat interface, contemplating the name displayed. After a prolonged moment, she exited the chat without sending a message, fully aware that she had been blocked long ago. After leaving WeChat, she opened her text messages and entered a series of numbers. Unsure if the number was still in use, she decided to take a chance. She typed a brief message, Xiao Yan, I'm sorry for the hurt I caused you in the past. After staring at those few words for several minutes, she ultimately lacked the courage to press send. Cen Wan deleted the drafted message, turned off her phone, and tossed it onto the sofa, draining her glass in one go. At 8:30, the trio exited the bar. As they passed the stairwell, Cen Wan's attention was drawn to two individuals locked in a passionate embrace, prompting her to pause and observe. The man was unfamiliar to her, but she recognized the woman by her profile. It was Su Ming. The two were engaged in an intense kiss, oblivious to the world around them. The man's hand slipped beneath her garment, leaving Su Ming's attire slightly disheveled. The scene suggested that they might as well be playing cards in the stairwell at any moment. Cen Wan observed for a while, and Su Jitong and Cen Wan followed her gaze, recognizing Su Ming as well. Su Jitong remarked, Isn't that the scheming girl? Cen Wan nodded in agreement, while Cen Wan squinted at the man, kissing Su Ming. I know that guy. The man in question was Li Jingtang, and it was unclear how he and Su Ming had ended up together. Cen Wan turned to Cen Wan. You know him? Cen Wan confirmed. He's a partner of ours. Li Jingtang, heir of the Li family, has some standing in Kyoto. Cen Wan scrutinized Su Ming, noting her ample figure and decent looks. She was not surprised that someone like Su Ming could attract a person like Li Jingtang. Let's go, Cen Wan suggested, just as they were about to leave. Su Ming called out to her, Cen Wan, it's not a good habit to spy on others' romantic encounters. Having already taught her a lesson before, Cen Wan had no intention of engaging with Su Ming today. She was clearly watching openly. Su Ming, entwined with Li Jingtang, emerged from the stairwell, and Li Jingtang's gaze lingered on Cen Wan with a hint of lewdness. Cen Wan turned to Su Ming, chuckling lightly. Is it that you lack a bed, or can't afford a hotel? If worst comes to worst, there are still small inns. Being in the stairwell, are you not just putting on a show? She pointed to the 4 green words above the stairway entrance. Look up. This is an emergency exit. If you can't read, perhaps you should return to elementary school. Su Ming's face turned a deep shade of anger. What does it matter to you if we're in the emergency exit? It's none of your business if I stand here. Cen Wan found Su Ming utterly lacking in sense. Her desire to provoke was unmistakable. Li Jingtang held Su Ming's waist, his hands roaming suggestively. Su Ming playfully glared at him. Tao Ge, I'm being bullied. Li Jingtang pinched her chin and playfully bit her lips. I want to see who dares to bully my little enchantress. As he spoke, Su Ming felt a surge of delight. She was intent on making Cen Wan feel embarrassed. Little did she know the true status of the 2 women beside Cen Wan. She was aware that the one next to her was a wealthy figure of some renown in Kyoto, wielding power and influence on par with her own. Li Jingtang was a prize she had worked hard to win. As Li Jingtang emerged from the stairwell, he persistently engaged in playful antics with Su Ming. Upon lifting his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback, his attention drawn to Shen Jianyu. Miss Shen? Shen Jianyu had no intention of acknowledging him, yet, given their collaborative ties, she offered a slight nod towards Li Jingtang. Mr. Li. Noticing the acquaintance between Li Jingtang and Shen Jianyu, Su Ming grew anxious. Tugging at Li Jingtang's arm in a display of feigned affection. Tao Ge, you must support me. With that, she pointed at Cen Wan. Tao Ge, it's her. She constantly humiliates me. Li Jingtang's gaze shifted to Cen Wan, then briefly to Su Jitang. He recognized neither, but a mere glance revealed that any of them were far more appealing than the exquisitely beautiful woman at his side. Observing Li Jingtang's hesitation, Su Ming shook his arm again, indicating Cen Wan. Tao Ge, she was my colleague, always scheming against me. Li Jingtang finally regained his composure. Oh, is that so? Su Ming nodded with tearful eyes, embodying a pitiful demeanor that evoked sympathy, while she covertly glanced at Cen Wan, a glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes. Previously, she had orchestrated Zhang Jia's downfall in a similar fashion, knowing full well Cen Wan's status yet remaining silent, as long as it served her purpose for revenge. Cen Wan, amused, remarked to Su Ming, where has Xiang Yang gone? I assumed you both had left to marry and start family. At the mention of Xiang Yang, Su Ming's expression momentarily froze, her eyes narrowing with intense hatred towards Cen Wan. She harbored feelings for Xiang Yang, and they were still together. After Xiang Yang was dismissed by the Lu family, she took on a job at the bar to support him. Xiang Yang's financial demands were exorbitant, and her bar wages were insufficient to sustain him. Later, he suggested she could leverage her looks to attract wealthy suitors or sell herself. When he uttered those words, she could scarcely believe her ears. Instead of confronting him about his feelings for her, he threatened her with a breakup if she failed to earn money. Ultimately, she succumbed to that path. The root of all her misfortunes was Cen Wan. Had it not been for her, she and Xiang Yang would not have ended up in such dire straits. Su Ming snapped back to reality, petulantly calling out to Li Jingtang, who turned his attention to Cen Wan, about to speak when Shen Jianyu interjected. Mr. Li, as a collaborator, I must caution you that this woman beside you harbors ill intentions. Do not be deceived. Li Jingtang scrutinized Su Ming and then regarded Shen Jianyu. What do you mean? After the incident at the bar, he was wary of antagonizing Shen Jianyu. Despite any prior dissatisfaction, he now had to endure it. Hearing Shen Jianyu's words, Su Ming's hands clenched tightly, and she looked up at Li Jingtang with tear-filled eyes. Tao Ge, don't listen to her nonsense. They are in cahoots, trying to embarrass me before you. Shen Jianyu paid no attention to Su Ming, dismissing her as a mere buffoon. Having encountered too many such women in the workplace, those lacking capability, filled with jealousy and a desire for revenge, who delight in petty manipulation behind the scenes. She addressed Li Jingtang. Mr. Li, the daughter of the Cen family and the wife of the Lu family. Even if you have not met her, you must have heard of her. Li Jingtang nodded. Naturally. Shen Jianyu continued. And now you see her before you. Li Jingtang appeared momentarily stunned, while Su Ming's palms grew slick with sweat. Cen Wan regarded Su Ming with a cold gaze. The last person you deceived was Zhang Jia. To call Su Ming clever would be misleading. She had used the same tactic twice. To label her foolish and lacking in finesse would also be inaccurate. as she was adept at employing others as pawns. Su Jitong, observing the unfolding drama, remained unfazed, confident in the protection of her bodyguards. At that moment, Li Jingtang comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had nearly fallen into a trap laid by a woman, unwittingly becoming a pawn in a larger game. In this vast city of Kyoto, who would dare to offend the Cen and Lu families? Li Jingtang's gaze shifted to Su Jitong and this lady. He surmised that her identity was equally formidable. Shen Jianyu glanced at Su Jitong, who nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Jianyu then succinctly stated, Su family. Despite the brevity of her words, Li Jingtang instantly grasped the implication, almost kneeling in gratitude to Shen Jianyu, had she not intervened. He might have inadvertently offended two of the most prominent families in Kyoto. Li Jingtang inclined his head slightly to Shen Jianyu. Miss Shen, I am grateful. Shen Jianyu replied, no need for formality. Li Jingtang opened his mouth. Miss Shen, I apologize for that night. That evening, Shen Jianyu had solely aimed to secure the contract. And now that it was signed, they were partners. She had no desire to dwell on past grievances. Shen Jianyu shook her head. It's nothing. Su Ming, unable to maintain her composure any longer, realized she had failed to regain any ground and lost her money. Her hatred for Cen Wan deepened. Why did everyone side with her, even Xiang Yang? If it were not for Cen Wan, how could she and Xiang Yang have fallen into such disarray? Li Jingtang, feeling Su Ming's grip on him, forcefully shook her off. Wretched woman. He had come out to enjoy himself, yet had nearly fallen into her trap, becoming an unwitting pawn. Su Ming bit her lip, shaking her head repeatedly. Tao Ge, I did not, please believe me. In her desperate final attempt, Li Jingtang glared at her with disgust. Filthy harlot. Tao Ge, I truly had no idea she was. Su Ming's words were cut short as Cen Wan interjected. Her interest piqued. You genuinely didn't know? You betray your own friends. What makes you think you would spare anyone else? Su Ming glared at Cen Wan, unleashing a torrent of insults. Wretched woman, what are you pretending to be? What makes you a good person? Three vile harlots. Cen Wan stepped closer. Was the last lesson insufficient? I do not wish to engage with you today, yet you insist on throwing yourself into the line of fire. With a resounding slap, Cen Wan struck Su Ming across the face, catching her off guard, causing her head to spin. Cen Wan inquired, does it hurt? As Su Ming regained her senses, she prepared to hurl more insults, but Cen Wan denied her the opportunity, delivering another swift slap. Cen Wan found it perplexing. Su Ming seemed to harbor an obsession with her, relentlessly charging at her despite knowing she could not prevail. Su Ming's eyes blazed with fury as she lunged at Cen Wan once more. Cen Wan stepped back, and Li Jingtang seized Su Ming's wrist, throwing her to the ground. If you value your life, get lost. Su Ming glared at Cen Wan, rising from the ground to charge again. But Su Jitong had lost her patience and summoned her bodyguards. Li Jingtang bid farewell to Shen Jianyu as he departed, his demeanor towards her having undergone a complete transformation. A familiar voice called out, Wan Wan. Cen Wan turned at the sound, finding Lu Beixun approaching her. As she prepared to leave the bar, Cen Wan had sent a message to Lu Beixun, who had waited below for a while before deciding to search for her. Lu Beixun noticed the somber expression on Su Ming's face and inquired, What brings you here? To find you, Lu Beixun replied, studying her intently. Are you hurt? Cen Wan shook her head, no. Lu Beixun's icy gaze swept over Su Ming before he turned to Su Jitong. I'll have someone handle this. Su Jitong nodded, and Lu Beixun messaged he. The group departed, leaving only a few bodyguards with Su Ming. Su Ming struggled futilely. What are you going to do? No one paid her any mind. Su Jitong and Shen Jianyu, demonstrating their discernment, departed first, while Cen Wan turned to Lu Beixun. It seems Su Ming has developed an obsession with me. How many times has this happened? Lu Beixun asked. This is the second encounter at the bar. Cen Wan, fearing Lu Beixun would worry, reassured him. I wasn't bullied. Tang Tang brought bodyguards. Last time, Tang Tang and Xiao Bai Lian even helped me out. Lu Beixun's expression remained grim. That's how it is. Cen Wan raised her hand, gesturing animatedly. I just slapped her twice like this. Honestly, I didn't want to hit her, but she insulted Tang Tang and Xiao Bai Lian. She observed Lu Beixun's expression. Last time, when Tang Tang and Xiao Bai Lian helped me take revenge, I naturally couldn't stand by while she berated my dear friends. Lu Beixun grasped her hand, gently rubbing her palm with his thumb. Does it hurt? Cen Wan smiled and shook her head. Not at all. I just don't know if Su Meng's face hurts. Her laughter was innocent, reminiscent of a naive young girl, yet her heart harbored a cunning edge. Chapter 58. The Late Stage of Double Standards. Lu Beixun regarded the seemingly innocent girl before him with tenderness, pinching her cheek playfully and wrapping an arm around her waist. Pulling her close, such a troublesome little creature. Stepping out of the bar, they left the warmth of the indoors, and the night breeze caused Cen Wan's nose to redden. She sniffled slightly. Lu Beixun opened his coat, enveloping her within. Are you cold? Cen Wan wrapped her arms around his waist. Not cold. In the frigid night. The two embraced tightly, their warm bodies attuned to one another's heartbeats, rendering the chill insignificant. Cen Wan looked up at the sky. I wonder when I'll see the first snow of the year. I want to watch it with you. It'll be soon, Lu Beixun assured, leading her to the car, where the heating banished the cold. Cen Wan hadn't eaten much that evening and soon found herself hungry, her stomach betraying her with a growl. Through the car window, she spotted a hot pot restaurant nearby, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to Lu Beixun. Do you like hot pot? On such a cold night, indulging in a hot pot would be a delightful experience. Instead of answering her directly, Lu Beixun inquired, Do you want to eat? Cen Wan nodded, studying his expression. He remained silent as he leaned in to fasten her seatbelt. Starting the engine. As they passed the first hot pot restaurant, just when Cen Wan assumed he didn't want to eat, the car halted at another establishment. Lu Beixun remarked, This one has a decent flavor. Cen Wan queried, Have you dined here before? Yes, Lu Beixun replied. I came here once with Ji Hua and Xiao Yan. He didn't particularly enjoy hot pot and had barely eaten during his last visit, but he felt that Cen Wan would appreciate this flavor. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, they were guided to the second floor by a server. As they ascended, Cen Wan spotted two familiar figures engaged in lively conversation, radiating joy. These two were none other than Su Jiang and Shun Jianyu, whom she had just parted with. Just as Cen Wan was about to call out to them, Shun Jianyu interjected, Don't be fooled by Lu Beixun's ruthless exterior. He's just an eternal jealous king. Taking a sip of her milk tea, Shun Jianyu continued, Last time I visited to see our princess Wan Wan. The look he gave me was something you wouldn't understand. I could tell that if I were a man, I certainly wouldn't have walked out of the Lu Corporation building alive. Su Jiang burst into laughter at Shun Jianyu's words. Eternal jealous king. Ha ha ha. Shun Jianyu went on. Cherish your life. Steer clear of Cen Wan. When Lu Beixun is around, it's best to retreat. Otherwise, he might just kill you with a glance. Cen Wan. Lu Beixun. Shun Jianyu chuckled as she added vegetables to the pot, while Cen Wan shot a glance at Lu Beixun, who wore a brooding expression, his gaze fixed intently on Shun Jianyu. Shun Jianyu's back was turned to them, while Su Jiang faced them directly, engrossed in Shun Jianyu's tale, completely oblivious to Cen Wan and Lu Beixun. Shun Jianyu picked up a hot pot meatball and remarked, Isn't the heating on? It feels quite chilly. Su Jiang replied, Not cold at all. Shun Jianyu, unbothered, continued eating. Perhaps I'm just more sensitive to the cold. Lu Beixun emanated a cold aura, and Cen Wan sneaked a glance at him, attempting to caution Shun Jianyu. She reached for her phone to send a message, but at a mere glance from Lu Beixun, she sheepishly set it down. Lu Beixun dialed a number on his phone and held it to his ear for a few moments before speaking coolly. Jiangchuan Hot Pot, come over. After hanging up, Cen Wan glanced at him, uncertain of who was on the other end of the line or whether they would actually come. She cast another look at Shun Jianyu's back, thinking to herself, Trouble comes from a mouth. Xiao Bai Lian, I can't save you either. Cen Wan ordered Yingyang Hot Pot, selecting some meatballs, shrimp paste, and duck intestines, while Lu Beixun preferred lighter flavors, opting for greens and tofu. Placing the menu before Lu Beixun, she lowered her voice. Do you see anything else you'd like to order? She felt that what she had chosen was already sufficient for two. Lu Beixun glanced at it and replied, Order more. There's still two more people. Cen Wan paused for a moment before responding. Is it Xiao Yan and Ji Hua? Lu Beixun affirmed, his demeanor calm. Yet, Cen Wan felt an ominous calm before the storm. Tang Tang, Xiao Bai Lian, may you both fend for yourselves. Time ticked by, and Cen Wan's initial worry transformed into excitement. She was about to witness a CP in close proximity, a delightful boon for any CP enthusiast. Behind her, the conversation grew lively. Cen Wan strained to listen. Shun Jianyu began. Let me tell you, when I was in 6th grade, Lu Beixun was already in his 2nd year of high school. Can you believe he was only 2 years older than me? He lived next door, and whenever I had a problem, I would go to him. Do you know what he said to me? Su Jiang asked, what? He said I should donate my brain to someone who needs it for not using it in class. Cen Wan, having just taken a sip of water, choked and coughed several times. Lu Beixun handed her a tissue, gently patting her back. Su Jiang laughed. Such a sharp tongue. Shun Jianyu shook her head in exasperation. It's not just sharp. He's incredibly arrogant. Su Jiang asked, did he teach you? Shun Jianyu shook her head. No. He just glanced at the problem and told me to go back to kindergarten and start over, not to bother him. That had infuriated her, prompting her to storm out. Su Jiang chuckled. If it were me, I'd be furious too. I might have just cut ties entirely. Cen Wan looked at Lu Beixun. Were you really that sharp-tongued as a child? The problem was calculating interest. If 30,000 yuan is deposited in the bank for 3 years, how much interest will be earned? Lu Beixun recounted. Cen Wan blinked, and then she calculated it as 90,000 yuan. Unable to contain her laughter, she doubled over in amusement. How could she arrive at that? At this rate, the bank would go bankrupt. Lu Beixun replied. She calculated without her brain. Cen Wan thought that given their neighborly relationship, he had shown remarkable restraint in his words. She said, I was quite foolish back then too. I couldn't figure it out. Lu Beixun ruffled her hair. You're not like her. Cen Wan poked his side. You are so double standard. The interest you calculated was 1 million, which is still better than hers. Cen Wan, this was not merely a double standard. It was a late-stage double standard quite beyond remedy. As the dishes arrived, Cen Wan stood to prepare the dipping sauce. Lu Beixun grasped her wrist. Let me do it. You stay seated. Chapter 59. There are more things you ought to apologize for. Lu Beixun went to prepare the dipping sauce, and Cen Wan turned back to Shun Jianyu, cheerfully calling out, Xiao Bai Lian. Shun Jianyu glanced around and remarked, I believe I can hear Cen Wan's voice. Cen Wan called out again, Little White Lotus. I'm over here. Only then did Shun Jianyu turn around, her expression one of astonishment. When did you arrive? Su Jita also looked over. Cen Wan smiled and said, 30,000 saved for 3 years, yielding 90,000 in interest. Shun Jianyu was unable to muster a smile after that, with Cen Wan present. Lu Beixun must certainly be around as well. She had just revealed so much. Surely it wouldn't all go unheard. She searched for Lu Beixun's figure and spotted him at the condiment station in a corner. Shun Jianyu felt that there was no way she could enjoy this hot pot meal any longer. With a resentful glance at Cen Wan, she picked up a nearby trench coat, draped it over her arm, grabbed her bag, and made her way outside. As she walked, she glanced back at Su Jita, saying, Miss Su, let us reschedule our meeting for another day. You're on your own now. Su Jita had previously chimed in a few words, but it said nothing further, merely observing whether Lu Beixun would react. Su Jita opened her mouth to remind her, watch where you're going. Huh? Shun Jianyu was completely taken aback. With a loud thud, she collided with someone, hitting her nose and nearly bringing tears to her eyes from the sting. The familiar scent froze her in place, and she turned stiffly to find Xiao Yin staring intently at her. Shun Jianyu opened her mouth, intending to apologize, but no words came out as tears welled in her eyes from the impact, making her appear as though she were being bullied by the man before her. Cen Wan had already noticed Xiao Yin, but refrained from speaking, for how else would she ship the couple? She quietly took out her phone, found a perfect angle, and snapped a couple of atmospheric photos, although she felt that Ji Jihua beside Xiao Yin was somewhat superfluous. Cen Wan looked at Ji Jihua and waved him over. Jihua, come here. Perhaps feeling his redundancy, Ji Jihua approached her. Once he walked away, Cen Wan swiftly took more photos. Shun Jianyu snapped back to reality. I'm sorry. Xiao Yin regarded her with a flat tone. Which matter are you referring to? Just the collision or something else? Xiao Yin cast a cold glance at her. You owe apologies for more than just this. His words caused Shun Jianyu's heart to ache subtly, creating a moment of awkwardness. which was broken when Lu Beixun approached with a dish of dipping sauce. "Come sit down," he said, looking over. Xiaoyan did not spare Shen Jinyu another glance and walked away. As Shen Jinyu stepped out, Lu Beixun called after her, "Shen Jinyu, come back." Shen Jinyu shot him a resentful glare. "I have something to do." "Now you have something to do?" Lu Beixuan's expression darkened. "It's too late." At this moment, Shen Jinyu was utterly convinced that Lu Beixun had heard everything she had just said. Truly, what a misfortune to provoke this devil of a man for no reason. Yet, everything she said was indeed the truth. How could one not speak it? She stood rooted to the spot, and Lu Beixun looked at her. Is hiding really effective? Just now, you were so engrossed in conversation with Miss Su about me. What has happened? Feeling timid now? Sujita. Shen Jinyu shot Lu Beixun a glare and gritted her teeth. Who is timid? The word timid doesn't exist in my vocabulary. But after saying that, her bravado faltered. I truly have something to do. Cen Wan approached Shen Jinyu. Let us eat together. You must face this, right? If you can't even take that step, how can you hope to win him back? Cen Wan spoke in a tone only they could hear, and Shen Jinyu glanced at Xiaoyan, hesitating. In truth, Cen Wan understood well that Lu Beixun was providing them with an opportunity. Let us go, Cen Wan said, pulling her arm as they walked over together. The two tables merged into one, and Lu Beixun chose a 6-person seating arrangement, with 3 on each side, perfectly positioned. Cen Wan sat in the middle, Sujita to her right, while Lu Beixun had yet to take his seat. Shen Jinyu looked at the position to the left of Cen Wan, and then at the opposite seat. Xiao Yin sat in the center, with Ji Jihua to his left, leaving only the space beside Xiao Yin and the one to the left of Cen Wan available. Her gaze landed on the left position beside Cen Wan, aware that it was meant for Lu Beixun. Yet, with no other choice, she steeled herself and sat down next to Cen Wan. As soon as she did, several pairs of eyes turned to her. Lu Beixun stood nearby, his expression dark as he looked down at her. Shen Jinyu, get up. Shen Jinyu, trying to hold her ground, replied, I'd rather not. Ultimately, she couldn't withstand the piercing gaze of Lu Beixun and reluctantly stood up, dragging her feet as she moved to the opposite side. She glanced at Xiao Yin before slowly sitting down. Cen Wan and Su Jita exchanged knowing smiles, and Cen Wan elbowed Su Jita, lowering her voice to say, look at the one across from you. Between him and your little wolf dogs, who is superior? They had already been introduced earlier. Sitting across from her was Ji Jihua. Su Jita casually glanced over, her gaze colliding with Ji Jihua's profound black eyes. She was momentarily taken aback before shifting her gaze away, looking at Cen Wan instead. Mediocre, not as good as my little wolf dogs. Cen Wan remained silent, waiting for the moment Su Jita would face reality. Only Su Jita knew she was lying. The man before her, whether in appearance or the aura he exuded, was incomparable to her so-called little wolf dogs or little milk dogs. They were simply not of the same caliber. Some debts needed settling, and Lu Beixun turned to Shen Jinyu, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. I'm sharp-tongued and arrogant, am I? Shen Jinyu. Shen Jinyu awkwardly chuckled and shook her head. You must have misheard. 30,000 saved for 3 years, yielding 90,000 in interest. Lu Beixuan's thin lips parted slightly, his gaze cold as he looked at her. Should I feel pity for your teacher or for the bank? Shen Jinyu clenched her teeth. Lu Beixun. She didn't notice the slight curl of the lips of those around her. Su Jita, who had never been a model student, chuckled and turned to Shen Jinyu. You're better than me. 30,000 saved for 3 years. I calculated the interest to be 30,000. As soon as Su Jita finished speaking, a moment of silence enveloped the group. It seemed she was not the only one. She remembered this problem well. She had been caught not paying attention in class and was called to the front to solve it. After calculating, her math teacher nearly fainted from anger, struggling to articulate his reprimand. Because of this problem, her math teacher had given her a separate test paper filled only with interest calculation problems. Cen Wan glanced at Shen Jinyu and then at Su Jita. My studies are decent, but my physical fitness? I crawled the last stretch of the 800-meter run. Lu Beixun looked at her with a gentle gaze, entirely different from how he regarded Shen Jinyu. Are you still proud of that, Wan? Not at all, Cen Wan replied. I was just worried that Tang Tang and Little White Lotus would feel too awkward. Su Jita chimed in, I'm not awkward. The only one feeling awkward was Shan Jinyu, who stole a glance at Xiao Yan, only to find that the smile on his lips had faded. Chapter 60. I like wolf dogs. Lu Beixun hardly ate, his gaze consistently fixed on Cen Wan. When the vegetables in the pot were ready, he would place her favorite dishes in her bowl, pour her drinks, and peel shrimp for her. Su Jita shook her head and teased, in the presence of dog food, hot pot becomes bland and tasteless. Sitting beside Xiao Yan, Shan Jinyu felt uncomfortable and hardly ate, constantly sneaking glances at him. Hearing Su Jita's remark, she quietly echoed, right? Are we here to eat hot pot, or to consume your dog food? It's all so nauseating. Cen Wan gave Shan Jinyu a meaningful look directed at Xiao Yan beside her, put in some effort. You could do it too. Shan Jinyu was acutely aware of Cen Wan's insinuation. I can't. Su Jita laughed, teasing Shan Jinyu. I have little wolf dogs, little milk dogs, sunny ones and gloomy ones. Which do you prefer? I can introduce you. Su Jitong is indeed fearless. Aside from Lu Beixun, none present have managed to instill any fear in her. After uttering this remark, Xiao Yan's dark eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity as he cast a glance in her direction. Jihua also glanced at her, his eyes devoid of emotion. Shinjina muttered softly, I like wolf dogs. She believed her voice was sufficiently low, yet still caught the attention of those nearby, causing Xiao Yan's gaze to grow even colder. Su Jitong looked from Jihua to Xiao Yan and asked, Why are you both staring at me? Do you require an introduction? After a moment of contemplation, she added, I haven't met many girls. Su Jitong discerned the meaning behind Xiao Yan's gaze, and Cen Wan nudged her with an elbow, quietly warning, don't court disaster. Su Jitong offered Cen Wan a reassuring look, signaling, I know my limits. Cen Wan was not merely concerned about Su Jitong provoking Xiao Yan. Rather, her future boyfriend was seated directly across from her, and she had just brought up the topic of wolf dogs. With a resigned shake of her head, Cen Wan glanced at Xiao Yan and Jihua, pondering how three reticent men had formed a friendship. Was it through silent exchanges or mere intuition? Cen Wan turned her attention to Lu Beixun, who had just peeled several shrimp for her and placed them on a plate, removing his disposable gloves. She leaned closer to him and whispered, I don't like any of the types that Tang Tang mentioned. Lu Beixun looked down at her, and Cen Wan blinked innocently, taking his hand and inscribing 4 characters, I like you, with her fingertips on his palm. After finishing, she met Lu Beixun's gaze and shared a silent smile. So do I. Lu Beixun replied gently, ruffling her hair. Finish what's on your plate first. It will get cold. He placed his chopsticks into her hands, tending to her as if she were a child. Shinjina, feeling somewhat envious, recalled her own time with Xiao Yan, where she too could dine without a care, as he would serve her whatever she merely glanced at on the table. Lost in thought, she attempted to pick up a meatball but fumbled, dropping it into the oil dish, splattering a few drops on herself, unnoticed by anyone. The napkins were placed over by Su Jitong, and as she prepared to speak, Su Jitong's phone rang, interrupting her. She remained silent, waiting for Su Jitong to finish her call. Lowering her head, she inspected the oil stains on her clothes when a few napkins were offered to her. Startled, she looked up in the direction of the napkins, only to find Xiao Yan's face void of expression, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, seeing she had not taken them, Xiao Yan, losing patience, asked, Would you like me to help you wipe it off? Before Shinjina could respond, she quickly accepted the napkins, thanking him softly. Thank you. She lowered her head, dabbing at the few drops of oil on her dark-colored shirt, which concealed the stains unless examined closely. Cen Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement, shipping their chemistry, while lamenting the fact that her future boyfriend sat directly across from her as she took a phone call, with the two hardly exchanging words. Finally, after the call ended, Cen Wan inquired, Who was that? Su Jitong set her phone down. Just a flirtatious acquaintance. He'll be picking me up shortly. Cen Wan's expression shifted. Observing Jijihua's face, she detected no visible emotion, his demeanor as calm as ever, which allowed her to breathe a little easier. Su Jitong casually remarked, Why do you keep looking at Jijihua when you talk to me? Cen Wan was taken aback, her embarrassment palpable. Just then, Lu Beixun broke the tension, stating, No need for rescue. Cen Wan concurred, Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Beixun was aware of something more. Cen Wan lowered her gaze to her plate, while Shun Jianov chimed in. Su Jitong and Ji Jihua seemed quite faded. Both have Ji in their names. Su Jitong glanced at Ji Jihua. Quite a coincidence. Ji Jihua, who had been mostly silent, offered a quiet hum. After finishing the hot pot, it was time to disperse. Su Jitong bid farewell to Cen Wan as she stepped out of the restaurant and made her way towards a car parked by the roadside. Cen Wan watched her retreating figure, nearly fainting from exasperation. Su Jitong, take it easy. Su Jitong waved her off. She trusted Su Jitong to maintain her boundaries with her acquaintance, yet she wished she could temper her behavior just a tad in front of her future boyfriend. Lu Beixun wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close, tightening his grip slightly, expressing his discontent by pinching her waist. Let us head home. Throughout the evening, Cen Wan had been immersed in her shipping fantasies, scarcely paying him any mind. She turned to Shun Jianov, who had driven them here, but had drunk quite a bit. Realizing she could not drive home, her gaze landed on Xiao Yin as she contemplated her next move. Cen Wan addressed Shun Jianov, Little White Lotus. How do you plan to get home after drinking tonight? Hearing Cen Wan mention her drinking, Shun Jianov cast a guilty glance at Xiao Yin, swiftly denying. I didn't drink. She had intended to take a taxi home, but now this dilemma had arisen. Cen Wan blinked innocently. You did drink, and quite a bit at that. Shun Jianov retorted, you are the one acting like a bad person. Lu Beixun firmly took hold of Cen Wan, leading her away. She doesn't need your concern. There are others looking out for her. I'm not being nosy, Cen Wan protested. I'm merely being supportive. Cen Wan sensed that Shun Jianov appeared anxious about Xiao Yin discovering her drinking, and after an evening of hot pot, it was evident to her that Xiao Yin had feelings for Shun Jianov. As they departed, Lu Beixun secured Cen Wan's seatbelt and drove off. A few minutes later, he pulled over to the side of the road, prompting a puzzled look from Cen Wan. He unbuckled his seatbelt, grasped her chin, and leaned down to kiss her. Silencing her protests, Cen Wan instinctively placed her hands on his chest, attempting to retreat, but he held her head firmly, pressing in once more, leaving her with no choice but to tilt her head back and yield, gradually responding to his fervent advances. After a night of restraint, Lu Beixun sought to claim her breath. Her lips tingled from his kiss, and after a moment, when she was breathless, he finally released her. Cen Wan pouted playfully. Lu Beixun, we're almost home. Can't you wait a bit? Lu Beixun lifted her chin, placing a gentle kiss at the corner of her lips. I can't wait. Wait? She queried. Lu Beixun's eyes glimmered with desire as he awaited her response. Respecting her feelings, he would never pressure her if she expressed disinterest. Just as he feared she might not be inclined, Cen Wan spoke up. All right, let us head home first. Lu Beixun caressed her cheek, starting the car again. During the drive, Cen Wan felt a mix of nervousness and shyness. They had explored many places together, and the car felt like a comfortable setting, especially after an evening spent lost in her shipping daydreams, where she had neglected him. Meanwhile, outside the hot pot restaurant, only Shun Jianov, Xiao Yin, and Ji Jihua remained. Shun Jianov felt somewhat flustered in Xiao Yan's presence. Ji Jihua stated, I'm leaving first. Xiao Yin responded with a faint hum. Subsequently, only she and Xiao Yin remained at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. It was late at night, and the streets were nearly deserted. A chilling breeze swept by, prompting Shun Jinyu to draw her coat tighter around herself as she turned to Xiao Yin. I'm leaving now. You should too. She hesitated for a moment, but resolved to finish her thought. You should head back early. Xiao Yin ignored her and instead queried. Have you been drinking? Shun Jinyu reflexively replied. No. I want to hear the truth. After a brief pause, she slowly admitted, I have. Xiao Yin let out a sardonic laugh. Shun Jinyu, you truly have not changed at all. You are still full of lies. Shun Jinyu opened her mouth to retort, yet found herself utterly unable to argue, for she was indeed a woman of many falsehoods. With her head bowed, she stared at the ground, remaining silent for a long while. Xiao Yin glanced at her and said, I'll take you home. Shun Jinyu continued to avert her gaze. No need. Do as you wish. After uttering those words, Xiao Yin turned and walked away. However, he did not leave. Instead, he settled onto a nearby bus stop and lit a cigarette. Cen Jinyu looked over, observing the flickering red glow of the cigarette's tip, unable to discern the smoker's expression as she stared blankly in that direction. Minutes passed, and after one cigarette burned down, he still did not depart. Cen Jinyu took a step toward him. Standing before him, Xiaoyan raised his eyes to meet hers. Cen Jinyu parted her lips, but remained silent, crouching down in front of him, looking up and calling his name, Xiaoyan. The name that was etched in her heart brought tears to the corners of her eyes the moment she spoke it aloud. Summoning her courage, she wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his abdomen. After countless days and nights, on this very night, she finally embraced the man she had longed for incessantly. As Cen Jinyu held him, all her grievances poured forth. Xiaoyan, I haven't been well these past 2 years. I'm not happy. I've been working day and night, and he never gives me a moment to breathe, constantly belittling me. At this point, she was sobbing uncontrollably in his arms, her tears blurring her vision. Xiaoyan, I'm so tired. I had no choice. My father didn't give me an option. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Xiaoyan looked down at the top of her head, reaching out to stroke her hair, fully aware of everything she had expressed. Cen Jinyu's shoulders trembled slightly as she quietly cried in his embrace, as if trying to weep away all her frustrations. Xiaoyan allowed her to hold him, watching her in silence while gently patting her head. 10 minutes later, at a hotel near the hot pot restaurant, the two engaged in a passionate kiss. Xiaoyan wrapped his arm around her waist, pressing closely together as Cen Jinyu looped her arms around his neck. Tilting her head back to kiss him, with one hand, Xiaoyan swiped the rune card, and as the door opened, he exerted a gentle force to usher her inside. Pinning her against the door, which closed behind them, their bodies were pressed tightly together. And Cen Jinyu's coat fell to the floor as she reached to remove Xiaoyan's jacket, discarding the barrier that lay between them. Cen Jinyu found herself on the soft bed, her eyes reddening under his intense gaze. That night, Xiaoyan was not gentle, and she could only frown and endure. All sounds were swallowed by the fervor of his kiss. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, Lu Beixun donned his clothes and lifted the petite woman curled up in the passenger's seat, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Cen Wan punched him lightly on the chest. Lu Beixun, you scoundrel. Her strength had been completely drained, and to him, her punch felt like a mere tickle. Yes, I'm a scoundrel, Wan. If you're not satisfied, feel free to hit me a few more times. Cen Wan leaned against him, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. It's not that I'm angry. I'm just a bit tired. Lu Beixun softly reassured her. It's my fault for not exercising restraint. Upon returning to their room and closing the door, he carried her into the bathroom, undressing her. Let me wash you. Consider my apology to Wan, all right? Cen Wan nodded gently. 2 hours later, Lu Beixun emerged from the bathroom, holding Cen Wan. She gritted her teeth in frustration. I shouldn't have trusted you. Shall I rub your waist for you? No. Cen Wan rejected him, doubting he would actually be honest in his intentions. Cen Wan suddenly remembered something. I need to check if Zyabalian has gotten home safely. Let me make a call. Lu Beixun snatched her phone away. Wan, focus. It was exasperating for him that she could think of someone else at this moment. If you don't focus, I'll have to do something else to keep your attention. I won't ask anymore. Cen Wan insisted. I'm focused, really focused. Cen Wan dared not inquire further about Cen Jinyu, fearing she might run away from home. This man in front of her had a surprising stamina. Ultimately, her focus led to her being devoured, as Lu Beixun leaned over her, his warm breath brushing against her ear, tickling her. In a low, husky voice, he murmured, Wan, tomorrow is a day off. Shall we continue? Cen Wan raised her head and bit down on his collarbone. Lu Beixun, you're truly a beast. Indeed, I am a beast. Lu Beixun lightly nibbled on her earlobe. I want to devour this little white rabbit, Wan. At 4 a.m, with tears still staining her cheeks, Cen Wan fell into a deep slumber. Lu Beixun tenderly kissed the corners of her lips, tucked her in, and embraced her from behind. In her dreams, Cen Wan murmured, beast scoundrel. Lu Beixun chuckled lightly. Who asked the bad one? Lu Beixun. Do you love him? He asked bad. Yet I still love him. Chapter 62. Just like that, she left without a word. The next day, when Cen Wan awoke, it was already 11 o'clock. Upon opening her eyes, she found Lu Beixun still beside her, peacefully sleeping. Recalling the tumultuous events of the previous night, she playfully kicked Lu Beixun. Cen Wan was careful with her strength, reluctant to truly hurt this man. The person on the bed remained still, so she kicked him again. This time, her ankle was seized by a warm hand. The moment she stirred in his embrace, he was already awake. Lu Beixun opened his eyes, a faint smile glimmering within them. Wan, good afternoon. You little rascal. Cen Wan attempted to retract her foot, but Lu Beixun held it tightly, and she glared at him in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Beast! Let me go. Did Wan forget? What? Cen Wan thought to herself. She hadn't forgotten anything. Lu Beixun released her ankle, but pulled her waist closer, enveloping her in his embrace. His voice rich with amusement. Wan said, "As long as I want it, you will give." Lu Beixun leaned closer to her ear. Why is Wan still angry? Cen Wan. She had forgotten all about that. Could she take back her words now? Still groggy from sleep, her cheeks flushed from his teasing. She pressed her hands against Lu Beixun's chest. Don't lean so close. I can hear you perfectly. Also, I'm not really angry at you. She murmured softly. I can't bear to. Her voice was so faint that Lu Beixun still caught it, the corners of his lips curling upwards. Cen Wan pushed against him. Let me go. Not a chance. At that moment, her phone rang. Cen Wan glanced at it, answering the call while Lu Beixun still held her. She looked at him, her voice laden with grievance. Mom, Lu Beixun is bullying me. Cen Wan switched to speaker mode, and her mother's voice crackled through the phone. What? How did that scoundrel bully you? Make him answer the phone. Cen Wan shot a smug glance at Lu Beixun, Mom. Lu Beixun said I'm fat and 1 tea let me eat. Her mother exclaimed, that scoundrel. Where is he? Cen Wan passed the phone to Lu Beixun, maintaining an innocent facade. Mom wants to speak to you. Lu Beixun did not take the phone, but simply said into it, I'm here. You little rascal. You gotten bold, haven't you? Lu mother launched into a tirade before hanging up after scolding him. Lu Beixun looked at Cen Wan, chuckling softly as he reached out to ruffle her hair. Feeling better now? Cen Wan nodded lightly, lifting the quilt and stepping out of bed. Let us see if you dare to bully me again. I have my mother backing me up, but you do not. Her face radiated with a sense of triumph. Oh, really? Lu Beixun replied with a smile. I believe a visit to my parents is in order today. The parents he referred to were Cen's father and mother. Cen Wan clenched her teeth and climbed back onto the bed, straddling him, her hands playfully grasping his neck, though without exerting any force. Must you be so shameless? Lu Beixun laughed. Compared to you, Wan, I dare say I'm quite decent. Cen Wan released her grip, leaned down to bite his collarbone, then promptly hopped off the bed and stormed into the bathroom, slamming the door with a loud bang. Lu Beixun touched the spot where she had bitten him, the amusement in his eyes deepening. After lunch, Cen Wan sat on the sofa with Lu Beixun, contemplating where to spend their afternoon. Just as they were about to finalize their plans, a message from Shun Jinyu interrupted her thoughts. The message was sent in their group chat, aptly named Plastic Sisters, which included herself, Su Jitong, and Shun Jinyu. Shun Jinyu, ladies, Night Bar 309, I implore you to come quickly. Cen Wan's immediate reaction was one of concern. Had something happened? Was it possible her ill-fated words had come true, and Shun Jinyu had indeed encountered danger on her way home? At that moment, her phone chimed again. It was Su Jitong. Su Jitong, I'm nearby, on my way. Cen Wan turned to Lu Beixun. Little White Lotus must be in some trouble. Shall we postpone our outing until tomorrow? Lu Beixun nodded. Where are we going? Night Bar. Together. Lu Beixun added, Gigi Huai is looking for me. Cen Wan agreed with a nod, and the two donned their coats and stepped out together. An hour earlier, Shun Jinyu awoke in her hotel room, the space now devoid of anyone but her. Her body ached, and the floor was a chaotic mess. Looking down, she spotted a multitude of faint kiss marks, a testament to the previous night's fervor. Grabbing her phone, she noticed there were no messages or missed calls. She tossed her phone onto the bed, murmuring in a tone of despair, did he really just leave without a word? She threw off the covers, retrieved her clothes from the floor, and headed into the bathroom. After freshening up, she exited the hotel. At Night Bar, Cen Wan took the elevator down while Lu Beixun ascended another floor, and they parted ways. Upon entering the private room, She found Su Jitong already there, waiting for her. She approached and sat beside Shun Jinyu, scrutinizing her. "What's wrong? Are you okay? Did you really encounter a bad guy?" Cen Wan fired off 3 questions in one breath. Shun Jinyu replied, "I feel awful. Something happened. And yes, I did meet a bad guy." Cen Wan looked at her, urging, "Then hurry and report it to the police. How can you even think of coming to a bar? Didn't Xiao Yin escort you home? I thought he was merely aloof, but it appears he is utterly heartless. And yet, you still have feelings for him." Shun Jinyu, looking weary, responded, "It's more than just cold-heartedness. After everything, he just left without uttering a single word." Cen Wan blinked, momentarily confused. "What do you mean?" Su Jitong shook her drink, explaining, "It means he left right after." "What?" Cen Wan glanced between Su Jitong and Shun Jinyu. "You two slept together last night?" Shun Jinyu confirmed, "In the dead of night, emotions can run high, and you know how it goes." "But that's not the main issue," Cen Wan interjected. "The real concern is that Xiao Yin ran off." Shun Jinyu narrowed her eyes, staring at the drink on the table. "He left. He slept with me, then vanished." Cen Wan exclaimed, "That's the very definition of a scoundrel. I'm going to confront him." Meanwhile, Lu Beixun had gone to the 4th floor to meet Jiji Huai, and it was likely that Xiao Yin was there as well. Cen Wan stood up to leave, but Shun Jinyu caught her arm. "Calm down. As adults, it's a mutual decision. Besides, it was a consensual encounter." She continued, "I'm just feeling a bit down and wanted to talk to you both. This isn't about seeking revenge." Cen Wan settled back down as Shun Jinyu went on. "I'm struggling to understand his mindset. What do you think he is feeling?" Su Jitong replied, "He cares about you." Cen Wan readily agreed, stating, "You mentioned that you initiated the breakup. Perhaps he is struggling to swallow his pride." Shun Jinyu recalled the previous night. Xiao Yin had been anything but gentle. At that moment, she felt as if he was exacting vengeance upon her. Even as she cried, he did not relent, merely watching her tears fall, devoid of any compassion, unlike the tenderness he had shown 2 years prior when they first got together. Chapter 63. Aren't you entangled with someone? Shun Jinyu was deeply affected by Xiao Yin, and even after their breakup, no one had managed to penetrate the walls she had built around her heart. After his departure, she buried herself in work to numb the pain. Cen Wan advised, "Little White Lotus, if you truly wish to win him back, you should apologize to Xiao Yin and soften your stance. I don't know the details of your fallout, but you must have some notion of right and wrong in your heart. Perhaps he doesn't harbor hatred. He may simply be seeking acknowledgement from you." Listening to Cen Wan's words, Shun Jinyu fell into contemplation. She had returned with the intention of apologizing to Xiao Yin and was mentally prepared for any emotional backlash he might unleash. Yet she lacked the courage to voice her thoughts. Xiao Yin had not afforded her the opportunity to sit down and discuss things. He had merely walked away after speaking. Su Jitong took a sip of her drink, saying, "Two women in love, take a lesson from me. The best relationships thrive in ambiguity. Once that freshness fades, it's time to move on." Her sense of novelty lasted a maximum of a week. No one had ever managed to keep her intrigued beyond that. She relished the freedom of her current lifestyle, unbound by constraints. "Remember what you said today?" Cen Wan shot her a glance. "Don't be too quick to jinx yourself." Su Jitong scoffed, "No one is born who can bring me down." Cen Wan laughed, "Is that so? We shall see." Calculating the time, Cen Wan realized it would soon be upon them. If events were to unfold as they had in her previous life, it would occur shortly after the new year. She turned to Shun Jinyu, "Little White Lotus, we shall wait and see if she gets a taste of her own medicine. Let us hope it doesn't echo too loudly. It's impossible for it to be quiet. Su Jitong's comeuppance will certainly be louder than firecrackers." Shun Jinyu chimed in, "Agreed, let us wait and see." Feeling bored, Su Jitong noticed Cen Wan's confidence that she would indeed face repercussions, and an inexplicable worry crept in that she might actually be struck down. Just then, Cen Wan's phone rang. It was Lu Beixun calling. She answered, unaware of what was being said on the other end. All right." The call lasted less than half a minute before she hung up, stating, "Lu Beixun is upstairs and wants her to find him." Shun Jinyu replied nonchalantly, "Then go ahead." She had summoned Cen Wan out on Saturday, and it was already a stroke of luck that Lu Beixun hadn't sought her out. Now, He was monopolizing her time, presumably on the warpath. Little White Lotus. Shall we go together? Just then, Lu Beixun had informed her that Xiao Yin was also present, potentially presenting an opportunity for Shun Jinyu. Su Jitong inquired, "Who else is there?" At this moment, Shun Jinyu looked over as well, equally curious. Cen Wan hesitated to conceal anything from them. She simply mentioned Xiao Yin, wary that Shun Jinyu might back down again. Relationships were complex, and evasion served no purpose. She wanted to help Shun Jinyu take that step forward, not wanting to witness her suffer alone. Ji Huai, Cen Wan revealed. Shun Jinyu appeared momentarily taken aback. "Anyone else?" "That's all, as far as I heard from Lu Beixun." Cen Wan replied. Su Jitong stated, "I have no objections." Cen Wan glanced at Shun Jinyu, who returned her gaze, unwilling to dampen their spirits. "Let us go." The three departed together, and Cen Wan located the private room where Lu Beixun was, pushing the door open to find a serene atmosphere within. Cen Wan stood in the center, her left arm linked with Shun Jinyu and her right with Su Jitong, anxious that Shun Jinyu might spot Xiao Yin and bolt. Su Jitong glanced at the hands holding her and quipped, "Are you unwell?" Shun Jinyu concurred, "I feel the same." Cen Wan shot them a glare, contemplating a retort, yet ultimately restrained herself. This was not the time for verbal sparring, as pressing matters demanded their attention. Grasping their hands, she led them deeper inside, tightening her grip on Shun Jianyu's arm, fearful that she might flee. Shun Jianyu cast a puzzled glance at her, to which Cen Wan responded with a reassuring smile. Shun Jianyu found her behavior peculiar, and by the time she processed it, it was too late. A gaze fell upon her, and she froze, locking eyes with Xiao Yin. Their gaze lingered for a fleeting second before Shun Jianyu turned abruptly to leave, but Cen Wan clung tightly to her arm, whispering, "You can't walk away. If you keep avoiding him, when will the issue ever be resolved? What if he gets a girlfriend?" Shun Jianyu paused, contemplating the implications of Xiao Yin having a girlfriend. If that were to occur, their problems would naturally dissipate, as there would be no need for discussion at that juncture. Yet, she still lacked the courage. Encountering Xiao Yin triggered an instinctual urge to retreat. Cen Wan released her grip, stating, "You must decide for yourself." The thought of Xiao Yin with a girlfriend rendered Shun Jianyu immobile. She was not one to cower, yet now she found herself merely evading confrontation. After a brief struggle, she looped her arm through Cen Wan's, declaring, "I won't leave." She glanced at Xiao Yin before quickly averting her gaze. Cen Wan cheerfully greeted Ji Huai Ge. Ji Huai nodded slightly, while Cen Wan's attention shifted to Xiao Yin. Without uttering a word, she guided Shun Jianyu to sit beside Lu Beixun. The sofa was shared between Lu Beixun and Xiao Yin, leaving only 2 seats in the middle. Cen Wan settled next to Lu Beixun, patting the space beside her for Shun Jianyu to sit. Shun Jianyu dared not look at Xiao Yin, as her seating would place her right next to him. There were 2 single armchairs. Ji Huai occupied one, and Su Jitong moved to sit opposite him. Just as she hesitated, Xiao Yin spoke. "What is wrong? Is there a tack on the sofa?" Cen Wan responded, "Can we not have a civil conversation?" Su Jitong added, "This is the first time I've encountered such a loquacious man." She glanced at Ji Huai, then at the couples occupying the other sofa, questioning whether their presence was merely to observe their romantic entanglements. Did they not consider the plight of single individuals? Indeed, she was single, but she was uncertain about Ji Huai's status. Cen Wan shot Xiao Yin an irritated look before turning to Shun Jianyu, who finally took a seat beside her after a few moments. A glass of juice was set before Xiao Yin, which he pushed towards Shun Jianyu. She met his gaze. His eyes were dark, revealing no discernible emotion. After a prolonged silence, she finally regained her composure and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Cen Wan rose to retrieve 2 bottles of low-alcohol beverages, handing one to Su Jitong while keeping one for herself. Lu Beixun observed her, and Cen Wan shook the bottle in her hand, asking, "Can I drink this?" Lu Beixun took the bottle from her, opened it, and handed it back. "Go ahead." Cen Wan settled beside him, while Lu Beixun affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze warm and tender. Su Jitong, seated nearby, felt as though she had been forcibly fed a mouthful of dog food. She turned to Cen Wan, pleading, Could you leave a single dog a fighting chance? One offered juice while the other twisted bottle caps. She implored, please be kind. As she mentioned the juice, Cen Jianyu glanced toward Xiaoyan, only to find herself ensnared by his dark eyes. He questioned, what are you staring at? Cen Jianyu shook her head, diverting her gaze. Cen Wan raised an eyebrow at Su Jitong. Aren't you supposed to have a romantic interest? Su Jitong took a sip of her drink, replying, but that romantic interest isn't here. If you were present, the room would be too crowded to accommodate everyone. Su Jitong's words prompted several pairs of eyes to fixate on her. She looked around at those beside her, then at those across from her, saying, what? Why are you all looking at me? Cen Wan watched her with amused curiosity. Chapter 64, A Human Masterpiece. Su Jitong mused that she had spoken no falsehood. Her romantic interests were indeed numerous enough to fill the room. Why were they looking at her, as though in disbelief? After contemplating for some time, she concluded they must doubt her. Feeling somewhat awkward, she cleared her throat. If you don't believe me, I could call him over? Just don't blame me if you find yourselves with nowhere to stand. Silence followed her declaration, and Su Jitong awkwardly rubbed her nose. Cen Wan laughed, clearly a scoundrel. Xiaoyan added, it's hard to disagree. Ji Huai simply murmured in agreement. Su Jitong retorted, I strongly disagree with the notion of being a scoundrel. I'm an adult. Everything is consensual, right? I only flirt with one person at a time, not juggling multiple affairs. The previously silent Lu Beixun interjected, casually embracing the girl beside him. Does that make a difference? Su Jitong shot Lu Beixun a glare. He rarely spoke, but when he did, it was infuriating. She found herself unable to retort, simply stewing in frustration. This indignation was difficult to swallow, and her gaze fell upon Ji Huai, who had just murmured in acknowledgement. He was the one. Su Jitong crossed her arms, regarding him with an expression of grievance. Ji Huai, what was that about? Why are you butting into the affairs of these couples? Ji Huai replied, I wasn't butting in. His gaze met hers, calm and devoid of emotion. It's merely a fact. Su Jitong felt as though she might explode from frustration. Were they not going to leave her any dignity? She took a hearty swig from her drink, muttering under her breath, just bullying this single dog, huh? Lu Beixun lounged against the back of the sofa, one arm wrapped around the girl beside him. Cen Wan leaned against his arm, observing Su Jitong's expression of suppressed misery. She leaned closer to Lu Beixun's ear, whispering, don't you think Su Jitong and Ji Huai make a good match? Lu Beixun regarded her, gently stroking the back of her head. If you say they match, then they do. His response was perfunctory. Cen Wan's mind sparked with an idea. Lu Beixun, let us make a wager. If Su Jitong and Ji Huai end up together, you must grant me one request. If not, I shall fulfill one of your wishes. Do you dare? Internally, she calculated her odds. She was certain to win this bet. All right, Lu Beixun chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with fondness as he watched his little woman revel in her cleverness, playfully pinching her cheek. Su Jitong shook her head at their affectionate display. She seized the microphone and selected a song, declaring, allow me to showcase my vocal prowess. I assure you it's worthy of a concert. Cen Wan smiled at Lu Beixun. A concert-level performance we rarely hear. Cen Jianyu braced herself, having heard Su Jitong sing before. It was a convoluted experience. She covertly glanced to Xiaoyan, who caught her eye with his dark gaze. Feeling uneasy, she cleared her throat, suggesting, you might want to prepare yourself mentally. Xiaoyan simply continued to watch her in silence, and Cen Jianyu chose not to elaborate further. Su Jitong, oblivious to the murmurings, waited until the song reached its climax before beginning to sing. As she opened her mouth, several attendees instinctively grimaced. Cen Wan felt an urge to cover her ears, but was stopped by Su Jitong. Cen Wan, if you dare cover your ears, I will sever ties with you. Cen Wan forced a pained smile, lowering her hands. It was truly a human masterpiece. Do not listen to the noise, Lu Beixun whispered in her ear, then covered her ears with his hands. Cen Wan smiled at him. Su Jitong, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, Lu Beixun, you're ruining the camaraderie of our plastic sisterhood. Lu Beixun quipped, I believe if you continue singing, I won't need to intervene. Su Jitong retorted. She resolutely finished her song, and after silencing the music, dejectedly sank onto the sofa, taking a sip of wine. Is my singing truly that abysmal? Your furrowed brows could squash a fly. Lu Beixun lowered his hand that had been covering Cen Wan's ears. Xiao Yin remarked, how could it possibly be subpar at a concert level? Su Jitong failed to discern that this was a compliment directed at her. She shot Xiao Yin a glare. Silence, you scoundrel. Turning to Shun Jinev, she inquired, what do you think? Am I not a good singer? They simply lack taste. Shun Jinev awkwardly chuckled. You sound wonderful. If you held a concert, I would undoubtedly support you. Su Jitong nodded, thoroughly pleased with Shun Jinev's appraisal. You truly have the finest taste. Xiao Yin gazed at Shun Jinev, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Is it truly that wonderful? Shun Jinev pursed her lips in silence, merely nodding. Xiao Yin refrained from further comment, his gaze shifting back to Su Jitong. Did you just call me a scoundrel? What do you mean? As he posed this question, Shun Jinev's hands clenched nervously. Su Jitong, poised with her wine glass at her lips, halted, fixing her gaze on Xiao Yin. After a lengthy pause, she spoke. You know precisely what you have done. This time, Cen Wan aligned herself with Su Jitong, echoing, Tang Tang is right. You are fully aware of your actions. Xiao Yan's attention turned to Shun Jinev. What are they discussing? Shun Jinev, biting her lip, shook her head in despair. Truly unaware? Xiao Yan pressed. Shun Jinev shook her head again, hesitantly stammering, not exactly unaware. Xiao Yan reached out, wrapping an arm around Shun Jinev's neck, pulling her close. You had better remain oblivious. This familiar gesture made Shun Jinev's nose tingle in the past. Xiao Yan often embraced her like this. The warmth of his body and his familiar scent made her crave his presence. Cen Wan wore a look of delight, as if witnessing a shipper's dream come true, her bright eyes sparkling with stars. Meanwhile, Su Jitong was left speechless, surrounded by the couple's affectionate display. I suppose dinner is off the table tonight. Cen Wan, still caught up in the romance, chimed in. Are you on a diet? Su Jitong shot her a glance. No, I've simply had my fill of dog food. Cen Wan replied, well, this dog food is quite delightful. Next time, please refrain from inviting me if there are no single little wolves or puppies, Su Jitong declared. Cen Wan glanced at Ji Huai for a few seconds before turning back to Su Jitong, stating, Ji Huai is single. Su Jitong paused, her gaze drifting toward Ji Huai, who, after a moment's appraisal, she had to admit was quite exceptional, handsome and charming. However, she felt he was beyond her reach, sensing this from the very first moment. Thus, Ji Huai was not within her realm of interest. She preferred to feel a sense of control in her relationships. She candidly told Cen Wan, he is merely for distant admiration. She wasn't afraid of Ji Huai overhearing. This was her genuine sentiment. A man like him was best admired from afar, never to be approached. Chapter 65, Midnight Activities. After Su Jitong voiced her thoughts, Ji Huai's gaze fell upon her, an inscrutable expression on his face, before he subtly averted his eyes moments later. Cen Wan wrapped her arms around Lu Beixun's waist. Looking up at him, Lu Beixun, you are bound to lose. Tang Tang and Ji Huai are destined to be together. Oh, Lu Beixun chuckled. What makes you so certain, Wan Wan? This question momentarily caught Cen Wan off guard, but she soon smiled. It's a secret, regardless. Tang Tang and Ji Huai will surely end up together. How could she explain to Lu Beixun that she had been reborn and in her previous life? Su Jitong had been with Ji Huai. How could she tell him that in her former life, she had killed him and they had perished together, only to awaken 1 year prior? Would he believe her? No, he would likely think she was mentally unstable. Cen Wan said, just prepare to fulfill one of my requests. Lu Beixun sensed the shift in her emotions and gently stroked her head. All right. However, Cen Wan's smile became strained, lacking the warmth it had held before. Lu Beixun's hand rested on her waist, softly pinching the flesh there. Is Wan Wan unhappy? No, Cen Wan grasped his hand. I just had some thoughts. Unpleasant thoughts? Cen Wan didn't deny it, nodding in affirmation. Lu Beixun held her hand, enveloping it in his palm. If it troubles you, then don't dwell on it. Cen Wan nodded, yet her mood remained evidently poor. Lu Beixun leaned closer to her ear, whispering, shall we play a little game? Cen Wan's mood shifted slightly. She asked what game. Lu Beixun leaned forward, retrieving 2 dice from the table. placing them in his palm before leaning back. He seductively murmured in her ear, "Let us keep it simple. Whoever rolls the higher number wins. If I win, Cen Wan will accompany me for some late-night activities. If you win, you can make any request you desire." Cen Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. With so many people around, discussing such a topic made her feel bashful, even though only they could hear it. Her previous negative emotions were replaced by shyness. Cen Wan whispered in his ear, "If I win, you must not touch me for a week." Lu Beixun chuckled softly. His gaze filled with affection. "Very well. Let us begin," Cen Wan declared. Lu Beixun placed the dice in her palm. "You go first." "All right." Cen Wan closed her hands around the dice, shaking them gently 5 or 6 times before removing her hands, praying for a high roll. In her palm were 2 dice, one showing 3 and the other 5, a barely acceptable score. Cen Wan's expression lightened as she placed the dice in Lu Beixun's palm. "Your turn." Lu Beixun shook the dice lightly before unveiling them. One showed 4 and the other 5, surpassing her by a whisker. Seeing this result, Cen Wan sulked. "This game is utterly unexciting." Lu Beixun leaned closer to her ear. "If Cen Wan accompanies me for some late-night activities, I shall fulfill one of your requests. Would that brighten your spirits?" His warm, flirtatious breath brushed against her ear. Cen Wan turned to look at him, her lips inadvertently brushing against his cool ones. She froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing red as she pulled away. The laughter in Lu Beixun's eyes deepened, while Cen Wan nervously glanced around, relieved that no one was paying attention to them. She exhaled in relief. Being seen would have been quite embarrassing. She asked Lu Beixun, "Fulfill one of my requests." Lu Beixun nodded, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Then you must not touch me for a week," Cen Wan whispered. "That is unacceptable. Choose another." Lu Beixun replied, anticipating that she would attempt to extend the duration from 1 week to a month. Before she could voice it, he stated, "Such matters are off the table." "Isn't that cheating?" Cen Wan retorted. "But I won." Lu Beixun gazed down at her, his eyes still twinkling with affection and tenderness. "This is an additional benefit I'm offering to Cen Wan, so your request in this regard is rather unreasonable." Cen Wan pouted. "Then after this, you must accompany me to a certain place." As they wrapped up the evening, Shun Jianov exited the bar without delay, heading straight home, while Su Jitang's driver had been waiting outside the bar. Xiaoyan exchanged pleasantries with Ji Huai before departing together. Lu Beixun held Cen Wan's hand. "Where are we headed?" "To Kyoto University." Lu Beixun led her toward the parking area. "What prompts the desire to visit the campus?" "Just to reminisce about university life and perhaps see Luo," she replied. Indeed, the truth was that she had little nostalgia for her university days. She merely wanted to stroll through the campus hand in hand with Lu Beixun. Half an hour later, Lu Beixun drove into Kyoto University and parked his car in a lot. The two of them walked hand in hand across the campus, passing by the playground. Cen Wan smiled and remarked, "I fainted after running 800 meters right here. I woke up in the infirmary." She had attended university at this very institution. "I know," Lu Beixun replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked at her. "I was there at the time." He was? Cen Wan found it hard to believe. "Are you saying you were there?" Lu Beixun affirmed with a soft his expression tender and indulgent. "What were you doing there?" Cen Wan inquired. "Watching you," Lu Beixun stated simply. Cen Wan was momentarily at a loss for words. "Watching me? So you saw me crawling on the ground?" Lu Beixun's lips curled into a slight smile. "I did." Cen Wan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. He had seen her at her most humiliating moment during her university years. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide herself. "Lu Beixun, you've kept this secret for so long. Why not continue to do so?" She looked at him, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Was there anyone more unfortunate than her? She had already embarrassed herself in front of her future husband back in college. "Because I wanted you to know that the person who carried you to the infirmary was me," Lu Beixun revealed. Cen Wan was stunned once again, hardly able to believe it, but knowing he was truthful, she asked Lu Beixun, "How many more secrets have you kept from me?" Lu Beixun did not respond, instead shifting the topic. "Wanan, aren't you going to say thank you?" Cen Wan, embracing her theatrical side, released his hand, took a step back, and bowed deeply. "Thank you." I express my gratitude on behalf of the Cen Wan of those university years for your future husband delivering her to the infirmary. In doing so, she felt she had lost all dignity. Lu Beixun grasped her wrist gently, pulling her back into his embrace. No need for thanks. This is what a future husband ought to do. Cen Wan ceased her playful antics and earnestly asked Lu Beixun, "Did you come to the university specifically to see me?" "Yes," he replied, "just to take a look. Don't you want to get to know me?" At that time, she was aware of Lu Beixun's existence, but only in passing, having seen him at a banquet before. "I want to. Very much." Cen Wan looked at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Then why didn't you speak to me? Why didn't you come closer? Perhaps I wanted to know you too, to converse with you." She refrained from voicing the remainder of her thoughts. Standing face to face, she tilted her head slightly to gaze up at him, the gentle breeze tousling her hair, while Lu Beixun's eyes reflected deep affection. He parted his lips. "You are pure and radiant, while I am ruthless and deeply calculating. You would not be drawn to a person like me." At that time, he had only recently inherited the Lu family business, navigating a world rife with schemes and treachery, devoid of any purity except for home. He presumed she had heard of his ways, making him hesitant to approach her, fearing she might recoil in fear. Yet in the end, he could not resist and resorted to unscrupulous means to marry her. "But what if I say I want to know you too?" Cen Wan looked at him, a soft smile gracing her lips, her gaze tender. "What?" Lu Beixun was taken aback, disbelief washing over his face. Cen Wan reiterated, "If I say I also want to know you, would you believe it?" Lu Beixun was still incredulous, suspecting he had misheard. At 18, during her coming-of-age celebration, she had spotted Lu Beixun standing in a corner, his gaze seemingly directed at her, yet she could not be certain if he was truly watching her. She was aware of Lu Beixun, having heard tales of his ruthlessness and cold demeanor. Yet upon seeing him, a thought had crossed her mind: to know him, to understand him. She believed he must possess a softer side, hidden from public scrutiny. However, he had never given her a chance. By the time she sought to approach him, he had already departed. Each year, he graced her birthday celebration with his presence, albeit briefly, leaving her yearning for more opportunities to catch a glimpse of him. After her birthday had passed, she found herself eagerly anticipating the next one, convinced he would attend, even if only for a fleeting moment. Cen Wan wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek against his chest, her heart racing as she distinctly heard his heartbeat. "Lu Beixun, do you believe me? I really want to get to know you." She had not overthought it. She simply desired to know him. In the subsequent years, during each birthday celebration, she sought his figure, as if searching for a long-lost friend. "You wish to know me?" Lu Beixun spoke slowly, his voice tinged with astonishment. "Yes, I want to know you," Cen Wan affirmed. "At my 18th birthday party, I saw you, but by the time I looked back, you had already left. You always stayed for such a short while. After I finished greeting my elders, you'd vanished before I could steal another glance." Lu Beixun embraced her tightly. "Then why didn't you come find me? Visit your home? Or come to the company?" Cen Wan couldn't help but laugh. "Wouldn't that seem odd to you?" "Not at all. Later, I spent all my time at school," she explained. "Dad protected both me and Luo well, shielding us from other events. Birthday parties only invited familiar faces, so I could only see you at those celebrations. By the way, did you know my father well back then?" "Yes," Lu Beixun replied. "We had a long-term partnership." Cen Wan sighed silently. We missed several years of time. If only she had mustered the courage to step forward to walk up to him. Later, when the Cen family experienced upheaval, she discovered her fiancé was him. It was then that the news did not strike her as harshly, though devoid of feelings. It was still a marriage. Having lost several years, Lu Beixun felt regret too. Yet he comforted Cen Wan, saying, "It's all right. We still have a long journey ahead of us." "Yes," Cen Wan leaned against his chest, her voice muffled. "We have much time ahead, a long road to traverse, and many more birthdays to celebrate together." She whispered softly, "Lu Beixun, I love you, and it is not out of guilt." Noticing the dampness of her clothing against his chest, Lu Beixun lowered his gaze to find the young woman in his arms silently shedding tears. He gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks. "Little crybaby, why are you crying?" Cen Wan nuzzled against his chest. "I suddenly feel a bit melancholic." "Lu Beixun, will you always be here?" If one day you learn something, will you leave me? Never, Lu Beixun replied with unwavering certainty. Won't you even ask what it is? What's the matter? Lu Beixun inquired. If I were to do something that hurts you. Before she could finish, Lu Beixun interrupted. No, I will not leave, otherwise. The little crybaby would cry in secret again, and I couldn't bear that. It's all right if you leave, Cen Wan held him tightly. I don't blame you. She only regretted not loving him properly and cherishing him at that time. Don't say such things, Lu Beixun said, lowering his head to grasp her chin, sealing her lips with his. He initially kissed the corner of her mouth softly, then deepened the kiss, savoring her lips. Cen Wan pushed him away, glancing around. Her cheeks flushed. This is school. Such displays were not uncommon in university, especially near the dormitories, where couples were often engrossed in their own worlds. However, she found it difficult to accept the notion of being observed. Lu Beixun chuckled, remaining silent. Lu Beixun, I need to go to the restroom. The restroom was over 200 meters away. Let's go, Lu Beixun said, taking her hand, enveloping her chilly fingers in his warm palm. After a leisurely 2-minute stroll, Cen Wan entered the restroom, while Lu Beixun awaited her just outside. After finishing her business, Cen Wan stood before the mirror, bowing her head to wash her hands. Once done, she retrieved her lipstick from her bag to touch up her makeup. At that moment, 2 girls entered, their faces adorned with infatuation. Did you see him? He is incredibly handsome. Should we ask for his WeChat later? One of the girls replied, I think we should. Just now. I saw several girls approach him for his WeChat. The other chimed in, let us go too. Even if we don't end up dating him. Having such a handsome guy in our friend list would be enough to boast about for years, and he definitely looks like he is loaded. With an expressionless demeanor, Cen Wan continued to apply her makeup. The man they spoke of immediately brought Lu Beixun into her mind. Once she finished her touch-up, she exited the restroom, only to find the 2 girls standing before Lu Beixun, their expressions a mix of admiration and shyness. Just 3 meters away, 2 more girls were eager to approach him. It was time for her to assert her claim. Her husband was being coveted. Cen Wan strode towards Lu Beixun, her poise impeccably maintained. Upon reaching him, she linked her arm with his and smiled. Darling, have you been waiting long? The 2 girls, who were just about to ask for his WeChat, froze momentarily, their expressions revealing their disappointment. She as one began. I am his wife, Cen Wan interjected with a polite smile. We are already married. Chapter 67. Hands off him. The 2 girls' faces betrayed their disappointment as they murmured, sorry for the interruption. Cen Wan nodded slightly, acknowledging their departure. As they walked away, she turned to Lu Beixun, teasingly inquiring, if I hadn't come out, would you have really given it to them? Of course not, Lu Beixun replied, wrapping her in his embrace. While I was in the restroom, I overheard several girls discussing you. Cen Wan smiled. Truly, you are my man. Your charm is undeniable. She always sought the best. Why aren't you jealous? Lu Beixun looked at her, a hint of grievance in his gaze. Not at all. Cen Wan stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on the corner of his lips. Because I know you wouldn't give it to them. And you wouldn't let me feel jealous. He understood precisely how to provide her with an abundance of security. Lu Beixun chuckled softly, leading her on a stroll through the campus. Students passing by couldn't help but steal glances, for their pairing was a beautiful sight to behold. The girl's radiant smile and the man's gentle, doting gaze made them resemble a scene straight out of a romantic drama. Onlookers mused about when they might experience such sweet love. At that moment, Cen Luo sent a message, having just finished her class and ready to grab a meal, suggesting they meet at the cafeteria. By the time Cen Wan and Lu Beixun arrived, Cen Luo had already ordered dinner and reserved a spot. Cen Luo waved them over as they approached, and Cen Wan took a seat across from her. Sister, brother-in-law, what would you like to eat? My treat. Cen Luo's offer prompted Cen Wan to respond without hesitation. Please bring me 2 portions of the cafeteria's best dish. Cen Luo scanned the options and fixed her gaze on a particular window. How about spicy hot pot? Cen Wan glanced at Lu Beixun. He didn't enjoy hot pot, and she knew he would certainly dislike spicy hot pot as well. She turned to Cen Luo. Let us choose something else. Deep down, she longed for spicy hot pot, especially since it was cold outside. Perfect weather for it. Then how about clay pot rice? Cen Wan found that acceptable and sought Lu Beixun's opinion. Is clay pot rice all right? Sure, Lu Beixun replied, then turned to Cen Luo and added, and let us order a portion of spicy hot pot as well. Cen Luo nodded and headed to place the order. Cen Wan was slightly taken aback and asked, how did you know I wanted spicy hot pot? Your eyes betrayed you. Cen Luo remarked. They lit up when I mentioned it. Cen Wan linked her arm with Lu Beixun's, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Nothing escapes your notice. It had been ages since she last savored the hot pot from the campus, and she found herself nostalgic for that flavor. Upon Cen Luo's return with their order, she found Cen Wan nestled against Lu Beixun, and her expression turned to one of mock disdain. Sister, this isn't like you. Cen Wan retorted. How is it not like me? Cen Luo sat down across from her. You weren't this gentle or dependent before. Love truly can change a person. Cen Wan shot her a glare and replied, you, a pure comedian, dare to say I'm not gentle or dependent. Offended by the jest, Cen Luo protested. Well, have I ever been funny? You, in every possible way. Cen Wan shot back, raising her chin defiantly. They resembled two children bickering. Lu Beixun's lips curled into a subtle smile. Ultimately, Cen Luo could not outwit Cen Wan and resigned herself to bury her head in her meal. Once the spicy hot pot and clay pot rice were ready, Lu Beixun fetched them from the window. Cen Wan gazed at the spicy hot pot, filled with all her favorite ingredients, and remarked to Cen Luo, not bad. You truly understand your sister's taste. Cen Luo scoffed and ignored her. Unperturbed, Cen Wan inquired, how much did it cost? Not much, Cen Luo replied. Cen Wan didn't press further. After a few bites, she turned to Lu Beixun. Is it to your liking? Quite, he responded, pushing the clay pot rice toward her. Want to give it a try? Sure. Cen Wan tasted it and nodded in satisfaction. It's indeed delicious. Halfway through the meal, Cen Wan suddenly recalled something and asked Cen Luo, what about that arrogant person you mentioned? Upon hearing his name, Cen Luo's eyes darkened. Don't mention him. He is nothing but a nuisance, so full of himself. Cen Wan chuckled. Did you get rejected? Cen Luo poked at her rice. You seem quite pleased. Not at all. Not at all. Cen Wan waved her hand, though her laughter betrayed her. Cen Luo glared at her. And to avoid further teasing from her sister, she hastily finished her meal, placing her chopsticks on her bowl. Cen Wan, you've lost me. With that, Cen Luo stood to leave. Cen Wan called after her. If he is so arrogant, I could have your brother-in-law teach him a lesson for you. How about that? Cen Luo sat back down, shooting her a warning glance. Hands off him. Cen Wan raised an eyebrow. Protecting him already? Regardless, you're not allowed to touch him. All right. All right. Cen Wan chuckled. I was just joking. She then asked, is your money sufficient? If I say it's not enough, and you give me money, then it's definitely not enough, Cen Luo replied. Cen Wan took out her phone. Would 200 be sufficient? Goodbye, Cen Luo retorted, suspecting that Cen Wan had only come to school to annoy her. Cen Luo turned to Lu Beixun, brother-in-law. Take this woman away. I don't want to see her. Then, looking back at Cen Wan, she declared, I'm severing ties with you. Just as Cen Luo finished her statement, her phone buzzed with a message. She opened it to find a transfer notification and, upon seeing the amount, her smile widened. At that moment, Cen Wan raised an eyebrow. Still planning to sever ties? Cen Luo turned off her phone, donning a flattering smile. No, Cen Wan, you're the best sister in the world. And you? I'm the worst sister in the world, Cen Luo exaggerated. Such a lack of ambition. You're easily bought with just this amount of money, Cen Wan teased. Let us go. Your brother-in-law and I will be leaving soon. Okay, Cen Luo said, taking a few steps before turning back. You mustn't let brother-in-law touch him. Cen Wan waved her off nonchalantly. Got it, hurry along now. Finally, Cen Luo felt assured enough to leave the cafeteria. Her classmates spotted Cen Wan and Lu Beixun together, and as she walked back, they pulled her into conversation. She inquired whether the man opposite her had a girlfriend, if he was from the same school, and whether he had WeChat. She was not at all familiar with these classmates, and Cen Luo grew somewhat impatient. Of course I have WeChat. Could you share it with me? The girl who kept pressing her asked, her face glowing with infatuation. He is my brother-in-law. Cen Luo shot her an irritable glance. He belongs to my sister. Do you still want it? The girl's flattering smile instantly faded, and without saying much, she departed, casting a parting glare at Cen Luo. Cen Wan and Lu Beixun left the campus together, and upon returning home, Lu Beixun embraced her and directly entered the bedroom, locking the door behind them. The wager was about to be fulfilled. Chapter 68. Wan needs to exercise. The next day, Cen Wan sat on the bed, looking at Lu Beixun with a pained expression. Lu Beixun regarded her with a half-smile, and they remained silent. Unable to contain herself, Cen Wan was the first to speak. Lu Beixun, I think we need to have a serious discussion. What does Wan wish to discuss? Lu Beixun asked knowingly. Cen Wan, feelings are all over, looked at him with grievance. Don't you think you need to exercise restraint? Lu Beixun chuckled. I believe Wan needs to exercise. Cen Wan. Lu Beixun continued. I'm encouraging Wan to work out. After all, physical activity is beneficial to one's health. Isn't that right, Wan? Cen Wan. What ridiculous reasoning was this? Cen Wan got out of bed, deciding against trying to reason with him. She knew she couldn't win. With a resentful look, she said, Lu Beixun, I detest you. As she walked toward the bathroom, one hand rested on her waist, gently massaging it. She truly felt like she was on the verge of death. Too exhausted from last night's exertion to shower, Cen Wan stood before the bathroom mirror, removing her nightgown. Her skin, exposed to the air, bore numerous kiss marks. Her fair and smooth complexion made those marks all the more conspicuous. Cen Wan lowered her gaze towards her inner thigh, gritting her teeth in frustration, unable to suppress a curse. Beast! The bathtub was filled with water, and just as she settled in, the bathroom door swung open, startling Cen Wan. Instinctively, she covered her chest and peered through the mist at Lu Beixun. You, get out! Lu Beixun closed the bathroom door, approached her, and gently grasped her wrist, pulling her hand down while his voice dripped with seduction. Let me see where it hurts. Cen Wan gazed at him, inexplicably allowing him to proceed. Lu Beixun's hand was far from innocent. Cen Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully admonished him. Lu Beixun. His voice was low and husky. Cen Wan grasped his wandering hand. Are you intent on becoming an irredeemable beast? Lu Beixun chuckled softly, ceasing his teasing. I won't tease you anymore. Finish washing up and we'll have lunch. He stood up, removing his clothes. Cen Wan's eyes fell on his abdominal muscles, and she couldn't help but swallow hard, asking, What are you doing? Taking a shower. Cen Wan was at a loss for words, stammering, Can't you wait until I'm done? Her gaze betrayed her. While speaking, her eyes lingered on him, internally marveling at his physique. Let's wash together. It saves time. Lu Beixun stood beneath the shower, turning it on, water cascading over him. Cen Wan stared at him, utterly captivated. It was undeniably a lethal temptation. She had never truly observed him before. Previously in a bathroom, she had been too preoccupied to notice so much. This physique, those abs, Cen Wan counted them and realized there were 8. No wonder he never seemed tired at night. Wan, do I look good? Caught in the act. She averted her gaze, feeling uncomfortable, not good-looking. Lu Beixun chuckled lightly. Wan's eyes are far more honest than her little mouth. Exposed, Cen Wan blushed with indignation, urging, hurry up and finish washing. After Lu Beixun completed a shower, he donned a bathrobe, reached in to lift her from the tub, and stood her beneath the shower to rinse her off. Cen Wan's cheeks burned. Get out, I can do it myself. Lu Beixun merely smiled, remaining silent as he rinsed her clean, wrapping her in a bathrobe and carrying her out of the bathroom. Cen Wan wrapped her arms around his neck, muttering softly, You're truly a beast. Lu Beixun lowered his gaze. In front of Wan, I don't wish to be human. Those words left her speechless. Lu Beixun unfastened her bathrobe, dressing her while observing the multitude of kiss marks adorning her body, evidence of his handiwork, his lips curving into a subtle smile. Cen Wan looked at him helplessly. Lu Beixun, I'm not disabled. I don't need you to dress me. Last night, I made you cry for so long. Lu Beixun replied, Consider this a compensation. Given his calculations, Cen Wan chose to remain silent, fully aware that no matter the circumstances, Lu Beixun always had a way to leave her speechless. It was better to accept reality and enjoy the sensation of being pampered. After lunch, Cen Wan planned to go out for some fun. At 1 o'clock, She and Lu Beixun set out for Beixun to watch the sunset. The journey to Beixun took nearly an hour, and climbing to the summit would require 40 minutes. Halfway up, Cen Wan sat on a stone platform, gasping for breath. Waving at Lu Beixun, "I can't go on. I need a break." Lu Beixun handed her a bottle of water, and after a few gulps, Cen Wan regretted her decision. Had she known, she wouldn't have attempted the climb. After all that effort, it felt wasteful to head back down. Yet she found herself unable to climb further. "Let us go back," Lu Beixun suggested. Cen Wan glanced down and shook her head. "No, I want to watch the sunset with you." It was still early, and she planned to rest a bit to regain her strength for the final ascent. However, after this break, she felt even less inclined to move. She checked the time, stood up, and took Lu Beixun's hand. "Let us go. Have you rested enough?" Lu Beixun, concerned that she might not manage, asked. Cen Wan nodded, exuding determination to reach the summit. Lu Beixun chuckled helplessly. "No need to push yourself." "I'm not pushing myself." After walking for a while, Cen Wan began to breathe heavily. Lu Beixun paused, and someone looked at him quizzically. "What's wrong?" Lu Beixun released her hand, turned his back to her, and slightly bent forward. "Get on." Cen Wan stared at his back, momentarily stunned, then refused. "No way. You'll get too tired, and it's dangerous." "I can walk." Lu Beixun looked at her. "Don't you trust me?" "Not really." Cen Wan grasped his hand. "I don't want you to get too tired." Lu Beixun smirked. "Don't believe in my stamina?" Cen Wan. In terms of stamina, she absolutely believed in him. Ultimately, Lu Beixun bent down, and she clung to his neck, resting her chin on his shoulder. "Don't overexert yourself. If you're tired, put me down." "Okay." Lu Beixun effortlessly carried her to the summit, cutting the usual 20-minute trek in half. Standing at the peak, Cen Wan gazed down and felt a surreal sensation. "How did you do that?" "You're incredible." Lu Beixun leaned closer to her ear, his voice laced with amusement. "If I weren't impressive, Wan wouldn't have cried and begged for mercy last night." Cen Wan shoved him away, shooting him an exasperated glance. "You need a pack of stain remover to wash your brain. You're getting increasingly outrageous." Lu Beixun encircled her waist, drawing her into his embrace. "I was wrong." Cen Wan poked his chest with her fingertips, teasing. "And you'll dare to do it again next time? One you?" Lu Beixun grasped her fingers, chuckling. "I'll one dare next time." "Look at me," Cen Wan instructed, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Lu Beixun replied. "What is it?" Cen Wan said. "Do I look like a fool to you, so easily deceived?" The wind atop the mountain was quite strong, and Lu Beixun opened his black coat, enveloping her within his embrace. Not all. He understood that the girl in his arms was merely feigning anger. When she truly was angry, she would exhibit a different demeanor. In moments of genuine anger, one might either engage in a spirited argument, adopt a stony silence, or concoct elaborate schemes to provoke the other. Chapter 69. The Bitterness of Unrequited Love. The western sky was ablaze with hues of orange and red. As the warm glow of the setting sun bathed the two figures seated atop the mountain, enveloping them in a gentle filter of light. Cen Wan leaned against Lu Beixun's shoulder, the breeze playfully tousling her hair. As she gazed at him, the warm light illuminated Lu Beixun, casting a surreal quality over the scene. She reached out, tracing his outline with her fingertips, prompting Lu Beixun to grasp her wrist and glance at her sideways. Cen Wan smiled at him. "Let's take a photograph." "All right." Cen Wan retrieved her phone, switched to the front camera, and aimed it at herself and Lu Beixun. Hesitating to press the shutter, she regarded Lu Beixun, placing two fingers at the corner of his lips, gently urging him, "Just smile for me." Whatever request she made, Lu Beixun fulfilled without hesitation, his lips curling into a smile. Cen Wan nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's more like it." She pressed the shutter, and upon reviewing the photo, she felt a surge of contentment, promptly setting it as her lock screen and wallpaper. After capturing a few more images of the sunset, she stumbled upon a candid shot of Shen Jinyu and Xiao Yin taken during their last visit to a hot pot restaurant, which she had forgotten to send to Shen Jinyu. She opened WeChat and forwarded the photo to her. At 5 in the evening, the two descended the mountain together. The descent was notably easier than the ascent, and after a brief 5-minute rest, Cen Wan made her way down in one breath. Once back in the car, Cen Wan picked up her phone and opened her moments. It's my first time watching the sunset with you. I must document this. She selected 2 photos, one the sunset and the other of their portrait, captioning it with, "He exists alongside the sunset." After pressing send, she tucked her phone away. Having sat in the car for a while, Cen Wan noticed that Lu Beixun had not yet started the engine. Puzzled, she inquired, "Aren't we heading home?" "We are," he replied, glancing at the notification of her freshly posted update, a smile gracing his lips as he tapped a like. Cen Wan leaned over, peering at his phone, and teased, "You aren't driving just to check out my moments, are you?" Lu Beixun did not deny it, offering a nonchalant before finally silencing his phone and starting the car. Cen Wan chuckled. That's a bit sweet. In that moment, they resembled a couple in the throes of romance. Cen Wan felt a twinge of regret, while others embarked on a love journey, often beginning with a bouquet of flowers, followed by marriage or a parting of ways. Her relationship with Lu Beixun had commenced with a marriage certificate and a wedding, with just 2 solitary meals shared in between. He was not particularly loquacious, and during their meals, he had scarcely uttered a word, leaving her with the impression of a cold demeanor. "Cen Wan," she asked, "if there's a next life, would you still want to be with me?" "Yes," Lu Beixun replied without a trace of hesitation. "Then let me meet you first in the next life, to harbor a crush on you for 4 years, and then let us start a love story with a bouquet of flowers, eventually culminating in marriage." "How does that sound?" "Not good," Lu Beixun countered. "Unrequited love is quite painful. I would find you first." Cen Wan felt a heaviness in her heart. Had she not seen the words he penned in his notebook, she might never have realized that someone had cherished her for 4 years. That someone was the very person she had longed to know and understand. "Lu Beixun," she declared, "I don't mind a little suffering, as long as it ends with you." "Don't speak foolishly," he responded, deftly shifting the topic. "What do you wish to eat tonight? I'll cook for you. Anything you make is fine. I'm not picky." While waiting for the traffic light to turn green, Lu Beixun affectionately ruffled her hair, his expression tender. "Why are you so well-behaved today?" "Am I not well-behaved any day?" Cen Wan replied, her tone laced with a playful pout. "You're always well-behaved." Upon returning home, Lu Beixun swiftly tidied up before entering the kitchen, with Cen Wan following suit to assist him. Initially, it was enjoyable, but soon she found herself standing behind Lu Beixun, wrapping her arms around his lean waist, her small hands wandering mischievously over his abdomen. Noticing his lack of reaction, she grew bolder. Lu Beixun chuckled softly. Wan, if you keep that up, you want to have dinner tonight. Then what will I do if I'm hungry? You can eat something else." His voice dropped an octave as he turned, his gaze piercing, his fingertip grazing her lips, but not that. The implication in his dark eyes was unmistakable. Cen Wan understood immediately, her ears flushing as she pushed him away. "Just focus on cooking. I'll keep my hands to myself." Flustered, she fled the kitchen, leaving Lu Beixun to chuckle softly as he continued his culinary endeavors. He marveled at how this little one had become increasingly playful. She would do anything to gain his attention before. Retreating to her bedroom, Cen Wan flopped onto her bed, using her pillow to vent her frustration. "Lu Beixun, can't you be a bit more reserved? Speaking such lewd things in the kitchen. Beast. Scoundrel." Shen Jinyu, having finished her work emails, picked up her phone to find the photo Cen Wan had sent her. After examining it for a while, she murmured to herself, "Quite lovely." She saved the photo to her device and thanked Cen Wan. Another day passed without her stepping outside or having a meal. Reflecting on that night with Xiao Yan, she realized it had only been a day since their parting at the bar, yet she found herself missing him a bit. Xiao Yan had hardly exchanged a few words with her, and she was uncertain of his feelings. Perhaps, as Cen Wan suggested, he merely sought a certain attitude. Dismissing her wandering thoughts, she entered the bathroom, took a shower, changed her clothes, and grabbed her bag before heading out. Today, she had no desire for takeout and resolved to dine out instead. Driving aimlessly for quite some time, she inadvertently found herself outside the Jiangchuan hot pot restaurant. Seated in her car, she stared at the restaurant's sign, lost in thought. Though she typically avoided greasy food in the evening, today she craved hot pot. After parking, she grabbed her bag and entered the restaurant. As she stepped inside, a server greeted her. "Hello, how many are you?" "One." Without even glancing at the first floor, She ascended to the second. She had intended to sit at the same table where she had shared hot pot with Xiao Yan, but it was occupied by a boy who appeared to be around 17 or 18. She settled at a nearby table, preparing to place her order when the boy stood up, waving and calling out, "Cousin, over here." Following the boy's gaze, she spotted Xiao Yan instantly, and in a fluster, she lowered her head, shielding her face with her hands. She was unsure if Xiao Yan had noticed her. Keeping her head down, nearly buried beneath the table, she endeavored to diminish her presence. Xiao Yan approached, his gaze landing on the figures at the neighboring table, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, before he sat down opposite the boy. This vantage point allowed him a clear view of the person next door. Chapter 70. What do you take me for? Shun Jinyu couldn't help but ponder the peculiar twist of fate. She had merely wanted to enjoy some hot pot. Was it really necessary for things to unfold this way? She glanced beneath the table, wishing she could hide away rather than risk being perceived as a lunatic. Truly, it was a dire situation. Why of all days had she chosen to venture out? And why did it have to be on the same day she encountered Xiao Yan? Opposite Xiao Yan sat his cousin, Qi Jin. Noticing Xiao Yan's gaze was elsewhere, Qi Jin followed his line of sight. "Bro, what are you looking at?" Unaware of Shun Jinyu's presence, he turned back to Xiao Yan. "Nothing, what do you need?" Qi Jin hesitated, feeling a bit shy, while Xiao Yan remained unhurried, focusing on a particular spot. After a considerable pause, Qi Jin finally spoke. "During the New Year's holiday, I plan to go to Sioux City. My mother. Could you help me deal with her for a few days?" "To Sioux City for what?" Xiao Yan's gaze settled upon him. "To see a friend," Qi Jin replied. "Just tell my mother that I'm with you." "For how long?" 3 days. "Return on time and stay safe," Xiao Yan remarked, refraining from further inquiries. Qi Jin smiled. "Thank you, brother." As the dishes were served, Xiao Yan looked at Qi Jin and said, "You can leave now." "What?" Qi Jin was taken aback. "Brother, I haven't even eaten the hot pot yet." Xiao Yan shot him a glance, and Qi Jin immediately fell silent. "I'll be off then." Once Qi Jin departed, Xiao Yan's gaze turned with a hint of amusement towards the woman who was covering her face and dared not look up. Shun Jinyue was uncertain whether Xiao Yan had noticed her. Remaining in this awkwardness was futile. She hadn't even placed her order and was contemplating an opportunity to slip away. Today's hot pot seemed out of reach. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of long legs approaching her. She didn't need to look up to know it was Xiao Yan. Shun Jinyue covered her face and hurriedly ducked under the table. Soon, a teasing voice echoed. "Just 2 days ago, we were together, and now you refuse to acknowledge me?" Shun Jinyue dared not respond, inwardly reflecting that it should be him who was avoiding acknowledgement. Seeing that the person beneath the table remained unresponsive, Xiao Yan lost his patience. His voice sharp, "Shun Jinyue, will you come out?" Shun Jinyue squeezed her voice and said, "You've mistaken the person." Xiao Yan had no time for her games. He reached beneath the table and pulled her out. Observing her, he frowned. "Why are you hiding?" Once pulled out, Shun Jinyue ceased her struggles. Moving her hands away from her face, stammering, I don't know." She herself was unsure why she wanted to hide. It was a reflex to evade upon seeing him. "Am I capable of devouring you?" Xiao Yan asked. Shun Jinyue nodded, but then realized the absurdity and shook her head. "Can I devour you?" Xiao Yan released her and returned to his seat, looking at Shun Jinyue, who stood frozen in place. "Come here. Join me for hot pot." Shun Jinyue blurted out. "I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave," she stated, turning away without daring to glance back at Xiao Yan. After taking 3 steps, Xiao Yan's cold voice reached her. "Shun Jinyue, if you leave today, I will never forgive you." His tone was frigid, devoid of warmth. As his words fell, Shun Jinyue halted, unwilling to take another step forward, fearing Xiao Yan's promise of eternal unforgiveness. Shun Jinyue stood motionless, her fingers twitching at her sides, neither advancing nor turning back. Xiao Yan's gaze lingered on her silhouette, which appeared particularly desolate at that moment. "Come here," he repeated. Shun Jinyue hesitated before turning back, slowly making her way to Xiao Yan, sitting down across from him. Xiao Yan remained silent, merely observing her. Shun Jinyue opened her mouth and finally gathered the courage to speak. "Xiao Yan, regarding the events from 2 years ago, I owe you an apology. I am truly sorry." I do not require an apology. Xiao Yan's voice was ice cold. What I need is for you to tell me why you no longer want me. 2 years ago, she had ended their relationship with a clumsy excuse of infidelity. He had been fully aware she was lying and understood the true reason for their breakup. Yet he had walked away, knowing she was crying behind him, never looking back. He had never anticipated she would so easily sever their bond with such a feeble excuse. He understood their separation was linked to her father. He did not care as long as she professed her love for him. If she had communicated her thoughts clearly, he would have respected her desire to part ways, waiting for her return rather than being forced to leave by her paltry excuse. Cen Wan lowered her head, her eyes reddening as she confessed, "My father had someone investigate me. When he learned of your existence, he coerced me to break up with you. I did not agree. Xiao Yan, I truly did not agree." She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes glistening with tears, fighting to hold them back. But just a few days later, my father collapsed and was diagnosed with a brain tumor requiring urgent surgery. He forced me to break up with you, or else he would refuse surgery. With tears pooling in her eyes, she continued, "My mother begged me, pleading for me to end things with you. I had no choice. I truly had no choice." As a child, she had naively believed that being an only child meant happiness and being showered with love, but she was mistaken. Her father had always been strict, expecting her to excel in everything. He had instilled in her from a young age that the future of the Shun family rested on her shoulders. She recalled a time in 3rd grade when she had failed a math test. Upon returning home, her father had punished her with the back of a ruler and made her kneel in the yard. Her mother had looked on with sorrow, but dared not speak up. That night it rained, soaking her completely. There had been moments of resentment, thoughts of rebellion. But upon learning that her mother could no longer bear children due to complications during her birth, she decided to comply. Cen Wan whispered, "Xiao Yan, I do not want to leave you, but no matter how my father treated me, he is still my father, and I cannot disregard him." Tears streamed down her cheeks, no longer under her control. "Why are you crying?" Xiao Yan studied her, a flicker of empathy crossing his dark eyes. "You found another man to force me away. What do you think of me?" Cen Wan hastily wiped her tears, feigning bravado. "I'm not crying. I've just become wiser." Xiao Yan paused before continuing. "I was the one who was rejected. I felt no grievance." "What do you have to be aggrieved about?" Cen Wan stubbornly replied, "I'm not aggrieved." Xiao Yan lowered his head to place an order. "Why return?" "To find you." Cen Wan spoke her heart, unwilling to conceal anything. While ordering, Xiao Yan lifted his gaze. "Are you so sure I've been waiting for you? Are you not afraid I have a girlfriend?" "You do not," Cen Wan asserted. Xiao Yan regarded her closely. "You've investigated me." Cen Wan averted her gaze, feeling guilty. "I merely sought to understand." Simultaneously, she implicitly admitted to investigating him. Xiao Yan showed no anger, continuing to focus on his order, choosing a spicy and mild hot pot, selecting dishes she loved. Her preferences were something he had always remembered. Chapter 71. Must you torment me? Cen Wan remained silent for a while before speaking again. "Xiao Yan, regardless of whether you need an apology, I must apologize for my past actions. I'm truly sorry." Cen Wan stood up. "I should take my leave." "Come here," Xiao Yan commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. Cen Wan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately obeyed, walking towards him. As she approached, her wrist was seized, and she was suddenly pulled down onto Xiao Yan's lap. She froze. The familiar scent enveloped her, leaving her momentarily dazed as she looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's hand encircled her waist. "How long do you intend for me to wait?" "Wait for me?" Cen Wan asked in disbelief. "Otherwise, do you think I have refrained from seeking a girlfriend for these past 2 years for no reason?" Xiao Yan's hand moved upward, resting on her ribcage, applying slight pressure. Cen Wan frowned, the discomfort causing her to gasp. "Xiao Yan, it hurts." "Endure it," Xiao Yan replied, pressing down again. "If it doesn't hurt, you won tea, remember. What do you return for?" Cen Wan's brow knitted tightly. Even a gentle press on her ribcage was painful, let alone the force Xiao Yan applied. She lowered her head, remaining silent. When she failed to respond, Xiao Yan pressed down lightly once more, this time with significantly less force. Finally, Cen Wan spoke. "I beg for your forgiveness, Xiao Yan. I want your forgiveness. I wish to be with you." Over these 2 years, I have not liked anyone else. I can now manage everything on my own. I can handle the company, and my father will no longer restrain me. Cen Wan gazed at him, her eyes misty. Xiao Yan, could you grant me another chance? In this moment, she articulated the words she had long hesitated to express. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Yan urged her to sit beside him, remarking that conceding too quickly would diminish his dignity. Though Xiao Yan did not explicitly state it, Cen Wan understood that he had already forgiven her. As she gazed at him, tears streamed down her face, despite her resolve not to cry. She simply could not help it. Xiao Yan, with a resigned smile, reached out to wipe away her tears, his touch lacking gentleness. How many times have you cried while eating? She was not prone to tears, having only wept for one man, him, Xiao Yan. Tentatively, Cen Wan linked her arm through his, resting her head gently on his shoulder. A slight smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he prepared to withdraw his hand, but she clung to him tighter. He glanced at her and said, "Cen Wan, I have not yet forgiven you." In a soft voice, she replied, "We've already slept together. A little embrace isn't too much to ask, is it? Isn't it?" Xiao Yan countered. "Do you think you can dismiss me with just a few words? Do I not have my pride?" Cen Wan withdrew her hand, feeling as though this moment was surreal. Seeking his forgiveness appeared less daunting than she had anticipated. He was surprisingly easy to appease. She inquired, "What must I do to make things right? Tell me, and I shall comply." As the dishes were served, Xiao Yan placed them into the pot. Knowing Cen Wan preferred lighter fare in the evening, he selected her favorite vegetables for the clear broth. While attending to the cooking, he asked, "Do you still smoke?" Cen Wan felt a twinge of guilt as she replied, "No." "Really?" He pressed. "Only occasionally," she admitted. "Quit smoking," Xiao Yan insisted. "In the 2 years I was away, no one was there to supervise you, so I presume you indulged quite a bit?" "Not excessively," Cen Wan confessed, but even she sensed the disingenuousness in her words. During those 2 years, whenever she missed him, she would smoke, imagining that if he were present, he would chastise her for it. "Can you truly quit?" Xiao Yan inquired. Cen Wan nodded earnestly. "I can." She recalled that night at the bus station when she saw him smoking. "I noticed you smoke too. I am different. I can exercise restraint." Having said nothing further, she found that whether or not he smoked was inconsequential while being near him. As they enjoyed their hot pot, Cen Wan ate a little, while Xiao Yan merely watched her, prompting her to feel uneasy. "Why aren't you eating?" "Not hungry," he replied. Cen Wan merely acknowledged this with a soft "oh." After finishing their meal and stepping out of the restaurant, the warmth dissipated, leaving Cen Wan shivering as she trailed behind Xiao Yan, who maintained a distance of 2 steps ahead. She halted and called out, "Xiao Yan." He paused and turned to look at her, just as a figure lunged forward, collapsing into his embrace. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback before smiling. What else with this sudden boldness? Cen Wan wrapped her arms around his waist, holding him tightly. "Xiao Yan, I miss you. Please hold me." He reciprocated the embrace and asked, "Where did we park?" "Just up ahead," she replied. Leading her to the car, he asked for the keys. Cen Wan handed them over. "Aren't you driving?" Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, confirming he was indeed the one driving. As the car was parked on the other side, he settled her into the passenger seat. "What are you dawdling for? Aren't you cold?" Cen Wan bit her lip in silence as Xiao Yan fastened her seatbelt. He then moved to the driver's seat, securing himself and glancing at her. "Shall we go to your place or mine?" "Huh?" Cen Wan was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, he stated, "Then let's south go to my place." By the time Cen Wan comprehended, the car had already started, and she grasped the seatbelt. "What are we going to do at your place?" A hint of amusement flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. "Shall we go to a hotel instead?" Cen Wan was left speechless. Xiao Yan chuckled softly. "After keeping me waiting for so long, shouldn't there be some compensation?" 20 minutes later, they arrived at the villa in the southern suburbs. Cen Wan was unceremoniously tossed onto the soft bed, and Xiao Yan leaned over her, pinning her down. "Cen Wan, kiss me." A blush crept to her cheeks as she wrapped her arms around his neck and tilted her head to kiss him. Xiao Yan observed her with restraint, allowing her to kiss him without reciprocating. Cen Wan's long legs entwined around his slim waist as she closed her eyes. planting a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips before opening her eyes to gaze at him. Xiao Yan, do you really have to torment me? Do I? Xiao Yan grasped her chin. Beg me. Shun Jinyu reached to unbutton his shirt, but he seized her wrist. Shun Jinyu, I want you to plead. Driven to the brink of tears, Shun Jinyu wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice soft and pleading as she looked at him. I beg you. Xiao Yan's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes on her. Beg me for what? Give me. Upon utterance of those words, Xiao Yan captured her lips in a fierce kiss, and as he took the initiative, she was left to passively endure. Moments later, he withdrew from her lips. Shun Jinyu, if you dare to seek out other men to provoke me, no matter the reason, do not expect to have it easy. How do you intend to make it difficult for me? Xiao Yan tightened his grip around her neck. I could tie you to the bed. You know what I would do? After this, he bent down to kiss her again, forcefully claiming her breath. Amidst the disarray of clothing strewn across the floor, the atmosphere in the room was heavy with intimacy. In the early hours of the morning, Shun Jinyu leaned against Xiao Yan, who wrapped his arms around her and softly kissed her ear. Are you full now? Shun Jinyu turned to face him, burrowing into his embrace, a bit tired. Xiao Yan stroked her hair. Go to sleep. Shun Jinyu shut her eyes, drifting into a deep slumber within his embrace. The most peaceful night she had experienced in 2 years. Chapter 72. You are undoubtedly plotting this for a long time. With only a week until Christmas, Cen Wan had just finished her work when lunchtime arrived. She picked up her phone as she walked toward the office. Opening her phone, she saw several messages from Shun Jinyu in their group chat and clicked to read them. Shun Jinyu, Xiao Yan has forgiven me. Shun Jinyu, I'm so happy. It feels like a dream. Shun Jinyu, he even took me home last night. The messages had been sent 10 minutes prior, and as Cen Wan gazed at her phone screen, a smile crept onto her lips as she quickly typed a reply. Cen Wan, did you sleep with your ex again? Shun Jinyu, Cen Wan, so what is your relationship now? This time, the reply did not come instantaneously. As Cen Wan pushed open the office door, Shun Jinyu's message finally came through. Shun Jinyu, ex-boyfriend or lover? It seems there's no defined relationship. Xiao Yan hasn't mentioned reconciliation. Cen Wan, oh dear, can't you be a little more assertive? In just a few days, you've been with your ex twice. Cen Wan, I told you to give him a clear stance, not to sleep with him. After sending the messages, Cen Wan muttered under her breath. Xiao Yan is such a scoundrel, always taking advantage of my dear Bai Yan. So engrossed was she in her messages that she did not notice Lu Beixun had approached her. Cen Wan frowned and wrapped her arms around Lu Beixun's waist. Darling, is Xiao Yan a scoundrel? Why does he keep bullying my Bai Yan? He is not, Lu Beixun replied, stroking her hair. He knows his limits. Cen Wan bit her lip in frustration. If he dares to let down my Bai Yan, I will have him castrated. Then she added, Bai Yan always looks so clever. Yet whenever she encounters Xiao Yan, she ends up at a disadvantage. Lu Beixun gently pinched her waist. Wan Fong, don't you think you've been worrying about too many things lately and neglecting me? Cen Wan looked up at him and smiled. I'm just afraid Bai Yan will be taken advantage of. Since you say that, I feel reassured. Just days ago, she had been fervently shipping their relationship. Yet now she felt as though her precious cabbage was being taken advantage of by someone else. However, she reassured herself that as long as Bai Yan was happy, that was what truly mattered. The sight of Bai Yan squatting in the bus station on that rainy night tugged at her heartstrings, evoking deep sympathy. Lu Beixun grasped her waist, placing her upon the desk, leaning down to seal her lips with fervent passion. This was the office on the upper floor of the administrative department, typically unvisited save for he. Cen Wan entwined her arms around Lu Beixun's neck in response. She gazed at him with wide eyes, unable to suppress a smile. This man was so jealous, even of the most innocent flirtations, truly the king of jealousy. With her brows arched in amusement, Cen Wan watched as Lu Beixun withdrew from her lips, demanding, what are you laughing at? Cen Wan tilted her head back, planting a light kiss on his lips. The eternal king of jealousy, Lu Beixun. He lifted her effortlessly and carried her toward the lounge, knowing I am the eternal king of jealousy. Should you not be punished for making me jealous? Upon uttering this, Cen Wan felt an ominous premonition. Darling, I'm hungry. It's time for lunch. Lu Beixun lowered his gaze upon her, gently biting her earlobe. Have a little something first. We'll eat later. Cen Wan. She attempted to reason with Lu Beixun. This is an office. You cannot behave this way. Lu Beixun, feigning ignorance, queried, What can't we do? Not that sort of thing, Cen Wan murmured, lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze. Lu Beixun chuckled softly above her. The entire company belongs to me. If I say it's permissible, then it is. He tossed her onto the bed. After their visit to watch the sunset yesterday, she had been too fatigued and had fallen asleep early. Lu Beixun, unwilling to disturb her, held the girl in his arms, enduring the night with restraint. Lu Beixun leaned over her, capturing her wrists and lifting them above her head, his kisses raining down upon her neck. Cen Wan struggled momentarily, but could not break free, ultimately resigned to her fate. Did you lock the door to the lounge? Cen Wan inquired. No one will come in, he assured, rising to unbutton his shirt, one hand supporting her waist, gently shifting their positions until Cen Wan was draped across him. His warm hands enveloped her waist, the heat seeping through her knitted top. Cen Wan straightened to regard him. His brow was slightly furrowed, as if he were suppressing something. At that moment, Lu Beixun's lips parted. Take off your clothes. She hesitated, and upon noticing her reluctance, he called out softly, Baby. His voice carried a note of pleading. Cen Wan, helpless, replied, I really can't deal with you. You have only 1 hour. Lu Beixun nodded, his voice husky, Baby, come do it yourself. Cen Wan felt her cheeks flush under his intense gaze, furrowing her brows. She leaned down, her body growing weak beneath him. Lu Beixun's low laughter filled the air, prompting Cen Wan to pout and lightly swat him. Lu Beixun, you mustn't laugh. His hand wove through her hair, gripping the back of her head and pulling her down, their lips meeting once more. With no retreat left, she could only endure passively. An hour later, Cen Wan gathered her discarded clothing from the floor. Lu Beixun leaned against the headboard, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he observed her. Cen Wan shot him an annoyed glance before retreating to the bathroom. After a brief pause, Lu Beixun slipped out of bed and approached the bathroom door, twisting the handle. But wouldn't he budge? He chuckled softly to himself. This little one is guarding against me as if I were a wolf. Hearing the commotion at the bathroom door, Cen Wan huffed, ignoring him. Once she emerged from her shower, Lu Beixun had set their lunch upon the coffee table in the living room. Upon hearing her exit, his gaze lingered on her for a moment, a smile curving his lips, his eyes glowing with affection. Come, let's eat. Cen Wan shot him a resentful look, remaining motionless. Noting her inaction, Lu Beixun chuckled again. It's all your favorites. Finally, she approached, settling onto the carpet and picking up chopsticks, silently digging into her meal, disregarding Lu Beixun. He settled behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, gently pulling her onto his lap. Cen Wan glanced at him, but said nothing, continuing to eat. Is Wan angry? He asked, resting his chin on her shoulder. No, Cen Wan replied. She felt no anger, merely hunger. I'm so hungry. Aren't you going to eat? We'll eat later. As she consumed her meal, she recalled the items in the drawer that were meant for safety measures, prompting her to ask, Lu Beixun, you must have been plotting this for a long time. Lu Beixun gently pinched her earlobe. I do not deny that. She had suspected as much. There was no way this was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Lu Beixun, you're truly wicked. And does Wan love me? Cen Wan picked up a shrimp, feeding it to him. No. Wan is lying, he teased. Cen Wan laughed. I love you very much. I have loved you for a long, long time. When I said I didn't love you in the last life, I was lying. She selected a piece of fish, removing the bones before offering it to him. Come, eat by yourself. After lunch, it's time to work. Chapter 73. I will kill them. After lunch, Cen Wan touched up her makeup and returned to work. Upon settling at her desk, Chongming scrutinized her with a knowing smile. Wan, why did you come out of President Lu's office half an hour later than usual today? Cen Wan, recalling the tempestuous events that had just unfolded, felt her cheeks warm as she attempted to appear nonchalant. Lu Beixun asked me to organize some documents. Oh, Chongming smirked. Were you really just organizing documents? Cen Wan nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt. What else could it be? I thought President Lu couldn't bear to part with you. Tung Ning Moset. Her chair sliding slightly closer to Cen Wan. By the way, Do you remember Su Ming? Yes, Cen Wan asked. What about her? I heard she is still with Xiang Yang. Chang Ning continued. Xiang Yang is abusing her. A colleague said they saw her on Sunday, looking disheveled, with clear handprints on her face and bruises at the corners of her mouth and eyes, wandering the streets in thin pajamas, barefoot in the dead of winter. Chang Ning sighed. It's quite pitiful, but those who are pitiful often have their own faults. Cen Wan recalled their last encounter at the bar, asking, Do you know what she is doing now? I heard she cannot find a job. Chang Ning replied, gossiping with colleagues. It said that no decent company wants her. So she went to work at a bar, but later, who knows what she did to offend someone, and now they don't want her either. Without a job, she had no source of income. Her savings depleted, even basic necessities became a concern. Cen Wan pondered for a moment before saying, I ran into Su Ming at the bar. She spiked my drink. What? Chang Ning exclaimed, astonished, so scheming. I just thought she was pitiful. Is it any wonder Xiang Yang and she make such a pair? Birds of a feather flock together. Chang Ning's expression shifted as she recalled something, asking, Did you drink that spike drink? Cen Wan shook her head. My friend almost drank it. Well, now, this is truly karma. Chang Ning leaned back in her chair. Not competing or causing trouble, just living a simple life is the way to go. Continuing to work to repay debts is the reality for those without capability. They must either strive or accept mediocrity. Cen Wan glanced at her phone, noticing a message from Shen Jianhua. Shen Jianhua, I'm just useless. I have no resistance to Xiaoyan. Shen Jianhua. Cen Wan, where are you? Come out. Shen Jianhua. Cen Wan. Shen Jianhua. Miss Cen. Shen Jianhua. How can you criticize me when you ran off to be all lovey-dovey with Lu Beixun during lunch? The above messages were sent an hour and a half ago. 10 minutes ago, Shen Jianhua messaged again. Haven't you had enough of each other? It's been so long. Shen Jianhua. You two aren't playing role-play in the office, are you? The cold CEO and the beautiful secretary? Suji Tong. Role-play? That sounds thrilling. Cen Wan gazed at the messages in the Plastic Sisters group chat, her ears tinged with crimson. What could possibly be occupying the minds of her two so-called sisters? She sent a sticker of a stain remover. Cen Wan, you two need to cleanse your minds. Cen Wan, this is a Plastic Sisters group, not a casual flirtation zone. All right? Please be mindful of your words. Su Ji Tang, I just kicked a flirtatious partner to the curb. Cen Wan, eating melon emoji. Shen Jianyu, do elaborate. Su Ji Tang, I had a slight fondness for him. But when he saw the rustic red string on my wrist that Wan gifted me, he called it ugly and tacky, urging me to throw it away. So, I kicked him out. What a fool. How can a man compare himself to his sister? Speaking of the red string, Cen Wan glanced at her left wrist. Cen Wan, well done. Magnificently executed. Shen Jianyu, is it not possible that it truly is tacky? The man may not have been entirely wrong for his own survival. Shen Jian, you has been removed from the group chat. Su Ji Tang. Cen Wan, the little white lotus needs to reflect. Su Ji Tang. I feel sorry for her for 3 seconds. As work hours commenced, Cen Wan silenced her phone and resumed her tasks. After work, she returned home with Lu Beixun. As their vehicle approached a traffic light, the rush hour brought forth a throng of pedestrians and vehicles. Peering through the window, Cen Wan spotted a woman in the crowd grinning at her in a peculiar manner, sending shivers down her spine. The woman was Su Ming, her hair unkempt and her complexion pale. Lu Beixun noticed her unease and followed her gaze. Spotting the same figure amidst the crowd, he took her hand, enclosing it within his warm grasp, only to discover it was icy. Lu Beixun adjusted the car's temperature a few degrees higher. Wan, are you frightened? Cen Wan, aware that Lu Beixun had indeed seen, nodded. It's somewhat terrifying. Don't be afraid, Lu Beixun murmured softly. I am here. His steady voice offered comfort, and Cen Wan nodded, sensing that Su Ming's appearance was no mere coincidence. She had an inkling it was aimed at her, perhaps as an act of revenge. Cen Wan glanced at Lu Beixun. Let's go home. Before the car set off, she cast one last look in that direction, only to find Su Ming's figure had vanished, as if she had never been there. That night, in the dilapidated basement of an old community, Su Ming returned home, pushing the door open to be met with a wave of the acrid smell of smoke and alcohol. causing her to cough violently. The person lounging on the bed remained indifferent, not even sparing her a glance. The cramped space was littered with cigarette butts and empty bottles. Su Ming had grown weary of living in such squalor. She turned to the person on the bed and shouted angrily, "Xiang Yang, if you're not going to work, can you at least tidy up the place? Whoever wants to clean can do so. I have no interest," Xiang Yang replied nonchalantly, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. "What did you just say? I don't work. Whose fault is that? It's your fault. You filthy whore. I was working just fine. What was the need for you to provoke that cheap woman? Now look where we are, waiting to be starved to death." Su Ming's anger flared. "I provoked her? If you didn't have other intentions toward her, I wouldn't have even touched her." After a brief silence, Su Ming calmed herself and approached the bed. "Xiang Yang, let us move to another city. I want to live a good life, a simple life. I don't want anything but your love. That's all I need." Xiang Yang, irritated, swatted her hand away. "Are you dreaming? Do you think Lu Beixun's power is confined to just Kyoto? If he doesn't want you to have a good life, there's nowhere you can escape to." Su Ming collapsed onto the floor, her gaze vacant. Moments later, she stood up abruptly, her emotions surging. "If I kill Lu Beixun and that bitch Cen Wan, can we live happily then?" Xiang Yang laughed derisively, as if he had heard the grandest joke. "Do as you wish, just don't drag me down with you." Su Ming's expression hardened. "Wait for me. I will kill them." With that, Su Ming began to clean the mess in the room. Chapter 74. Hug Baby, Hubby. The next day, Su Ming rose early to apply her makeup, her appearance strikingly bold and refined. Xiang Yang observed her with a smirk that reeked of lewdness. "Who are you seducing now? Bring back some money for me to spend. I'm out of cash for drinks and smokes." Su Ming, putting on her earrings, glanced at him. "Got it." She then grabbed her bag and stepped out. Recently, an affluent older man had become infatuated with her, completely neglecting his wife and children. As Su Ming closed the door, she cast a glance back at Xiang Yang. This man did not love her. He was powerless and pitiful, yet she found herself enamored with him, longing for a life together. But as long as Lu Beixun and Cen Wan were alive, they could not live in peace. Why should she and Xiang Yang be cooped up in a basement, while Lu Beixun and Cen Wan resided in a villa, attended by servants? She could not accept this disparity. Everything she faced was due to Cen Wan's machinations. One day, she would see Cen Wan descend into hell, to suffer eternal disgrace and ruin. Su Ming's eyes darkened with malice. Cen Wan awoke, pushing aside the covers, her dark circles evident as she entered the bathroom. She had endured a nightmare the previous night, dreaming that Su Ming had transformed into a ghost, standing at the foot of her bed with a sinister grin, blood-soaked and dripping on her face. In the early hours, she had awoken in fright, hesitant to venture to the bathroom, clinging tightly to Lu Beixun. Ultimately, he had carried her to the bathroom, waiting at the door for her. After using the bathroom, she nestled against Lu Beixun once more, holding onto him tightly. When they returned to bed, her weariness vanished, and after that, Lu Beixun encouraged her to exercise, successfully tiring her out to sleep. As Cen Wan brushed her teeth listlessly, Lu Beixun entered, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, gazing into the mirror. "Wan Wan, those dark circles have emerged. I'm giving you a day off. Rest well at home, all right?" Her back pressed against his chest, she felt the gentle tremor of his voice. With foam still on her lips, she cast a mournful look at Lu Beixun in the reflection. "Whose fault are these dark circles?" Lu Beixun chuckled softly. "Mine, but in the end, didn't you sleep well?" "Shameless," Cen Wan retorted, taking a sip of water and rinsing her mouth. "I don't need rest. I can go to work." She grabbed a washcloth to dry her face, then turned to face Lu Beixun. "Lu Beixun, I genuinely believe you should exercise some restraint. It's for your own good. They say excessive desires can harm a man's health. It can lead to dysfunction and other illnesses. For the sake of your health, you should hold back." Cen Wan lightly poked his chest with her fingertip. Lu Beixun smiled as he grasped her finger. "If my baby doesn't allow me to touch her, then I can only resort to cold showers. Taking cold showers in winter can easily lead to a cold." Cen Wan withdrew her finger. "Forget it. I can't argue with you. I concede." She returned to the bedroom, sat before the mirror to apply her makeup, and sighed at her dark circles. "Hubby, If I grow old and my face is covered in wrinkles, will you despise me? Never, Lu Beixun replied with determination. When you grow old, I won't despise you. Cen Wan concealed her dark circles with concealer. If I see a young handsome guy, I'll take a look, but I promise not to act on it or entertain any inappropriate thoughts. As she dabbed foundation under her eyes, she glanced at Lu Beixun. Noting his expression and recalling how he had made her cry the previous night, she wanted to tease him. Lu Beixun leaned down, pinching her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. You can only look at me. If my precious Cen Wan misbehaves, she will have to stay in this villa. Cen Wan blinked at him. Are you going to imprison me? She laughed at him. I don't believe you. You wouldn't imprison me. Then Cen Wan must be obedient, Lu Beixun said, lowering his head to nibble her lip. I fear one day I might lose control. I will be good, Cen Wan replied earnestly, because, apart from you, I desire no one else. I only want you. He released her chin and gently patted the top of her head, saying, Be good. If you're feeling tired at work, go take a nap in the lounge. Don't push yourself. Cen Wan continued applying her makeup in front of the mirror. How can I do that? At the company, I'm just an ordinary employee. I can't during work hours, but I can during my break. You're the CEO's wife. As long as you wish, I assure you no one would dare to say anything, Lu Beixun replied. Cen Wan smiled. I won't overexert myself. After finishing breakfast, she went to the company with Lu Beixun. As they passed a particular intersection, Cen Wan glanced through the car window in that direction. The eerie smile of Su Ming lingered hauntingly in her mind. A sense of unease crept into her heart, and she felt that something ominous was about to transpire. She turned to Lu Beixun. You must be cautious lately. I'm feeling a bit anxious, as if something will happen. Cen Wan furrowed her brows slightly. Lu Beixun. Promise me you'll take care of yourself first, before looking after me. Lu Beixun fell silent, not responding. Cen Wan grew a bit anxious. Raising her voice, Lu Beixun. Promise me. I cannot promise. Lu Beixun's lips parted slightly, his voice devoid of warmth. The car halted in the underground parking lot, and he unbuckled his seatbelt, leaning back to look at her. By now, Cen Wan's eyes were already red from worry. Her gaze was pleading, but Lu Beixun remained unmoved. He could not agree to this request, and would not. He leaned forward to help her unbuckle her seatbelt. It's time to go to work. Cen Wan avoided looking at him, opened the car door, and stepped out, entering the elevator without a backward glance, shutting the door behind her. This was not what she wanted. Perhaps she was influenced by Su Ming after work yesterday, feeling inexplicably flustered. Regardless of whether her feelings were unfounded or if something was about to occur, she only hoped that in the future, no matter what happened, he would prioritize his own safety before protecting her. Cen Wan stared at the elevator doors, biting her lip. She regretted not waiting for him. When the elevator arrived, the doors opened, but she did not exit. Instead, she closed the doors again and pressed the button for the basement level. The red numbers changed, and her heart raced, uncertain if he had taken another elevator upstairs. When the elevator reached the basement, the doors opened, revealing Lu Beixun standing outside, his posture straight, dressed in a black suit, cold and aloof. The moment he saw her, the coldness melted away, and his gaze softened. Cen Wan slowly approached him, taking his hand. I'm sorry. I was a bit impulsive just now. My mind is in disarray, and I didn't mean to sulk with you. She lowered her head. I'm sorry for not waiting for you. I know you weren't sulking with me, Lu Beixun said, his hand slightly opening. Come here. Let your husband embrace you. As soon as Lu Beixun finished speaking, Cen Wan threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. His warm palm rested on her back, gently kneading. Don't overthink it. Perhaps you've just been exhausted from work lately. During the New Year holiday, I'll take you to relax. Where shall we go? Cen Wan inquired. Where do you want to go? As long as you're with me, anywhere is fine. Then you decide. Chapter 75. Dare to speak, and your legs will be broken. As they entered the elevator, Cen Wan asked Lu Beixun, Why can't you promise me? There is no reason, Lu Beixun replied. Only when you are well can I be well. Cen Wan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her heart heavy with discomfort. She thought the same way. Only when he was well could she be well. She felt she still owed him from their past life, and in this life, all she wished for was his peace and happiness. Lu Beixun, you must be unaware of how much I love you. Cen Wan gazed at him, her eyes slightly reddening. You may not promise me, But I must clarify, if anything were to happen to you in the future, I would never live on alone. Cen Wan knew Lu Beixun cared deeply about her feelings. What she said was sincere. If he were to encounter misfortune, she would not live on alone. Conversely, she hoped he would consider himself more for her sake. Lu Beixun cupped her face, resting his forehead against hers, his voice low with a hint of reproach. Do not speak such things. I'm not speaking recklessly. I've already died once, so I'm not afraid, Cen Wan blurted out without thinking, only realizing her mistake after the words slipped out. Her mind raced, seeking a way to retract her statement, but nothing came to her. Observing Lu Beixun, she noted his expression had grown considerably colder. Lu Beixun stared at her in silence. Just then, the elevator doors opened. He glanced at her and walked straight out without waiting. Cen Wan stood there, watching his tall figure retreat, wondering if this was what they referred to as the wheel of fortune turning. Lu Beixun sat behind his desk, an aura of chill surrounding him as he pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed on the date displayed on the computer screen. In his previous life, he had prepared an escape route for her. She could have withdrawn unscathed. What exactly had transpired? What had she done to meet such a fate? Had she been harmed by Cen Xiu, or was it something else? In this life, she harbored such hatred for Cen Xiu. Did she know the truth? Previously, he had speculated but hadn't delved deeply into the matter. Now, reflecting on it, he found it almost unbearable, tugging at his tie in frustration before moving to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze outside. It was still before work hours when Cen Wan went to fetch a glass of water. Along the way, several colleagues inquired if she had quarreled with Lu Beixun. She replied that they had not fought, but her colleagues clearly did not believe her. One colleague remarked, "It's well known that President Lu is a devoted husband. If you hadn't quarreled, why would he walk off so abruptly?" A few kind words would have sufficed. The scene of Lu Beixun turning to leave was witnessed by a passing colleague, and soon the rumor spread like wildfire, reaching the entire floor. Cen Wan forced a smile, offering no further explanations as she returned to her workstation. Sighing, she caught the attention of Chongning, who asked, "Did you really argue with President Lu?" Cen Wan brought the cup to her lips and took a sip. "I'm not sure if you could call it an argument, but I did feel that he was upset." After she spoke, Lu Beixun's demeanor had evidently grown colder. "What did you do?" Chongning inquired. "I didn't do anything," Cen Wan replied. Chongning shook her head. "Marriage is truly troublesome. They say a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. I suppose a man's heart is equally inscrutable. Do you think men can be unreasonable too?" "I can't speak for other men," Cen Wan asserted confidently, "but Lu Beixun would never be." Cen Wan decided to refrain from thinking about it for now, planning to soothe him during lunch. Her phone buzzed with a series of notifications. She opened it to find multiple messages from Shun Jinyu. "Shun Jinyu. Missed Cen, I want to join the group." "Shun Jinyu. I want to join the group." "Shun Jinyu. Join the group." "Shun Jinyu. Group." "Cen Wan. I refuse." "Shun Jinyu. I realize I was wrong. I'm pitiful." "Cen Wan. What was wrong?" "Shun Jinyu. I shouldn't have said your red string was ugly and tacky. Please forgive me." Shun Jinyu sent a photo of the red string on her wrist, hitting send, only for it to be accompanied by a glaring red exclamation mark. "Shun Jinyu. Am I blocked?" "Cen Wan. Are you serious?" "Woo-woo." Shun Jinyu continued sending several messages, but all she received in return was the red exclamation mark. Cen Wan shut her phone, muttering under her breath, "Little white lotus." Chongning looked at her. "What are you mumbling about?" "My friend said the red string is both ugly and tacky, just like the one you're wearing on your wrist." Chongning glanced at the red string on her wrist. "I think your friend was spot on. It really is both ugly and tacky. Kids nowadays don't like these things anymore." "Cen Wan. Chongning, we must keep pace with the evolving times and the trends of fashion. That said, aren't you wearing one as well?" Cen Wan inquired. Chongning, "My intention is purely to bring good fortune, not for aesthetics." Cen Wan chose to remain silent. After all, she had resolved to disregard the little white lotus entirely, for she was too wicked and had betrayed her sincere affections. Having completed her tasks, Cen Wan glanced at the clock and noted that there was still an hour until mealtime, an eternity. She decided against waiting any longer and ascended to the upstairs office. Today, Lu Beixun had not graced the administrative department with his presence, nor had he ventured downstairs. Upon reaching the upstairs office, she encountered He, who had just exited his office. Someone called out to him, "What do you think Lu Beixun's mood is like?" He paused for a few seconds before responding, "Not very good." After speaking, he departed, leaving Cen Wan to pace back and forth at the office door, hesitating to enter. After a while, the office door swung open, revealing Lu Beixun, his voice chilling. "Come in." "Cen Wan." She walked into the office slowly, asking, "How did you know I was outside?" "Just a guess." Lu Beixun's tone was devoid of warmth. Even with the heating on, Cen Wan felt an icy chill envelop her. She cautiously inquired, "Are you angry?" She prepared her explanation. "I mentioned having died once because I dreamed of falling from a height. It felt so real that I said it." Cen Wan's voice dwindled as Lu Beixun remained silent, aware that she was fabricating a story. Lowering her gaze, she gradually inched closer to him. Noticing he made no attempt to retreat, she grew bolder, wrapping her arms around his lean waist and resting her forehead against his chest. Her voice soft and endearing. "Please don't be mad, okay? Your anger is quite frightening, and I'm a bit scared. I can't possibly eat you. So what are you afraid of?" Lu Beixun lowered his gaze to the girl who was playfully coaxing him. You could devour me to the last bone." This statement held a kernel of truth. In their intimate moments, she indeed left nothing behind. "Lu Beixun, what could have suddenly provoked your anger?" He tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her closer until there was no gap between them. "What are you even saying? What do you mean by if I were to have an accident, you would not survive? How could I not be angry?" Lu Beixun leaned down and nipped at her earlobe. "If you dare speak out of turn again, I'll break your legs." "You wouldn't." Her lips curled into a smile. "You wouldn't want to." Chapter 76. Are you still angry with me? Lu Beixun would never truly want to treat her that way. He was acutely aware of that. "Darling, if you were to break my legs, I'd become disabled. Would you still want me?" Cen Wan blinked at him, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Yes, then you would have to obediently stay by my side." "How'd I never notice your domineering nature before?" Cen Wan laughed, playfully scratching at him. Lu Beixun seized her wrist, his gaze stern. "Move again, and I cannot promise what I might do." Cen Wan glanced at the lounge door and promptly settled down, testing the waters with a question. "So, are you still upset with me?" "I am." Though he said this, in truth, he was not angry. He merely felt a pang of heartache for her. What had transpired after his death? How had she died? Surely, she must have felt great pain at that time. The mere thought of it left his breath uneven. Cen Wan stood on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against the corner of his mouth. "What about now? Are you still angry?" "Not quite enough." Lu Beixun's gaze darkened, examining her with a complex expression. Cen Wan wrapped her arms around his neck. "Then lower yourself." "I can't reach." Given his height, it was somewhat challenging for her to kiss the corner of his lips while on her toes. Lu Beixun, however, did not comply with her request to bend down. "Figure it out yourself." Cen Wan thought to herself, "If I must figure it out, then I shall." With a gentle leap, she hooked her arms around his neck, her long legs draping around his waist as she pressed her lips against his. Lu Beixun securely supported her, her entire form suspended against him. In this kiss, Cen Wan took the lead, her lips dancing upon his, her technique now matured, shedding the naivety of their earlier encounters. With her eyes closed, she deepened the kiss, and Lu Beixun slightly parted his lips, accommodating her movements. Time seemed to drift away until Cen Wan finally withdrew from his lips, her eyes misty, though she had initiated it. It now felt as if she were the one being ensnared. She asked, "What about this? Are you still angry?" Lu Beixun carried her to the sofa, setting her down gently and ruffling her hair. "Silly girl, how could I truly be angry with you?" His expression darkened. Wan, have you ever experienced something that left you in profound pain and despair?" Cen Wan hesitated, taken aback. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Lu Beixun scrutinized her, hoping to glean something from her subtle expressions. Her reaction confirmed his suspicions. "So there's something?" Cen Wan pondered for a moment before nodding, not denying it. Two events had brought her the deepest anguish: the tragic deaths of her parents and sister, and the act of taking his life with her own hands. Before Lu Beixun could inquire further, she spoke first. "Back then, I shouldn't have provoked you, shouldn't have sought to incite your anger." and certainly shouldn't he have used the harshest words to wound you. These matters had also tormented her with regret. She could never forget the pain she had inflicted upon him. Don't blame yourself. I truly don't hold it against you. Lu Beixun gently pulled her into his embrace. Aside from those, is there anything else? She nodded, though she remained uncertain how to articulate those feelings to him. Let us discuss this another day. I've been in here for quite a while. I should return to work. Lu Beixun refrained from pressing her further, allowing her more time, and took her hand. Let us head down together. All right. Cen Wan's eyes lit up. Surely, no one would question her about a quarrel with Lu Beixun now. As mealtime approached, Cen Wan prepared to seek out Lu Beixun when an email notification pinged on her computer just as she stood up. She resumed her seat, opening the email, which was anonymous, containing only a few words alongside a chilling image. An image emblazoned with the word death in bold red. The accompanying words were a direct threat. Cen Wan, I want you and Lu Beixun to descend into hell. Cen Wan stared at the screen, a thin sheen of sweat forming in her palms. If the email had merely targeted her, she might not have felt such dread, but the mention of Lu Beixun's name intensified her fear. Noticing her daze, Chongning glanced at the screen and inquired, "Who is this person?" Cen Wan shook her head, forming a suspicion but lacking certainty. "I don't know." Chongning offered a comforting pat on her back. "Maybe it's just a prank. Don't be afraid. We live in a society governed by law." "Yes," Cen Wan replied. "Let's go eat." "All right." Before leaving, Chongning cautioned her. "I think you should inform President Lu and be cautious when going out these days." "I know, don't worry." Cen Wan remained seated at her computer for quite some time, her thoughts circling back to Su Ming. She couldn't fathom who else would do this. What were they planning? Her eyes fixated on the ominous image on her screen, oblivious to the figure looming behind her, whose expression darkened further. Cen Wan turned to glance behind her, flustered. "What are you doing here?" Lu Beixun had come out in search of her upon not finding her in the office. His eyes were cold as he shut off the computer screen and gently brushed her hair. "Are you scared, Wan?" "Yes." Had she not seen Su Ming's eerie smile at the intersection, she might have dismissed it as a mere prank, but this was anything but. "Let us eat first." Lu Beixun took her hand and guided her toward the office before pulling out his phone to message He. After lunch, Lu Beixun did not allow Cen Wan to return to work, instead lifting her and carrying her to the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed. "No more work. You should rest well this afternoon." Cen Wan, having heeded Lu Beixun's advice, obediently remained in the lounge. Her mind wandered, and she realized that if she insisted on working, not only would her efficiency plummet, but errors could also ensue. Lu Beixun leaned down to place a gentle kiss on the corner of her lips, murmuring, "I'm outside. Once you awaken, you may come find me." Cen Wan replied, lying down as Lu Beixun tucked the blanket around her, remaining by her side until she drifted into slumber, after which he quietly exited the lounge. He stayed in the office, concerned that if her little heart awoke and couldn't find him, it might frighten her. He sat at Cen Wan's desk, having come over upon receiving a message from Lu Beixun. He opened Cen Wan's computer and glanced at the email. Upon returning from lunch, Chongning was taken aback to see He. She approached him and inquired, "Assistant He, are you searching for a document?" "No," he replied curtly. His long fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, the screen displaying incomprehensible code to Chongning. After a few glances, she went to fetch herself a cup of water to prepare for work. As office hours commenced, and with Cen Wan still absent, she asked, "Assistant He, what about Wan?" "The madam has taken the afternoon off." Chongning acknowledged this with an O, then retrieved the documents Cen Wan was supposed to handle that afternoon and began processing them. Half an hour had passed when Cen Wan's computer screen returned to normal. He stood up to leave. Chongning glanced at him, pondering whether all individuals of significant stature were inherently so somber and taciturn. Was it only through such demeanor that one could achieve greatness? He traced the email's sending address to a villa in the western suburbs and discovered the owner was a 43-year-old man named Wu Zhen. He also ascertained that Su Ming was at Wu Zhen's villa today. Chapter 77. I will protect you with all that I have. He relayed his findings to Lu Beixun, who emanated an ominous aura, his gaze frosty. obtain evidence of the affair, and ensure every member of the Wu family receives a copy. The Wu family held great regard for their reputation. Once they learned of Su Meng's existence, they would undoubtedly take action. Understood. Lu Beixun continued. Deploy several trained bodyguards to safeguard the madam. Yes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Cen Wan awoke, her head feeling somewhat heavy. She entered the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face, instantly feeling more alert. As she opened the lounge door, the sound caught Lu Beixun's attention, and in that moment his icy demeanor melted away, replaced by a gentle gaze filled with affection as he beckoned. Come here. Cen Wan approached him, and Lu Beixun wrapped his arm around her waist, guiding her to sit on his lap. Her hands felt cool, and Lu Beixun placed his hand over hers, asking, "Are you still sleepy?" "Not anymore," Cen Wan replied, resting her head on his shoulder and playfully nudging his chin with her nose. "Will I disrupt your work?" "Not at all," he assured her, surrounded by his scent. She felt a sense of calm wash over her as she held his hand, which was long and warm, with distinct knuckles. "You must take care of yourself." She had already lost him once and could not bear to lose him again. He must remain safe. "I promise, Wan." After a restless nap, she nestled into Lu Beixun's embrace, slipping back into a deep sleep. Lu Beixun lowered his gaze, his expression tender as he kissed her forehead, whispering, "I will protect you with all that I have." When Cen Wan awoke an hour later, she noticed Lu Beixun still holding her. "Did I delay your work? I can help you with it." Lu Beixun leaned down to kiss her, playfully biting her lip as if to chastise her. "You haven't delayed me at all. No more nonsense." Cen Wan chuckled at his teasing. "If I don't say it, is there anything you need my assistance with?" "No need," Lu Beixun replied. "Stay here with me. There isn't much work left, and once finished, we can head home." "All right." As Lu Beixun tended to his work, Cen Wan's mind drifted elsewhere. After calling her name a couple of times without receiving a response, he gently tapped her forehead. "Even while accompanying me, you remain unfocused. What are you pondering?" To ease his concern, Cen Wan smiled. "I was thinking about what to have for dinner. What does Wan wish to eat?" "Since it's chilly, I crave the rib soup you make," she replied. "Very well." Lu Beixun paused for a moment before asking, "It's Christmas on Sunday. How does Wan wish to celebrate?" After a lengthy deliberation, Cen Wan responded, "May I invite Tang Tang and Xiao Bailian to our home?" "Of course, Wan has decided." Cen Wan nestled closer to Lu Beixun. If Tang Tang and Xiao Bailian come, could you also invite Ji Huaige and Xiaoyan?" Lu Beixun was well aware of her hidden intentions. "Certainly." "Love you, hubby," Cen Wan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. "On Christmas, I want to spend time with my husband without any third wheels." Cen Wan stood behind him, her arms encircling his neck. Lu Beixun chuckled softly, pleased that she finally considered him. "All right." Cen Wan released her hold, reaching for her phone. "I'll check with Tang Tang and Xiao Bailian to see if they're available on Saturday. I've blocked Xiao Bailian. Let me first remove her from the blacklist." "Did she offend you?" Lu Beixun inquired. "Well," Cen Wan pondered before explaining, "it wasn't anything serious, just the trivial quarrels of plastic sisters." She unblocked Shun Jinyu and added her back into the group, sending a message. "Cen Wan, are you free? Come to my house for Christmas Eve on Saturday." "Suji Tang, I have no problems with my schedule." "Shun Jinyu, Miss Cen, you finally remembered me. Woo woo woo." "Shun Jinyu, anyway, no one has asked me out. I'm free." "Suji Tang, what about Xiao Yan?" "Shun Jinyu, I seriously suspect you're sticking a knife in my heart." "Shun Jinyu, haven't seen him since that night." It was a storm of tears. Upon seeing Shun Jinyu's message, Cen Wan grew restless. What? Is he a scoundrel who deceives both wealth and feelings? That's the epitome of a cad. Shun Jinyu, not wealth. Cen Wan, just wait. I'll find someone to castrate him. Shun Jinyu, no. Adults make mutual choices. Cen Wan, look at your lack of ambition. Suji Tang, don't hang yourself on a single tree. With me, you can have a different experience every day of the week. Cen Wan, Shun Jinyu, Cen Wan, Xiao Bailian, don't follow Tang Tang's example. One day, she'll slap herself in the face louder than firecrackers. Shun Jinyu, ha ha ha, understood. Suji Tang, no one has been born, yet who can make me slap myself? Cen Wan thought of Cen Luo and messaged her to see if she wanted to join them for Christmas Eve. Not long after, she received a reply with an OK emoji from Cen Luo. Cen Wan began to plan, telling Lu Beixun, "Let's not gather with Tang Tang and Xiao by Lian on Friday. After work, we'll go to the mall to buy a Christmas tree and festive lights." Listen to Wan Wan. In her heart, the unease was replaced by thoughts of Christmas. If it snowed that day, it would be perfect. "It might snow," Lu Beixun replied. Hearing this, Cen Wan's eyes sparkled. "Really?" "Yes." Beyond inviting Tang Tang and Xiao by Lian, she had other plans in mind. To avoid disrupting Lu Beixun's workflow, Cen Wan returned to the lounge, racking her brain for what gift to give him. Watches, suits, ties, and tie clips, anything that could be purchased with money. He already had in abundance. On her way home, Cen Wan finally pondered over what to gift Lu Beixun. "Darling, let us go to the mall." Upon arriving at the mall, Cen Wan glanced at him. "Wait for me a moment, I'll be right back." She didn't allow Lu Beixun to accompany her, for otherwise it would cease to be a surprise. After entering the mall, she emerged with a brown paper bag in hand. Once in the car, she mysteriously placed the bag in the back seat. Lu Beixun cast a curious glance. "What did you buy?" "Not telling you yet," Cen Wan replied. "You mustn't peek." Lu Beixun, with a tone of indulgence, promised, "All right, I won't peek." Upon returning home, Cen Wan concealed the brown paper bag in the guest room's cabinet. Time was not on her side. She was uncertain whether she could complete her project by Christmas, and thus needed to hasten her pace. That night, as Lu Beixun drifted into slumber, Cen Wan quietly lifted the covers, carefully got out of bed, and entered the guest room, shutting the door behind her. She retrieved the brown paper bag, pouring its contents onto the bed, several bundles of black yarn. Chapter 78. Where Does It Hurt? Cen Wan embarked on her scarf knitting journey. A novice without prior experience, she took out her phone, searching for scarf knitting tutorials. Yet after a lengthy period of viewing, she was still uncertain of how to begin. Lying on the bed, she sighed deeply. Why is knitting a scarf so difficult? After a while, she resumed watching the tutorial and started to take action, her movements clumsy, with several steps executed incorrectly. 2 hours later, the small segment of yarn she had knitted was in disarray, featuring a tiny hole the size of her pinky finger. Nevertheless, she refused to give up, comforting herself that producing something on her first attempt was already commendable. Anticipating such complications when purchasing yarn, she had bought extra, regarding this as practice. Once she mastered the technique, she would knit a new one, striving for perfection. Due to her inexperience, her progress was slow. After knitting approximately 2 more centimeters, drowsiness began to envelop her. Her eyelids grew heavy. She persevered for a while longer, but ultimately succumbed to sleep, the knitting needle still clutched in her hand. Lu Beixun entered quietly, standing by the bed to observe her, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. He gently took the knitting needle from her grasp, placing it alongside the yarn. Bending down, he lifted her, arranging her body comfortably and covering her with a blanket, whispering softly, "Silly girl," not wanting her to tire herself, yet unwilling to shatter the joy of her surprise. He chose to feign ignorance. His little one was still so innocent, believing she could keep it from him. In truth, he had known the moment she stepped out of the room. Lying beside her, he enveloped her in his embrace, drifting into slumber. At 4 in the morning, Lu Beixun awoke, quietly watching her for about half an hour before rising to return to their bedroom. Just as he settled onto the bed, Cen Wan tiptoed back in and climbed beside him. Lu Beixun turned over, pulling her into his arms, asking, "What did you go do, Wan Wan?" "I went to the bathroom," she replied, snuggling into him. "Did I wake you?" "No, it's still early. Let us sleep a bit longer." "MHM," Cen Wan murmured, wrapping her arms around him. "I'm so sleepy." She had dozed off while knitting the scarf, and upon awakening, her first thought was to hurry back. If Lu Beixun discovered her absence, her secret would be revealed, and all her efforts would be in vain. Nestled in his embrace, she fell back into a deep sleep. At 7:30 in the morning, she was roused by Lu Beixun's kisses, a gentle cascade from her collarbone downwards, pausing just below it. Opening her eyes, all she could see was the crown of his head, causing her brow to furrow and her ears to flush with warmth. "Ugh, I don't want to get up. I feel unwell." Finally, Lu Beixun lifted his head to regard her. "Where do you feel unwell?" "You beast, you're just pretending to ask," Cen Wan retorted. attempting to sit up, only to be pushed back down by Lu Beixun. With a twinkle in his eye, he said, "Since Cen Wan has called me a beast, I must engage in some beastly behavior to live up to it." Cen Wan was at a loss for words, her face burning with embarrassment. "You should really get up for work, Lu Beixun." He bit her gently, lifting his head, no longer teasing her. The pain made her gasp, and through gritted teeth, she exclaimed, "Lu Beixun." Yes. In the early hours of the morning, subjected to his teasing, Cen Wan felt a mix of shame and anger. Grabbing his wrist, she bit down hard, leaving a row of teeth marks on his arm. Afterward, with a haughty tilt of her chin, she declared, "Now we're even." Lu Beixun, smiling with indulgence, replied, "If Cen Wan feels it's still not even, I wouldn't mind another round." "I absolutely will not." In truth, she was reluctant to part with him. Cen Wan threw off the covers and got out of bed. At the western suburbs villa, Su Meng had not returned home last night, opting to stay at Wu Zhen's villa. Wu Zhen had been in good spirits and gifted her jewelry, along with a sum of money. She had attended to him until the late hours, and when he departed, she was left alone in the villa. Wu Zhen had confided that this villa was his private property, unknown to his wife and family, stating that if she were obedient, he would gift it to her. Su Meng felt a surge of joy. Who wouldn't he be enchanted by such a grand villa? Yet, Wu Zhen was aging, unattractive, and corpulent. Whenever they engaged in intimacy, she could not help but feel nauseated, forcing herself to avert her gaze or turn off the lights, imagining that the person above her was Xiangyang. In her pursuit of money, she had to flatter Wu Zhen diligently, who was utterly captivated by her, even expressing a desire to divorce his current wife and marry her instead. Dressed in a revealing camisole, Su Meng descended the stairs and was taken aback by the scene in the living room. Two women occupied the sofa, one, an elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles yet sharp eyes, and the other, a younger woman in her 30s. Standing around them were a dozen bodyguards. The two women on the sofa were in a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Wu Zhen's mother, Yi Ling, and his wife, Ding Wei. Both exuded an air of intimidation, particularly the elderly woman. Su Meng froze in her tracks as Ding Wei turned to her. "Su Meng, 24 this year. I want to ask you, does your mother know you are the mistress who destroys other families? Do you even realize he could be your father?" Su Meng's complexion drained of color. Throughout her time as Wu Zhen's secret lover, she had concealed their relationship meticulously. No one was aware of their affair. She could not fathom how Wu Zhen's family had tracked her down. With a mere glance from Ding Wei, two bodyguards approached and seized Su Meng, bringing her before Ding Wei. Noticing the expensive jewelry adorning Su Meng's wrists and neck, Ding Wei's fury surged. "Those jewels are gifts from Wu Zhen, aren't they? How shameless to do anything for such trinkets." Su Meng struggled, but could not free herself from the bodyguard's grip, her expression wary as she questioned Ding Wei. "What do you want?" As she squirmed, Ding Wei observed the red marks on her wrists, her gaze falling lower to discover similar marks on her ankles. Ding Wei, enraged, struggled to breathe, glaring at Su Meng. "How could you be so despicable?" Yi Ling's gaze shifted to Ding Wei, her tone sharp. "Is it useful to say so much? Ultimately, it's your fault for not being able to hold on to your own man." Ding Wei, unable to voice her anger, could only concede, "Mother, you're right." Despite her advanced age, Yi Ling spoke with a fierce intensity and an oppressive presence. Yi Ling commanded, "Remove her jewelry and strip her of her clothes, then throw her out." "What are you doing?" Su Meng panicked, struggling fiercely, her eyes wide with terror. Ignored, her clothes were torn off, leaving her exposed outside the villa, without a shred of decency. Biting her lip hard, she turned pale from the pain. The humiliation she endured today would forever be etched in her memory. She gritted her teeth, trembling from the cold, as she trudged forward step by arduous step, the gazes of passers-by lingering on her with murmurs of speculation. The red marks on her hands spoke volumes, unmistakably indicating that she had been ruthlessly torn apart by the original partner as the mistress. Those who disrupt the sanctity of others' households are hardly deserving of sympathy. Some individuals, despite having limbs, still seek shortcuts. A profound sense of shame engulfed her, leaving her with no time to heed the idle gossip. Su Dream sought to evade the throng and ventured into a narrow alley. only to encounter a group of ruffians who leered at her with lewd expressions, dragging her into the alley's public restroom, where piercing screams echoed. Chapter 79. Have you not forgiven me yet? After finishing work on Friday, Cen Wan accompanied Lu Beixun to the mall, where they purchased a Christmas tree and atmospheric lights. Upon returning home, they busied themselves with the decorations for 3 hours. Satisfied with their handiwork, Cen Wan noted the festive spirit that now filled their abode. The scarf she was knitting remained unfinished. This was the final night she had to complete it. Lu Beixun, having retired early to bed, left her to rise from the warmth of their sheets and move to the guest room, where she was only a few hours away from completion. After several days of practice, her technique had improved significantly. Though minor flaws persisted, overall, it was quite commendable. At 3 a.m, she finally finished, stretching and yawning. Her fatigue was palpable. She organized the leftover cotton thread on her bed and retrieved an exquisite gift box from the cabinet, carefully placing the completed scarf inside, eagerly awaiting Christmas Day. Returning to her bedroom, just as she pulled back the covers to lie down, Lu Beixun turned over and leaned closer. Wan. Yes, I want to have you, he murmured, his voice husky. In the dim light, Cen Wan looped her arms around his neck. Not for too long. I'm so tired. All right. This time, he truly did not keep her awake for long, allowing her to drift into slumber by 4 o'clock. As he gazed at her sleeping visage, he leaned down and gently kissed the corner of her lips. You've worked hard these past few days, my darling. Cen Wan awoke at 1 p.m, and after having lunch, she and Lu Beixun returned to the Cen household. They remained there until 4 o'clock, when they set off to pick up Cen Luo from school. When they arrived to collect Cen Luo at 5, she was scheduled to meet Su Jitong and Shun Jinyu at 6. Once settled in the car, Cen Luo asked, "Who will be there tonight?" "Your sister Tang Tang," Cen Wan replied, "and another beautiful sister whom I will introduce to you later." "Just 2?" Cen Luo inquired. "There are also 2 friends of your brother-in-law, Jiji Huai and Xiao Yan." Cen Luo responded with a soft "oh," before producing an exquisite gift box from her bag and handing it to Cen Wan. "This is a Christmas gift for you and brother-in-law." Cen Wan smiled. "You've grown up, little sister, and become so thoughtful." "Thank you, Luo. You're welcome. What about mine?" Cen Wan hesitated. In the flurry of knitting the scarf, she had completely forgotten to prepare a Christmas gift for her beloved sister. Sensing her silence, Cen Luo quickly guessed the truth. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Cen Wan laughed softly. "I thought giving money directly would be more practical." "What do you think, Luo?" "I get it," Cen Luo replied, eyeing her. "You didn't prepare a gift for me and want to brush me off with money." Having been sisters for over 20 years, they understood each other well. Cen Luo glanced at Lu Beixun. "Did you prepare something for brother-in-law?" Cen Wan stole a glance at Lu Beixun, who was driving. "No, your brother-in-law doesn't have a gift either." Unwilling to prolong the conversation, she was wary of Lu Beixun's keen intellect. A slip of the tongue could spoil the surprise. She examined the gift box Cen Luo had given her. Luo, can I open it now?" "Yes." Cen Wan opened it to find a pair of couple rings. Elegantly simple, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments. "I made them myself. Don't find them ugly," Cen Luo said. "Well, have I ever complained about your creations?" Cen Wan teased as she took the rings out at a stoplight, slipping one onto Lu Beixun's finger and the other onto her own. Lu Beixun glanced at the ring on his hand, offering a quiet thanks. "Thank you. No need for formality, brother-in-law." Just then, Cen Luo received a substantial sum of money transferred from Lu Beixun, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. "Brother-in-law, this is pocket money," Lu Beixun stated. "Isn't this too much?" Cen Luo exclaimed incredulously. "Dad has never given me this much pocket money." Cen Wan chuckled. "Then you should quickly thank your brother-in-law." Cen Luo, regaining her composure, repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, brother-in-law. You are the best brother-in-law in the world." Those words sounded oddly familiar to Cen Wan. She turned to look at Cen Luo in the back seat. Cen Luo smiled awkwardly. "Cen Wan, you are the best sister in the world." Cen Wan chuckled lightly, resuming her forward gaze. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Su Jitong and Shun Jinyu had already arrived and were waiting in the living room. Cen Luo greeted Su Jitong with a smile. "Tang Tang." Su Jitong stepped forward to embrace Cen Luo. Luo, it's been so long since we last met. Cen Wan introduced Cen Luo to Shun Jinyu. This beautiful sister is named Shun Jinyu. You can call her Sister Bai Lian. Cen Luo interjected. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Who calls someone Bai Lian? She whispered. Isn't that an insult? Who says Bai Lian is an insult? You're a top student. Haven't you learned that? Cen Wan retorted. I have learned. But in this digital age, Bai Lian certainly isn't a compliment, Cen Wan replied. Cen Wan introduced Cen Luo to Shun Jinyu with just 4 words. Cen Luo, my sister. It was evident that they bore a resemblance. Shun Jinyu looked at Cen Luo and said, Feel free to call me whatever. It's fine. Cen Luo still hesitated. Sister Jinyu. Cen Wan clicked her tongue, choosing not to push the matter further. At that moment, Jiji Huai and Xiaoyan arrived. Cen Wan observed that Jiji Huai was accompanied by someone tall, dressed in a windbreaker, hands in pockets, with a cool demeanor. Cen Luo's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Jiji Huai's companion. Cen Wan noticed her reaction and nudged her. Do you know him? Cen Luo nodded vigorously. He's Jiji Huai's nephew, acting all high and mighty. The one with the surname Jiang? Yes, Jiang Lingzhou. Cen Wan patted Cen Luo's shoulder. A serendipitous encounter. Make the most of it. She then turned to Su Jitong and Shun Jinyu. You two should do the same. Good luck. Cen Luo, Su Jitong, Shun Jinyu. Shun Jinyu had no words for Cen Luo. The individuals they liked were indeed present. Su Jitong, however, was perplexed, wondering what it had to do with her. Su Jitong looked at Cen Wan. Please don't involve me, okay? Cen Wan replied. Compared to Bai Lian and my sister, you should be the one to put in the effort. Su Jitong, the 3 of them approached, and Xiaoyan settled onto the sofa. Ever since Xiaoyan arrived, Shun Jinyu found her gaze uncontrollably drawn to him. When Shun Jinyu looked at Xiaoyan, their eyes met. He regarded her coolly, his voice devoid of warmth. Come here. Shun Jinyu hesitated for a moment before walking over, where Xiaoyan pulled her down to sit beside him. Noticing her dazed expression, he inquired, What are you thinking about? Shun Jinyu pondered briefly before looking at him. Have you not forgiven me yet? Chapter 80, Truly Heartless. A glimmer of amusement danced in Xiaoyan's eyes. You know whether or not I have forgiven you, don't you? Shun Jinyu lowered her gaze. She had previously believed Xiaoyan had forgiven her. However, after a week apart without contact, her certainty wavered. In a soft voice, she confessed, I don't know. You didn't come to find me. Xiaoyan chuckled lightly, his gaze revealing an almost imperceptible fondness. Shouldn't it be you who comes to find me? Shun Jinyu looked at him, momentarily taken aback. Where should I go to find you? Xiaoyan leaned closer, his hand curling around her neck as he whispered in her ear, My home. As warm breaths brushed against her ear during their conversation. Shun Jinyu felt her cheeks flush slightly. Xiaoyan continued, The password is your birthday. Shun Jinyu hesitantly inquired, Can I go? Xiaoyan softly replied, You can go anytime. However, recalling that she was still on Xiaoyan's blacklist, she hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to voice her thoughts. Xiaoyan, could you possibly remove me from the blacklist? Xiaoyan regarded her with a discerning look. It seems you haven't thought to seek me out for an entire week. Shun Jinyu, your attitude leaves much to be desired. Shun Jinyu lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. I wanted to find you. After several weekdays apart, she truly missed him. Take out your phone, Xiaoyan instructed. Shun Jinyu complied, and then, send me a message. She opened their chat window and casually sent an emoji. To her astonishment, the message was dispatched. You. She was unaware that Xiaoyan had removed her from the blacklist just a week after their breakup. But over the past 2 years, she had never reached out to him. During that time, Xiaoyan thought that if she ever sought him out and admitted her faults, he would forgive her. How cruel it was that not a single greeting had been exchanged in 2 years. Xiaoyan spoke nonchalantly, though a shadow flickered in his eyes. Shun Jinyu froze, gripping her phone tighter as her voice trembled. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. For 2 years, she had believed she was still on his blacklist. Xiaoyan embraced her and asked, So, what are your plans for tonight? Nothing specific, she replied. Cen Wan approached, casting a glance at Shun Jinyu, before clicking her tongue and shaking her head. Shun Jinyu remained silent. Cen Wan turned to Jihua, Brother Jihua. Feel free to sit anywhere. Her gaze lingered on the person beside, Ji Jihua, narrowing her eyes as she feigned ignorance. And who might this be? Jiang Lingzhou, he answered. Cen Wan smiled. I've heard much about you. A pleasure to meet you. Jiang Lingzhou remained silent, his gaze fixed on Cen Luo. Noticing his attention, Cen Luo muttered in dissatisfaction, mimicking Jiang Lingzhou's introduction tone. What is so impressive about being called Jiang Lingzhou? After a few seconds, she glanced over again, realizing Jiang Lingzhou's gaze was still on her. She pouted, tomorrow I'll change my name to Jiang Lingzhou as well. Then I'll be impressive too. Jiang Lingzhou could only see Cen Luo's lips moving without hearing her words. Judging by the shape of her mouth, he could roughly guess what she was saying, as she often expressed such sentiments in his presence. Su Jitong and Cen Luo sat together, and upon hearing her mutterings, Su Jitong asked, What are you mumbling about? Following Cen Luo's gaze, Su Jitong quickly understood. A subtle smile graced Jiang Lingzhou's lips, unnoticed by Cen Luo. Aunt Yang brought over refreshments, filling the coffee table with an array of drinks and desserts. Lu Beixun approached and sat beside Cen Wan, addressing the group. The first floor is an entertainment venue. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. Su Jitong inquired, Is there a KTV? Yes, came a reply. Su Jitong tugged at Cen Luo. Let us go sing later. Cen Luo had been fortunate enough to hear Su Jitong's voice akin to celestial music. She cast a pleading look at Cen Wan, who smiled. Your sister Tang Tang sings at a concert level. Please cherish it. Cen Luo shot her a look that questioned, Are you my real sister? Cen Wan shrugged, indicating her helplessness. She then glanced at Jiang Lingzhou and leaned closer to Lu Beixun, whispering, Cen Luo has good taste. Jiang Lingzhou is indeed handsome. Lu Beixun playfully pinched her waist, saying, You can only look at me. Cen Wan pondered for a moment and asked Lu Beixun, Jiang Lingzhou, wasn't he invited here by you, was he? Lu Beixun did not deny it. Aren't you curious about the type of guy your sister likes? Truly, he knew her best. The atmosphere of witnessing 3 pairs of couples was simply delightful. Cen Wan retrieved 2 decks of cards from a drawer. Since we have to wait a while to eat, why not play some cards? Do you all know how to play do diju? No one spoke, so she assumed they all did. Are there any who don't want to play? Again, silence. She took that as consent, perfectly arranging the 8 of them into 2 tables. She looked at Shun Jinyu and Xiao Yin, you, Xiao Bailian, Xiao Yin, Lu Beixun, and I will form 1 table. She then glanced at Su Jitong and Cen Luo, who were busy taking selfies with silly expressions. Cen Wan shook her head, thinking they were hopeless. Her gaze shifted to Ji Jihua and Jiang Lingzhou, Brother Jihua, Jiang Lingzhou, Su Jitong, and Cen Luo. You can sit together, all right? Sure. Ji Jihua affirmed. Then it's settled, Cen Wan declared cheerfully. Su Jitong and Cen Luo paused their playful selfies, Su Jitong casting a glance at Ji Jihua, who seemed indifferent. Cen Luo protested, looking at Cen Wan with a hint of resentment. I want to sit with you. Su Jitong, understanding Cen Wan's intention, remarked at Cen Luo, They're just 2 couples flirting. Let the single dogs among us enjoy ourselves. Cen Wan shot Su Jitong a knowing look, and Su Jitong responded with an affirmative gesture. Su Jitong picked up a deck of cards. Let us go then. She was the first to approach the card table, followed by Ji Jihua, while Cen Luo, feeling dejected, cast a glance at Jiang Lingzhou before reluctantly walking over, with Jiang Lingzhou trailing behind her. Cen Wan turned to Shun Jinyu. Shall we head over as well? At their table, the 2 men played it cool, while the other table was deeply engrossed in their game of do diju. Cen Luo often attempted to outplay Jiang Lingzhou, but consistently lost. Just as she was about to give up, she finally won a round, her face lighting up with joy as she cheekily glanced at Jiang Lingzhou. Cen Luo believed her victory was due to her own skill, unaware that Jiang Lingzhou had let her win. He had a Q and a joker left in his hand, while Cen Luo was left with only a small joker. Jiang Lingzhou played the Q. Cen Luo, elated at her hard-fought win, failed to notice the card Jiang Lingzhou still held. Su Jitong and Ji Jihua exchanged knowing glances, choosing to remain silent. Cen Luo looked at Jiang Lingzhou, chin raised defiantly. You've lost. Jiang Lingzhou met her gaze without uttering a word. While shuffling the cards, Cen Luo turned to Ji Jihua. Brother Jihua, do you have a girlfriend? Su Jitong couldn't help but laugh. Brother Jihua? Jiang Lingzhou looked at Cen Luo, seriously doubting her intentions. Cen Luo blinked innocently. What's wrong? My sister just calls him Brother Jihua. Su Jitong waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, feel free. She added, as long as Brother Jihua is willing. And the one beside you is willing as well. The one beside you referred to Jiangling Zhou. Cen Luo glanced at him. Then, in a slightly sulking tone, said, What does it have to do with him? Cen Luo looked at Ji Jihua, who replied, I have no objections. Jiangling Zhou simply remained silent. Cen Luo insisted, Brother Jihua has no objections. In her mind, this meant she had a higher status than Jiangling Zhou. She thought her little scheme was clever. But the three at the card table were already aware. From then on, Cen Luo consistently called Ji Jihua Brother Jihua, whether intentionally or unintentionally, causing Jiangling Zhou's expression to darken. Su Jitong noticed the change. The more Jiangling Zhou's mood soured, the more delighted Cen Luo became, calling him Brother Jihua more frequently. Cen Luo thought to herself, no matter how arrogant he is, I can call him brother. Can you? You still have to respectfully call me uncle, nothing more. Having been bested by Jiangling Zhou on numerous occasions, she finally managed to turn the tables this time. Su Jitong stifled a laugh, and Ji Jihua glanced at her. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Su Jitong waved her hand. It's fine, I can hold it in. Cen Luo remembered that Ji Jihua had yet to answer her question. Brother Jihua, you still haven't told me if you have a girlfriend. I don't, he replied. Cen Luo responded with a soft O. At the adjacent card table, Cen Wan casually shuffled her cards, remarking, Xiao Bai Lian, I recall you mentioning your fondness for little wolf dogs. Shun Jianyu responded with a silent pause. Cen Wan continued, my cousin is undoubtedly a wolf dog-like domineering CEO. Perhaps you should consider him. Cen Wan's words were fabrications without any pretense, as her parents were both only children, rendering her cousin non-existent. Xiao Yan observed Shun Jianyu, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, yet devoid of any genuine amusement. Do you dare? Shun Jianyu shook her head vigorously. I dare not. Coward. Cen Wan teased. As dinner approached and the card game dispersed, Cen Wan sought out Su Jitang, inquiring, what do you think of Jiangling Zhou? He is acceptable. If Luo likes him, let her be, Su Jitang replied, recalling how her sister had recently vexed Jiangling Zhou at the card table. What happened? She kept calling him Ji Huaigu. Su Jitang chuckled. Jiangling Zhou turned pale. Cen Wan mused, finding the scene amusing. At that moment, Cen Luo approached. What are you discussing? Nothing, it's time to eat, Cen Wan replied. The group headed to the expansive dining hall adorned with crystal chandeliers. Most seated were couples, leaving only Jiangling Zhou and Ji Jihua with vacant spots beside them. Su Jitang took a seat next to Ji Jihua, compelling Cen Luo to awkwardly sit beside Jiangling Zhou, her face betraying her reluctance. Cen Wan inquired, are you returning to school tonight? If not, I can have Aunt Yang prepare a room for you. Cen Luo glanced at the time. No need for trouble. I'm going back. With Christmas approaching at midnight, she had no intention of lingering as an unwelcome guest. Cen Wan acknowledged her, and Cen Luo's gaze fixated on the orange juice on the table. She desired it, yet it seemed out of reach. After several attempts, she refrained from standing up to avoid drawing attention. Jiangling Zhou, following her gaze, chuckled softly. Do you wish to drink? Cen Luo glanced at him, pursing her lips in silence. Jiangling Zhou leaned in. Call me brother, and I'll fetch it for you. Cen Luo shot him a glare. You're insane. Jiangling Zhou reached over, poured her glass of orange juice, and placed it back. Here, drink up. Cen Luo stared at the juice, muttering, a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year has ill intentions. Jiangling Zhou chuckled, his eyes glinting with mischief. Is that truly how you perceive me? What else could it be? Cen Luo replied tersely, having been rebuffed by Jiangling Zhou numerous times. She had come to terms with the fact that some things could not be forced. She had relinquished her pursuit. Shun Jianyu found the atmosphere heartwarming, a feeling she had never experienced in her life, which had been filled with oppression and anxiety. She slipped her hand under the table to grasp Xiao Yan's, who momentarily looked at her, his voice softening. What's the matter? Shun Jianyu smiled faintly. I just really like this moment. I want to hold your hand. After parting ways with Xiao Yan 2 years ago, she had not celebrated any holidays or birthdays, Returning home for the new year only brought endless discussions of work. She had long grown weary of such a life, yet felt trapped in it. Xiaoyan held her hand tightly. Do you have plans for New Year's Day? None. Shun Jianyu replied. What's up? I want to take you home. Home? Shun Jianyu's expression was one of disbelief. Yes, Xiaoyan affirmed seriously. I'll take you home. He caressed her hand gently. Don't be afraid or anxious. I'll be there. Shun Jianyu nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. His presence was her greatest reassurance. Lu Beixun served tea and food to the petite woman beside him. Every time Cen Wan glanced at a dish, Lu Beixun would serve her some. Cen Wan observed that Lu Beixun had hardly eaten anything, so she filled his plate. You should eat too. Lu Beixun nodded, his gaze tender. Su Jitang suddenly felt the meal had lost its appeal. Turning to Jiji Huai, we didn't come here to eat. We came for dog food. Jiji Huai remained silent. Su Jitang, undeterred, continued. Next time, I'll take you out to play. Let us skip the dog food. Jiji Huai pondered. What do you mean by playing? Su Jitang, unsure of his preferences, asked, chasing girls? Is that all right? Jiji Huai replied nonchalantly, not interested. Then what do you usually do? Depends on my mood. Unable to connect with Jiji Huai, Su Jitang fell silent. After their meal, Cen Luo glanced at the time. I need to return to the dormitory before 11. I'm leaving. I'll have the driver take you, someone offered. Okay. Just then, Jiangling Zhou approached. I'm driving. I'm heading back to school. Let us go together. Without a second thought, Cen Luo replied, No. Jiangling Zhou pressed. Are you afraid of me? I'm not afraid of you, she retorted defiantly. Then why don't you want to ride with me? Jiangling Zhou smirked. Fine, let us go, she conceded, realizing she had been goaded into it. With her words uttered in front of so many, there was no turning back. Cen Wan chuckled, glancing at Jiangling Zhou. Drive safely and ensure my sister returns home unharmed. Jiangling Zhou nodded, then addressed Jiji Huai. Uncle, we're leaving. Be careful, Jiji Huai replied. Cen Luo turned to him, then Ji Huai go we're off. She pronounced his name louder, ensuring everyone heard. Jiangling Zhou's expression darkened momentarily as Cen Luo shot him a provocative glance. Cen Wan beamed with pride. My sister is truly remarkable, absolutely impressive. Chapter 82. Come to my house tonight. After Cen Luo and Jiangling Zhou departed, the remainder headed to the basement level. Su Jitang suggested karaoke, but no one dared to agree, as her heavenly voice was truly lethal. Cen Wan proposed playing mahjong, to which Jiji Huai responded, I'm fine with mahjong. Su Jitang turned to him. What do you mean, Jiji Huai? He remained silent, while Shun Jianyu declared, I choose mahjong as well. Su Jitang's gaze landed on Xiaoyan, who slowly replied, I'll follow my silly woman's choice. Su Jitang was rendered speechless. Her eyes filled with grievance as she surveyed the group. Are you all conspiring to bully this single dog? Is there no justice? Ji Huai smirked, addressing Su Jitang. We are not worthy of your melodious voice. Su Jitang fell silent. After some debate, they moved to the game room, where the three gentlemen prepared to play billiards, leaving the ladies one short for mahjong. Su Jitang, holding a grudge, grabbed Jiji Huai to prevent him from leaving. You can't go. You said you wanted to play mahjong. If you leave, how can we play? Cen Wan stifled a laugh, recognizing that this was the correct development. Jiji Huai glanced down at her grip on his shirt, then met her gaze. If we're one short, you can invite your flirtatious friends to join. Cen Wan and Shun Jianyu exchanged looks, waiting for Su Jitang's response. Cen Wan secretly hoped Su Jitang wouldn't say something outrageous. She truly wanted to warn her friend against self-sabotage, as the man before them could very well be her future boyfriend. However, as Su Jitang remained silent, she suddenly spoke up. If this were my territory, I'd call all my flirtatious friends over, but alas, it's not, so I can only trouble Mr. G. Cen Wan face-palmed, realizing her friend was beyond saving, while Shun Jianyu observed the unfolding drama with amusement. Cen Wan turned her gaze towards Shun Jianyu and gently waved her hand. Shun Aiqing, have Su Jitang taken down for me to be dealt with. Su Jitang looked at Cen Wan, her hand still clutching the corner of Jiji Huai's clothing. Why would you want to behead me? Cen Wan, through gritted teeth, replied. Su Jitang, There is no saving you now. Ji Huai, entangled by Su Jitong, had no choice but to compromise and sat beside her, while Lu Beixun and Xiao Yin engaged in a game of billiards outside. Su Jitong remarked, "Playing cards alone is rather dull. Let us switch it up." "How shall we play?" Cen Wan inquired. "Playing for money lacks excitement." Su Jitong glanced at Ji Huai, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Let us use sticky notes. The loser sticks one on, and the one who draws a bomb sticks on two. Winning a round allows one to remove a sticky note from their face. What do you think?" Cen Wan contemplated for a moment. "I have no objections." "Neither do I," Shun Jinyu added. Su Jitong raised an eyebrow at Ji Huai. "What about you?" With 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him, Ji Huai pondered for a moment before responding, "All right." Thus the game commenced. Within half an hour, Su Jitong had caused Ji Huai to draw bombs twice, yet he won this round, fortunately avoiding drawing a bomb himself, thus only needing to stick one note on his face. Ji Huai picked up the sticky note, dipped it in a small dish of water beside him, and affixed it to Su Jitong's forehead, resulting in 5 little notes adorning her face. Ji Huai, however, remained unblemished. But this time it was Cen Wan who drew a bomb. Aware of her fate, Cen Wan took 2 sticky notes, dipped them in the water, and affixed them to her own face. Shun Jinyu also placed a note on his face, with Cen Wan sporting 4 notes and Shun Jinyu 3. Su Jitong bore the brunt of the punishment. The card room, crafted from glass, allowed Lu Beixun to glance inside, where he chuckled lightly upon seeing the sticky notes on Cen Wan's face. Xiao Yin followed Lu Beixun's gaze and noticed Shun Jinyu looking at him, prompting her to hastily cover her face to shield it from his view. Xiao Yin smirked and remarked, "You certainly know how to enjoy yourselves." After an hour of playing mahjong, the one suffering the most was Su Jitong, her face covered in sticky notes, leaving only her eyes visible. Ji Huai had only a few notes on his face, but managed to remove them due to his winnings. Su Jitong felt immense regret. Had she known, she wouldn't have invited Ji Huai to play. Over the course of the hour, Ji Huai's luck had been extraordinary, while she had been the unluckiest. Lu Beixun set down his cue and walked in. Shun Jinyu looked through the glass at Xiao Yin by the billiard table, stood up, and offered her spot to Lu Beixun. "You all can play." Shun Jinyu tore off the sticky notes on her face, tossing them into the trash as she stepped outside. Lu Beixun settled into Shun Jinyu's former seat, glancing at the petite woman beside him. "Wan, you've lost quite badly." He reached out, removing the sticky notes from her face and discarding them. Cen Wan gestured towards Su Jitong. "I'm not the worst off. It's Tang Tang who has suffered the most. Tonight, Ji Huai's luck has been off the charts." Su Jitong was beyond words. Her silent gaze directed at Ji Huai filled with resentment. She peeled off the sticky notes from her face and tossed them into the trash. "I concede. No more sticky notes. If we continue, I'll have no space left on my face. Let us just keep playing." Shun Jinyu approached Xiao Yin, glancing at the balls on the table. "How do you play this?" Xiao Yin handed her a cue, positioning himself behind her to guide her by hand. He whispered in her ear, "Bend down." She complied, and he adjusted her posture, her back pressed against his warm chest, his breath enveloping her, causing her heart to race. The intimate position made it hard for her to concentrate. Xiao Yin chuckled softly in her ear, "Focus." Shun Jinyu stammered, "I can't concentrate with you this way." Xiao Yin sank a ball into the pocket, straightened up, and ruffled her hair. "Let us hold off on lessons for today." Shun Jinyu grasped his hand. "Xiao Yin, come to my house tonight. I have something for you." That something was evidence of her thoughts of him over the past 2 years. "All right," Xiao Yin replied. "I have something for you too." Another hour of cards passed, and, as midnight approached, Cen Wan checked her phone, noticing a message from Cen Luo stating she had arrived at the dormitory. Returning to the living room, she looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows and noticed it was snowing. She excitedly dashed outside, standing in the yard as snowflakes descended amidst the warm-colored lights she had set up, creating a dreamlike ambience. The snow was heavy. If it continued like this, a blanket of white would greet them come morning. Lu Beixun approached her. Cen Wan smiled, taking his hand. "This year, the first snowfall graced us on Christmas Eve." She reached out to catch snowflakes. Shun Jinyu turned to Xiao Yin. "Shall we head out?" "Sure." Shun Jinyu and Xiao Yin exchanged farewells before leaving. Su Jitong looked at Ji Huai and asked, "Are you leaving? Could you give me a ride? I didn't drive. I'll let the driver go since we played for so long." Ji Huai regarded her for a few seconds. "Let us go." Su Jitong waved goodbye to Cen Wan, trailing behind Ji Huai as they departed. Cen Wan observed Su Jitong's retreating figure and said to Lu Beixun, "Tang Tang has finally done something noteworthy." Chapter 83. You truly do not stand on ceremony. The yard grew quiet, and Cen Wan's fingertips turned a bright red from the cold. Lu Beixun took her hand, placing it against his chest to warm it. Snowflakes settled on their heads and shoulders, as warmth gradually enveloped Cen Wan's hand within Lu Beixun's embrace. A snowflake landed on her eyelashes, causing them to flutter slightly. Lu Beixun lifted her chin, kissing her eyelashes, the snowflake melting upon his lips. Then, his soft kiss landed gently on her lips, and Cen Wan wrapped her arms around his neck. The two shared a kiss amidst the falling snow. Lu Beixun encircled her waist, pulling her body tightly against him, their gentle kiss igniting into a passionate embrace, claiming her breath and savoring her sweetness. After a moment, Lu Beixun withdrew his lips, resting his forehead against hers, his voice hoarse. "Wan Wan, will you always be by my side?" Cen Wan replied with unwavering conviction. "If I were to betray you, may I meet a dreadful fate." The word death remained unspoken as her lips were sealed by Lu Beixun once more. After a few seconds, he released her. "No more foolish talk." Cen Wan lowered her gaze, grasping his hand. "Lu Beixun, I will accompany you year after year, never to betray you." Lu Beixun softly acknowledged her words and leaned down to plant a kiss on the corner of her lips. Cen Wan suddenly had a thought and opened her phone to check the time. There was only a minute left until midnight. Her expression turned anxious. "Wait for me." As she dashed into the house, Lu Beixun watched her hurried figure with a furrowed brow, reminding her from behind, "Slow down, don't fall." In her haste, Cen Wan rushed to the guest room, colliding her leg against the corner of a cabinet, drawing in a sharp breath. With no time to dwell on the pain, she grabbed the gift box and hurried downstairs, hoping to make it in time for the stroke of midnight. As she ran, her eyes fixated on her phone. She reached Lu Beixun just as the clock struck 12. Cen Wan tucked her phone into her pocket and raised her eyes to him. "Hubby, Merry Christmas." She placed the black gift box into his hands. Lu Beixun looked at her, his gaze intense. "Thank you, my dear." Lowering his head, he opened the box to reveal a black scarf. "Did you knit this, Wan Wan?" Cen Wan felt a surge of pride. "Am I not impressive?" "Indeed you are," Lu Beixun replied, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes as he recalled the nights she spent in the guest room knitting the scarf for him. "Are you tired?" Cen Wan shook her head. "Not at all." She took the scarf from the box and draped it around his neck. "Do you like it?" Snowflakes landed on the scarf, and Lu Beixun gazed at it as if it were treasure. "I love it." Cen Wan wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Do you like me more, or the scarf I knitted for you?" Liking you and liking the scarf are not mutually exclusive, but if you must choose one, I prefer you even more. This response has greatly satisfied me. Cen Wan rose on tiptoe, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his profile. "Do I not receive a gift?" Lu Beixun took her hand and led her into the living room, retrieving a black velvet gift box and a document from the drawer of the coffee table. He placed the black velvet box before her. "Your gift." Cen Wan opened it to reveal a necklace from the Christmas collection, a piece she recognized as a limited edition designed by a renowned artist, notoriously difficult to acquire even with wealth. She adored this necklace, having attempted to purchase it before, but to no avail. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "It's so beautiful." Lu Beixun carefully took the necklace from the box and adorned her neck. Pausing for a few seconds, Wan Wan looks exquisite in anything. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, snowflakes cascaded down, and within the living room, the girl laughed joyfully, her eyes crinkling with happiness as she leaped into the man's embrace. Cen Wan's gaze fell upon the document on the coffee table. "What is this?" Lu Beixun caressed her hair gently. "Just a signature." Cen Wan recalled the divorce agreement he had previously presented her, and upon seeing the document, she froze. Asking again, "What is this?" The smile on her face faded, and her eyes dimmed slightly. Understanding her thoughts, Lu Beixun spoke softly. "It's a transfer agreement." Cen Wan picked up the document, recognizing it as the transfer agreement for the villa. Lu Beixun placed a pen in her hand. No matter what happens in the future, this will always be your home. It is not shared property. It belongs solely to you. I won't sign it. Cen Wan thrust the document and pen back into his hands. This is our shared home. Seeing the firmness in her stance, Lu Beixun said nothing further. Placing the document back in the drawer, his voice gentle, I know Cen Wan trusts me. I merely wish to provide you with security in our marriage. If you do not wish to sign, then do not. Whether signed or not, is still our home. Cen Wan nestled into his embrace, holding him tightly. Lu Beixun, only where you are is our little home. She gazed out at the falling snow. We should be able to build a snowman tomorrow morning, right? It should keep snowing. Lu Beixun lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. It's time to sleep. Cen Wan looked at him with a smile. Are you sure it's just sleep? Lu Beixun lowered his head to meet her gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. His eyes filled with tenderness. First, sleep, Cen Wan, then we shall sleep. Cen Wan mumbled softly, I knew it. After Shen Jinyu and Xiao Yan returned home, Shen Jinyu gathered towels and toiletries for Xiao Yan. He glanced down at the towel in his hands and asked, Is there no sleepwear? There is, Shen Jinyu replied, slightly embarrassed, but it's from 2 years ago when you didn't take it with you. I just washed it a few days ago. Do you want to wear it? When Shen Jinyu returned to her home country, she had brought very few clothes, her suitcase filled with items he had left behind after their breakup. What? Am I to be naked? Xiao Yan replied with a hint of amusement. Or do you wish to see me without clothes? Shen Jinyu, feeling a bit flustered, admitted, I might want to see a little. Shen Jinyu, you're really not shy at all. Xiao Yan chuckled softly. Just bring me the sleepwear, and we can see each other properly when it's time for bed. Shen Jinyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she walked to the wardrobe, retrieving a set of sleepwear. Xiao Yan accepted the sleepwear and turned to head into the bathroom, but Shen Jinyu called out, Xiao Yan. He paused, looking back at her. Can I have a drink? Shen Jinyu asked tentatively. Xiao Yan studied her for a few seconds. Are you in the mood for a drink? Yes. Then drink. Shen Jinyu inquired. Do you want one as well? Just bring me a bottle, he replied. Shen Jinyu nodded, and, as Xiao Yan entered the bathroom, she went to the living room, retrieving 2 bottles of alcohol from the fridge before returning to the room. She opened a bottle and took several hearty swigs before setting it down and approaching the wardrobe, opening it to peer into the corner where a box lay. She reached out and pulled it out. Setting the box on the carpet, she opened it to reveal an abundance of vintage postcards. Each postcard was the size of a palm, and Shen Jinyu casually picked one up, reading the brief message. At 2 in the morning, Xiao Yan, I miss you again. She returned the postcard to the box and took a few more sips of her drink. By the time Xiao Yan emerged from the bathroom, the bottle was nearly empty. Chapter 84. What is our relationship now? Shen Jinyu turned to look at Xiao Yan, who was clad in the sleepwear from 2 years ago. Her thoughts drifted as if transported back to the time when they were still together. She rose and walked over to him. Xiao Yan, the box on the carpet is for you. I'm going to take a shower first. Shen Jinyu sought an excuse to leave, afraid that his gaze on the postcards would leave her at a loss. After retrieving a set of sleepwear from the wardrobe, she entered the bathroom, the residual warmth of steam lingering in the air as she stared blankly at the condensation on the walls. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, drying his hair, made his way toward the box. He sat on the carpet, staring at it for a few moments before pulling out a postcard. The vintage design caught his eye, and on the reverse side were neatly penned lines. Xiao Yan, I'm smoking right now. If you were here, you'd probably scold me again. I want to hear your scolding, but I can't anymore. What I want to say is I miss you. His hand trembled slightly as he held the postcard, and he reached for another, reading it intently. Today, I was put through the ringer by a partner. The contract fell through, and I was scolded by my father. I cried on the bed for a while, not because of the failed contract or the scolding, but because there was no one to comfort me at home anymore. Xiao Yan, I miss you. Today, I drank until my stomach bled and ended up in the hospital. Xiao Yan, I craved the porridge you used to make for me. At midnight, it rained. I listened to the sound of the rain outside and found it hard to sleep, my mind filled with thoughts of you. I wonder if you have become someone else's boyfriend by now. Xiao Yan meticulously examined each postcard in the box, which contained hundreds, and by the time Shen Jinyu emerged from the bathroom, He had only managed to read a little over 100. Cen Jinyu, drying her hair, approached him from behind. Xiao Yan organized the postcards he had read and set them back in the box, taking her wrist and guiding her to sit in front of him. He accepted the towel from her hands, gently drying the ends of her hair. Cen Jinyu faced away from him, unaware of his thoughts, and softly called his name, Xiao Yan. He replied, his voice barely above a whisper, his hands still busy at work. Did you not say you had something for me? He prompted, extending his hand. Cen Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, but obediently extended her hand, at which point Xiao Yan halted his movements. Cen Jinyu watched as he slipped a ring onto her ring finger, and upon seeing the ring, she was momentarily stunned, a torrent of emotions swelling within her. It was a couple's ring, custom-made when she and Xiao Yan were together 2 years ago. She had returned it to him during their breakup, believing he would have long since discarded it in his bitterness. Yet here it was, still in his possession. Xiao Yan's lips parted slightly. Your belongings have been with me for 2 years. Now they return to their rightful owner. Cen Jinyu gazed at the ring on her finger, gently caressing it. Is the other one still here? Xiao Yan handed her the matching ring. Put on for me. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, and as Cen Jinyu looked down at the ring in her hand, tears welled in her eyes. Trembling, she placed the ring back on his finger, feeling as though they had never truly parted. Xiao Yan held her waist tighter, pulling her into his embrace. Cen Jinyu, you are truly heartless, saying we should break up and then genuinely letting me go. You speak of missing me, yet in these 2 years, not a single call did you make. I wish to know if you are well, if you face any unhappiness, but I have no way of knowing. Tears fell from Cen Jinyu onto his arm. Xiao Yan continued, and also, I'm sorry. Cen Jinyu's voice choked. You have nothing to apologize for. Xiao Yan tightened his embrace around her. I should not have taken my anger out on you. Cen Jinyu gently shook her head. You are not at fault, nor do you need to apologize. The mistake lies with me. Turn around, Xiao Yan instructed. Cen Jinyu complied, facing him as he reached out to wipe away her tears. Later, I went abroad to see you, he confessed. What I wish to convey is that I miss you too. Cen Jinyu's expression turned to one of astonishment. When did you come to see me? She recalled a time when she returned home from work and spotted his silhouette near her residence. But that night she had indulged in alcohol, her mind clouded, and by the time she looked back, the place was empty. It was night, and combined with her inebriation, she had always believed that she had merely imagined it. Was it that night? She inquired. Xiao Yan softly affirmed. Tears cascaded down Cen Jinyu's cheeks as she gazed at him, and with a sigh of helplessness, Xiao Yan gently wiped her tears away. Why are you crying again? Xiao Yan, I'm sorry. Her voice trembled. I shouldn't have sought out another man to provoke you, nor should I have ended things in such a manner. However, I was afraid that if I revealed the truth, you would choose not to leave. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I wouldn't uncover the reason? She cried vehemently, and Xiao Yan felt both helpless and pained. Cen Jinyu's shoulders shook as she sobbed, her tearful gaze fixed upon him. So you knew all along? Yes. Then why did you? Cen Jinyu's words trailed off. Why did I leave? Xiao Yan interjected, because I did not wish to burden you. Unable to contain herself any longer, Cen Jinyu collapsed into his embrace, softly weeping, as Xiao Yan tenderly caressed her back. After a moment, she ceased her sobbing and looked up at him. What is our relationship now? Xiao Yan lowered his gaze to her, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Friends? Ex-lovers? What do you say? Cen Jinyu's expression turned forlorn. I do not wish to be your friend, nor do I want to be your ex. Then what do you desire to be? Xiao Yan inquired. I wish to reconcile with you, to be your girlfriend. Is that permissible? Cen Jinyu blinked her misty eyes at him, awaiting his response. Xiao Yan replied, in my eyes, we have never parted ways. I have never considered us broken up. You have your responsibilities and obligations, and I merely assist you in fulfilling them. Cen Jinyu gazed at him, tears welling in her eyes, and at that moment, she found herself at a loss for words beyond her tears. Xiao Yan chuckled softly. If you continue to cry, I shall cease to comfort you. Cen Jinyu entwined her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his, kneeling upon the carpet with her body pressed closely against his chest. Xiao Yan's hands encircled her waist, taking the lead in their embrace. As Cen Jinyu slightly withdrew, Responding to his kiss, she reached to unfasten the buttons of his shirt. Xiao Yin seized her wrist, his eyes filled with desire, his voice husky. "Do you wish for this?" Shun Jinny's eyes glistened with a hint of red as she retorted. "Do you not want it?" Xiao Yin chuckled softly. "I do." The two embraced in a passionate kiss, the atmosphere in the room thickening with intimacy. Their garments in disarray upon the carpet. Shun Jinny furrowed her brow, her nails digging into his arm, and Xiao Yin, observing her, smirked playfully. "You need not hold back. I won't laugh at you." He leaned down to kiss her lips. Tears slipped from the corners of Shun Jinny's eyes, disappearing into the pillow. 2 hours later, Xiao Yin carried her into the bathroom. "Let us change the setting."